And the Legacy of U.S. Involvement in Central America. Bernard Diederich. Contents. Preface. 7 Acknowledgements. 11.1. A Folksy Dynasty. 1. 2. Takoi. 21. 3. Assassination. 37. 4. He Boys in Power. 51. 5. Tako 2 takes command. 64. 6. Beginning in blood. 79. 7. The earthquake. 93. /8. The party's over. 106. 9. A victim of human rights. 122. 6. Contents. 10. He heart attack. 136. 11. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. 153. 12. He palace captured. 176. 13. Los Muchachos. 189. 14. Mediation. 205. 15. Astor in Estili. 227. 16. The final offensive. 247. 17. Death of a newsman. 269. 18. Popular insurrection. 281. 19. He offensive is final. 300. 20. He last hours. 310. Epilogue. 329. Notes. 335. Index. 341. Photographs follow page 188 of text. Preface. They were as anachronistic as the quaintly antiquated American slang which they laced with obscenities, portraying a 1930s B-picture tough but nice guy image. They were the archetypal caudilos, the Latin strongmen who paid lip service to democracy and killed and tortured in its name to save the free world from communism. Their little mania set them apart from their contemporaries. They deemed themselves less sanguinary and more enlightened than such autocrats as Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, Batista of Cuba or Pérez Jiménez of Venezuela. Yet in the final analysis the Somozas of Nicaragua were the same breed of tyrants that has for so long dominated Latin America. After the founder of the dynasty was assassinated in 1956, there was a period of relative liberalization. Totalitarian rule wasn't good for business, but the third and last clan member to take control, Anastasio Somoza Debayle, drove the country into a popular insurrection. Despised and hated by the great majority of his people, he was defended only by a few. In Nicaragua there was his Pretorian National Guard. In the United States there were his few congressional backers who still argued that he was the bulwark against communism. Yet it was he who was most responsible for the Somozas' fall from power. No one else. It was his contempt for his own people that destroyed him. I was among those who chronicled his fall, but my first glimpse of the Somoza clan went back to 1952 when the old patriarch, Taco Somoza Garcia, visited Haiti on his return from the Dominican Republic, the fiefdom of fellow despot Generalissimo Rafael Leonidas Trujillo Molina. With a straight face the heavy-jowled Taco told a press conference he hoped all of Latin America would adopt his political doctrine. He explained his simplistic philosophy, not permitting the rich to abuse labor and not allowing labor to abuse the rich. Communism was the only real menace, he said, and it was important to be strong in order to prevail against the Marxists. In essence, the Somoza doctrine didn't change for the next 27 years. In practice, however, all it meant was that only the Somozas had the right to abuse whom they liked, all in the name of anti-communism. I caught my first whiff of the dictatorship VLL8 in 1967, when Taco II was engineering his election as president. It was the acrid stench of National Guard tear gas on Roosevelt Avenue clearing out the opposition which had seized the Grand Hotel across from the National Palace. The Guard had already put down an anti-Somoza demonstration 3 days earlier, leaving 40 dead. The demonstrators were protesting the election of another Somoza. In those days I met most of the main actors in the Nicaraguan tragedy. Taco II at El Retiro, his Spanish-style residence, entertained the foreign press early one morning with whiskey and soda and conveyed the image of a genial businessman enhanced by his colloquial American English and glib openness. The electoral charade that Taco too, like his father, orchestrated to earn his exemption from the dictator label was laughingly called the election of Goro and Naca tamales, the favorite booze and food handed out as rewards to compliant voters. The earthquake in December 1972 shattered Managua and also produced the first serious fissures in the regime. 10,000 died, but reconstruction awakened Somoza and his cronies' greed to the fullest. Just prior to the earthquake, United States Ambassador Turner B. Shelton had been instrumental in bringing billionaire recluse Howard Hughes to Managua, giving newsmen a chance to see to what depth of subservience this envoy had fallen as a courtier to both Somoza and Hughes. The 1974 Christmas party raid of the Sandinistas brought us all back to Managua. The story made both Somoza and the Sandinistas front-page news. The years that followed were never the same for either. At first the battles between the National Guard and the Sandinista guerrillas were fought in far-off rural areas with only casualty figures filtering through. By 1977 the Sandinistas were no longer just noms de guerre, but flesh and blood. National Guard repression made headlines that year, and the January 10, 1978, murder of Somoza's archenemy, newspaper publisher Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, ignited a revolution. The single most important act that brought the Sandinistas to the attention of the world was the August 22, 1978, capture of the National Palace in Managua, which made the leader of the raid, Comandante Ciro, Eden Pastora, the best-known Sandinista. The Nicaraguan people held Somoza responsible for Chamorro's murder, and their repudiation of the family grew to such intensity that it finally swept the Somozas from power. As an irony of history, it was the killing of another newsman, American Broadcasting Company TV correspondent Bill Stewart, that accelerated the collapse. Stewart's execution by a National Guardsman, filmed by his crew, shocked the world. It was graphic testimony to what was happening in Somoza's Nicaragua. A U.S. congressman, one-time friend of Somoza, warned at the end that there would one day be an inquiry into who lost Nicaragua. It was a non-question. As with so many dictators before him, Somoza's downfall was inevitable. This book is dedicated to the journalists who covered the last of the Somoza years. It is essentially a newsman's view of Nicaragua and the Somozas. Many of the preface 9 incidents and events in this book I personally witnessed, others were covered by my colleagues in the area. However possible I have tried to let events speak for themselves. Bernard Diederich. Mexico City, July 1, 1980. Acknowledgements. I wish to acknowledge the help of Robert Oscom, who suggested this book on the Somozas, John Stanton, who reported on Nicaragua for Time in 1948, and the assistance of other newspeople, especially June Ehrlich, Joseph Harms, Heidi Holland, and Susan Lind. And the forbearance of my family, who suffered my bringing a third dictator into our home. The others. Papa Doc, The Truth About Haiti Trujillo, The Death of the Goat Chapter 1A Folksy Dynasty. I'm enjoying the hell out of getting together with you guys. Anastasio Somoza de Bale slurred in English to the little group of foreign newsmen on Sunday evening, June 3, 1979. He'd descended from a cocktail party on the 9th floor of the Intercontinental Hotel and accepted the newsman's invitation to continue the party in the hotel's Cabana restaurant. Changing from vodka to wine, he was obviously still elated from his trip to the Southern Front, where he had met with his favorite battle commander, Major Pablo Emilio Salazar, alias Comandante Bravo. Now he wore a business suit. Earlier in the day he had been photographed in green camouflage fatigues, as befit the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of Nicaragua, studying field maps and discussing strategy, his West Point ring with its acorn-sized diamond sparkling on his left hand. In an expansive and genial mood he spoke out to the same newsmen he had complained about the day before. Then he had accused the press of covering events in his country in an unbalanced manner. Now he teased the reporters, saying that they would not publish what he said. But anything Somoza said was news. In the week preceding, the Sandinista National Liberation Front had launched what they called their final offensive against the Somoza dynasty against his rule, and the world press was at his doorstep. Outside the hotel, the city was morgue-like. The entire country was closed down by a national strike demanding Somoza's ouster from power. Nicaragua was at war. One of the reporters asked Somoza if he had had a good time at the cocktail party. "I sure did, they cut me down and I cut them down." Listen, you know, freedom is not only for the press. It's also for the man who is being interrogated. So there we are. There was laughter all around. You know, you guys think that I am an inaccessible xenophobich, and then you get defeated because I am an accessible xenophobich that will talk to you all and put you in your place. But you haven't got the gumption to print what I say. A reporter objected that sometimes the language gets a little unprintable. To which Somoza replied, no, let's not talk about the language, let's talk about the implementation of the goddamn words. He commented that he hadn't seen any of the people from ABC television that night, although he had seen their film of his activities earlier that day. He supposed they were now busy sending the videotape out via satellite. "What the fuck do you think? We've got a satellite station here," he bragged. Somoza continued his monologue. "I'm enjoying the hell out of getting together with you guys, because you know something? You are just human beings like I am. You're a bunch of shits. You know, we ought to clear the air. Forget about me being president. Let's just be men, and then we should get together and say, all right, what the fuck is good for this goddamn undeveloped country, and what is good for these bastards who are trying to make hay in situations that are not realistic?" Somoza was cast in the macho image of his father, who had previously built up a reputation for cultivating intimate audiences with almost burlesque performances. But this kind of drunken chat with newsmen, though very much part of the Somoza style, was reserved for foreigners. His scorn and contempt for his own people didn't allow such intimacy with them, not even with his closest aides. Somoza's father, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, was well known for his Falstaffian charm. The son, Taquito, inherited many of his father's mannerisms, the ability to charm, but especially the old man's toughness. And Taquito too was more violent. As with his father, his mastery of English was one of his greatest assets, even though his Americanisms became outdated. If the first Taco had not spoken English, the history of Nicaragua might have been written differently. Taco I might never have come to the attention of the Americans, and might never have been placed on the first rung of the ladder of power as chief director of the Guardia Nacional, January 1, 1933. He charmed the Americans with the use of their own vernacular. And charm paid a big dividend for the Somozas. The dividend was Nicaragua. Despite early years spent in the United States, Anastasio Somoza Garcia was very much the 19th century caudillo. He understood the reasons behind the tragic civil wars that had torn his country apart for over 100 years. He knew the importance of developing strategic alliances in order to gain and maintain power. History had shown that he who had the guns and commanded from the presidential palace on La Loma de Tizcapa controlled the country. And by the time Taco became a man, the American presence in Nicaragua was so strong that only by winning the support of the United States could one hope to rule Nicaragua. The history that led to the virtual American occupation of Nicaragua is a violent one. In September 1821, the Captain Generalship of Guatemala, as Central America was known, obtained its independence from Spain almost without bloodshed. For a short time, the provinces of Central America united with Mexico. In what is now Nicaragua, the city of Leon had been a stronghold of opposition to Spanish colonialism, although many Leon citizens welcomed the liberal reforms instituted by the Bourbon monarchy. This earned the hatred of rival city Granada, whose conservatives envisioned a highly centralized government in an aristocracy. 3. Dominated nation free of the Spanish, the Mexicans, or of any Central American federation. In 1823 the Granadinos repelled a force sent from Leon to subdue them and succeeded in establishing an independent Republic of Nicaragua within the territory the nation comprised as a federation member. Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Costa Rica soon followed suit. In 1824 the former colonies joined together to form the United Provinces of Central America. The ill-starred Central American Federation dissolved in 1838 without ever being able to impose complete control over the Nicaraguans. During the period from 1824 to 1842 differences between the liberals of Leon and the conservatives of Granada accounted for 17 major battles and 18 different heads of state, with the liberals usually holding the upper hand. When in 1845, the conservatives, aided by the governments of El Salvador and Honduras, drove the liberals from power, it gave Leon a chance to rebel. One of the many subsequent liberal uprisings was led by Tacho's great-uncle, Bernabe Somoza, Nicaragua's most notorious bandit. Tacho, secure in the presidency, enjoyed regaling visitors at the Casa Presidential with tales about his illustrious relative. He was so handsome that when he played the guitar women shivered and swooned, Tacho would say. He could put himself in the yoke and pull like an ox. Once Bernabe killed 20 men with a machete over a cockfight. But, calling to mind that he was subsequently hanged, Tacho sighed, remembering him, I always try now to avoid provocation. God knows, nobody wishes bloodshed less than I. According to Tacho, his great-uncle had had the best intelligence service in the country. His agents the wives of most of his foes. Bernabe's chief rival was legitimist leader Fruto Chamorro, who commanded the loyalty of his men not his women to the point that at a word from Chamorro, one soldier reportedly threw himself into a river to be chewed up by freshwater sharks. On one occasion when Bernabe's men were fleeing the small town of Rivas, Bernabe himself tarried in bed with Fruto Chamorro's mistress. Impatient to reach her side, Chamorro, who was leading the charge against Somoza, was shocked and indignant to find his enemy there usurping his prerogative. The conclusion to this story, a favorite of Tacho Somoza's, inevitably caused him to shake with laughter. Bernabe Somoza was a liberal. He was also a declared enemy of the English, who threatened the young nation's territorial integrity. He hoped to gain control of Nicaragua and govern with the aid of the Americans. But he did not have sufficient charm to convince the Americans that he was not a bandit. That was the chief difference between him and his great-nephew. Lacking outside support, Bernabe Somoza was hanged. Fruto Chamorro later became Nicaragua's first chief of state with the title of president. When gold was discovered in California in 1849, the British, who had taken advantage of the unsettled conditions in Nicaragua to expand their holdings on the East Coast, suddenly found themselves in direct conflict with the United States. That year Cornelius Vanderbilt, together with several other New York investors, received X4 permission from the Nicaraguan government to establish a company to ferry passengers and goods bound for the California gold fields across Nicaragua. A successful freight and passenger service developed that was several days shorter and safer than the trip across the Isthmus of Panama. The Nicaraguan government was supposed to be paid $10,000 a year plus 10% of the transit company's profits. However, the financier juggled the books to show that the accessory transit company in Nicaragua operated at a loss, while another company for his ocean-going vessels made large profits. So, the Nicaraguan government got nothing. When England tried to take over Vanderbilt's terminal in San Juan del Sur, a diplomatic crisis ensued. That was resolved in April 1850. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty signed between the United States and England provided that any crossing of Nicaragua by water or rail would be jointly controlled by the United States and England and all tolls divided between them. Neither power bothered consulting the Nicaraguans. This event marked the first time that foreign powers would use Nicaragua, theoretically an independent nation, simply as a piece in a much larger global jigsaw puzzle. The issue in 1849 was geopolitics. Later it would be international communism, and the Somozas would relish their role as the United States Central American bulwark against the Red Menace. In the interim, the Liberals and Conservatives had not paused in their contest for supremacy. The entire country was in bedlam. In an effort to avert further senseless bloodshed, conservative dictator Laureano Pineda in 1851 moved the capital to the then small city of Managua, situated roughly halfway between Leon and Granada. Unfortunately, the move only provided another military objective for the antagonists. The Liberals managed in a brief insurgency to have the capital returned to Leon. But when the president of Honduras sent his army to Nicaragua to support Pineda, it ended the Liberal uprising and granted Managua permanent claim as the seat of government. By May 1854, the Liberals were ready to make yet another try at unseating the Conservatives. Loreto Chamorro had been elected Supreme Director in 1853 to serve a term of 2 years, but the ambitious conservative managed to change the constitution in 1854, extending his term to 4 years. In addition, he changed his title to president and vastly increased the powers of the office. Early in 1855 the Liberals came to the conclusion that without outside help, their struggle was useless. So they invited an American, William Walker, to lead an army of mercenaries against the Conservatives in return for land and gold. Walker was an adventurer. The 1850s were the heyday of the United States policy of manifest destiny, a period when aggressive expansionism was applauded. Texas had been annexed in 1845, California became part of the Union in 1848, and the United States became obsessed with the desire for even more land. Any means by which this desire could be satisfied was considered justified. Walker initially became interested in a scheme to colonize Mexico's Sonora, 5. and Lower California. Backed by recruits from the saloons of San Francisco, Walker landed in La Paz in November 1853, hauled down the Mexican flag, named himself president and declared Lower California a free and sovereign state, independent of and owing no allegiance to Mexico. The young lawyer-journalist attracted worldwide attention in January 1854, when he further proclaimed himself president of Sonora, simultaneously declaring it independent of Mexico. Public sentiment in the United States seemed to be overwhelmingly in favor of Walker's venture. Supported by a handful of men, he had liberated 2 Mexican states, albeit without the knowledge or consent of the inhabitants. But the conquest was short-lived. Mexican volunteers, led by a notorious guerrilla fighter named Guadalupe Melendres, and the Mexican army chased Walker and what was left of his forces back across the border in May 1854. However, Walker was more than willing to do battle again. He welcomed the opportunity presented in Nicaragua. On June 16, 1855, accompanied by 58 well-armed soldiers of fortune and supported by 110 liberal troops, he landed in Corinto and began his conquest of Nicaragua. His force was increased by an additional 200 recruits shortly thereafter. Led by Walker, the Liberals won battle after battle. In mid-October 1855 Walker attacked Granada. When he also seized the Vanderbilt's Lake steamer, the Conservatives surrendered unconditionally. Now he controlled both Leon and Granada. On October 23 a peace treaty was signed. Patricio Rivas, a moderate legitimist, was named provisional president of Nicaragua. William Walker became the new commander-in-chief of the army. Within 4 months after landing in Nicaragua, Walker had virtually taken over as dictator of the nation. In June 1856, after a disagreement with President Rivas, Walker held an election that made him president of Nicaragua. Walker's spectacular military achievements were due entirely to the contrast between the two contending armies. The men under Walker were well armed and well equipped. They were in many cases professional soldiers fighting for a promised reward of gold and land. The conservative government army, on the other hand, was made up of conscripts who fought in a war that meant nothing to them but hardship. They received no training, were given no uniforms and were armed with outdated weapons. They were sent into battle by officers who told them to charge or be shot dead where they stood. They were forced to loot to supplement their rations. Walker's reign was turbulent. Other Central American governments were disturbed by his avowed intention to take over all of the region. The British resented his presence in what they considered their domain. The Liberals and the Conservatives both had been betrayed by him. And Cornelius Vanderbilt, whose ferrying business Walker had ruined, was also determined to see the adventurer's downfall. Costa Rica, supported by troops from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala and armed with guns supplied by Vanderbilt and the English, declared war on Walker. By December of 1856 he could no longer defend his stronghold at Granada. 6. So Walker ordered the old colonial city destroyed. This act of vandalism earned him the undying hatred of all Central Americans. Fighting lasted until May 1, 1857, when Walker surrendered to the United States Navy. He returned to New Orleans a hero. But 2 subsequent attempts to return to Central America ended in failure. He was finally executed by a firing squad in Honduras on September 12, 1860. The Liberals had been compromised by the fact that they had invited Walker to Nicaragua, and from 1857 to 1893 a succession of conservative leaders peacefully took turns at being president. Then, in July 1893, Liberal General José Santos Zelaya ousted the conservatives from office. This set off a new period of instability that would result in Taco Somoza's coming to power a few decades later. The first mention of a Somoza in Nicaragua is of José de Lozada y Somoza, a parish priest in Subchiva, an Indian barrio of Leon. He is recorded as having also served as auxiliary vicar general to the Bishop of Leon in 1752. But the immediate family can be traced only as far back as Fernando Somoza Rabello, a doctor and goldsmith whose name was engraved on a silver plaque dated 1810 on a church in Masaya. Somoza Rabello married Juana Martinez and fathered 4 children: Bernabe, Francisco, Anastasio, and Manuela. Anastasio Somoza Martinez had 2 children with wife Isabel Reyes Anastasio and Francisco. Julia Garcia became the wife of Anastasio Somoza Reyes and had 4 children by him: Josefina, Anastasio, Amalia, and Julio. Anastasio Somoza Martinez, Taco I's grandfather and Bernabe's brother, was killed serving in the artillery at a siege of Granada in 1854. Another great-uncle was killed that same year, run through by a sword, when a new liberal president of Honduras sent his troops in to fight on the side of the Nicaraguan liberals. They soon withdrew when conservative government troops from Guatemala invaded Honduras. During their stay the Hondurans had captured Leon but failed in an attempt to seize Granada. It was after their withdrawal that the liberals had been quick to embrace Walker. Taco I was fond of bragging years later, when he was in power, that these events, along with Bernabe Somoza's fate, had convinced his own father, Anastasio Somoza Reyes, to avoid politics all his life. He also attributed the elder Somoza's distaste for politics to the effects of the conduct of his brother, Francisco, who habitually waged war against General Zelaya. Whenever General Zelaya couldn't find Francisco, he would throw brother Anastasio in jail instead. Because of this family history, Taco went so far as to claim that he was a liberal from 4 ribs from all of his ancestors. Yet Taco's principal rib, his father, served as a conservative senator from the Department of Carrizo for 8 years, and in 1914 was elected Vice Secretary of the Senate, according to that year's September 17 issue of the Official Gazette. Anastasio Somoza Reyes also signed the Bryan Chamorro Treaty in 1916, hardly the activities of a man never involved in politics. He even sent Taco, born in San Marcos in 1896, to school in Granada, the stronghold of the conservatives, naming Diego Manuel Chamorro as the boy's guardian. While there, young Taco attended the Instituto Nacional del 7. Orient. Taco later joked that Chamorro gave me so many instructive lectures, I decided I wanted to be a liberal and so I persuaded my father to send me to Leon. The rivalry between Leon and Granada, at the core of political unrest and upheaval in Nicaragua since 1821, was based on pronounced regional differences. The great families of Granada, with their strong attachment to Hispanic culture and traditions, considered themselves an aristocracy. They were gentlemen farmers who supported the Catholic Church and the ideas of monarchical Spain. Their conservative lifestyle carried over into the quiet, colonial architecture of the city. The liberals, by contrast, held sway in the thriving commercial center of Lyon. Here, the elite promoted ideas compatible to growth of trade, and enterprise was king. Lyon's Liberal Party was inclined to accept the ideals of the American and French revolutions. General José Santos Zelaya is credited with contributing more to the modernization of Nicaragua than any other president. Soon after taking office he set about to secure his borders. In December 1893, he armed 1,600 Honduran liberal refugees. The following March, a combined force of these refugees and 3,000 Nicaraguan troops crossed the border into Honduras and put a liberal president in office. His next target was the Mosquito Coast, where British influence was still strong. With aid of pressure from the United States, the English were forced to withdraw in 1894. Once Zelaya felt his country free of threat from the outside, he openly turned his regime into a dictatorship. To protect himself from internal uprisings, he modernized the armed forces, creating a military academy and arming his troops with machine guns, and organized a small navy of 5 vessels to patrol Nicaragua's waterways. Zelaya's newly revamped army suppressed all opposition to his rule. It quickly quashed conservative revolts in 1896, 1899 and 1903. Zelaya maintained the legal mandate to power through a series of rigged elections. In one election rural voters were reportedly given their choice of 3 candidates, José, Santos, or Zelaya. 2. South of course General José Santos Zelaya won by a landslide. In 1902, the United States decided to construct its Trans-Isthmian Canal through Panama, a decision that shocked Zelaya and Nicaragua, since it had been generally assumed that the route would be through Nicaragua. General Zelaya favored foreign investment and had granted unusual concessions to American capitalists. He had long cherished the dream that a canal would make Nicaragua the leading power in Latin America, and that he would become a world leader. When the Americans decided to put the canal in Panama, it destroyed this dream and caused relations between the two countries to deteriorate. Zelaya turned to other nations for support. In January 1909 he negotiated a loan with a London banking syndicate. The dictator was also said to be ready to offer Japan exclusive rights to construct a canal across his country. He cancelled some of the American business concessions, which led to sharp diplomatic exchanges. Because the United States considered that it had a right to determine and guide policy in Central America, Zelaya came to be regarded a serious threat. Although Nicaragua enjoyed some prosperity and improvement under the 8th dictator's rule, cruel and often unjustified suppression of any form of opposition earned him the hatred of most of his countrymen. Despised at home and abroad, it was only a matter of time before his enemies banded together to crush him. On October 10, 1909 anti-Zelaya liberals led by General Juan J. Estrada and conservative forces led by General Emiliano Chamorro and Adolfo Diaz launched an assault on Bluefields, the capital of the Mosquito Coast. The United States had been warned of the attack which they concealed from Zelaya. The American consul at Bluefields established contact with the conservatives and declared his faith in the revolution's speedy conclusion, stating the many advantages Zelaya's ouster would have for the United States. Zelaya reacted swiftly to the rebellion and sent 3,000 men against the insurgents. Estrada's expectation of a mass uprising by his countrymen proved illusory, so he asked for American intervention to protect the lives and property of foreigners in Bluefields. The United States complied by landing 400 Marines. In an attempt to keep government troops from landing in the port, the rebel liberal general also hired 2 American soldiers of fortune to blow up Zelaya's ships. Mines exploded but failed to keep Zelaya's army from landing, and the Americans were promptly captured, tried, and executed. The executions gave the United States all the justification necessary to break diplomatic relations with Zelaya and establish unofficial contact with Estrada. Realizing that with American support the rebels would soon be in power, Zelaya resigned on December 17, 1909, in order to avoid being removed. The liberal-controlled Congress appointed a new president, but the United States refused to recognize the new government. Estrada continued his military campaign under American protection. The United States Navy declared Bluefields a neutral zone on grounds that any fighting or bombardment would cause danger to foreign lives and property. After occupying the port, the Americans handed over the principal source of government revenue, collection of customs, to the conservatives. The liberals' demoralized army withdrew to the interior of the country where desertion thinned its ranks while the conservative army swelled, boosted by the moral and material support of the Americans. Then General Estrada was appointed president. He promised to hold free elections as quickly as possible, to work with the United States to secure a loan to stabilize Nicaragua's economy, and to punish those responsible for the execution of the two Americans. He stated that all threat to American business in Nicaragua was ended. It was rumored that American interests had contributed $1 million to the revolution. The United States sent a special agent to help form a stabilized government amenable to American interests. He negotiated an accord with President Estrada and Conservative Party leaders that called for Estrada to serve as president for 2 years. Adolfo Diaz was chosen as vice president, General Luis Mina was made Minister of War, and Emiliano Chamorro gained control over the 9. Constituent Assembly. On December 31, 1910, the United States recognized the new government. Their mission completed, the Marines were withdrawn from Nicaragua. The new coalition government split immediately on the question of what collateral should be used to secure a loan from American businessmen. Mina opposed this loan and hoped to use the issue to make himself president. But the Minister of War had two strong enemies, Chamorro and José María Moncada, an anti-Zelaya liberal, who was the Minister of the Interior. Mina was able to rid himself of Chamorro by convincing President Estrada that the general would use the Constituent Assembly to pull off a bloodless coup. Estrada dissolved the assembly and had Chamorro exiled. With Chamorro out of the way, Estrada sought a way to neutralize the power that Mina had over the army. The president's plan was to reduce the army to an internal police force and to use American advisors to keep the military professional. Eventually the United States adopted the idea, which was the seed from which the National Guard under the Somozas grew, but not in time to neutralize Mina. When an explosion destroyed the main arsenal in Managua in February 1911, it sent Estrada into a panic. He assumed that Zelaya supporters were ready to rebel. The president declared martial law, but then resigned in favor of Vice President Diaz and went into exile. Mina continued as war minister, and the United States recognized the Diaz government. Without supporters of his own, he became a figurehead ruler for the United States. On July 29, 1912, troops loyal to Mina attacked the army garrison on La Loma, where the heart and brains of the Somoza power structure would one day be housed. The American minister intervened, however, and persuaded Mina to order a withdrawal. The war minister, however, continued his rebellion against the puppet regime. On August 4, at the request of President Diaz, a small force of sailors left the USS Annapolis for Corinto and rushed to the president's aid in Managua. An entire battalion of United States Marines disembarked at Corinto 10 days later, and soon still another American force occupied Bluefields. By October there were 2,700 Marines in various parts of Nicaragua. The Marines suppressed Mina's rebellion and forced him to surrender his troops and flee into exile. Following the end of the uprising, the bulk of the American forces were withdrawn from Nicaragua, but a 100-man contingent remained until August 1925, to maintain the peace. During this period Emiliano Chamorro returned from exile and helped draw up the Bryan-Chamorro Treaty, which gave the United States exclusive rights to construct an interoceanic canal across Nicaragua in return for a payment of $3 million. Tacho's father, as a conservative senator, was one of the signers of this treaty. The Americans supervised what was termed the most honest election in the country's history in 1924. Carlos Solorzano, a moderate conservative, was elected president. Dr. Juan B. Sacasa, a liberal, became vice president. While this was going on, a new world was opening up for the 28-year-old Taco Somoza. The hot-blooded youth's sexual activity at 19 had changed the course of 10. His life. The maid in the Somoza home became pregnant, and Taco confessed. Seducing a maid was not an uncommon act in Latin America, but Taco's family worried about him getting into deeper trouble. He had always been a problem child. Taco's senator father was making only a modest living from the coffee they raised on their farm near San Marcos. Taco's mother, Julia Garcia de Somoza, had inherited the farm. A strong person and a hard worker who supervised the picking of the coffee, some of the best in the region of Carrizo. She also sold milk in the little town nearby. Taco's cousin, Dr. Victor Roman y Reyes, a successful coffee farmer, could well afford to help his young relative. He sent him to Philadelphia in 1916, where he had a brother, Dr. Desiderio Roman y Reyes, practicing medicine. Because the maid's son looked so much like Taco, Julia saw to it that he was brought up a healthy lad. Much later in life, Taco recognized his bastard son, Jose Somoza Rodriguez. Even though semi-illiterate, he rose to general in the Somoza Guard and was known as Papa Cheap. In wartime Philadelphia, Taco studied bookkeeping and advertising techniques at the Pierce Business School. He also became very interested in baseball averages. He was an ardent fan of both the Phillies and the Athletics. Later, under his rule, baseball became the national sport of Nicaragua. Taco liked to say, "I met the girl of my dreams on a blind date." One night Taco accompanied his uncle, Dr. Roman y Reyes, to the hospital to see a young woman from Beechwood College in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, whose appendix the doctor had removed. She was the sophisticated daughter of a well-known liberal from Leon, Dr. Luis Endabale, who had family connections with most of the important wealthy families of Nicaragua. Salvador Endabale was also the granddaughter of Roberto Sacasa, one of Nicaragua's conservative presidents. Because of the war in Europe, her family had felt it safer for Salvadora to leave the Belgian convent she had been attending and take up her studies in the United States. To ambitious young Taco, Yoya, as she was known, fulfilled all the requirements he desired in a young wife. Her credentials were excellent. The trouble was, his were not. But in Philadelphia every afternoon he waited under the clock at Wanamaker's department store to take Yoya to tea, to the movies or dancing. Just to be near the woman he intended to make his wife, he stayed on in Philadelphia after his classes had ended, working as a bookkeeper at the Grampage Advertising Agency on Broad Street. Returning to Nicaragua in 1919, Taco garnered a little money and opened a store near the Debale home to impress her family and continue wooing Yoya. Yoya was an attractive, fashion-conscious woman. As young debutantes, she and her sisters caused a stir in Granada society when they appeared at a ball there with their underarms shaved. She was not highly intelligent, but she was politically shrewd. The Debale family had decided she should marry an up-and-coming young dentist from an aristocratic liberal family. There was bitter opposition when instead she announced her determination to marry Taco, who was now declaring himself a loyal liberal. It was said that Nicaragua's top surgeon objected to seeing his children grow up and would have opposed any suitor. But gossip at the time was that the doctor, a learned and cultured man who was a close friend of both Francis Georges Clemenceau and Nicaraguan poet Rubén Darío, objected in particular to the provincial Somoza, who had his uncouth side and was of doubtful character. Even more damaging, he had questionable liberal credentials. Old Dr. Debale, who had two sons follow him into medicine, was not easily persuaded, but Taco finally won out, and just in time the store was failing. Taco and Yoya were married in Leon on August 31, 1919, in Dr. Debale's house. An extravagant church wedding followed the next day in the Leon Cathedral with Bishop Monsignor Simeon Pereira y Castellan officiating. Taco's father, who had enjoyed a good coffee crop, gave Yoya a diamond necklace and presented the couple with $500 and a share of his coffee harvest, which Taco quickly sold to finance their honeymoon, a 10-month cruise to, and trip through, the United States. Upon their return the newlyweds moved into an old, high-ceilinged, colonial-style house in Leon opposite the San Juan de Dios church. Since Tacho's parents were soon having more than their usual financial difficulties because of a series of bad crops, forcing them to mortgage the San Marcos farm, and as the bride's family was not inclined to offer aid, the young bridegroom had to take care of himself. Tacho, who bragged he could strip down any engine, opened an agency for Lexington motor cars. The failure of the motor agency was natural because Nicaragua at the time had few roads, the roads such as they have being only beaten paths through the woods where mule-drawn carts have cut 2 deep ruts in the ground. These roads, even in the dry seasons, are almost impassable, and in the rainy seasons are given up entirely for the pack trains. When the Lexington business failed, Tacho tried numerous other jobs. Tacho loved sports. He was a baseball fanatic. He had brought boxing gloves back from the United States as well as a book of rules, and introduced boxing to Nicaragua, refereeing bouts in Leon. He also refereed football games. At the same time he worked for a while in Leon as an electric meter reader. He also held a job inspecting privies for the Rockefeller Foundation's sanitation mission to Nicaragua. Even today, in many modest homes in Nicaragua the toilet is a wooden seat with a hole in it under which is dug a pit that soon fills with water. It is not only unsanitary, but is a prime breeding place for mosquitoes. Oil is customarily poured on the water to kill the mosquito larvae. Because he carried a long, baton-like flashlight which he used to check out the interiors of the latrines, Tacho was soon being called El Mariscal, the field marshal, behind his back. Somoza tired of such mundane pursuits. According to former city officials in Leon, he and a boyhood friend, Camilio González Cervantes, later brought into the National Guard and made military attaché at the embassy in Washington, became involved in a get-rich-quick scheme counterfeiting Cordoba notes, Nicaragua's currency. It required the intervention of Tacho's old guardian, Diego Manuel Chamorro, to keep him from going to prison. A friend who had a print shop was also involved. This printer, once Tacho came to power, got the contract to print checks for the Government Bank of Nicaragua. 12. By 1926, Somoza was the father of 3 children by Salvadora, all born in their colonial home. There was a son, Luis, and a daughter, Lillian. On December 5, 1925, his younger son, Anastasio, was born. By now weary of trying to make a conventional living to support his growing family and a failure as a counterfeiter, Tacho decided to take a stab at politics. He had met some of the country's leading politicians through his wife's family and was not overly impressed by the caliber of these men. When General José María Moncada called the liberals to arms to overthrow conservative General Emiliano Chamorro, Tacho promptly joined the rebels. Some said at the time that he acted to win his spurs as a liberal. On August 20, 1926, Tacho briefly emulated some of his fighting ancestors when he invaded his hometown of San Marcos, near the family farm. His troops were recruited from the poor peasants of the region, who captured the town simply by trudging into it. Tacho quickly adopted the title general. But his little force was quickly scattered and the new general was promptly captured by the conservative forces and brought before none other than President Chamorro. Chamorro had really earned his generalship as Nicaragua's leading revolutionary of the time. He was to lead more revolutions and revolts than any other Nicaraguan and later even against Somoza. He couldn't stomach the new General Somoza, who had been the ward of his uncle, but neither could he take him seriously. He handed Tacho $300 with instructions to go to the war minister's home and remain there until the troubles were over. He might get hurt otherwise. Instead, Somoza took the money and went to Costa Rica, where he represented the liberal rebels, from a safe distance. When United States authorities attempted to negotiate an end to the fighting between the liberals and conservatives in October 1926, Tacho was quick to return to Nicaragua. He attached himself to General Moncada's staff and soon assumed importance beyond his years because of the easy manner in which he could communicate with the Americans. On August 27, 1926, the Marines had landed at Bluefields to protect American lives and property. The United States Marines were in Nicaragua in force again. When the United States became a world power after the Spanish-American War, it began to concern itself with territorial prerogatives in policy toward Latin America. The point was to keep European powers out of the area. While the ostensible reason for American intervention was to protect American lives and property and the rights of United States creditors, the main concern was maintaining security in the Caribbean and Central America. That meant keeping in power governments that were favorable to United States interests. Each time the United States intervened in Latin America, the invaded country's strategic proximity to the Panama Canal was cited. Also publicized, virtually to the point of preaching missionary work, was the fact that the country's finances would be reorganized and a responsible armed force created to ensure democracy and constitutional order. The United States Marine Corps became pistol packing. 13. Zealots carrying the faith to the infidels. Ironically, the Marines' actual legacy to Nicaragua was one of the most long-lived repressive regimes in Latin American history. The Marines stayed only briefly at Bluefields in 1926. After Chamorro was overthrown, Diaz was installed. It was at Diaz's urging that the Marines returned again on January 6, 1927, appearing in Managua at the renewed outbreak of the liberal uprising. Tacho's real chance came when President Calvin Coolidge sent former Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson to resolve the Nicaraguan crisis. Stimson arrived on April 15, 1927. After meeting Tacho, the American noted in his diary how impressed he was by Tacho's manners, his friendly disposition and his English. So he took Somoza in tow as a translator. Before long, the young Nicaraguan was so closely identified with American interests that he was called El Yankee. Tacho learned a lot from the Marines and from Stimson. Handsome, smiling, bowing from the waist, Somoza was the perfect Latin gentleman. Tray in hand, he served whiskey to the Zelaya's relatives and other venerable statesmen who in later years he tossed casually into jail for days or weeks at a time. When Moncada became president in 1928, Tacho again became his personal aide. The new president loved the ladies. Nocturnal visits to homes around town from which husbands were absent were his favorite pastime. When Moncada was being a good president in the Marine Corps' eyes, the military aide charged with his safety would always be a nice, obliging lieutenant, who would assign a couple of tough boys to drift along behind the president, somewhere in the shadows, to guard the chief executive discreetly. But when the president was bad, his aide would be Lieutenant Fred Osborne, a stickler for spit, polish, and ceremony. Hardly would Moncada have sneaked into the house of his choice than a couple of platoons of the Presidential Guard would come clumping down the street, drums beating out their steps. They would stand at parade rest in front of the house while Lieutenant Osborne, sword at side, slowly paced up and down the street, ready to render presidential honors when a furious Moncada 2 steps away from an apoplectic stroke emerged. "My God, Tacho," he'd yell at Somoza the next morning, "we've got to do something." It was Tacho's wife, Salvadora, who came up with the answer: medals. Nice big gold Nicaraguan Legion of Merit medals for the top Marine officers, silver ones for the majors and captains, bronze for lieutenants. For a while they had copper medals for enlisted men, but later gave them certificates, let them go out and buy their own medals. Lieutenant Osborne faded away. Wives of Marine Corps officers were soon coming to Tacho, begging for silver medals instead of bronze ones. They sought his aid in moving their husbands from one post to another. And top officers who had just received gold medals could scarcely turn down a request from the genial Tacho. Somoza's relationship with the wife of the American minister Matthew Hanna has often been speculated upon. That both Hanna and his wife were seduced by. 14. Tacho's charm is a matter of record. It was certainly an important boost to have Hanna's voice raised in Somoza's favor when a Nicaraguan commander of the Guard was being chosen. Tacho's political career flourished as he adroitly exploited opportunities for influence. All these opportunities he pursued for the country's sake, he told Salvadora. Certainly, his star never seemed brighter. When President Moncada suddenly dismissed him in disgrace, the shock, therefore, was all the greater. Somoza had been given $75,000 and sent to the Segovia Mountains to repay landowners for property destroyed in revolutionary fighting. A misunderstanding arose. When he returned, Moncada greeted him, hot with anger. "Listen, Taco, you are not a thief, you are a pickpocket. Get out of here." Somoza went to his mother's San Marcos farm and waited. He had friends to speak for him now, Marine officers and American diplomats. Even old Dr. DeBale, still cold to him personally, went to the president on his behalf. Moncada relented and called him back but exiled him to Costa Rica as a consul. In the end, Somoza's command of English restored him to full favor. Moncada needed his talent. He was called back to Managua and made Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs. In the troublesome days just after a great earthquake destroyed Managua on March 31, 1931, Taco made himself appear invaluable by fomenting taxi and truck driver strikes, and then demonstrating that he was the only one who could settle them. And during the crisis itself he managed to be helpful as a go-between with the Marines. In 6 seconds the quake all but flattened the capital. The Casa Presidencial, built in 1929 by President Moncada, was badly damaged. Every telephone, telegraph, and electric wire in the city was down. The water main had ruptured. Hundreds lay dead and dying. What was left of the city began to burn. The fledgling National Guard and the United States Marine Corps used dynamite to keep the blaze from spreading from the downtown area and consuming the rest of the city. Even so, the fire burned for 5 days. Many believed the destruction was so great that the city was doomed to be forever abandoned. Conservative Granada and liberal Leon prepared to battle bloodily again for the right to be the capital. Somehow, probably because of the presence of the Marines, Managua held on. Somoza's luck continued. His wife's uncle, Juan Bautista Sacasa, was elected president in the fall of 1932. Shortly thereafter, Taco, with his family, moved into Campo de Marte, the military camp built by President Zelaya in 1903. They lived in an old wooden house that had once been inhabited by Zelaya. Taquito, his son, was only 7 and was put in the Instituto Pedagogico run by the Christian Brothers, which was across the street from the Campo de Marte and the Cárcel Hormiguero. There one of his classmates was Pedro Joaquín Chamorro Cardinal, son of the publisher of La Prensa. The Chamorros were conservatives and at school Taquito and Pedro became rivals. "We fought often and I always beat him. He never forgot and hated me all his life because I won in the schoolyard," Taquito recounted years later. Taquito became a barracks brat, accustomed to the harsh language of the 15 soldiers and to their servility toward him. The obsequious guardsmen, especially the raw recruits, were his to command. His father, however, was having a little trouble adjusting to military life. But as he was the favored candidate for chief director of the Guard, a politically astute Guard sergeant, Francisco Gaitan, took Taco in hand and taught him to salute and to march. For this, when Taco finally took over power, Gaitan was promoted to colonel and eventually chief of staff of the Guard. With order re-established to its satisfaction, the United States finally withdrew the last of the Marines from Nicaragua on January 2, 1933. The Marine Corps left Nicaragua 2 deadly legacies: the National Guard they created and trained and the man who was later referred to as the last Marine, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, who was immediately appointed chief director of the Guard at the age of 37. The Marines' departure also left an undefeated revolutionary hero for Latin Americans, Augusto Cesar Sandino, with sympathizers even in the United States. Sandino, a former Liberal Forces commander in the revolt against Chamorro in the mid-1920s, had become a top-ranked general under Moncada. In 1927 the young general, born in 1895, began a 6-year war against the Marines and what he called the illegal National Guard. By a strange quirk of history, Sandino and Taco had similar backgrounds, odd for two people who were ultimately so different. They were virtually the same age and grew up at the same time a few miles apart in the cool, lovely coffee-growing hills south of Managua. Both came from middle-class families, Somoza from a farm near San Marcos, Sandino from the sleepy village of Niconohomo. There is no evidence that they ever met as children, not even on the train that linked their hometowns with Managua, but it could have happened. They attended the same school in Jinotep but at different times. By the time they reached manhood, however, their differences were far more important than their commonalities. Sandino was an idealist and a dreamer. Somoza was a realist and a hustler. Sandino was short and skinny, Somoza was wide and heavy. Sandino was half Indian, Somoza was much whiter. Sandino was illegitimate, Somoza claimed illustrious ancestors. Most important, perhaps, Somoza spoke English and Sandino did not. When the Marines were in Nicaragua and forever after, this made all the difference. Sandino was a lifelong liberal and the roots of his fight had nothing to do with anti-Americanism per se. He objected to the conservative government the United States had put in power. But with the Americans backing the conservative government, Sandino was forced to fight the Yanks when Moncada, called a liberal traitor by many, became president in 1928. American dominance of Nicaraguan politics finally led Sandino to an explicit rejection of American imperialism, and his historic struggle became a working model for guerrilla action by worldwide revolutionary movements for the next 50 years. It also marked the first time American intervention experienced defeat in Latin America. While Sacasa and Moncada had agreed to a government compromise to end the war, Sandino had not. 16. Sandino dismissed all the married men in his army and went to the hills. His men reverently called him San Digno. When he went into battle he hung extra cartridge belts around his neck, shined up his puttees and stuck a jungle flower into his shovel-shaped cowboy hat. The Nicaraguan government could not stop him. 5,000 U.S. Marines chased him for 5 years, killed nearly 1,000 of his followers, reported him dead a score of times, but never laid hands on him. U.S. newspapers uniformly called him bandit. But what Sandino wanted, and what he finally got in January 1933, was the withdrawal of all U.S. Marines from Nicaragua. For acting on the assumption that they could establish a totally non-political armed force in this politically oriented country, the Americans created the National Guard on May 12, 1927. In theory, the Guardsmen were drawn equally from the ranks of liberals and conservatives, ensuring that neither got the upper hand, and they were under the command of United States Marine officers. The Guard was to be a well-trained, well-armed, internal police force dedicated to preserving law and order and protecting the democratic process. It would thereby become a deterrent to the kind of internal strife that previously had racked the nation. In reality, the Marines created a monster that was to plague Nicaragua for 42 years. Under the apt guidance of the Corps Amigo Taco, the Guard became known as the best armed, best drilled, worst conceived, most vicious little army in Central America. The Guard adhered to one of its original precepts: it was totally non-political to the end. Its one and only loyalty was to Somoza himself. In July 1935, Arthur Bliss Lane, the American minister to Nicaragua himself who had succeeded Hanna in 1934 and had tried to stop Somoza's presidential bid, wrote to Millard Bolak, who had been the American charge d'affaires in Managua during the guerrilla conflict. Lane pointed out what a mistake the creation of the Guard had been. He referred to the armed force as a Nicaraguan-North American hybrid that constituted the biggest stumbling block to the progress of Nicaragua. He summed up the problem by saying, "The people who created the National Guard had no adequate understanding of the psychology of the people here. Otherwise they would not have bequeathed Nicaragua with an instrument to blast constitutional procedure off the map. Did it ever occur to the eminent statesman who created the National Guard that personal ambition lurks in the human breast, even in Nicaragua? In my opinion, it is one of the sorriest examples of our inability to understand that we should not meddle in other people's affairs." 5. Taco inherited the problem of Sandino, who had defied every effort on the part of the Marines to crush him. Refusing to lay down his arms after the Marine-enforced peace accord of 1927, he had taken 200 men into the hills to become one of the most successful guerrilla fighters in Latin America in this century. Viewing him as an obstacle to United States interests, President Coolidge sent 6,000 Marines to Nicaragua with the orders, "Get Sandino dead or alive." 17. In his first battle against the Marines at Ocotal on the morning of July 16, 1927, Sandino learned a lesson that was to profit him throughout his campaign. He had ordered his 200-man force to attack the Marines, who, armed with rifles and machine guns, were barricaded behind the strong adobe walls of the City Hall buildings. The National Guardsmen were behind barricades across the plaza. Although the guerrillas had the advantage of numbers, 200 men plus a large group of sympathizing townspeople who fought on their side against the 39 Marines and 48 Guardsmen, they were unable to breach the defenses of their enemy. 3 all-out attempts to take the heavily fortified positions left the streets strewn with the bodies of Sandinistas. Gradually, the battle settled down to a siege, with both sides holding their ground. Firing continued throughout the morning and into the afternoon. About 2:30 p.m., a formation of 5 de Havilland biplanes appeared over Ocotal. The planes formed a column and made reconnaissance flights, quickly locating concentrations of Sandinistas. And then began the first organized dive-bombing attack in history, long before the Nazi Luftwaffe was popularly credited with the innovation. One after the other, the planes peeled out of formation at 1,500 feet, fixed machine guns blazing as they dived to 300 feet, where they dropped their bombs. As the planes climbed, the rear gunner mowed down Sandinistas as they scrambled for cover. The air attack lasted only 45 minutes, but that was enough for the guerrillas, who fled into the surrounding jungles. Sandino lost over 100 men in this fiasco. Only 1 Marine was killed, and 1 was wounded. The Guards' casualties were even lighter, only 3 wounded. The Battle of Ocotal was the only major defeat that Sandino's troops ever suffered. He learned his lesson well that day. From that time forward, Sandino used hit-and-run tactics. The Marines found themselves repeatedly caught in ambushes that lasted only a few minutes. By the time they regrouped to launch a counterattack, the Sandinistas had vanished. The ambushes were conceived not to destroy the enemy, but to inflict as much damage as possible with minimum risk to the guerrillas. Sandino split up his command into small, fast-moving patrols that could live off the land, and sometimes he combined them into large groups to attack outnumbered Marine and Guard patrols. Early on, Sandino recognized the value of good relations with the populace, many of whom were part-time Sandinistas. The people of the countryside kept him supplied with provisions, sheltered his soldiers, and most important of all, kept him informed of every move the Marines and Guard made. Although the Marines continued to use air power against the guerrillas, they were never again able to inflict much damage. Sandino proved to the world that a people's army could resist every effort of the most modern military machine. As soon as the United States removed its troops from Nicaraguan soil in 1933, President Juan Bautista Sacasa, for whom Sandino had formerly fought, succeeded in making up with the guerrilla leader. But Somoza and the Guard were distressed by the terms of the truce, which gave Sandino control of a 36,800 square kilometer 18 area in the Segovia Mountains. The guerrilla leader was allowed to maintain an armed force of 100 men to protect this territory, in which he planned to establish agricultural cooperatives. Sacasa further promised to begin various public works projects in the area and to give the Sandinistas first preference of employment. In addition, the guerrillas were given amnesty for any political or criminal offenses committed since May 4, 1927. In return, Sandino declared that his crusade for the liberation of Nicaragua was ended, and he officially allowed his army to be disarmed on February 22, 1933. That spring Sandino published a manifesto to the peoples of the earth, and in particular the people of Nicaragua. In this manifesto he stated his intentions to give moral support to Sakesa during his administration but declared that he was independent of the government. The National Guard could not forgive Sandino for remaining undefeated. Taco could not forget that Sandino was a threat to all of his ambitions. Relations between the two deteriorated rapidly after August 20, when the Guard opened fire on Sandinistas who were driving cattle near Yalai. 5 Sandinistas, all of them well within their own territory, were killed and 1 guardsman was wounded. Somoza said officially that the incident was a mistake and ordered the Guard to cooperate with the Sandinistas in maintaining order and peace in the area. But, said Taco, the Sandinistas' position of being a state within a state could no longer be tolerated. Somoza not only opposed issuing Sandino more arms, he demanded that the Sandinistas surrender all weapons to the Guard. Sandino replied that he would never turn his guns over to the unconstitutional National Guard. He called for the disbanding of the Guard, which, he protested, had been created by an act of foreign intervention. He then suggested that his men protect President Sakesa against all comers, including Somoza and his Guard. By this time Sakesa was living under a state of virtual siege in the presidential palace on La Loma, where he had surrounded himself with the Presidential Guard. Although the president felt that he had more to fear from the National Guard, over which he had no control, than from Sandino, he was still afraid to give Sandino more arms. Tension finally reached such a high level that in February Sakesa invited Sandino to come to Managua to work out an agreement acceptable to both him and the Guard. Sandino was welcomed warmly by Somoza when he arrived on February 16, 1934. By February 21, the ex-guerrilla leader had signed the new agreement and was ready to return to his headquarters in the mountains. Pleased to have everything settled so quickly, President Sakesa gave a farewell dinner at the palace that night in honor of Sandino, who was leaving the capital the next morning. Accompanied by his co-host of the evening, Agriculture Minister Sofania Salvatierra, Sandino drove into the city. When his car came abreast of El Hormiguero prison, a truck blocked the street, and soldiers ordered Sandino, his father, Don Gregorio, his generals Juan Pablo Umanzar and Francisco Estrada and Minister Salvatierra out of the car and into the building. Across the street in the Campo de Marte, where he was attending a poetry recital, Somoza refused to accept a call from 19. Sandino. Sandino's fate had already been sealed. Along with his 2 generals, he was taken by truck to the nearby airfield and executed. From the prison Don Gregorio and Salvatierra heard the shots. Sandino's brother Socrates was less trusting. When soldiers arrived that same evening to arrest him at Salvatierra's house, where he was spending the night, he resisted. Killed along with Socrates was Salvatierra's brother-in-law, Rolando Murillo. The next morning, the official announcement stated simply that after he left the presidential palace, unknown men had fallen upon Sandino and machine-gunned him to death. The death of Sandino, hero and symbol of Latin Americans' resentment against what they call the Colossus of the North, sent a pang of sorrow and dismay from the Rio Grande to the Horn. 7. Somoza admitted that he had issued the order to have Sandino murdered after receiving the approval of the American minister. The minister hotly denied any involvement in the plot and the State Department issued a statement disclaiming any part in Sandino's death. Taco wasted little time in ruthlessly destroying the now leaderless Sandinista movement. The very next morning a large guard force attacked the Sandinista stronghold in the mountains. The guerrilla problem was quickly solved, and Somoza now gave full attention to plotting ways and means by which he could become the new president. His first move was to have part of the constitution rewritten so that he could legally be elected in November. Later he formally resigned his post as head of the Guard for the same purpose, although all orders still originated with him. By the time Somoza felt strong enough to move against Uncle Juan, the country was no longer upset. The Nicaraguan upper class was happy to be rid of the bothersome guerrilla Sandino, who had disrupted business and destroyed their property. Sakesa had proven a weak and ineffectual leader. The only armed forces still loyal to the president were the Presidential Guard stationed at La Loma and a garrison of troops commanded by Major Ramon Sakesa, the president's cousin, at Fort de Asco in Leon. On May 29, 1936, Taco led 2,000 hand-picked guard troops to Leon and surrounded the fort. Somoza demanded the immediate surrender of the garrison. Major Sacasa refused. A flurry of messages was exchanged between Managua and the fort. The president ordered Somoza to withdraw his troops and return to the capital. Tacho's response to the order was an order of his own. His troops attacked the fort. Sunday morning, May 31, in Managua the guns at the Campo de Marte shattered the silence. A few shots flew up to La Loma in the direction of the presidential palace. One of the guns on La Loma responded. On a golf course between the two rival power centers, a few Americans and Nicaraguans crouched. 20. In the sand traps, waiting until a legation car, flying the United States flag, drove in and took them out. All day the guns fired back and forth, taking care not to hit anything. By nightfall Juan Bautista Sacasa had agreed to an informal armistice in Managua, but fighting continued in Leon. Then, tiring of the delay, Taco announced that if the fort at Leon did not halt all resistance immediately, he would order the guard to attack the presidential palace. Sacasa was beaten. He submitted his formal resignation on June 6. Julian Arias was appointed acting president. Arias lasted 3 days. On June 9, 1936, Somoza's choice, Dr. Carlos Brands Yarkin, was appointed interim president until the November elections, in which Taco stood as the candidate of the Nationalist Liberal Party, which he founded as an offshoot of the old Liberal Party. The elections made Tacho's control over Nicaragua legal. He became president on January 1, 1937. Chapter 2. Taco I. Friend and foe watched in awe as Taco Somoza began manipulating power from the nation's highest office on January 1, 1937, something he would become proficient at during the next decade. He resigned from the presidency, but first appointed an acting president for the interim period, himself. Then he had the constitution rewritten and new elections called. He was re-elected with 99% of the vote for a longer term of office, 8 years. He sent his son Taquito to St. Leo's Prep School near Tampa, Florida, for a short time before enrolling him at La Salle Academy on Long Island, New York, along with his brother, Luis. In Tampa Taquito met his first cousin and future wife, Hope Portocarrero. She was 6 years old. He was 10. 2 years later, in the first week of May 1939, Taco and Yoya made an historic trip to Washington, D.C. It was to be the high point of Somoza's rule. He used the trip repeatedly to underline his closeness to Washington. Although President Franklin Delano Roosevelt gave the chunky general what was described as the swankiest military reception in Washington history, it was, in fact, just a dress rehearsal for the visit of royalty, King George and Queen Elizabeth of England. The fact that it was a rehearsal did in no manner diminish its splendor for the Somozas, and the notion that they came before the royal couple added pleasure. It was as handsome a performance as a Latin American heart could desire, a gesture that was intended to honor all good neighbors as well as Nicaragua. One President Roosevelt received a State Department memo briefing him on Somoza. It elicited the famous comment, also applied to dictator Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, "He's a xenophobich, but he's ours." For years, Taco told stories about the time he slept in the White House. United States taxpayers paid for his fare from New Orleans to Washington to New York's World Fair and back. In return, Somoza gave FDR a complete issue of Nicaraguan stamps and an 8-foot-long table, inlaid with a design of Nicaraguan hardwoods and gold depicting Teddy Roosevelt, and a map of the Panama Canal and FDR, and a much larger map of Nicaragua and the proposed canal there. Taco addressed the United States Congress and urged authorization of the construction of a Nicaraguan canal as a continental defense measure. When a 22 representative denounced him as a South American dictator, Taco brushed the epithet off with customary good humor. Somoza returned to Nicaragua with more than pleasant memories. He had the stamp of approval of FDR, father of the Good Neighbor policy, and $2 million in credit from Roosevelt arranged by the Bank of Manhattan Company and guaranteed by the Export-Import Bank. As to being a dictator, Taco said, "I once told FDR about democracy in Central America. Democracy down here is like a baby and nobody gives a baby everything to eat right away. I'm giving liberty but in my style. If you give a baby a hot tamale, you'll kill him." Taco Somoza came to power after the Depression had eased in its worldwide effect. Business was booming, even in this backward Central American nation. Coffee, cattle, rice, and lumber prices were high. A Good Neighbor Health Project and the Pan American Highway poured dollars into Nicaragua, now something of a client state of the United States. For 13-year-old Taquito and his 15-year-old brother Luis at Fossil on Long Island, the fallout from their father's reception by FDR made them into lifelong disciples of Roosevelt. Overnight, they grew in stature before their classmates, no longer just rich and spoiled sons of some banana republic dictator, no longer hailed as spies, as Taquito later in life reported some Americans had called them. As the major countries of the world were either preparing for war or already at war, President Somoza announced, "I consider every Nicaraguan aviator and soldier as a potential fighting man for the U.S." 3. The United States constructed large airfields at Managua and Puerto Cabezas and a naval base at the port of Corinto. The men who manned them contributed more cash to the country's economy. All this was a disaster for ordinary Nicaraguans. It drove prices up far beyond their means. But for the small upper class and the politicians, these were good times. The war offered a golden opportunity for Taco. At the beginning of World War II, all German and Italian properties were seized and auctioned. Julio Balk, a German, owned choice real estate around Managua, and owed $150,000 to the Bank of London. Taco sent guardsmen to the National Bank of Nicaragua to withdraw $150,000, which was placed in a steel box and taken to the auction. The guardsmen kept other bidders for the Balk land away, and by paying the minimum outstanding debt, Somoza added property worth $1 million to his private fortune. He never paid the $150,000 back to the National Bank of Nicaragua. He bought Montelimar, an estate stretching 20 miles along the Pacific and deep enough inland to embrace 40,000 acres, for $9,000. Nobody else wanted it. Nobody else had the government machinery to build roads and railroads to it, or the pull to buy a sugar refinery in Cuba and an alcohol distillery in Honduras for a quarter of their worth, and have them transported free of charge to Nicaragua by companies anxious to please the boss. Taco could boast that there were more millionaires in Nicaragua than there had ever been. They should, he told them, love him. But they hated him more than I-23 any president before him. The main reason was that Somoza had made himself the wealthiest of all. His starting salary as head of the National Guard had been $48 a month. In just a few short years, Nicaragua was his, lock, stock and barrel. Before long, he could smugly report that nice things befall the presidents of Nicaragua in the course of events. One of those nice things was the way in which the whole country came across financially. Coming across has always been the leitmotif of the Somoza regime. Cattlemen pay through import and export levies, marketing and slaughtering licenses. Gold mine operators pay through special taxes. Those who deal in mahogany, cinchona bark, milk, hides, tallow, cement and liquor pay in devious but nonetheless painful ways. Nicaraguans quip about an alphabetical list of Somoza rackets running from A to Z. They say that X stands for rackets unknown to the public. For Taco included the family in his get-rich-and-hold-power schemes. He brought his brother Julio into the National Guard, where he was eventually given the rank of colonel. Julio, who died in 1944, was an arbitrary man with a reputation for having malus pulgas, bad fleas meaning quick to take offense and quick to retaliate. When he spotted an article in the newspaper Estrella de Nicaragua that he didn't like, he cancelled the offending newsman's license. When he was head of the Department of Carrizo, he gave orders that people considered his enemies were not to be permitted to enter the Genotep movie theater, the major public diversion of the city. Takahito at age 16 was named second lieutenant of the Guard, in preparation for his appointment to United States Military Academy at West Point. In July 1942 he received his captain's bars and was named military instructor with the 1st Presidential Battalion, a title he carried when he entered West Point in 1942. Tako suppressed a student and citizen anti-government demonstration in 1944 by shooting some and putting more than 200 others in jail. When the Society Women of Managua marched to protest the arrest of their sons and husbands, Tako kept the guard in the barracks and sent a mob of prostitutes against the protesters. They pressed around the horrified ladies, slapped them and spat at them. The march broke up in confusion and later Somoza invited one of the madams of a cut-rate brothel to the presidential palace as a reward for services rendered. "I played this by ear," Tako later explained. "I don't really like to arrest these people. Their wives and mothers come up here begging me to let them out and sometimes I have to loan them money to tide them over. But this is the way you run a country like this." In 1946, the New York Times reported, it had been agreed between Nicaragua and the U.S. that the Corinto naval base would be turned over to Nicaragua after the war. Surplus vehicles, furniture, plumbing, medical supplies, etc., which the Foreign Liquidation Commissioner had priced at $106,400, had accumulated on the base. Under the original terms, the Nicaraguan government had an option to purchase. President Somoza said he wished to take up the option, but asked, in view of the 24 countries' need for foreign exchange, whether the U.S. would accept a piece of land. He knew, of course, that the United States wanted a new site for its embassy, which is situated in rented quarters. The site was agreed upon and the property formally evaluated at $106,400 or $14 a square vara. President Somoza then went to Carlos Palacio, owner of the property, and, as a private buyer, squeezed it from him at $2 a square vara. He then resold the property to his government at the price agreed upon. 6 Foreign gold mining firms and lumber concessionaires found ways to help the president against the day he should retire. Somoza said he got a lot of good properties by smart buying. "My father taught me that it was wiser to buy from the heirs," he grinned. "They rarely know the true value of their inheritance." He applied this advice to the British-owned La Fundadora plantations. "I offered the heirs the first silly price that popped into my head, $25,000. Then I added $800 to make it look serious. By God, those people in England didn't know what they had. They took my offer, and I'm sure the $800 did it. The first year's crop brought me $28,000. 7 Tako had a lot of schemes. He smuggled cattle into Costa Rica until the 1948 revolution there stopped that. Then he cornered the meat market. No one could move cattle without a government permit. These were very slow in coming, so a desperate rancher usually wound up selling his stock to Somoza at low prices. Tako then exported the cattle via government aircraft and made a tremendous profit. In the summer of 1946, Takahito, a trim 21-year-old captain, returned from 3 years at West Point to begin his military career at Campo de Marte. A month after his return he was promoted to the rank of major, the youngest ever in the Guard. Even though Luis had gone into the study of agronomy at Louisiana State University, he also was commissioned by his father in the Guard. But Luis always showed more interest in cows than in the Campo de Marte. Takahito returned from the discipline of the Point to a slipshod dictatorship which his father was running out of his pocket. After the exciting World War jitterbug days in the United States, Managua was a very dull place. Takahito suffered culture shock in those early months. After the spick and span of West Point, he was appalled at the slovenly Campo de Marte. Even though Takahito eventually learned to accept the situation, the decade spent in the United States during the formative years from 11 to 21 left a deep imprint on him. Spanish had become his second language. He came home thinking and acting like an American. Except for 4 years all my studies were in the US and I knew the US better than my own country, he recalled in an interview years later. His values and interests were American, which didn't ingratiate him with the officer corps of the Guard. The Guard brass saw him as an upstart, quick-tempered, spoiled and muy credo. While many of these same officers had attended American military courses and were Marine trained, they didn't all believe in the superiority of United States military tradition, having witnessed the Corps' inability to defeat Sandino. But they were careful not to voice their feelings lest TACO react against I-25 them. In those days, a few recalled years later, Takito would have been happier to have continued his career in the United States. Takito, just beginning to learn the business, had come home from West Point full of ideas about the non-political nature of a good army. That nonsense was quickly drilled out of his head. Takito once said, "Papa, you had better abandon the presidency while the leaving is good. The people are in an ugly mood, and we have enough money." Papa, furious, struck Takito, shouting, "Remember, as an officer of the National Guard you're under military discipline. I'll put you under arrest." Salvadora, the president's wife, intervened. Cried she, "Don't strike him for speaking the truth. If your own family can't tell you what's going on, who will?" Said daughter Lillian, "He's right, I've just come from the US and the atmosphere is most hostile." Takito was not arrested. Taco loved the body side of life. He could hear the mounting anger against him coming out of his radio. In hot and sticky Managua the radio stations kept their windows wide open. Consequently all broadcasting was accompanied by the noises of the street outside. Frequently hot and foul arguments floated in from the sidewalks and into the microphones. More and more Taco heard sudden shouted references to himself, juicy, uncomplimentary references. He replied with his own accusations. The opposition, he declared, was busy buying arms abroad, with dollars taken out of Nicaragua. This had an adverse effect on the economy. To save the economy, he would sell the opposition all the arms it wanted from the National Guard stores and for Cordobas. 9 But sometimes things got beyond him. He promised the attractive young wife of one of his foes that her husband would be out of jail by nightfall. He wasn't. Salvadora had seen her coming from his office. Nicaragua was very much a family business. The high command of the Somoza dictatorship was always Taco and Salvadora. One visitor at the beginning of 1947 noted that the Nicaraguan people were so poor and ill-fed that, to keep them in place, all it took were some 2,000 guardsmen armed with sharp bayonets to stick them occasionally. Ailing bank accounts were becoming endemic. Over the years Somoza had muscled in on every economic activity in the nation. After only 10 years in office, his private fortune was estimated at $120 million. There was significant opposition to his rule. General Emiliano Chamorro spent more than a year in Guatemala trying to get a revolution going against Somoza. No one had a better right. From the days of Old Fruto, 100 years before, the Chamorro family had dominated Nicaraguan revolutions. After an unhappy beginning as a youth, Emiliano had been forbidden to eat at the table with his brothers because the cook, not his father's wife, called him son. He had carried the family name farther than any of the others. He had exceeded Fruto himself, the first. 26. Chamorro, president of Nicaragua, Alejandro, chief of the conservative supremacy, Pedro Joaquin and Diego Manuel, both presidents. Emiliano had led 16 revolutions. Don Emiliano was the last of the true caudillos, a leader by the sheer force of his personality. The Nicaraguan peasants believed him blessed by God. They were convinced that if the general pressed a certain spot on his neck, he could walk invisible among his enemies. After 10 years of exile from the country, he could still remember their names when he met them, and even the illnesses their wives had suffered. That was the reason that, when conservative leaders gathered, they spoke very tentatively, for in the end, just one vote counted, Don Emiliano's. Don Emiliano spoke for the peasants, and without them the Conservative Party was just a small group of wealthy families. I'm a pacifist in the newspapers. I am also a fatalist. What comes, will come. Privately, the old general went a good deal further. We voted Somoza out of office and our votes weren't counted. We watched Somoza throw his own fraudulently elected president out of office and the other nations of the world did nothing. Now we must act for ourselves. Once General Chamorro had but to be in this mood and a revolution would have popped up almost automatically. 1-0 in January 1947, he was ready. More than $20,000 had been invested in acquiring rifles, hand grenades, submachine guns. They were tucked away in 2 gasoline trucks and started on their journey through Mexico to meet the little boat that would carry them onto Nicaragua's east coast, traditionally the revolutionary starting point. This was, more or less, the way one went about it. That was the way it had been done in 1908 and 1912. But this time the Mexican police grabbed the whole cargo just south of Mexico City. The revolution was nipped in the bud. In 1947, at the end of his 8-year term, constitutionally unable to stand for re-election, Taco once again proved himself an apt political contortionist. His actions, once again, kindled old political emotions. Nothing in Nicaraguan history has been so hotly denied nor more substantially true than that Taco made a deal when he nominated the crusty old goateed liberal Leonardo Argiello for president. In the February elections, Somoza declared him the winner despite the fact that more than 75% of the people voted against him and in favor of the conservative candidate. The plan was for Somoza to continue as head of the National Guard, staffing its key posts with his most trusted officers. When all was arranged, Taco would leave the country for a long-delayed operation at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, temporarily placing his interests in the hands of trusted officers. Meanwhile 2 distinguished exiles had returned. Old General Chamorro was first. Then came the dark, burly, independent Liberal Party leader, General Carlos Passos. Passos, once a good Somoza man and like him a liberal, fell out with the dictator in 1944. Nicaragua, Passos felt, could do with a little more democracy. After a time the liberals called a convention to talk about it. Some of the cautious ones went I-27 to Taco to get his views. They got them. Tell Carlos Passos that I know that twice last night at the home of Castro Wasmer he read the speech he has prepared, and if he insists on reading it at the convention, let him not forget to come armed. I am not the man to let myself be overthrown by speeches. There'll certainly be some gunplay there. 1-1 There was no gunplay, because Passos did not make his speech. He went to jail for 3 weeks instead, and was later exiled. Argiello was inaugurated on May 1, 1947. On May 2, he began reorganizing the National Guard, shipping Somoza's buddies to outlying posts. He in effect slapped Somoza's face by sending Taquito, the Inspector General and commander of the Presidential Guards, to the province of Leon. On May 6, Argiello announced his appointees for the cabinet, 8 of whom had voted against him in the election and whose politics ranged from mild to outright anti-Somoza. He kept his promise and made Somoza head of the guard, but every time Taco transferred a second lieutenant, Argiello countermanded the order. The president seemed to ignore the fact that Somoza was literally sitting atop the only official arms depot in the nation. The cellar beneath the guard officers' club, which Somoza converted into his lock of a palace, was stacked to the ceiling with arms and ammunition. The only thing that held Taco in check was what he and every other Nicaraguan believed to be a fact: Chamorro and Passos, unarmed at the time of the February elections, now had support. Somoza steamed with rage. His guard, the best so-called military force between Mexico and Panama, and supposedly utterly loyal to him, was beginning to break up. Among the officers, men were being identified as Somocistas, Argiellistas, and Legalistas. The last group was composed of the worried majority who wished some way could be found around the problem. Taco started calling in his officers, demanding personal pledges of loyalty. He failed to keep appointments, charging that plots were afoot to kill him. Then Argiello issued an order giving Taco 24 hours to get out of the country. Somoza called the Casa Presidential pleading for 72 hours, and was asked to step up the hill and talk it over. That was an appointment he failed to keep. He claimed 8 machine guns had been planted in the bushes in front of the house to kill him. There were reports that a plane was warmed up at the airport ready to hustle him out of the country, which was really what Argiello wanted. Somoza became more uncertain and worried as the crisis mounted. On Friday, May 23, 1947, he made known his intention of leaving the country. But there could be no guarantees sufficiently strong for General Somoza to leave the country voluntarily. He required not only guarantees for his life and property, but also guarantees that the National Guard, the railroad workers and other governmental employees would continue to work his ranches. Profits would depend on that. So on Saturday, he called in the conservatives and urged them to join him in a revolution against Argiello. Taco warned them that the president was appointing Pasos's men to key guard posts and argued that soon Pasos would be controlling the armed forces. Every move Taco made was promptly reported to the president, even 28. The fact that he, Somoza, had 10 million Cordobas stashed away with the ammunition in the cellar. Sunday night the cabinet met to discuss the situation. Some were worried, but not aged Argiello. The cards are stacked against Somoza and he knows it, the president said. He'll quietly leave the country tomorrow. Then the president went to bed. That night, apparently on an impulse, Somoza struck. Taco led 25 men to the Palacio de Comunicaciones and seized the telephone and telegraph offices. Then, supported by one medium tank, he ordered his men to take the National Palace. The men on duty there were sitting around talking to their commander. When they looked outside they saw the cannon on the tank pointing at the building. They all surrendered without a fight, save the 27-year-old commander. This worthy officer rushed out the back door and took cover in the Guatemalan embassy. With a radio microphone in one hand to instruct the tank crew and a telephone in the other to demand surrenders, Somoza directed his little army about the city, taking one potential resistance point after another. By 3 a.m. he had Congress in session to declare Argiello mentally incompetent and had the entire 2,000-man National Guard on the roads moving into Managua, where there were Cordobas for some officers, threats for others, and praise for a few. Then Taco went up the hill and woke up President Argiello to tell him he had joined the ranks of the unemployed. He would, however, house him in a cell in the hole, the dungeon in the presidential offices. Elsewhere in the city people of influence were sprinting to the nearest foreign legation. Among those on the run were the chief of staff of the guard, the police chief of Managua and various cabinet ministers. By daylight, Taco had raked in all the chips. He had wagered his life on a long shot and won. Not one bullet had been fired, not one drop of blood had been shed. He had realized the big risk he was taking, but the stakes were high: control of the country. Somoza walked away from the table with Nicaragua in his pocket again. Somoza did bow to pressure from the entire diplomatic corps in Managua to free Argiello. The stubborn old president, who took refuge in the Mexican embassy, refused to resign and refused to leave Nicaragua. He sent Taco a bold note saying, "I would rather die like Sandino than like Sacasa." But in the end, Argiello did die in bed in exile in Mexico in December 1947. Political liberty? Nicaraguans had been free to vote as they liked in the election in February 1947, but it was Somoza who decided that the man who lost at the ballot box was actually the winner. When asked about charges that he had tyrannized Nicaragua, Taco replied, "These little countries are like children. When a boy's sick, you've got to force castor oil down him whether he likes it or not. After he's been to the toilet a few times he'll be all right." 1-2 Taco had forced President Leonardo Argiello down Nicaragua's throat, then sugar-coated the affair by decking Managua out splendidly for the inauguration. The I-29 Vatican and even far-off Poland sent delegations to the inauguration. 26 days later Somoza chased Argiello out of the presidential palace and into exile in Mexico. All through the 1947 summer, old General Emiliano Chamorro had watched Somoza's struggle from the wide veranda of the Managua Club, overlooking the Plaza de Armas. The situation was unstable politically and economically. People were not paying their bills. Dollars which a few months earlier had cost 5 Cordobas on the black market were now up to 12. Now and then old Chamorro probed to see how shaky Tacho's hold was. His friends raided guard outposts for arms. They even persuaded a few guardsmen to abandon their posts and take to the hills. But mostly Chamorro just sat on the veranda and smiled. When asked if he planned an all-out drive to oust Somoza, the old general's only answer was maybe. Before the year was over, Tacho had installed 2 more puppet presidents. The first new president was Liceo Sacasa, a fat, florid man with a fringe of white hair who poured sweat as he lolled in comfortable liquidity in the same chair from which Somoza had ruled the nation. To a few friends who dropped in to help pass the sticky hours he remarked that his power was increasing daily now that he, Sacasa, was boss. Somoza was sending a car for his very own use and he would no longer have to depend on taxis or horse-drawn coaches. A few soldiers of the Presidential Guard, not many, but a few, were beginning to recognize him and salute him as he passed. His great laugh rolled through the almost empty Casa Presidencial as he told how people downtown were calling him La Munco Gordito. 1-3 But no one was taking President Liceo Sacasa seriously, least of all President Liceo Sacasa. The great political winds that had blown him from his comfortable home and rolled him up the hill to the presidential palace were still blowing and might send him back at any minute. However, he felt comfortably sure that no matter how the storm raged, his bulky padding and engaging good humor would save him any unpleasant consequences. Meanwhile, though he might well have been checked into the hole or even been shot, since the boss was pretty jittery, he was content to play president. Sacasa was not the only fake in Nicaragua at the time. There was the boss himself. He was described as tired, nervous, and with great dark circles under his eyes, but he had never looked so strong. At 3 a.m. on May 26, Somoza woke President Liceo Sacasa from a sound sleep, informed him that he had just ceased to be president and sent the ex-president down to the hole to finish his nap. By taking over the government of his successor by force, Tacho placed the United States in an awkward position. To recognize Somoza's regime would be to condone an irresponsible and undemocratic coup. But to refuse to recognize him would mean a departure from the general diplomatic practice of recognizing any government that was clearly in power and that promised to live up to its international obligations. 1-4 The United States decided on a course of non-recognition, as did most nations, hoping that international disapproval might force Tacho to hold new elections. 30. Instead, Somoza placed another puppet in the presidential palace, this time one he was sure he could control, his favorite uncle, Victor Roman y Reyes, who had sent him to school in the United States. Dictator Anastasio Somoza passed the word. One nation after another was recognizing the government of his uncle, President Victor Roman y Reyes, which he put in power last August without an election. He listed them: Costa Rica, Honduras, the Dominican Republic of fellow dictator Rafael Leonidas Trujillo, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Paraguay. If enough of the American republics gave him the right hand of fellowship, he felt that the U.S. would follow. That would again make him a member in good standing in the Pan-American Nations Club. Tacho was right about Costa Rica, Honduras, and Trujillo land, but the other countries hastily denied any such intentions. At week's end, the Foreign Office lamely admitted that it had all been a mistake. Tacho had cabled New Year's greetings to the American republics, and when Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, and Paraguay sent him best wishes in return, he had mistaken them for notes of recognition. 1-5 Maurice Bourbon, the young United States charge d'affaires in Nicaragua at the time, asked Tacho, "When is your father leaving?" Tacho weepingly related the question to his father. Taco called Bourbon on the phone and said, "This is my country. Where do you want me to go? You come and take me out." When Bourbon left Nicaragua, he gave Somoza a signed photo which read, "To the most able politician I have known, with all my admiration." By September, Chamorro was set for a second try at revolution. The rebel tradition was that with a few men and a few arms one could capture a small outpost, and then a still larger one, until finally one rode triumphantly into the capital. The first outposts were carefully selected: Nuel de Buis, in the Bluefields area, and La India Mine, across the lake from Managua. At these places it turned out that tradition had not taken into account a defending general who so expected his small outposts to be taken that he left them poorly armed. Nor did tradition consider the use of airplanes and trucks that moved whole platoons of well-armed troops against small forces before they could establish momentum. So some of Chamorro's men died, many more went to prison. Another uprising was aborted. The autumn of 1947 found loud political rumblings along the line of little volcanic countries stretching southward from Mexico. In Nicaragua, Somoza, supported by only a hardcore of the Guard, most of whose officers felt that their personal fortunes and their very lives depended on his fate, faced a powerful coalition of rival caciques. In Guatemala, Juan José Arevalo, the liberal reformer, still had the backing of the overwhelming majority of common people, but was confronted with trouble from the armed forces. In Managua, Somoza struck savagely. Pedro José Zapata, at one time Sandino's emissary to Mexico, was clapped into jail. So were most of the town's leading newspapermen, including Dr. Pedro Joaquín Chamorro of La Prensa. "You know I have been good to my foes," Taco said, his eyes dancing. "You know I wish General Chamorro well out of the country." He laughed, then shot a 131 quizzical glance and asked, "Tell me, do you really believe Chamorro would run this place one bit differently than I run it?" 16 Unlike Chamorro, Taco delighted in cheap, gaudy things. A jukebox, with all its flashing lights, occupied a place of honor in the reception hall of his palace, next to a 14-foot stuffed alligator on the floor. His favorite sport was cockfighting, although he sometimes liked to have a calf thrown into the Tipitapa River and then watch the freshwater sharks fight over it. Nor was he always happy simply rummaging around in the disorderly pile of papers on his desk, looking for his collection of dirty pictures to show visitors. He sometimes took his cabinet and friends to his ranch to watch bulls servicing cows. They sat on the corral fence and rooted like football fans for a home team defending its own 5-yard line. Callers to Tacho's office were likely to come away a little dazed after hearing 2 or 3 specimens from his collection of dirty stories, followed by a goodbye pat on the back with the admonition, "Be good, and if you can't be good, be careful, and if you can't be careful, God damn it, at least be sanitary." Police state? There were no police in Nicaragua, just the army, but army permits were required to go from one city to another. In Managua in 1948, every street corner was under observation and the movements of all important people were charted. Telephone calls were monitored, private mail was opened, and the local press was under strict censorship. Managua stringers for foreign news organizations not only had facts removed from their stories, but had to stand by when untrue statements were substituted. They were refused the right to inform their editors that dispatches had been tampered with. 17 men disappeared from the streets in Nicaragua. They paused briefly at La Aviation prison at the edge of the Taca airfield, just outside Managua, for brutal questioning. Then they were taken to a prison camp on Great Corn Island off the Atlantic coast to nurse their wounds. On 3 occasions in 1947 the Nicaraguan equivalents of the National Association of Manufacturers and the United States Chamber of Commerce could have held their meetings at La Aviation. Each had a quorum present there. Members were dragged into jail whenever Somoza felt nervous and let out again when he felt better. Taco teased the opposition with false reports that the other American republics had decided to recognize Uncle Victor. He mocked them with false reports that airplanes the opposition had purchased had been seized in the United States. Then Taco got down to serious business. From the hill above Managua where he sat in his palace, searchlights swept the city night after night. Machine guns, fired into the lake, clattered warnings. His armored Force 3 Miss and a Fiat tankette, rumbled about. One night the town echoed with sustained firing from La Aviation. The next morning rumors spread through town, 8 prisoners, who were being tortured at the jail, had been lined up and executed the night before. National Guardsmen confessed to their friends that they had seen it. Men close to Somoza whispered that Takaido was the man. 32. Responsible. In a rage against the prisoners he had lost his head and ordered the executions. By the third day the entire town was convinced of the story, certain that the days when prisoners were put into jail and then either sent to Great Corn Island or released, were gone. The old man on the hill had lost all his geniality and was in a murderous mood. The shooting at La Aviation was actually occasioned by the escape of Luis H. Scott, an ex-hardware merchant who managed to flee to Guatemala. At La Cava, General Somoza chuckled at the rumors. Stories that people have been killed are usually more effective than actually killing people, he said. If you'd like to go out to the prison and count noses you may, he told a visiting newsman. Except for Luis Scott, who escaped, they are all there. In fact, no one had been killed at the prison on that day, although prisoners had been tortured with a device used to give electric shocks to the testicles. Nicaragua's Foreign Minister Luis Manuel de Bale paddled around town. A revolution wasn't really necessary, he said. If General Somoza got the correct guarantees for his life and property, he would be willing to leave. Taco was ill. He needed an operation. He was not enjoying all this tension. Inside and outside of jail, everyone waited for Scott and others from Guatemala City to arrive to overthrow the government. They never came. Instead, 2 Liberator aircraft came from the United States. They had been purchased by agents ostensibly for a revolution in Venezuela. The United States had guaranteed that no bombers would be sent to Managua. And from the Dominican Republic, dictator Rafael Trujillo sent 2 C-46s loaded down with additional guns for the National Guard. General Chamorro had waited too long. His moment was gone. The United States had its eyes fixed on Europe, concerned with such things as political liberty, the emergence of police states, the growth of communism, and the persistence of the fascist remnants there. Taco Somoza, not ungrateful that the United States was involved elsewhere, didn't really worry. They are like little balls to juggle while walking a slack rope, he explained, referring to political freedoms. At first you are a little nervous, but after a while you get used to the rope's motion. Then you can do it blindfolded. Taco had not been so happy in weeks. Laughter filled the air as Somoza padded around a new blonde mahogany table, a gift from officers of the guard. The jukebox and stuffed alligator that had occupied places of honor in the second-floor reception room in his palace in Managua were shoved out of the way, and billiard balls were clicking. The hard-faced armed men who guarded his every move grinned at his triumphant cries when his shots came off and added to his jeers when his son Takaido missed. Once Somoza flubbed badly and a frown crossed his face, almost immediately to be replaced by a smile. "I wonder what the old gentleman is thinking now," he cried. The last words of his sentence were almost lost in the laughter of the guards. He meant Chamorro. I-33A Stubwing 2-engine A-20 low-level attack bomber had been sitting on the runway at the Guatemala City airport. There had been a lot of talk about a smashing blow at the very center of Somoza's power, a blow so spectacular that it would persuade a considerable number of wavering, utterly corrupt guard officers to change sides hurriedly. Tacho's intelligence people had relayed the talk to Managua, where Somoza believed it to such an extent that he stopped sleeping in his own bed. He took to staying at different locations nightly, sometimes at friends' homes and at other times at his San Juan ranch. These were the days when Somoza's foreign minister offered gold medals to newsmen in return for their giving the correct view of the situation, as Taco had once given medals to the Marines. As nervous as Taco was, he kept his eye on all important work. He would delegate a little to Takaido. But only his wife, Salvadora, was part of his political brain trust. No one else was allowed any but the most minor powers. His wife was tough, in her way, and once remarked when Taco was said to be contemplating quitting, "One prefer to be the widow of a president than the wife of an exile." No message went through the cable offices without one of the Somoza signatures, no one spoke on international phones without their people listening. Those were days of repression. A new wave of arrests began with a January raid on a secret meeting of the Communist Party, actually the Nicaraguan Socialist Party formed in 1944. 26 persons were taken into custody, including the leader, tall, smooth Armando Armado, the Nicaraguan who once served as secretary to Mexico's famous socialist leader Lombardo Toledano. Somoza cried. "My opponents should remember that we, the gente decente, are only 6%, if trouble arises, the 94% may crush us all." 1-8 There were a number of odd facts behind the arrests of the communists. First, Somoza himself had originally encouraged the creation of the Socialist Party in an effort to cut into the conservative and independent parties' followings among the city workers and rural people. Taco used the same tactic with the fascist blue shirts in the hope that they would split the conservative leadership lined up against him. Second, as recently as November 1947, Taco had given the party a printing press and had arranged for the party to receive a loan from the National Bank in return for a promise that it would stand aside in the event that the conservatives and independents revolted. But apparently Somoza decided the socialists were more valuable in jail than outside of it. This mass arrest served to kick off a communist witch hunt, even though most of the so-called communists happened to be well-known capitalists. One of those jailed used to play poker with Taco. Every time he lost a pot, he would lean over the table and mutter, "Come the revolution." The repeated remark was evidently not appreciated. By month's end, Taco had some 300 Nicaraguans, mostly prominent citizens, behind bars. Another 100 or so had gone into hiding in foreign embassies. At La Aviation prison a newsman found some 75 rather prosperous, usually sleek businessmen jammed into 3 cells where an open trench served as their toilet. They slept on wooden planks and were filthy from the lack of water. The prisoners numbered among them Carlos Pasos, owner of the country's largest 34 textile mill, Mariano Morales, whose shirt-making company competed with Manhattan in Central America, Salvador Mendieta, the gentle, fuzzy rector of the Free University of Managua, Carlos Cardinal, merchant and realtor, and Escobedo Salazar, whose air service to outlying mines ran into difficulties when Taco had his landing fields plowed up. Morales bowed formally and said to the newsman, "Say the word and we will call a meeting of the Chamber of Commerce or the National Association of Manufacturers." Taco's land assets, acquired one way or another, began to reach staggering acreage. But Nicaraguans were not too disturbed. By the end of 1947, General Somoza owned everything in sight, except for an airport and 2 small farms, from Managua to the Tipitapa River. On both sides of the Tipitapa River was his 20,000-acre San Juan cattle ranch. He also owned 80 of the largest pieces of real estate up against the eastern jungles of Nicaragua. Not until the general began moving in on other businesses did anger begin welling up. Somoza controlled the railroads. Ranchers found that if they wanted to move their cattle to market, they had to sell to Taco. He controlled the ports and through them the country's exports of corn, chicken, and rice. "We Nicaraguans are a Spanish and Indian mixture, and that's dynamite," said Taco. "Give us a finger and we take a hand. Give us a hand and we take an arm." 1-9 Wherever Nicaraguans looked, they found the general. He was their partner or their competitor in business, frequently both. His Fábrica Montelimar was the country's largest distillery, he was partner in the only brewery, he owned bars and cafes in every city of the republic. The only factories for the manufacture of soap, perfume, shoe polish, and toothpaste belonged to him. Taco also owned the largest flour mill and the largest bakery. The cement factory, the electric plants in Chinandega, Tipitapa, and Bluefields were his. He manufactured transmission belts, ice cream, and matches. It went even further. Somoza's Nicaragua was run like an occupied country. In those days, in most Latin American nations, the army was a phantom force that only became visible when it overthrew the government. It then disappeared back to its bases. The only contact the citizenry had with the men with the guns was when the army decided it was time for another coup d'état. But in Nicaragua, the army was always present. It mixed aggressively into people's lives. Since the days when the United States Marines began training the incipient National Guard, the Guard had been assigned all police duties and therefore doubled as the de facto police force. Its officers, especially the colonels, took their graft where they could find it, and any woman of the lower class who happened to strike their fancy. The enlisted men, especially the sergeants, had almost as many rights. A private on the streets of Managua could insult and slap one of the town's leading lawyers and not worry about punishment. When the United States Army pointed out that 2 enlisted guardsmen were stealing generators from American vehicles, the men were punished with only 4 days of double duty. In typical dictator fashion, Somoza sent 2 lieutenants of the guard to the Guatemalan embassy in Managua demanding the surrender of 2 refugees. When I-35 the charge d'affaires refused, even with a pistol stuck in his stomach, to turn over the refugees, he was told that the guard was tired of protecting his legation from the just wrath of the Nicaraguan people and that protection would be withdrawn. That night 40 municipal employees in civilian dress attacked the legation. When they found Managua's entire diplomatic corps meeting inside, Somoza called off the attack. Unfortunately, it was too late to save one white-suited diplomat from being manhandled. It turned out to be Franco, Spain's ambassador to Tacho's government. Somoza maintained a bizarre sense of humor about his own repressive actions. Once, when a conservative accosted Tacho at a party and demanded to know why he had been placed under house arrest for 2 months, Somoza told him, "I did it to please your wife. She told me she couldn't keep you home at night." 2-0 Unlike Dominican dictator Trujillo, Somoza killed only as a last resort. A spell in jail usually brought the enemy around. If jail failed, the guard had the little electric device known as La Maquinita. A wire was wrapped around the prisoner's scrotum. If he was stubborn, the current was turned on. There were Nicaraguan exiles in Guatemala who cried in their sleep about the little machine. "Oh hell," snorted Tacho, "that damned thing isn't so bad. I've tried it myself on my hand." 2-1 Physically, the middle-aged dictator looked undertrained and overstuffed in February 1948. But his boasts about his strength, his horsemanship, his swimming, his farming, his pool shooting, his poker playing and his business ability were not altogether idle. When he played cards, he never lost. "It's fantastic the luck I have. It's that way with anything I want to try. I'm the champ. I'm the champ shot of the Guardia Nacional, did ya know that? Pistol or rifle? Geez, I never miss, it seems." 2-2 Though recurrent malaria and stubborn amoeba in his intestines had put Somoza past his physical peak, he still set a tough pace. At parties he had begun limiting himself to 3 scotch and sodas, but he could still shake a light foot in the rumba, tango, bolero, or samba. If he felt like it, he would dance the whole night through at La Cava, then adjourn the party to a Somoza ranch for another 6 or 8 hours. Taquito did a little sparring in the guard and even acted as second during a boxing match in 1948, which pleased his sports-loving father. The younger Somoza was doing his best to ingratiate himself with veteran officers of the guard, but they still didn't trust him. He was having difficulty managing them, even though he drank with them and went with them to the best brothels as just one of the boys. Tacho was up each morning around 6, breakfasting on steak and cornflakes while aides read him guard telegrams and reports on the country. After that, he went to a desk piled high with guard business and with his own business affairs, mainly cattle and coffee. Tacho spent hours talking with pleaders, politicians, and hangers-on. If he agreed to a proposal, he would give the order then and there for it to be carried out. If he said he would think it over, he would forget about it. If he asked for a memo, he would never read it. 36. When his office work was done, he would go to check on his Mercedes ranch down the lakeshore from Managua. "I'm no politico," Taco claimed, without batting an eyelash. "I'm a farmer." 2-3 Taco loved to make that claim. His son, Taquito, was to utter the same phrase to the author 30 years later. In the late 1940s, the son of one of Lyndon Johnson's lawyers met a Nicaraguan student at the University of Texas in Austin who was the Nicaraguan consul as well as a student and bartender, the latter a task at which he spent most of his time. United States companies were then just beginning heavy prospecting, and the youths tried to work up a plan to get an interest in some oil leases in Nicaragua and make a quick fortune. They finally hit on the idea of bringing Somoza to Austin and treating him as guest of honor. Although they could not make him an honored guest of the city or give him a key to the city, they had political ties in the Texas state capitol and they compiled fancy printed books and other memorabilia to give the general. Taco accepted the invitation eagerly. When Taco arrived at the Austin city limits aboard a train, the youths met him with a caravan of Cadillac convertibles and other cars and drove him into town. Taco was resplendent in a white uniform with the presidential sash draped over his shoulder. He was wined and dined for days at parties and lake outings. One of the secretaries at the Austin American-Statesman newspaper who had spent most of her time helping organize details of Somoza's visit wanted to meet the president. It was agreed. She was blonde and good-looking, and Somoza was persuaded to see her over dinner one night in his hotel. Late the following day the Texan hosts went to see what had happened to the general in his hotel and encountered weary guards outside Somoza's door. They asked what had happened. Where was Somoza? He's still in his room, one of the guards replied. That damned blonde went in there last night and they haven't left since. The general finally left Austin but, because of later personal fallings out, the boys never got their lease to search for oil in Nicaragua. Chapter 3. Assassination. By the end of February 1948, talk of guarantees for Taco to quit were forgotten. It took, Taco bragged repeatedly, 20,000 lives for the liberals to get into power. It will take 40,000 to get us out of here. The Somoza dynasty was securely established. The early 1950s were good years for the Somozas. When Uncle Victor died, Taco felt so secure that he did not even bother with an ornamental president. He assumed the title again. The war was on in Korea. President Truman's interest in Latin America was scant. Taco used his credentials as the friend of FDR at every opportunity. He sometimes forgot that Republicans didn't share his enthusiasm for the New Deal leader. He named the main street of Managua Roosevelt Avenue and at the beginning of this avenue built a monument honoring the United States President. A small bronze plaque at the base read, "From Somoza to Roosevelt." In late 1950, New Mexico's Senator Dennis Chavez decided that a trip to Central America might convince a congressional commission to approve enough funds for the completion of the Pan American Highway. When the United States Solons dropped in to see Taco, they found that the highway had been cleverly planned to wind its way by his best ranches. He also wanted United States assistance in the construction of the Rama Highway, which would link the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. Taco told the congressman, "The U.S. is obligated to build the Rama Road. I got a letter from President Roosevelt agreeing to build it." A Republican senator lost his temper and exploded. "That agreement has no value," he shouted. In those days the United States customarily doled out road-building money to appease right-wing dictators, but the senator was worried about the impression that would arise with United States tax money paying for Nicaraguan roads when Nicaragua had no income tax. The Republican said, "Mr. President, we have the most perfect income tax system ever devised. We reach everyone. What kind of income tax do you have?" "Why, Senator," Taco replied, "if I started an income tax these people would shoot me." *1 The issue ended in a standoff, but much later Nicaragua got United States funds for roads. 37. 38. Despite Tacho's avowed anti-communism, he put business before ideological considerations when civil war broke out in neighboring Costa Rica in March 1948. Journalist Otilio Olate's election to the presidency had been annulled by a compliant Congress backing ex-President Rafael Angel Calderón Guardia, who had the support of the Costa Rican communists. Even historians credit José Figueres Ferrer, Don Pepe, as he later became known, with saving Costa Rica from communism by leading a civilian uprising to seat the legally elected Olate. Tacho aided Calderón Guardia by airlifting some 400 Guardia soldiers to San Jose. His ulterior motive: for years he had reaped huge profits smuggling cattle into Costa Rica, and his business associates were corrupt officials and even members of Calderón Guardia's family. Calderón Guardia sought refuge in Nicaragua on losing the war, and the triumphant Figueres won the undying enmity of Tacho. Just 9 days after Costa Rica officially disbanded its army in December, the spunky Figueres, heading the provisional government, had to call his nation to arms to ward off an invasion from Nicaragua by an exile force armed with mortars and automatic weapons. Calderón Guardia issued his proclamation of war from Managua as Tacho went on the record: "I'm told Calderón Guardia invaded Costa Rica, but that's his affair. We're guarding our frontier." The invasion force, trained in Nicaragua, failed miserably, but Tacho had his National Guard waiting in reserve ready to pounce if the Caribbean region, a force of Caribbean exiles who helped Figueres win his war, entered the battle. The legion, formed initially to overthrow dictator Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, also had Tacho in its sights. The Organization of American States induced Nicaragua and Costa Rica to sign a friendship treaty in Washington in March 1949. It was also the Caribbean region's death certificate. But Tacho was not certain that the region was really dead, and when rumors continued to circulate that they had him targeted, he let it be known he was ready to fight. During the closing days of 1950, Tacho attacked the region verbally from his trophy-cluttered parlor at Facova Palace. "People say I've got the best intelligence service in Fate in America. That's a lot of hooey. I just got a lot of friends, but they tell me plenty. I know more than the FBI. And if that gang of ragged bums in Costa Rica thinks I don't know, they're getting ready to take a poke at me. They're sure in for one hell of a surprise." 3. But while he kept a watchful eye on Costa Rica, he also had problems at home. In November he uncovered a plot in which 6 Air Force mechanics at Colatlan Military Airfield had been bribed to subdue the sentries and hand over the airfield to civilian rebels. He quickly snuffed the plot out and threw the little fish, as he called them, into Facova dungeons. Tacho gloated: "The big fish I haven't pulled in yet. I like to let 'em wiggle on the hook a while." He sent a message by a friend to Figueres next door: "Pepe, if you love Costa Rica, and I pray to God you do, then don't shoot. I'm not a nervous man, but gunfire sure disturbs me." 4. Tacho wallowed in his blustering humor and jokes. Managua lawyer Francisco Ibarra Mayorga, a bitter Somoza critic who had been exiled and jailed earlier, found he was barred from leaving Nicaragua to attend the Inter-American Conference of 39. Democracy in Havana in May 1950. The lawyer ignored Tacho's objections by simply slipping across the Sapoa River into Costa Rica. When he was ready to return, the Nicaraguan consulate in Costa Rica refused him permission to re-enter the country. Finally, hoping to spend Christmas with his family, he appealed directly to Somoza, who replied, "You can return the same way you left." When a bearded cult leader from Southern California showed up in Managua and offered to deliver, by supernatural revelation, the invasion plans of Tacho's enemies in Costa Rica, Somoza told him, "Hell, I had those plans before the ink was dry." Tacho, meanwhile, when he wasn't playing billiards with his father, was spending a lot of time sitting around the editorial office of Novedades. This was the paper started in 1936 by his father to combat La Prensa, the paper of the opposition Chamorros. Tacho's interest was not journalism but a beautiful young staffer, Berta Zambrano, who wrote the social column for the newspaper. She was from a middle-class family of Nicono Homo, the birthplace of Sandino. Her job entailed covering the social activities of the Somozas and their friends, who were now Managua society. Berta was the love of Takaido's life. When he wasn't in the newspaper offices with her, he escorted her to parties, even to Montelimar. But Taco decided that the young girl was below Takaido's station in life. The family worried that Berta might bewitch Takaido. When Takaido tried to defend his love for Berta, he was physically attacked by his father, who hit him in the mouth and loosened a tooth. The romance ended abruptly when Berta went off to Mexico, where she wed a well-known radio announcer. Berta and Takaido remained friends, and for years she shipped the latest records from Mexico to Somoza's Radio X in Managua as part of a business deal. To Taco, a good marriage was of the utmost importance for his heirs. Although Takaido spread his affection among a number of young ladies, his father was still determined he should marry into a good family. Recalling his own courtship, which was at times, he said, as difficult as any political battle he had ever fought, he had become class-conscious and wanted well-bred partners for his children, especially for his sons. He intended that the Somoza name would be around for a long time in Nicaragua and healthy grandchildren were essential. Taco had a girl in mind for Takaido, but she remained in Europe. Then the old man learned of Hope's almost lifelong interest in Takaido. Years previously, when the boys were en route to the military academy in Long Island, they had spent a brief time in Tampa, where they stayed with Uncle Nestor and polished up their English. Nestor's daughter, Hope, had developed a childhood crush on her cousin Takaido. At age 6, as a tomboyish little girl with dark braids who longed for the curly blonde femininity of Shirley Temple, Hope made up her mind that her first cousin Takaido would be her husband because he offered to protect her on the way to a Tampa grocery store. She decided, "This man is for me." 5 After attending Miss Harris's girls' school in Miami, Hope went on to several other finishing schools and to Barnard College in New York as well as Georgetown. 40. University Foreign Service School. In the North after 1943 she often spent time with her cousin Lillian at the Washington Embassy, where Takaido and Luis were also guests. She was a modern young girl and liked to dance. When she returned home in the early hours of the morning during her visits to Washington, Lillian would reprimand her. She wouldn't catch herself a man if she behaved that way. Hope startled her cousin with the announcement that she was going to marry Takaido. Hope had grown into an attractive brunette, extremely well-groomed, and Taco agreed she would make a good wife for Takaido. "She's got class," old Taco liked to say, and indeed, refinement was Hope's forte. No woman dressed as smartly as Hope, at least in Nicaragua. Yoya was all for the match. There was some concern that the offspring of such close blood relatives might suffer mental or physical defects. But for old man Taco, the good blood of the Debales overruled this consideration. Takaido was attracted to Hope as well, and on December 20, 1950, they were married in style at the new Palace of Communications, only a short walk from the Managua Cathedral. It was the social event of the year. The buffet tables were laden with food and champagne, and dancing went on until dawn on all 3 floors of the palace. They went to South America for their honeymoon. By this time Takaido had become chief of the general staff. I was by then feeling secure enough to move away from Managua to play farmer. He had always sought to be a patriarch and make Nicaragua his parochial pasture. Posing as a farmer was one of the things he loved best. In February 1951, he went off to his 25,000-acre Montelimar sugar plantation on the Pacific coast. From now on and until further notice, he told his cabinet, "The presidential house will be at Montelimar. You can come and see me there." In baggy khaki trousers, a gray Stetson and a diamond-clasped blue silk neckerchief, he'd stand on a platform in the sugar mill's cane unloading yard and bellow orders through a microphone to the arriving truckers and oxcart drivers. Cabinet officers got something of the same treatment. When the foreign minister tried to discuss a bomb that had been thrown harmlessly against the Nicaraguan embassy in San Jose, Costa Rica, Taco said, "One love to make these guys eat a little dust." Then he added, "It's good for their inflated egos." Like most dictators, Taco had nothing but contempt for his lackeys. He was even in the habit of calling the American diplomats boy. In his book, Inside Latin America, published in 1941, John Gunther notes that once the boy's wife, Mrs. Meredith Nicholson, complained mildly that there was no good milk in Managua. The next day she had a cow at her doorstep, a gift from Somoza. Somoza was fond and proud of Montelimar. In 1948 he ground the first bag of Montelimar sugar. "That was the happiest day of my life," he recalled later. "I just pulled out my old pistol and tried to blast the roof off the world." In 1951 he harvested 2,600 acres and by 1953 hoped to double output and start making big money on the mill. "Every president ought to have a job, keeps him out of mischief," Taco said. In 1950 Taco took a young mistress. One day in 1951 she imprudently visited 41 him at the Casa Presidencial. She was quickly ushered into Tacho's presence. Fortunately, few had any idea of the relationship, not even the suspicious Yoya. He had previously had an affair with a Spanish lady, who suddenly left town pregnant. But extramarital affairs were all part of the Latin American macho tradition. If Somoza hadn't had enough problems at home to keep him occupied, he most probably would have been heavily into mischief in the rest of Central America. His old enemy Guatemalan President Juan José Arevalo, who had been recalled from exile in Argentina to the presidency of Guatemala following the 1944 revolution, retired in March 1951, after surviving 28 plots, some of which may have had a little backing from Taco. Arevalo ended his 6-year term and democratically handed the government to his successor. The new president was 37-year-old Colonel Jacobo Arbenz, son of a Swiss pharmacist and one-time defense minister under Arevalo. Guatemala under spiritual socialist Arevalo and now Arbenz, was experimenting with a social revolution, something as foreign to Taco as an auto without bulletproof plating. In May 1951 Somoza had himself inaugurated for a new term of office. He tried to make it a solemn occasion. Foreign dignitaries were invited. They had to wear top hats in the sizzling heat in Managua's baseball stadium. There was genuine interest on the part of the spectators as to how Taco was going to manage the inauguration protocol. He was already wearing the blue and white presidential sash, which he had taken back when Uncle Victor died. Despite Somoza's preference for rumpled khakis, rumors abounded in Managua that Taco had purchased a new uniform for $10,000. Some even whispered the uniform had neon lights. Others said he would pass the sash of high office around his back and put it back on again, like a juggler. The new uniform didn't appear, but Taco was suitably impressive in a gold-braided formal bandleader's outfit, dark blue in color with large gold epaulets. The left breast and part of his protruding stomach were encrusted with medals. It was the same uniform, aides noted, that Somoza had worn at the wedding of son Taquito to Hope Portocarrero. As the spectators watched attentively, Taco removed the presidential sash and handed it to an aide, who in turn placed it over the breast of Senate President Mariano Argielo Vargas. Then the Senate President again draped the sash across Tacho's chest. Thoroughly pleased with himself, Taco had the guard band march twice in front of the reviewing stand. A dozen Air Force planes roared over the spectators. There was a 23-gun salute. The following month Taco gave a clue to his lack of interest in education in his country, where the illiteracy rate was close to 80%. That rate was to remain unchanged during most of the dynasty. He closed the University of Granada saying, "One university is enough." With only the University of Leon to maintain, he reasoned, the state would have more money for elementary schools. "I prefer to open 150 new schools rather than to help educate more lawyers, who 42 at present are a menace to law and order." When the students protested, he declared a state of siege and called out the National Guard. Intimates reported that TACO raged against President Harry Truman when the latter dispatched the Undersecretary of State to San Jose to award President Odilio Olate the White and Gold Legion of Merit in the highest grade for exceptionally meritorious conduct in office. It was also announced that the United States Congress had earmarked $1 million for work on the northwestern Costa Rican section of the Pan American Highway. TACO didn't get a medal or his Rama Highway. But when demagogue Joseph McCarthy began his communist witch hunting in the United States and the winds of the Cold War began to ruffle the feathers of reformers, TACO began to feel more relaxed and secure. He beat the anti-communist drum even louder. In August 1952, TACO went to the Dominican Republic to attend the August 16 inauguration ceremonies of Hector Trujillo, who was sitting in for his brother dictator Rafael Trujillo. TACO, who didn't think of himself in the same league as the tough dictators, told his aides, "Let's get the hell out of here. I can't stand this damn dictatorship." He also felt put down by Trujillo's sense of self-importance and a protocol that put visitors in second place. TACO hated the fancy dress of this monkey. En route home, TACO and his official party spent 3 days with President General Paul Magloire in Haiti. Accompanied by his son Luis, then a colonel and president of Congress, he complimented Magloire on his combating of communism and said he had worked out a formula in his country to solve labor problems. "I place myself between the two groups," he said, "and guard against the rich abusing labor through their advantages of wealth and labor abusing the rich through their advantages of numbers." In Haiti he startled newsmen by expressing the hope that his political doctrine would eventually become a continental doctrine. "With the communist menace," he said, "it is essential to be strong because one or the other will win, communism or democracy." At the Port-au-Prince press conference, TACO also explained that he had brought an era of peace to the Nicaraguan people by reaching an accord with the political opposition through a proportional distribution of government posts. His own nationalist Liberal Party had 2/3 representation and the minority Conservative Party 1/3. While TACO was away playing statesman, son Takaido, as Chief of Staff of the National Guard, was keeping things quiet at home. He was also having a lively time with his friends, including a Chilean consul. They visited whorehouses together where they frequently boozed all night, much as he had done years before. Though Takaido was devoting more of his time to the Guard, he was still 43. Considered a wild one. There were girls and drinks, brawls, and body games, which he obviously preferred to Hope's refinements. But he did take on some superficial polish as the years went by. Then West Point graduate General Dwight D. Eisenhower took office in Washington in January 1953. John Foster Dulles, his Secretary of State, noted that the Truman administration had fallen into a policy of neglect toward Southern neighbors. "There is a very strong, well-organized communist movement in most Latin American republics," he testified to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in January 1953. "There is also a fascist movement in Argentina which has tentacles elsewhere. At the present time, in my opinion, there is a working alliance between the fascist and the communist elements to agree on at least one proposition, that is hatred of the Yankee to destroy the influence of the so-called Colossus of the North in Central and South America. That is making considerable progress." Dulles added, "I have the feeling that conditions in Latin America are somewhat comparable to conditions as they were in China in the mid-30s, when the communist movement was getting started." 6 In March, Spruey Braden, former United States ambassador to Argentina, pointed to Guatemala as the neighborhood red menace. In Guatemala, next door to the Panama Canal, party members, fellow travelers, demagogues, gunmen, and killers have joined with opportunists, extreme nationalists, some of the military and a few misguided idealists, to make a beachhead for international communism. Gives them a springboard for a military attack against the US and an ideal depot from which to dispatch subversive and espionage agents and to expand their operations into all the Americas. Our very survival as a nation may be threatened if the situation is permitted to continue and grow. I pray the new administration will attack this danger, rapidly, intelligently and energetically. That same week the Guatemalan Congress, after overriding 5 members of the anti-communist opposition in a 3-hour debate, voted to observe 1 minute of silence in memory of Joseph Stalin. No other Latin American legislature made such a gesture. The action was noted in Washington. Also in March 1953, Dulles took time out to tell Latin Americans at the OAS meeting in Washington that the hemisphere's regional security pacts were important to the defense against Soviet aggression. Communist infiltration in the Americas must be guarded against, he told the OAS Assembly, which included Tacho's son-in-law, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa. We, here, can generate the right kind of moral force to help solve the problems of the whole world. The right-wing dictators took comfort in the words and actions of Eisenhower, Vice President Richard Nixon, and Dulles. At home, things went on much the same. Tacho's old pal Eddie Monterrey, who had given the coup de grace to Sandino and been rewarded for years of good service to the chief by being commissioned a colonel and given a lonely, unprofitable military district in the north, angered Somoza by grumbling too much about Takeito being the crown prince. Monterrey was thrown into jail by Takeito, while Somoza talked of a possible plot. Eddie's 44. Crime, after years of loyalty, was disrespect for an heir apparent who was taking on more of his father's characteristics every day, even the physical ones. Taco had been a slim young cadet when he left West Point, but heavy eating and drinking since his return was making him fleshy. With age his hairline receded and his girth increased, following the long-time family tendency to obesity. All the Somozas had a flabbiness about them. In September 1953, 57-year-old Taco set out with a party of 20 for a 7-week tour of South America. In Rio, President Getulio Vargas greeted the portly Somoza at the airport with a 21-gun salute. A little overcome with his welcome, Taco said, "I am the first Central American president to visit Brazil. It has been the ambition of my life." But unused to following protocol, Taco kept President Vargas waiting 65 minutes for dinner. Subsequently the plan to sign a treaty, or at least a pact of affection, was discreetly shelved. He arrived 90 minutes late for a dinner at the Chilean embassy and with a half-dozen unexpected guests in tow, but Taco put the guests at ease by adapting the old American jukebox tune Managua, Nicaragua, is a beautiful town. At the press conferences customary on such state visits, he parried all the questions, recited 2 verses by the great Nicaraguan poet Rubén Darío, and when Brazilian reporters queried him about the future, Taco gave them one of his folksy replies. "I can lasso a horse, plow a field, milk a cow and ride in the open. I am just a campesino who became president of the republic." He ended his 11-day visit to Brazil and traveled to Argentina, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, and Panama. In Panama he helped his old friend President José Antonio Ramón celebrate the 50th anniversary of Panama's independence by attending every party during the week. One day he drove into the Canal Zone to the United States Air Force's Albrook Air Base and invaded its post exchange. As a visiting foreign army officer, one whose son had attended West Point and whose soldiers were enrolled in Canal Zone schools, Taco was considered technically eligible for PX privileges, cut-rate prices and no tax. Somoza paid $1,000 cash for perfumes, toys, and gadgets, which he handed out to Panamanian friends saying, "Now I know the PXES are unfair competition with Panama merchants." On his return from his 17,000-mile fun trip, Taco remained in Managua only a day, to inspect the 27 racehorses he had purchased in Argentina and shipped home by air. Then he was off again, this time in a new Swedish-built freighter he had purchased for his family shipping line. In neighboring El Salvador, Somoza gave the honor of christening the 4,000-ton vessel to Dona Leticia de Osorio, the wife of the president. Finally back home again, Taco congratulated both Luis and Takeito. They had served their apprenticeship well, he said, which would stand them in good stead at some future date. That date was closer than he surmised. In 1954 the Eisenhower administration decided to do something about 45. Guatemala, from where, According to Washington, cancerous communism might spread to the rest of Central America. The CIA was put in charge of the operation, with adequate funds that totaled over $1 million. TACO quickly offered the CIA his territory for logistic support or for whatever reason they might want to use his country and its good offices. He would have liked to have done more, but Nicaragua's border didn't reach Guatemala and the CIA was counting on the support of Honduras. Somoza was particularly upset by the reformists in Guatemala, whom he considered more dangerous than communists. But like Washington, TACO branded them communists. Since the revolution of 1944, Juan José Arevalo and his successor, Jacobo Arbenz, had launched a series of broad reforms in Guatemala that included a social security program, the encouraging of labor unions, the expansion of rural education, agricultural extension, public health, and the promotion of cooperatives. The university was granted autonomy, an industrial development law was passed, as well as a law forcing the rental of farmlands to peasants, which, in effect, prohibited sharecropping and profiteering by landowners. The range of legislation and decrees was extremely broad, too much so to implement fully. Because of a shortage of trained local personnel, Arevalo and Arbenz had invited other Latins to Guatemala. Many of them were liberals and socialists, but some were from the outlawed Communist Party of Chile and the Aprista Party of Peru. Many Guatemalans who returned from exile after the revolution had socialist or communist convictions, but above all they were strongly nationalistic. The most controversial step under Arbenz was agrarian reform. The title alone was anathema to the Latin American oligarchy. It spelled communism for them. When strikes hit the American United Fruit Company, the largest single landowner in Guatemala, and some of its lands were expropriated, the United States saw red and accused Arbenz of offering insufficient indemnification to the Boston-based company. Arbenz, not a communist himself, did in fact count on the support of the communists, and many were involved in the planning and implementation of agrarian reform. This was too much for Washington. Arbenz's days were numbered from then on. The CIA found Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas to lead a liberation army. The intelligence agency's involvement was covered up for several years, but TACO immediately boasted privately about his vital role in ousting the communists in Guatemala. Somoza allowed Managua's Las Mercedes airport to be used by CIA aircraft. 6 P-47s, piloted by Americans, were used in the attack on Guatemala. 2 of the planes were shot down and another returned to Managua ripped by gunfire. One of the planes, piloted by American William Rip Robertson, sank a British freighter ship instead of a Russian ship supposedly carrying arms to Guatemala. Lloyd's of London, the insurers, were furious. It cost the CIA $1.4 million in damages. Robertson, suddenly unpopular with his CIA bosses, transferred his allegiance to the Somozas and became a business partner in a gold mine. After the operation, TACO kept 2 planes and Castillo Armas ended up with another. But plotters were still active against TACO in 1954. A group of rebel Nicara 46. Juan slipped back into the country in 2 trucks with a plan to ambush Somoza. Nearly 1,000 guns were shipped from Costa Rica by launch over Lake Nicaragua and kept near Managua. The head of the plot was Colonel Manuel Gómez, the first Nicaraguan enlisted in the Guard by the United States Marines in the 1930s and considered numero uno. The conspirators lay in wait for TACO, who was expected to pass down the highway en route to Montelimar. But the Spanish ambassador had called Somoza to show him some horses. And next to bulls, TACO's passion was horses. Somoza only heard about the plot when one plotter surrendered himself to the police. Said TACO, "I never thought of that. I was thinking about the cotton crop." However, he took measures to punish the rebels. They were pursued by the Guard and many of them were killed. The following year, TACO bolstered his personal security after his friend President Chichi Ramon of Panama was assassinated at a racetrack. This assassination, coupled with the previously aborted plan to ambush him and end his rule, gave TACO ample reason to be nervous. The fact that the rebels themselves had been ambushed before they reached Taco didn't reassure him. It was no secret that Somoza was again helping a group seeking to overthrow his bitter enemy, José Pepe Figueres of Costa Rica. Figueres, who had attended MIT in the United States and was now president of his country, was everything Taco was not. Don Pepe, pint-size, was a Democrat who hated armies and detested Taco. Although he loved the land, he didn't want to own all of it like Somoza. In January 1955, Figueres accused Taco of fomenting an uprising against his government. Somoza's reply characterized the Costa Rican as a damned liar, and challenged him to a duel with pistols on their common border. Both men considered themselves excellent shots with pistols. But the duel never took place. In April 1955, Taco ordered the Constitution amended to permit his re-election. The election was scheduled for February 1957. His 6-year term ended May 1, 1957, and he intended to rule until 1963, or even longer. In early April Taco, now greatly overweight and with a large double chin, came close to accidental death. Entertaining the American Legion National Commander, J. Addington Wagner, who was on a tour of Caribbean countries with his wife, Taco suggested a little deep-sea fishing. After a swim and a hefty meal at Tacho's Montelimar villa, the party, including Luis and several aides, boarded a barge-like 18-foot rubber boat propelled by an outboard motor. The boat ran into a squall about a half-mile offshore. As Somoza later told it, the waves suddenly rose to 20 feet and one washed Mrs. Wagner overboard. Her husband, a former Washington and Lee swimming star, retrieved her from the churning sea. Somoza said that he and Luis also went to her rescue, but it appeared that they had little choice but to join the Wagners in the water. The rubber boat capsized. The entire party had to cling to the buoyant boat until it finally washed ashore over an hour later. The Wagners were representative of a general American attitude toward Somoza that he constituted a strong defense against communist penetration of 47. Central America. Richard Nixon, who toured Latin America as Vice President of the United States in 1955, endorsed strongman rule there for the same reason. American participation in the Guatemalan coup and Nixon's statements showed where official priorities lay, but there may have been some twinges of conscience. When President Eisenhower, who had been delayed by illness, finally met with most of the hemisphere's presidents and strongmen in July 1956 in Panama, the conference produced a curiously rhetorical declaration: in a world in which the dignity of the individual, his fundamental rights and the spiritual values of mankind are seriously threatened by totalitarian forces alien to the traditions of our people and their institutions, America holds steadfastly to its historic mission to be the bulwark of human liberty and national independence. The reference is probably more to a defense against communism than dictatorship in general, but its vague wording may have been intended to put some pressure on regional despots. This historic meeting also proposed, as so many before and after it, inter-American cooperative efforts to seek the solution of economic problems and to raise the living standards of the continent. Time was running out for most of the 18 presidents at the Panama Conference, many of whom, like Somoza, had raised their own living standards at the expense of their impoverished people. General Paul Magloire of Haiti, who sat next to Somoza at the conference table, was ousted in December. Carlos Castillo Armas of Guatemala was assassinated the following year. General Gustavo Rojas Pinilla of Colombia, who didn't attend, was driven from power in 1957, as was General Fulgencio Batista y Zaldivar of Cuba in January 1959. General Pérez Jiménez of Venezuela was ousted in 1958. Generalissimo Trujillo of the Dominican Republic was gunned down in 1961. The only remaining dictator still in power who attended that conference is Paraguay's Alfredo Stroessner. As for Taco, 2 months later he was dead from an assassin's bullet. On the night of September 21, 1956, Taco was in rare form. He relaxed after dancing a cha-cha at a reception in his honor in the Casa del Obrero, a workers' club he had founded in Leon, his son's birthplace. Somoza had gone through the motions of receiving the nomination from his Nationalist Liberal Party for next February's election. The nomination had been made in the stronghold of the old Liberal Party, which he had converted into his personal election vehicle. Just after 11 p.m. a young man with a pencil-thin mustache approached him. Despite Tacho's concern for protection, his 220-pound bulk offered an easy target. Rigoberto Lopez Perez, a poet, whipped out a snub-nosed Smith & Wesson .38 revolver and, from 15 feet, managed to fire 4 quick successive shots into Tacho before Arnaldo Ramirez Eva, chief of the government's National Construction Agency, grabbed him by the hair and pulled him backwards. The ballroom became a madhouse. Colonel Camilio Gonzalez Cervantes, the president's aide and former counterfeiting partner, was one of those who shot and beat the assassin to death on the dance floor. Rigoberto was shot 35 times by different caliber pistols. After he was dead, he was kicked and spat upon, then his body was taken to the Gonzalez Theater. 48. And left on the sidewalk until the next day. No one knows what happened to his body after that. American Ambassador Thomas Whelan, a close friend and one of Tacho's favorite poker partners, alerted Washington upon hearing the news. President Eisenhower, who was later to decide that Fidel Castro of Cuba and Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic should be gotten rid of, went to extraordinary lengths to save Somoza's life. The White House ordered a helicopter from the Canal Zone to move the wounded dictator from Leon to Managua, and then sent the commander of Washington's Walter Reed Army Hospital to Nicaragua to save him. Eisenhower was said to be acting on the suggestion of Ambassador Whelan, who urged that special medical aid of the type only the United States could provide was needed. Major General Dr. Leonard D. Heaton, accompanied by 2 surgeons, left by mid-afternoon for the 7.5-hour flight to Managua. Meanwhile, a medical team headed by Colonel Charles O. Bruce had flown in early on September 22 from the Canal Zone to attend to Somoza's wounds. Bruce, the Canal Zone health director, was accompanied by members of the staff of Gorgas Hospital, including the chiefs of surgery and orthopedics and an anesthetist. Tacho, as one eminent Nicaraguan doctor observed later, hadn't put his money into hospitals. 4 hours after arrival in Managua that Sunday morning, Heaton and the task force of doctors were en route to the Canal Zone with the wounded Somoza and his wife. All 4 bullets had scored. One struck Tacho in the right shoulder, another in the right thigh, one broke his right forearm. The 4th was the most dangerous. It had entered the upper right thigh and had lodged at the base of the spine. At Gorgas, 4 surgeons, including Heaton, worked for 4 hours and 20 minutes removing the bullets in the thigh and near the spine. "I'm a goner," Tacho reportedly told his friend Whelan in his typically colloquial English the night he was shot. Despite the long operation and a windpipe incision to ease his labored breathing, Tacho never regained consciousness in the American hospital. He expired at 5:05 a.m., September 28, 7 days after he was shot. Death was pronounced a result of bullet wounds and general organic fatigue. Those 7 days gave his heirs time to secure the realm. They clamped the country under a state of siege, jailed oppositionists, halted the departure of Nicaraguans from the country, and put the nation under curfew, all to give the impression that Tacho would be back to continue his rule. The day before he died, Tacho received a cable of best wishes for a speedy recovery and an apostolic benediction from Pope Pius XII. Somoza, who had never been a practicing Catholic, was given a Requiem High Mass at the Sacred Heart Chapel at Ancon Hill in the Canal Zone. Following Mass, the body was escorted to Albrook Air Base, the site of his raid on the PX, by an honor guard. He was given a 21-gun military send-off and a United States military escort back to Managua in an Air Force C-54. The escort was headed by the Chief of Staff of the Caribbean Command. President Eisenhower, in his expression of regret the day of Tacho's death, said, "The nation and I personally regret the death of President Somoza of Nicaragua as a result of the dastardly attack made upon him several days ago by an assassin." 49. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, in his message of condolence, said, "His constantly demonstrated friendship for the U.S. will never be forgotten." Ambassador Whelan said, "The United States has lost a good friend, I lost a good friend." As a gesture of respect for his fallen fellow dictator, Rafael Trujillo sent a total of 118 persons in 4 aircraft, including a military band and honor guard, to the funeral. Ironically, the Dominican dictator died himself 5 years later, a victim of assassins who this time counted on the complicity of the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations and the CIA-7. While official regrets poured in San Francisco, the traditional American stronghold of Nicaraguan conservative exiles in the United States, Tacho's death was applauded, as was the deed of tyrannicide committed by the 27-year-old poet. Some 30 automobiles paraded in the streets carrying signs, "Somoza's heirs should not be recognized." There were celebrations to mark the end of Tacho's dictatorship in many Latin American capitals. A Panama newspaper carried a photo of Tacho's assassin with the caption, "One may give a life for an ideal and thus fill the vacuum which he left." In Canada, the Montreal Star editorialized, "Retributive justice overtakes Somoza." Hope had been trying to induce Takaido to run the family shipping line from New York. They had even gone to Manhattan, where she was happily enjoying the arts and social whirl. But any hopes she had to induce Takaido to become a Manhattan executive, or any hopes he had for a career there, quickly ended when his father was assassinated. Almost at once, Nicaragua had a new Taco, as Takaido dropped the diminutive form of his name. But it was the less arrogant, quiet Luis who had been chosen to take over in case of Somoza's death. Days before riderless cash box, Tacho's favorite horse, led his funeral procession to the crypt. The sons had taken command Somoza style. On September 28, Luis, president of the Congress, called an evening session and had himself elected acting president by acclamation. He would serve either during the period of his father's incapacitation or until the end of Somoza's term on May 1, 1957. At the same time, Luis declared himself a candidate for the February elections, just in case some of the old man's buddies decided they should try for the post. Luis took the oath to support the Constitution before Congress, then he thanked the United States for having lent inestimable aid to save the life which guides our destiny. Meanwhile, tough, quick-tempered Takaido, 32, commander of 4,100 guardsmen, arrested hundreds of suspects, as the constitutional guarantee of habeas corpus had been suspended. The new Taco immediately branded his father's attacker a communist who had connections with exiled Nicaraguans in El Salvador. The poet had lived there in exile since 1951, working as a phonograph salesman until returning to his native Leon earlier in the month. An essay on poetry he had written had appeared September 12 in El Cronista in Leon. In it he wrote, 50. The devil is the greatest poet who is not recognized by humanity. And, immortality is the aim of life and of glorious death. Despite Taco I's declaration, for many Nicaraguans the assassin was a martyr hero in the same class as Sandino. He only wanted to free his country. Captain Adolfo Alfaro, whose brother had been killed by the Guard in the aftermath of the 1954 plot, had taught the poet to fire a revolver. Even though Alfaro was married to a Somoza relative, he had fled to El Salvador. It appeared that Lopez Porras had acted on his own, but this did not deter Taco II from rounding up all the old foes, including the by now 84-year-old Emiliano Chamorro. Also interned were Dr. Enoch Aguado and Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, the latter for intensifying his campaign against Somoza's re-election and protesting the tightening of presidential security. However, Taco always insisted that Chamorro knew about the assassination before it happened. Less than 8 hours after his father's death, Luis was unanimously elected by Congress to succeed him. He became the 31st president of Nicaragua. Although violence had characterized much of the country's history, his father was the first president ever to be assassinated. Luis received 53 standing votes of senators and deputies, including a dozen from members of the opposition Conservative Party. Taco too used a lie detector to establish the guilt or innocence of those he arrested. He said it had been proved that the assassin was a communist. He said Lopez Perez's longtime teacher quoted the killer as having asserted that the people will be better off when the Russian system is established here. By January 29, 1957, Taco too had completed his investigation. Among those he implicated in the assassination of his father were student Tomasz Borja Martinez and his brother, Emilio, whose family name was misspelled as Borja in court. Tomasz was a student at the law faculty of the university in Lyon. It was in the university, he recalled later, that my political consciousness was aroused. He spent 2.5 years of his term in prison, then was taken from jail and put under house arrest. He later managed to escape to Honduras dressed as a woman. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro was also found guilty. The Chamorros and Tomasz Borja added their weight to the ghost of Sandino. Despite decrees and prison terms, or maybe because of them, they would chip away at the Somoza dynasty until eventually it crumbled. Anastasio Somoza Garcia died the richest and most powerful man in the country. He became wealthy by sapping the lifeblood of his people. He became powerful by stripping them of their freedom. With that wealth and with that power, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, Taco I, founded a dynasty so strong and personal that, in Panama, Calypso King Rupert Allen found that nightclub customers wouldn't let one of his popular songs die. Woven around Somoza's assassination, it began. A guy asked a dictator if he had any farms. He said he had on Y1. It was Nicaragua. Chapter 4. The Boys in Power. Neither son was like old Taco, who used to complain that they had inherited neither his brain nor his cunning. It was his daughter Lillian whom he considered most like him. At the time of Somoza's death, Lillian was 35 and busy raising a brood of children in Washington. Her crafty husband, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa, had received the ambassador's job at the Washington Embassy as a wedding gift in 1943. Lillian, who had attended Gunston Hall School for Girls, in 1940 had been crowned Queen of the Apple Blossom Festival in Winchester, Virginia. This distinction pleased the old man, especially since neither of his sons had won any kind of honor at school, despite the money he spent on them. In 1947, Sevilla Sacasa, former Speaker of the Nicaraguan House of Representatives, displayed his shrewdness when the United States withheld recognition from Tacho's stooge president, Uncle Victor. He sent flowers to President Truman's mother who was ill in Missouri. Back came a note from Truman addressed to Mr. Ambassador. This note he used later to prove his authority to the State Department, and he remained to become Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in Washington. He used his position as much to forward the United States' interests as those of his own country. When the Somoza sons inherited power, the opposition predicted that the day of reckoning had arrived. Even friends of the Somoza family wondered if the boys could hold power for as long as 6 months. Some believed that guard officers would revolt because Taquito was far too abrasive and arrogant to hold them together. Luis was soft and flabby in character. But the boys proved them wrong. It seemed that the boys, so different in temperament, provided just the right kind of chemistry to keep the dynasty afloat. Of all the Somozas, Luis was the closest to being a real farmer. Instead of going from La Salle Military Academy on Long Island to West Point, Luis attended a series of universities devoted to other than military interests. He went to schools in California and Maryland and finally to Louisiana State University and returned home an agronomist. His easygoing manner was suited to the drawn-out play-acting of congressional politics. His father, recognizing these traits, placed Luis in charge of Congress and of the subservient, well-disciplined Nationalist Liberal Party as well. Both sons understood that the smooth transition of power after their father's 51. 52. Assassination was necessary to ensure the family's survival. Luis, then 34, and heir apparent, turned his energies to arranging the February 3, 1957, elections in which he would be candidate in his father's place. He wisely left the work of extracting vengeance to Taquito. The guard colonel needed no prodding, he rounded up everyone who might ever have been suspected of anti-Somoza thoughts, words, or deeds. The division of labor reflected the character of the two boys. Takahito, who had been a darkly handsome boy of 10 when he left home to attend the Christian Brothers Military Academy on Long Island in 1936, quickly fattened, as did Luis. But unlike his brother, he had gained, along with the added weight, a reputation as a bully. He was in addition a confirmed gringophile from the time of his enrollment in American schools. It was not until July 28, 1956, however, that Papa, in order to be able to run for re-election, had relinquished the post he treasured most. Son Takahito became the de facto head of the National Guard. 2 years earlier Takahito had received his pilot's license in the United States. Recalling the impact of American air power during the 1920s campaign against Sandino, Takahito believed that his country needed a good air force. He became commander of the Air Force on July 2, 1956. Luis was a hypocrite. Takahito was vain and showed his anger easily. Luis was an introvert and a smooth operator. Takahito was inclined to be frank, Luis wasn't. During the fading months of 1956 Takahito went about the job of avenging his father with fanatic zeal. He felt that all of his father's foes should suffer. Many had, of course, wished for Tacho's murder although they had nothing to do with the assassination. Takahito was even suspicious of Colonel Francisco Gaitan, who had taught Takoi to march and who was, in 1956, Chief of Staff of the Guard. But Luis saved Gaitan, sending him to Argentina as ambassador. Takahito later said, "I didn't shoot Gaitan because my mother pleaded with me not to do it." More than 3,000 persons were rounded up and imprisoned. There was fear that Takahito's vengeance might cause a bloodbath. Certainly his actions served to throw the opposition into complete disarray, and any thought of presenting a candidate to oppose Luis in the election was unthinkable. By January the number of those detained in connection with the tyrannicide was reduced to 300, then eventually to 21. Finally only 5 of the prisoners were accused of direct involvement in the act. The locker room of Campo de Marte was the scene of the trial, actually conducted as a court-martial. A 7-officer court tried 21 Nicaraguans for complicity in the assassination. The list of charges against the 5 primary defendants that the prosecuting officers read to the court sounded like a Hollywood script. One prisoner was accused of hollowing out the bullets provided for the assassin and injecting poison. Another was supposed to have doused Leon in darkness by pulling the master electric switch, to allow the assassin time to escape. The third was accused of firing a rocket into the night to signal the man who would cause the blackout. The 4th prisoner was allegedly in charge of driving the getaway jeep. The 5th prisoner had cast suspicion. 53. On himself by going into hiding after he learned his friend had killed Somoza. He was singled out as the financial backer of the plot. The first 5 defendants were found guilty as charged, but in keeping with Luis's campaign pledge, the sentences were light. He had told a pre-election rally in Managua's Republican Plaza that the sentences will be on the mild side for the crime committed against his father. There was no death penalty in Nicaragua, and, besides, the assassin had been killed on the spot. Of the first 5 defendants, 3 drew 15-year prison terms and the other 2 were sentenced to 9 years. The 3 most closely associated with the assassination remained in prison for 4 years. Then they were killed, supposedly while trying to escape. 6 of the remaining prisoners were acquitted by the court and 8 were sentenced to 9-year terms. Dr. Enoch Aguado, unsuccessful independent liberal-conservative coalition candidate for president in 1947, and Dr. Enrique Lacayo Farfan, leader of the Independent Liberal Party, were among those who received 9-year terms. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, editor of the opposition La Prensa and childhood school rival of Takahito, received the lightest sentence. He was ordered to stay at least 60 miles away from Managua and Leon for the next 40 months. Just prior to the 1957 election, 4 years were lopped off the sentences of Aguado and Lacayo. Luis reasoned that a strong arm had, in the end, shortened his father's lifespan. So Luis quietly launched what he called a liberalization of the dictatorship. Cabinet ministers were permitted more authority and made responsible to Congress. Takito moved into La Cava with Hope and the children when Luis moved into the Casa Presidential. Both sons had been exposed to the American media during their decade in the United States. They also remembered their father's explanation of the power of advertising, which he had learned in Philadelphia. They began to open up somewhat to the local and foreign press. Luis held regular press conferences during which he encouraged critical questions, and even Takito began talking to reporters at his guard headquarters. As a result, despite the fact that there were some 25 known political prisoners, the boys gained favorable press coverage abroad. In February 1957, Takito's military training and Luis's restraint were put to the test when trouble broke out with neighboring Honduras. The cause of the trouble was the disputed 7,000 square mile district along the Coco River, claimed both by Honduras and Nicaragua. In 1906, King Alfonso XIII of Spain had awarded the area to Honduras in a royal arbitration decision, but Nicaragua refused to accept his verdict. When word reached Managua that the government in Tegucigalpa had carved a new state out of most of the disputed land and named it Gracias a Dios, Takito shrugged off the report. In answer to reporters' questions about Honduras violating Nicaraguan territory, Takito acted nonchalant. If our frontier were in danger, we would not be here enjoying the agreeable companionship which unites the soldiers of the Guard. Then he tossed off another toast at a banquet offered in his honor by the enlisted men of the Guard. 54. Newly elected President Luis Somoza was not so tranquil. He immediately called an emergency cabinet meeting to consider the border situation. Oil companies were said to be interested in the area, so it was now worth fighting over. By the time of his May 1 inauguration, Luis found that relations with his northern neighbor had degenerated. Takito had moved troops, usually stationed 15 miles inside the zone along the Cruta River, deeper into the interior of the disputed area to the little village of Macoran. The Guard plowed up the little dirt airfield next to the village. The Hondurans felt that Takito's action was provocative retaliation. Instead of sending the 14-member delegation that had been invited to Luis's inauguration, they simply instructed their ambassador to attend the ceremony, a diplomatic slight. General Roque Rodriguez, 59, the head of a three-man Honduran military junta, waited until Luis's big day before replying to Takito's action. On inauguration day he sent 500 troops to retake Macoran. The outnumbered Nicaraguans fled, leaving 2 dead on the battlefield. The news reached Managua just before the inauguration ball. The 3 orchestras were dismissed, no one danced on Luis's inauguration day, an ominous sign, some said. Takito ordered his P5s to strike back at dawn. The clashes continued until little remained of the village of Macoran, its cluster of thatch huts razed by air strikes. Spokesmen for the Organization of American States arrived in Tegucigalpa to settle the dispute, and both sides broke off hostilities. Meanwhile Takito, his chubby face a full moon under a steel helmet, toured the front where his troops had suffered their first defeat just 8 months after he took full command. With an automatic rifle over his shoulder and a .45 pistol at his waist, he struck a warlike pose. Even though the 5-man OAS truce team won assurances from both sides to observe a ceasefire, Takito's troops, smarting from the Macoran defeat, made a sneak attack on the towns of Cifuentes and Los Manos. The Nicaraguans then complained that Honduran paramilitary groups were looting ranches in an undisputed part of Nicaraguan territory. Both sides finally agreed to an accord drawn up by ex-President Ricardo Arias of Panama and withdrew their troops. The dispute was submitted to the International Court of Justice at The Hague for arbitration. Later in the year Nicaraguans had a good laugh at the expense of the Somoza newspaper Novedades. The daily offered a $140 prize for the best verse of homage to Old Taco. The winning entry was a flowery 14 lines, titled, "Renowned Paladin and Cavalier Glory of America." The newspaper ran the poem, which was signed with a pen name. It was not until several days later that a bright reader noted that the first letters of the 14 lines spelled the name of the man who had slain old Taco, Rigoberto Lopez. Taco Somoza left over a $100 million fortune, including real estate consisting of at least 10% of all arable farmland in Nicaragua. Under the brothers, Luis wearing the silk gloves and Takeito providing the strong arm, the family and the Guard became even more powerful and increasingly corrupt. As the Guard prospered, their loyalty to the family grew proportionately. 55. At the beginning of 1958, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa, then 49, stepped into the coveted post of Dean of the Washington Diplomatic Corps. The Nicaraguan now spoke for 82 mission heads on matters of protocol and diplomatic prerogative. While his English left much to be desired, he was an excellent orator in his native Spanish. The 14-year veteran delighted the Eisenhower administration with his accommodating style. 4 years earlier, when John Foster Dulles needed a helping hand in pushing through an OAS resolution at a meeting in Caracas, he had come to his aid. The resolution, calling for the collective action of the OAS if communists infiltrated any nation in the Americas, was designed especially with Guatemala in mind. As chairman, Sevilla Sacasa put on a convincing performance to get the resolution approved. Dulles stayed at the Caracas meeting only long enough to get the anti-communist motion passed. Later that year, the CIA, with Tacho's help, intervened to end the leftist regime in Guatemala. One of the many congratulatory letters the new dean received was from Dr. Milton Eisenhower, the president's brother, who had been designated as troubleshooter for Latin America. Nicaragua was now in a special position in Washington. Not only did Sevilla Sacasa have the ear of the administration, but favors were a two-way street. To improve the family image at home, in late April Luis gave the Congress a constitutional amendment to study. It appeared designed to end the dynasty. Not only would Luis be barred from succeeding himself, but anyone related to him by blood, up to the 4th degree, would be prohibited from becoming president. The amendment would not only keep Luis and Takeito out of the presidential palace, but also their half-brother Jose, whom Taco Somoza, before his assassination, had recognized as his natural son. Luis told allies and a skeptical opposition that it is my firm intention to retire at the end of my elected term and to deliver my robe of office to the man who wins the majority of votes in the election of 1963. He explained that one of the motives behind this decision was to strengthen the popularity of the family's nationalist Liberal Party so that it could win elections on its own. Luis believed that the family, with its large fortune and business empire inside Nicaragua, could survive only if it didn't control the country politically as a dynasty. Die-hard rebels, he decided, would never give up plotting and attempting to overthrow the regime. The name Somoza was anathema to the opposition. A loyal member of the Nationalist Liberal Party could be front man and reduce the pressure on the family. In an emergency, amendments could be repealed. Meanwhile, the opposition could rejoice in the fact that after 1963 no Somoza would rule, at least in name. Old Taco had repealed a similar constitutional provision in 1955, when he decided that his country needed him for yet another term as president. It was the mistake that led to his assassination. Takeito agreed to the amendment that 56 would rob him of his chance of being president. But as head of the Guard, he could read his future more clearly than others. While Managua was busy discussing Luis's amendment, a trio of rebels, two of them former pilots of the Somoza airline Lanica, hijacked a Lanica C-47 cargo plane from a Miami airfield and flew to Honduras for a rendezvous with Nicaraguan exile Colonel Manuel Gómez. Their plan, according to Takeito's intelligence network, was to fly to Puerto Cabezas and either assassinate or kidnap Luis during a visit to that Pacific coast port. But the Hondurans located the plane and arrested the Nicaraguan rebels before they could activate whatever plan they had in mind. As for United States relations with Latin America, 1958 became known as the year Latin Americans spat upon Vice President Richard Nixon. Nixon got a hint of how his 18-day tour of Latin America might turn out on his first stop in Peru. he was greeted at Lima's University of San Marcos by signs saying Nixon is a viper and other less complimentary accusations. His next stop was Argentina for the swearing-in of President Arturo Frondizi. Here the students were less personal in their criticism. A student leader merely said to the vice president, "We reproach the U.S. for its passive policy toward dictators." Paraguay was a haven in a storm to Nixon. Here he was greeted warmly by the populace and received a big abrazo from Dictator General Alfredo Stroessner. It was the same when he and Pat visited Nicaragua. In later years he demonstrated that he hadn't forgotten the friendly reception from those Somoza boys who could communicate so well in English. A less cordial reception awaited Nixon in Caracas. Thousands of students rioted in the streets and showered his motorcade with rotten eggs and spittle. So recently freed from the dictatorship of Marcos Pérez Jiménez, Venezuelans, now under the rule of a military junta, wondered why Eisenhower had given Pérez Jiménez the Legion of Merit and why the United States had granted him asylum after his 10-year reign of terror had ended. Nixon's turbulent visit soured him on Latin America permanently. Years later when, as president, Nixon was posing for the usual photo with an ambassador he had appointed to one of the Latin American nations, his bitterness welled up. Slightly tipsy, he told the new envoy, "Don't trust them, you can't trust them. They're all a bunch of kooks." Although Nixon had been received warmly by the dictators of the Caribbean area during a tour there in 1955, in 1958 he seemingly turned against them also. He suggested that the United States espouse a policy of coolness toward them. But this was mostly political rhetoric and not followed up by any action. Nixon, of course, excluded the Somoza boys from any criticism. The statement Nixon made in May 1958 at Washington's National Press Club was in direct conflict with Dulles' policy of coddling dictators. "What we must do is to show that when private enterprise and the U.S. come into Latin America, we do not do so for the purpose of simply keeping the elite in power." He struck out at diplomats who spent their time at white-tie dinners, noting that the universities and labor movements, the 57 wave of the future. Do we leave the field to the communists? If we do, Nixon said, we are going to lose the battle. Dr. Milton Eisenhower planned to make a tour of Central America beginning June 15, 1958, but the trip was delayed a month for fear of more violence. There was no violence. In Nicaragua, when Dr. Eisenhower met with the opposition, he seemed to be acting almost as a second for Luis Somoza. After lunch with Luis, Dr. Eisenhower sat down with a group of intellectuals and professionals for an exchange of views. Dr. Juan Zelaya, president of a university graduates club, made the usual charges against the United States, protecting dictators, using political intervention to protect its investments, and buying raw materials at rock-bottom prices and selling back the expensive manufactured products. Eisenhower countered that Luis could not be classified a dictator like his father, because now the opposition could speak out, whereas 2 years earlier they were not free to do so. The discussions did have some effect, for on his return to the United States, Dr. Eisenhower recommended a response to the appeal of Latin American nations for more stable relationships between raw commodity prices and the prices of manufactured products. Summing up his trip, he said, "The vast majority of the leaders and people of Latin America are firm friends of the U.S. They do not intend to permit a tiny minority of conspirators to confuse and divide us." When Taco Somoza had Sandino killed and most of his followers wiped out, one of those who escaped was a lieutenant named Ramon Rodales. In September 1958, inspired by the progress of Fidel Castro against the Fulgencio Batista dictatorship in Cuba, the 62-year-old guerrilla, his hair and mustache now white, slipped into Nueva Segovia. Rodales led 40 men, carrying extra arms for recruits, into his sparsely populated native province. The intention was a Cuban-style revolutionary campaign, but they found the going rough and failed to capture the guard garrison at the little sawmill village of El Corozo. However, this attack brought them to the attention of Takaido. Using aircraft, he transported his best anti-guerrilla troops into the area. Despite the rugged terrain, one of his patrols caught up with the guerrillas. A clash on a pine-clad hill resulted in the end of the career of Rawdales, who died with a bullet in his head. "We have finished with this group of bandits," Takito announced proudly to the press, and he praised the Guard as being among the finest anti-guerrilla troops on the continent. But to a new generation of Nicaraguans, Rawdales was no bandit. The old general who had fought with Sandino a quarter-century earlier didn't die in vain. When students shortly after this staged a nationwide school strike demanding the release of 2 professors and a student from jail, Luis decided against force. He let the strike and demonstrations run their course. On January 1, 1959, General Fulgencio Batista was forced to flee Cuba and 58. Take refuge with Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. Fidel Castro was 32, who had launched his fight against Batista in 1953 with an abortive attack on the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba, succeeded in showing the world that a guerrilla movement could oust a well-entrenched military dictatorship. Liberation groups throughout Latin America took heart from Castro's victory. The victory in Cuba overshadowed a 10,000-word report on Latin America by Milton Eisenhower. He recommended that from then on the United States refrain from granting special recognition to a Latin American dictator, regardless of the temporary advantage that might seem to be promised by such an act. Dr. Eisenhower conceded that the United States had made some honest mistakes and urged the adoption of Nixon's suggestion that the United States have an abrazo for democratic leaders and a formal handshake for dictators. Ironically, many dictators had felt Nixon's warm embrace. One of the first attempts to emulate Castro's success occurred in Nicaragua on May 30, 1959. 3 months earlier, gynecologist Enrique Lacayo Farfan and Pedro Joaquin Chamorro had begun marshalling forces in Costa Rica. The leaders instructed their men in the same guerrilla tactics that Spanish loyalist Alberto Bayo had taught Fidel Castro in Mexico. The all-Nicaraguan strike force, consisting of only 112 men, hoped to gain support from their countrymen and quickly topple the Somoza regime. Some of the rebels trickled back into Nicaragua to set up training camps in the hills. The rest waited until the time seemed ripe for an invasion. When Conservative Party businessmen, allies of Chamorro, called a general strike to protest the Somoza's commercial domination, the rebel leaders decided that their moment had come. On the 30th, a chartered C-46 transport plane bounced to a shaky stop in a Nicaraguan pasture near Santo Tomas. 4 men in olive drab, carrying 7mm Mauser rifles and automatic weapons sprang down. As the plane rumbled back into the sky, 60 more men leading horses and mules loaded with food and supplies straggled onto the field. Then the combined force melted into the trees and headed east toward the jungle between Santo Tomas and Bluefields. The next day another C-46 set down in a boggy field near the town of Tierra Azul, 35 miles southeast of Matagalpa. Because the plane's landing gear was damaged on landing, its 35 olive-clad passengers hurriedly stripped it of usable contents and set it on fire. But even before the rebels could leave the area, an Air Force P-51 swooped from the sky and blasted the smoldering wreckage with rockets. At this point the rebel forces made their first mistake. Instead of fading into the hills while they had time, they elected to lie in ambush for the foot patrol they knew would come to investigate the plane's remains. They succeeded in taking the 12-man National Guard patrol by surprise, killing 3 guardsmen with their opening barrage. The rest of the patrol took cover and the 2 groups battled for 4 hours until dusk. When the invaders finally broke off contact and pulled back into the foothills of the Cordillera de Rance, they were carrying 2 wounded and 59. Had left behind 3 dead. These were the first casualties in the well-coordinated attempt to topple the Somozas. Not only had their first taste of action cost them the lives of 3 men, but carrying the wounded slowed the small troop down. Their betrayal of their position and loss of mobility changed them from a compact strike unit into a group of harried soldiers fleeing just 1 step ahead of Tacho's task force. The rebels soon encountered another major setback. The support that they had been counting on from the people of the countryside was not forthcoming. The peasants were either too poor to share their food or simply were not interested in another revolution. The leaders of this particular uprising had none of the qualities of an Emiliano Chamorro or a Sandino. The people couldn't or wouldn't identify with these bearded men from the city. Chamorro and Lacayo, who had organized the invasion from Costa Rica, had planned to have food and arms dropped into the jungle by air. For this purpose they maintained close radio communication with their field unit. But this plan was foiled, first by Takaido's Air Force, then completely nullified when one radio was lost and the other broke down. Takaido Somoza had learned his lessons well at West Point. Even more importantly, he had also studied the tactics used in Cuba and profited greatly by the mistakes made by Batista. Takaido sent only 800 men of the total guard force to subdue the rebels, and he split his forces into units large enough to overpower the rebels, but small enough so as not to stir up sympathy for his foes as the underdogs. His troops were under strict instructions that none but the rebels were to be molested. In another shrewd move, Takaido called up his reserves in the disputed area, giving them more incentive to fight against the rebels than with them. And then, to ensure that world opinion would be on his side, or at least not on the rebels' side, Takaido invited the foreign press, giving them all aid possible for their coverage of the war. In fact, the war was so well covered that it was to Time magazine's Mexico bureau chief Harvey Rosenhaus that the first groups of rebels made known their desire to surrender. Rosenhaus was returning from a National Guard outpost in the small town of Santo Domingo when he encountered a peasant who told him that rebels were on the trail up ahead. Instead of turning back, Rosenhaus went ahead to investigate. He found 45 rebels, led by 30-year-old Commandant K. Jose Medina Cuadra, holed up in and around a large house. Medina, who had been a Managua lawyer until 3 months earlier, told Rosenhaus that he and his men wished to surrender. Our radio went dead. We were always short of food and the peasants in these mountains do not have enough to spare. He and his men, mostly bearded and between 18 and 30, had been part of a force personally headed by Chamorro, who had taken 2 lieutenants and 13 men farther back into the jungle to continue the fight. Rosenhaus sent a message to the guard post written on one of his business cards. The message said simply, 45 rebels want to surrender. They have laid down their guns. Please don't come in shooting. Later that afternoon a guard patrol surrounded the house. The guard commander stepped out and asked Medina to 60. Come forward and surrender. They shook hands. Medina said lamely, I guess this had to turn out this way. Chamorro and his holdouts surrendered 3 days later, ending the first airborne rebellion in Nicaraguan history. The entire operation from start to finish lasted only 15 days. It was much later, however, before the captured rebels learned what was to be their fate. The guerrillas were taken to Managua to stand trial. All 103 men were charged as traitors to their country. The trial turned out to be lengthy, beginning September 12, 1959, and ending November 21. The defendants were all found guilty as charged and sentenced to 8 years in prison. But on December 21 Luis Somoza, acting through Congress, granted all of them pardons. Despite Luis's kid glove treatment, the cry for freedom grew louder. In July 1960 students of the National University of Leon were granted permission for their annual student parade. When they took to the streets they let their emotions explode. Marching past the local guard post, twice they hurled insults, the third time they hurled stones. What happened next is open to speculation. The guard said a pistol was fired from the ranks of the students, wounding a guardsman, and that only then did they reply by opening fire on the crowd. But the consequences were clear. 5 students were killed, and 30 were wounded. Takaido's guard had suddenly shifted from Luis's policy of tolerance to their own more natural policy of violence. Even though Luis rushed blood plasma and medicines to Leon, the damage had been done. For Nicaraguans, the true face of the dictatorship loomed behind the gun sights of the guard on that July afternoon in Leon. The Leon student massacre roused a rallying cry against the regime in the months that followed. Students in Managua demonstrated against guard assassins and there was more violence. Luis, forced to declare a state of siege and suspend civil liberties, saw his attempts to liberalize the dictatorship flow fruitlessly down the gutters of Leon with the blood of students. There were attempts to organize a general strike, and another rebellion materialized as former Guard Lieutenant Julio Alonso Leclerc crossed the northern border from Honduras with 31 men to raise the standard of revolt against the dynasty. He too failed. Meanwhile, the debate over whether the Somozas should remain in power was echoed in the church. Managua's aging Archbishop Vicente Alejandro González y Roberto, the country's Roman Catholic primate, came out in support of Somoza, citing Pope Gregory XVI's encyclical Mirari Vos, all authority comes from God, and all things are ordered by that same God. Therefore he who resists authority resists God. While agreeing that rulers often abuse this power, the Archbishop said the remedy was Christian patience. Bishop Octavio José Calderón y Padilla replied from the little coffee town of Matagalpa, quoting Pope Leo XIII, "If laws of the state are in open opposition to divine right, resistance is a duty, obedience a crime." The bishop added, however, one must forget the appearance of veracity of the communist slogan that religion is the opiate of the people. 61. But the hemisphere forgot Nicaragua. Castro took the limelight. By late October 1960 there were invasion jitters in Havana. A fleet of anti-Castro exiles was expected to land momentarily from Guatemala. Then in November John Fitzgerald Kennedy was elected 35th President of the United States. By mid-November there was another anti-Somoza flare-up. A group of Nicaraguans on the Costa Rican border, waiting for a chance to invade, were surprised at their hideout by Costa Rican Civil Guard Commander Alfonso Monge. Monge was shot to death when he opened the door of the old wooden shack where the rebels were holed up. Conservative President Mario Echandi, who had succeeded Pepe Figueres in a free democratic election, declared flatly that the rebels included Cubans. Guatemala's President Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, who was at the time allowing the CIA to train recruits in his country for an invasion of Cuba, joined Luis Somoza in protesting to the OAS and to Washington. They suggested that the United States Navy patrol the area to prevent a Cuban invasion of Central America, which was only part of the camouflage for the coming American invasion of Cuba, in which both Nicaragua and Guatemala were deeply involved. Around the same time, 14 of Somoza's oldest enemies, all members of the Conservative Party, seized the towns of Jinotep and Diriamba, some 30 miles south of the capital. Takito sent troops backed by tanks to retake Jinotep, which was no problem since the rebels vanished before the troops arrived. Diriamba was a different story. Rebel leaders seized the Christian Brothers Boys' School and held 250 students and their teachers hostage for 66 hours before they finally surrendered. At the end of 1960, the International Court of Justice in The Hague handed down its long-awaited decision on the disputed territory along the Mosquito Coast. The court upheld the arbitration award of the King of Spain. The territory was declared Honduran. Luis, weary from his internal wars, decided not to contest the decision. Takito was promoted to Brigadier General in 1957, then to Major General and finally to Division General in 1964. The battle for land along the Mosquito Coast had been his first defeat. However, by February 1961, Takito had forgotten the word defeat. He bragged that he was the victor in at least 26 attempted revolts and was just reporting success in his 27th encounter with various rebel forces. Peasants reported that 22 armed men crossed the Honduras border. A satisfied General Somoza told a reporter in his paneled office in the National Guard headquarters when giving a briefing on the Leclerc invasion. Within minutes, headquarters was alerted and P-51 Mustangs took off to strafe them. Inside a few hours, mobile ground patrols set an ambush. In 3 clashes 6 invaders were killed, including their leader, Julio Alonso Leclerc, ex-guard officer, and 9 were captured. The rest fled back into Honduras 2 days later after they were unable to shake patrols pursuing them, Takito explained in a business-like tone. Old Taco had made a wise choice in turning his younger son into a soldier. Modernization of the National Guard had begun in 1939 with the creation of 62. A military academy in Managua, which gave the equivalent of a junior college education along with military instruction. When Takaido took charge in 1946, he ruthlessly weeded out disloyal and unfit cadets, often graduating classes of as few as 6 second lieutenants. Although the course was 4 years long, each cadet spent at least 1 year studying abroad, usually at the United States Army's Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone. The most promising cadets were sent to Saint-Cyr in France or to West Point, or to other military academies in Italy, Spain, Mexico, Peru, Argentina, and Chile. Takaido replaced most of his father's fat old army buddies with young officers who were well trained. Their pay, which ranged from a lieutenant's $100 a month to Takaido's $700 a month as head of the guard, was not lavish, but officers had the run of cut-rate commissaries and were provided with better than average housing. Guardsmen were recruited through voluntary 3-year enlistments. Most joined as illiterates and were taught to read and write. Base pay was $20 a month, high for peasants, plus food, medical care, and 4 uniforms a year. Most important was the gun, which gave them status and authority. The backbone of the Guard was a solid corps of non-commissioned officers. In 1961 no one had less than 5 years of service and many were career non-coms, working toward retirement after 30 years. Non-coms earned from $25 to $50 per month, with 5% increases every 3 years. This group didn't share officers' privileges, but could hope for other benefits. All aspired to become police chiefs in small towns. Since the National Guard had been created as an internal law enforcement organization as well as a defense force, this was feasible. Police chiefs were allowed to take graft. Old Taco relied chiefly on the loyalty of non-coms to keep him in power. He once told a reporter, "My officers are disloyal as hell, but my sergeants won't let them pull anything on me." But Takaido concentrated more on officers, eliminating those prone to politics and intrigue. Takaido attributed the National Guard's efficiency to its good morale, superior communication, and his own ability to estimate a situation. Good morale was fostered through rewarding merit. An eye was kept out for men showing ability. The deserving got promotions and were sent to technician school in Nicaragua or in the Canal Zone. While his men were required to be loyal to superiors, Takaido also insisted that officers be loyal to their men. He himself was accessible to any officer, and he received at least 10 enlisted men a day to hear complaints and to solve problems. Most soldiers came to him because of family problems, often they wanted transfers to areas where they could be near their families. Several times, on complaints of soldiers' girlfriends, Takaido arranged shotgun weddings. A key factor in the efficiency of the Guard was Takaido's pet radio communications system. Every unit, even 10-man border patrols, was equipped with Angry Knights, AGR-9 portable two-way radios able to contact headquarters in Managua from any point in the Republic. Within minutes of receiving a message reporting an invasion or uprising, Takaido had his forces in action. The National Guard was not a large force in 1961. It totaled only 3,369 officers. 63. And men, of whom 2,000 were assigned to police duty. About 500 were service troops. The strike force was called General Somoza's Battalion. The Guard was equipped with ML rifles, machine guns, and mortars, but no artillery. Takaido, realistically, regarded artillery as expensive and unsuited for our needs, although he did have a few anti-aircraft guns. He also purchased 3 Sherman tanks and 40 British-made World War II Staghound armored cars from Israel to complement his infantry. The Air Force consisted of 25 Mustang fighters, piloted by men who had been trained in the United States. Although evidently a man of capacity, because of his abrasive, imperious attitude toward Nicaraguans, Takaido was hated by them. "If I had been soft, the Somoza clan would have been in exile instead of ruling Nicaragua, he said defensively when the subject of popularity came up. Luis, on the other hand, was never personally disliked. But it was Takeito who set his stamp on the government of Nicaragua in the 1960s and 1970s. Chapter 5. Taco II takes command. On March 13, 1961, President John F. Kennedy unveiled his Alliance for Progress for Latin America with the motto, Progress, Si, Tyranny, No. Addressing the assembled Latin American ambassadors in Washington, the young American president declared, "With steps such as these, we propose to complete the revolution of the Americas. To achieve this goal, political freedom must accompany material progress. Let us express our special friendship to the people of Cuba and the Dominican Republic in the hope that they will soon rejoin the society of free men." Listening to the president in rapt attention was Takeito Somoza's brother-in-law, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa, who sat in the front row between Jackie Kennedy and Vice President Lyndon Johnson. Kennedy continued, "I have just signed a request to Congress for $500 million as the first step in fulfilling the Act of Bogotá, the first large-scale inter-American effort to attack the social barriers which block economic progress." Kennedy had good reason to single out the people of Cuba and the Dominican Republic for special mention. The leaders of those two Caribbean nations were targets of the United States, or more precisely, targets of the Central Intelligence Agency. President Dwight Eisenhower had initiated CIA plans for the overthrow of leftist Fidel Castro as well as for putting an end to the long dictatorship of rightist Rafael Trujillo Molina. Kennedy had sanctioned the operations. However, while still campaigning in 1960, he had criticized the Eisenhower administration for decorating Taco with a medal. Kennedy referred to Taco as that co-dictator of Nicaragua. Sevilla Sacasa also knew of the operation against Fidel Castro because the Somozas had been enlisted to aid in what was to become, a month later, the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba. The CIA had organized, trained, armed, and now commanded the 1,300 troops of the Cuban Exile Army. And Nicaragua was integral to the plan of the attack. Ironically, many of the same CIA planners who had worked to topple Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954 were once again employed in the business of wrecking a government. CIA operatives were surprised at the willingness of the Somozas to cooperate. 64. 65. In the Bay of Pigs. They asked nothing in return. However, they expected the Somozas would demand a fair slice of the Alliance for Progress funds and would take advantage of having an American president in their debt. They were sure the invasion would be successful and they wanted to get rid of Castro. Years later, Taco II would tell American visitors stories about how he had suffered discrimination during his early years in the United States, and had been called a spick, which he saw on the same level as a dog. But then he would elaborate to prove his pro-Americanism nevertheless. He would tell how in January 1961 he had attended the inauguration of John F. Kennedy as a cover for a meeting with Allen Dulles, then head of the CIA, to discuss whether in fact the new president would continue with plans to overthrow Castro. The Somozas had been enlisted more than a year earlier and had willingly agreed to provide a base and jumping-off point on Nicaraguan territory to invade Cuba. During the hour-long meeting with Dulles, Taco recalled that the old spy chief had looked quizzically at him and asked, "Now, General, what do you want in return?" Dulles pulled harder on his pipe and let out a cloud of tobacco smoke when I told him, "Not a damned thing, Mr. Dulles." He was very cordial and assured me that the project would continue. Reassuring him, I said, "We are brother officers." Then, because of the enormous push Dulles had with the new administration, I did say it would be a good thing if someone kept the liberals around Washington from poking at Luis and me. The Somozas handed over the old airfield in Puerto Cabezas, one of those the United States had constructed, at their father's invitation, during World War II. On the Atlantic coast near the Honduran border, the little fishing and lumber port was an ideal staging area for an invasion flotilla and air strikes against Cuba. The brothers had no trouble keeping from the media all the warlike activity that was springing up in Puerto Cabezas. The port was isolated except by air and sea. Taco assigned one of his toughest and most controversial officers, Colonel José Iván Alegret, to be in charge of the Nicaraguan side of the operation. He quickly sealed off the port. The old airfield was repaired and given the code name Happy Valley. The initial base for the anti-Castro operation had been in Guatemala. But despite the efforts of old President Miguel Ydigoras Fuentes, it wasn't long before the world knew that Thompson Cornwall, Inc., had carved a multimillion-dollar airstrip out of the Guatemalan jungle. On October 14, 1960, in Guatemala City, congressional opponents of Ydigoras Fuentes complained that hundreds of Cuban exiles were being given commando training by United States instructors. In its January 6, 1961, issue, 3 months before the invasion, Time asked, could it be the base for a cooperative U.S. Guatemalan-Cuban exile airborne military operation against Fidel Castro? So the invasion takeoff site was moved to Nicaragua. The equivalent of 50 freight car loads of aerial bombs, rockets, ammunition, and firearms was airlifted into Puerto Cabezas in unmarked C-54S, C-46S and C-47S in such quantities that, on some days in March, planes required momentary stacking. William Robertson, a tough Texan, was one of 2 Americans who played a leading role in the actual Bay of Pigs landing. Rip revered nobody. To him. 66. Headquarters was City Hall, its functionaries were feather merchants. One after World War II, in which he served in the Pacific Theater as a Marine captain, he entered the CIA as an aviator and participated in the 1954 CIA coup against Arbans in Guatemala. Robertson fell out of grace with the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division head, C. King, after the Guatemalan episode, because he sank a British freighter by mistake. He moved to Nicaragua and became very close to Old Man Taco, with whom he went into business mining gold. When the CIA needed a staging base in that country for the Bay of Pigs, Rip was smuggled back onto the agency's payroll behind King's back. 2 members of the Guard worked for the CIA in preparing the base, guarding it and doing odd jobs, even arming some of the troop-carrying vessels of the little invasion fleet. And they helped keep some of the Americans entertained. American C-54 pilot Buck Persons, bored with confinement at the Happy Valley Air Base during preparations for the invasion of Cuba, was grateful when the Nicaraguan camp commander, Captain Cardona, flew him and 3 other American pilots to Managua for a weekend and checked them into a hotel. On Sunday, Cardona vanished. The Americans did not have enough cash to pay the hotel bill. They sat around the lobby for hours in t-shirts and work pants, knives stuck in their belts, feeling all too conspicuous among the tourists. Finally, one of them decided to try a telephone number that they had been given for emergencies. It turned out to be President Somoza's palace. The American hung up, embarrassed. Persons thought it hilarious, like being unable to pay the bill at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington and calling the White House to be bailed out. Eventually Cardona reappeared and settled the bill. Finally the invasion brigade began to move by truck from the Guatemalan base to the point of embarkation at Puerto Cabezas. By April 13, men were beginning to board the 7 ships in the small flotilla waiting off Puerto Cabezas. In the late afternoon of April 14, Luis Somoza, the dictator of Nicaragua, appeared at the dock, his face powdered, bodyguards in his wake. He shouted boldly, "Bring me a couple of hairs from Castro's beard," and waved the patriots farewell. For a field hospital with 120 beds that was brought to Happy Valley was loaded aboard the USS Houston for the invasion. On the day before D-Day, Monday, April 17, 1961, Cuban exiles piloting B-26s took off from Nicaragua to Cuba, 900 miles away, to destroy Castro's airfields and air force. Air operations sent planes carrying paratroopers and even a PBYC rescue plane from Puerto Cabezas. Then word was received from Washington to cancel the D-Day strike, even though forces were already on their way to fight without the benefit of the air cover. Finally Kennedy authorized a flight of 6 unmarked jets to fly cover for a B-26 attack from Nicaragua. The planes did little more than execute some strafing exercises. Kennedy had lived up to the doubts of mission planners who were afraid he would turn chicken. It was Kennedy's first major presidential decision. There was no way to predict how an inexperienced leader might react to pressure when the stakes were higher than he had ever dealt with. 5. Kennedy's decision to call off the D-Day air attacks became a controversial. 67. Issue and Somoza and his top lieutenant in charge at Puerto Cabezas, Colonel Allegrad, never forgave the American president, blaming him for the invasion's failure. But the Bay of Pigs invasion, named after the landing site in Cuba, was ill-conceived. It depended on a spontaneous internal uprising in Cuba that proved just wishful thinking on the part of the CIA. Castro had no trouble defeating the little invasion force. United States credibility throughout Latin America was damaged severely, and the failure provided Kennedy with his darkest hours. Until then, he had been looked upon by progressives throughout Latin America as a new hope for enlightened leadership in the Western Hemisphere. Afterward, it seemed like another case of business as usual, with the United States flexing its muscles rather than following up on initiatives. Taco considered himself part of the anti-Castro operation and enjoyed visiting Happy Valley to confer with the Americans in command and members of the exile invasion force. But Taco did not witness the launching of the invasion. The day the exile force left Nicaragua, he was off on an official visit to Taiwan and India. Years later, Taco recounted that when he learned of the invasion's failure, he fired off a cable to Alan Dulles warning him that Castro may have won a battle, but there was still a war to win against the communist upstart. The CIA chief, he said, thanked him for his concern but was not optimistic. Taco later disclosed that Nicaragua was prepared to send its air force to relieve the trapped exile force at the Bay of Pigs, but the United States had refused to allow its P-5s to refuel on American territory, the distance being too great for the aircraft to fly direct to the beachhead. On a visit to Mexico City a decade later, Taco held a press conference at the Camino Real Hotel. Enjoying parrying questions, he admitted what everyone had known for a long time, that Nicaragua had provided the key staging area for the invasion and that its Happy Valley airfield was the point of origin for the bombing of Cuba. Said Taco, Dr. Castro was fiercely opposed to the Somoza family. He sent us 22 invasions, so in the end we decided to send him one. When the Cuban operation failed, orders were sent to halt the Dominican operation or to withdraw CIA support for the assassination of Trujillo. But it was too late. The assassins didn't fail. The Dominican dictator was killed on May 30, 1961. In the United States, young Taco was always playing conservative Republican politics, except for one occasion when his chief aide, Colonel Roger Bermudez, gave Lyndon Johnson $200,000 from the Somozas for his primary campaign against John Kennedy. Taco, who knew American politics well and had close friends in Congress, decided it was going to be a Democratic year and he didn't like the liberal hue of the young Kennedy. However, to keep all bases covered, he also contributed $10,000 to the Kennedy campaign, apparently without Kennedy's knowledge. There is some suggestion that Kennedy, when he became president, remembered the contribution to Johnson. He sent Ambassador Aaron S. Brown to Tacho's court. Brown was unlike Thomas E. Whelan, who had helped the boys consolidate. 68. Their power over the country in the crucial days after Tacho's assassination. Ambassador Brown is said to have leaned on the Somozas to prevent Taco II from succeeding Luis in the presidency, obliging them to put in the puppet René Schick. The Somozas spent a lot of time trying to make the people forget and forgive the dynasty. They even allowed them to be anti-Somoza to an extent. A Nicaraguan was safe until he acted against the family, then he could be killed or at least thrown into jail. But by 1961 the caliber of their opposition was changing. On July 23, 1961, in a poor barrio of Tegucigalpa in neighboring Honduras, a trio of Nicaraguans argued for hours over what to christen their national liberation movement, which was to take up the armed struggle against the Somoza dictatorship. 26-year-old Carlos Fonseca Amador, a student of the career of Augusto Cesar Sandino, prevailed and had Sandinista included in the title Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. For many Nicaraguans, Sandino's reputation remained in such eclipse during the Somoza family's rule that not until 1963 was the name adopted for the whole resistance movement. But the FSLN was born, and the old anarchist red and black colors, which also made up the flag of the triumphant 26 of July movement of Fidel Castro, were accepted as the battle colors. The other two founders were Silvio Mayorga, 25, and Tomas Borga, 30. While stimulated by the success of the Cuban Rebellion in January 1959, as were other national liberation movements throughout Latin America, the trio had already spent most of their youth in clandestine leftist movements. They sought not only to overthrow the Somozas, but to change the entire politico-socio-economic system. They wanted radical change, based on Marxist-Leninist ideas. Of the trio, Carlos Fonseca, a bespectacled, tall, slim man with dark, close-cropped curly hair and a mustache, had the most impressive credentials. Born in the pleasant little coffee town of Matagalpa, the illegitimate son of an administrator of Somoza's vast commercial enterprises in the department of Matagalpa, Fonseca had been disturbed by the inequity of a society that responded to the whim of one man. Despite his father's post, the family was always poor. Young Carlos helped out by selling his mother's homemade candy in front of the local cinemas. While he despised his father, he felt a great deal of love and compassion for his mother. As a youth he studied in the same primary and secondary schools as Borga before leaving for Managua, where he finished his secondary education. He enrolled in the University of Managua Law School, but suffered financial hardship. His political interests developed apace. He was active in revolutionary circles led by Marxist-Leninists and read any books which he thought might help him battle the Somozas. In 1955 he joined the Nicaraguan Socialist Party. Borga attended the university in Leon, where in 1954 he joined a Marxist cell that published El Universitario. When Taco Somoza was assassinated in 1956, Borga and Fonseca were both jailed. Fonseca, who was released from prison after a few months, went to the Soviet Union and the Democratic Republic of Germany in 1957 as a delegate to the Sixth World Youth and Student Festival. 69. The year 1959 had marked a resurgence of the Nicaraguan guerrilla movement. Small bands carried out forays into the country from the Honduran and Costa Rican borders. Carlos was with a group named La Guerrilla del Chaparral, after one of their battles. It was based across the border in Honduras and made incursions into northern Nicaragua. In June 1959 Carlos had been gravely wounded in a skirmish, receiving 2 bullets in the chest. He traveled to Havana, where he stayed in the home of Pedro Monat, member of the Cuban Communist Party's Central Committee, and fully recovered. Fonseca returned to Nicaragua in 1960 but was again taken prisoner. When released, he returned to Cuba, this time with Silvio Mayorga, where the two attended revolutionary meetings and mapped out their initial anti-Somoza campaign, launched in 1961 from Tegucigalpa. Upon his return from his first visit to Cuba, Fonseca quit the Socialist Party. He created a group which in 1960 called itself the Patriotic Nicaraguan Youth Group. That year provided euphoric months for the young revolutionaries. The Cuban Revolution had succeeded, Fidel Castro still had an ambassador in Managua. But the United States, which had foreseen the rise of national liberation movements throughout Latin America, as well as anticipated an intensification of guerrilla wars, changed the curriculum at its training school for Latin American troops from classical textbook military tactics to counterinsurgency. In 1961 at the United States Army Anti-Guerrilla School at Fort Golic on the eastern shores of Gatun Lake, in what was then the United States Canal Zone, Nicaragua had 74 officers in training, almost 2 to 3 times as many as the other countries. The Sandinistas went into the mountains along the Honduran border to fight the Somozas. In 1961 the guerrillas chose Colonel Santos Lopez, who had fought with Sandino, to be their leader. They had no problems with President Villeda Morales of Honduras, a liberal who turned a blind eye to their activities. In the mountains near the Patuca River, the Sandinistas spent the next 18 months training 63 guerrillas. Their base camp was in dense jungle in mountainous Honduran territory about 30 miles from the border, near the Coco River, which flows parallel to the Patuca River on its journey to the Atlantic Ocean. Once the guerrillas decided they were prepared, they chose as their first military objective Waivali, where they had already done some political proselytizing. Rainy season mud and lack of knowledge of the terrain prevented them from reaching their objective, so they decided to seek one closer to the Patuca and Coco rivers. We made the mistake of attacking Righty, Tomasz Borga related to an interviewer 17 years later, without knowledge of the land or doing any proselytizing and without securing our supply lines. This was a backward area, not only politically but culturally. Many of the inhabitants didn't know Spanish and spoke an Indian dialect or Pidgin English. The area had once been under the British, so we had a communication problem. 6. The guerrillas attacked and occupied the towns of Righty and Waylaquistan. Colonel Santos Lopez and a second group were to attack the town of Boquete, then. 70. Send a small motorboat to Borga and the others. However, the Guard had reinforced their positions at Boquete and also had airplanes in the area. Since gas was unavailable, the boat could not make it back up the river. As a result, the guerrillas broke into 3 groups, one directed by the colonel, another by Modesto Duarte, and the third led by Borga. Borga's group remained downriver near Waylaquistan. After realizing that their mission was impossible because of the long distances and the fact that reinforcements had to be sent by boat, they decided to attack San Carlos downriver. One group remained on the Honduras bank of the river with a wounded companion while the others crossed the river into Nicaragua. But instead of following the river, we tried to take a shortcut and got lost in the mountains. We carried on for 16 days, lost in the jungle. We were dying of hunger and did not know where the enemy was, Borga said. 7. The group began following a small creek which turned out to flow into the navigable Zanzan River. They built small rafts but lost most of their weapons, including Borga's submachine gun. Though far from the Coco, they found a small town where they could eat for the first time in weeks. An Italian who had a small ranch was living in the village. Borga described him as not more than 30 years old, white, tall, well-dressed. They never knew his name, so they called him the Italian. 8. He became their guide and took the group through the thick jungle to the Indian village of Zanzan. The Italian was later captured and killed by the Guard. About 40 guardsmen were waiting in Zanzan, a village of only a few hundred inhabitants. The confrontation was difficult, Borga said, because the few arms that remained did not work and a guard officer shot Silvio Mayorga in the leg with a semi-automatic M2 carbine. 9. The guerrillas, about 17 in all, retreated with Mayorga wounded and regrouped with the other 15 men on the Honduran side. In a subsequent encounter with the Guard, 2 more guerrillas, Raustino Ruiz and Bonerges Santa Maria, were killed. Then we had a meeting, Borga testifies, in which we decided to retreat, abandoning the fight because under those conditions we could not continue. We retreated, and it was really a very difficult, very grueling retreat. We had eaten very little. And now the Sandinistas were stuck in the jungle because the government of Villeda Morales had fallen and those of the military who replaced him in Tegucigalpa did not demonstrate the same tolerance towards the anti-Somocistas. 1-0 Marching onto the Patuca River, Borga's rear group encountered an American gold miner. They captured his motorboat, food, and weapons. Borga called the seizure a miracle because we did not have strength enough to swing a machete. 11. The first episode of the FSLN guerrillas drew to a close with the greater part of the guerrilla soldiers actually captured by the Honduran military and deported to Mexico. Borga remained hidden in Honduras for a time, then returned to Nicaragua clandestinely to devise a fallback strategy de-emphasizing armed struggle and directing the Sandinista militants toward political activity. The Sandinistas struck an alliance with the traditional left, the Socialist Party. 71. And the Republican Mobilization Party. Although organizational efforts began in the countryside, the main thrust of the work was in organizing barrio committees in the cities to demand better living conditions, including paved streets and running water. But the time came, Borge said, when the contradiction between the traditional left and ourselves became abruptly and distinctly an issue as far as the electoral process was concerned. In July 1962, Nicaragua's Congress experienced a ruckus that did nothing to help Luis in his image building and so-called liberalizing of the regime. The Somozas had encouraged Milton Eisenhower to talk with the opposition during his visit in 1958. They permitted the opposition to publish almost anything it pleased in the newspapers, a favor they used as evidence of democracy. As 80% of the Nicaraguans were illiterate, the newspapers were not damaging. The Somozas were less liberal with radio stations. Any radio program judged of a subversive character or likely to undermine public order was forbidden, under penalty of a $150 fine against the station owners, directors, and program authors, when such programs were aired. In early July, the Somozas' hand-picked Congress passed a new law extending the penalties to all associated with a subversive broadcast, to even the technicians, advertising sponsors, and announcers. When the legislators relaxed for the usual routine vote, an anti-Somoza crowd entered the Congress building to protest the law. They were expected. Waiting for them was a gang of 80 government thugs headed by Nicolasa Sevilla, a tough-looking woman who commanded the Somoza male street gangs in Managua. When the demonstrators cried, "Liberty and the Somozas must go," they were met with knives and sticks. Some of Nicolasa's boys even drew pistols and fired into the crowd. When the half-hour melee ended and the demonstrators had retreated, there were no dead, but there were 35 wounded, including La Nicolasa, who had been hit on the head by a chair. The congressmen continued their session and passed the new broadcast law in the presence of the National Guard, guns drawn. Nobody believed the Somozas would hold free elections in February 1965 and hand over the power to the winner, even under pressure from Kennedy. Although Congress had passed a law in 1959 barring the family from the ballot, the Somozas seemed very certain to hold on to their power, and this suggested keeping the presidency. The Somozas made much of their promise to quit office. They wanted the Alliance for Progress funds, and liberalizing the regime was good for business. 3 months before the elections, the traditional Conservative Party voted to withdraw from the campaign and boycott the elections. Conservative leader Dr. Fernando Aguirre Roches told delegates to the Conservatives' convention in Managua, "We won't participate in a fraud rigged by the Somozas." Aguirre charged that Nicaragua's election machinery had been stacked in favor of the Somozas' nationalist Fiberal Party. The regime controlled 4 of the 5 seats of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, which policed voting and the ballot count. Of the tribunal's 5 judges, 1 was chosen by Congress, where the Somozas had 72. Their majority party, the second by the hand-picked Supreme Court, the third by the government party, the fourth by the official opposition, and the fifth by the minority party receiving the greatest number of registrations, meaning the traditional Conservative Party. The Somozas rejected a more equal distribution. And Dr. Aguirre noted that the regime still refused to permit the United Nations or the OAS to observe the elections. Aguirre, a Managua oculist and an outstanding orator, traced his opposition to the Somozas back to 1954 when he was a member of a band of revolutionaries who sneaked in from Costa Rica to ambush the Somozas and end their regime. Like so many such attempts, it backfired, but Aguirre, disguised as a priest, managed to reach the Honduran embassy, where he was granted asylum. He went to Honduras and returned a year later to begin the revival of the old conservatives. In 1960 he became party leader. His platform wasn't merely anti-Somoza but also a call for democratic revolution and for desperately needed social and economic reforms. Aguirre argued that the continuation of the Somoza regime could pave the way for a communist takeover in Nicaragua. Luis was unimpressed by the conservative boycott, a sign of weakness. "They know that we have 70% of the country with us," he exclaimed. The government's candidate was former Minister of Education and Foreign Affairs René Schick, who based his campaign on the Somozas' record. he had agreed to keep Tako II on as commander of the National Guard. It was Luis who proposed Schick's candidacy. The United States supported him. In public, the two brothers affected unity and agreement on most subjects, but in private, they often argued bitterly. Luis didn't want Tako to be president. Tako was too military. Luis knew it would be easy to put Tako in, but difficult to take him out. Therefore he insisted that Tako not take his turn, but let Schick become president. The brothers saw eye to eye on retaining power, but they differed as to the method. To Tako, the key to power was his guard, whereas Luis, more of a visionary, felt that if a Mexican type, basically one-party system was organized, they could retain power through changing the monkey every 5 years. He wanted a dictatorship of the party which would be more palatable internationally. Luis had instituted a certain amount of social reform, social security, 30-day paid vacations and other benefits if one was lucky enough to have a qualifying job. There was also some increase in salaries and beneficent paternalism. As a result, the young Somozas of the early 60s were considered more enlightened than their father, or at least more alert. Luis had all kinds of idiosyncrasies. He was careless about or indifferent to personal debts. He owed money for years to a man in Rivas for the tortillas supplied to his workers at his Dolores sugar mill and plantation. He had never paid a man for a kerosene stove he had bought in Managua. He had an engaging personality, but some considered him a petty thief. Others described him as a hypocrite. Still he was the more popular of the two brothers. 73. Tako, besides running the now 4,500-man National Guard, operated most of the family enterprises. The family wealth was estimated at 10% of the country's gross national product. They had control of a 4-vessel shipping company, the Lanka Airline, 50% of the country's cement production, 40% of its sugar and alcohol output, and 10% of its coffee crop. 12. The boys revamped the electoral law under which only the ineffectual faction of the traditional conservatives was permitted to run as opposition. Luis sent to Congress in the summer of 1962 a reform bill to legalize any party that could muster 15,000 members. This opened the way for the Independent Liberal Party, the part of the old Liberal Party opposed to the Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party. The other party permitted to run was the Republican Mobilization Party, composed of communists, fellow travelers, Fidelistas, labor unions and student groups. While the elections were no bother to the Somozas, they did have to contend with internal bickering. The Minister of the Interior and Police Chief, Julio Quintana, had made up his mind he should be the presidential candidate. But this self-made man was far too dangerous for the Somozas to place even in a puppet's seat, so his candidacy was pushed aside in favor of the more docile Schick. Although the Somozas kept their promise not to appear on the ballot on election day in February 1963, the people had no real alternative. René Schick, the Somozas' hand-picked man, represented the Somozas' Nationalist Liberal Party. Diego Manuel Chamorro, head of the Somoza-aligned splinter of the Conservative Party, was the other candidate. This faction of the Conservative Party was known as the Zancudo Party, named after a type of mosquito found in Nicaragua. Fernando Aguirre angrily withdrew, calling the election a farce, and supporters of his traditionalist Conservative Party gathered in Managua's Plaza de la República shouting "Viva Aguirre" and "Down with the Somozas." The guard first tried to disperse the crowd by spraying it with blue-dyed water from a city water truck. But soon they were swinging billy clubs and firing bullets and tear gas into the crowd, killing 2 and wounding 7. Aguirre was quickly placed under house arrest. The results were announced early that election day. With only 3 of the country's 1,388 precincts in, Schick claimed a 10-1 victory over Chamorro, who quickly conceded defeat. The United States decided this was a step in the right direction and let Schick know that he would be welcome to pay an informal visit to Washington before his May inauguration. For Washington, the dilemma over giving special consideration to the Somozas, at least in name, had been solved. Aguirre said, "I will not be a party to fraud. There will be trouble. We don't recognize Schick as president. On radio, Schick promised, I will not be a puppet to anyone. No one, certainly not the Somozas, took him seriously. As former president, Luis automatically took his seat in the 20-member Senate. Said Luis, Nicaragua is my home and I intend to live and work in it. He also stated that when he left office he would be free to join the anti-Castro fight. Many Cuban exiles then in Nicaragua kept promising that something big was 74 being planned. But any planning for a new exile invasion of Cuba sponsored by the Somozas got no further than the publicity stage. Luis remarked, I myself am willing to lead the invasion of Cuba by going into the front lines with the volunteers. But he was a most unlikely soldier, and this bellicose statement reflecting continued enmity toward Castro's Cuba didn't fit his character. During the 1963 elections, the Guard also reported, for the first of numerous times to come, that the fledgling FSLN had been annihilated. President Kennedy met with 7 Central American presidents in San Jose, Costa Rica in March 1963. The 7 presidents agreed to send top representatives to an April meeting in Nicaragua. The aim, to develop and put into immediate effect common measures to restrict the movement of subversive nationals to and from Cuba, and the flow of materials, propaganda, and funds from that country. In closed-door sessions, Kennedy said that the United States was keeping close watch on vessels outbound from Cuba to other Latin American ports, and would interfere with ships carrying arms or troops. Also, the United States would send to any Central American nation that requested it enough military force to combat communist subversion. The Somozas were gratified by Kennedy's performance. Luis said, we hope and expect the U.S. will solve our problems. In 1963 alone, military aid from the United States to Nicaragua's National Guard was valued at $1,600,000, the 11th highest grant in Latin America. In the years following the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Cuban exiles discovered the Somozas to be sympathetic anti-communists. Manuel Artime, the civilian head of the Bay of Pigs landing, developed a close friendship with Taco after finally being released by Castro in December 1963. Artime and some Bay of Pigs veterans formed the Movement for Revolutionary Recuperation in Miami, and the secret war against Castro intensified. Artime counted on material and financial support from the CIA. He could count on safe haven in Nicaragua for his attack craft. His movement organized secret camps in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, where the training of Cuban exile guerrillas continued. The Somozas openly supported the anti-Castro movement. Luis told foreign reporters that Cubans were being trained in 2 or 3 Central American countries and in the U.S., but unfortunately none in Nicaragua. However, Nicaraguan newspapers reported that Cubans were training in their jungle along the coast. Artime's camp in Costa Rica was found to be involved in a $50,000 smuggling scandal. The privacy provided by the government was also an excellent cover for contraband liquor operations. Artime's little CIA-supported fleet torpedo boats armed with 57mm guns, recoilless rifles, and other weapons, in addition to blowing up a sugar mill in southern Cuba, hit a Spanish freighter heading for Cuba, killing the captain. It was a mistake, they said. They thought it was the Cuban ship Sierra Maestra, not the Spanish Sierra Aranzazo. President Lyndon Johnson cut off United States support for Artime's commandos, and in early 1965 the training camps had to be closed, but by then Artime and Taco had become such close friends that the Cuban exile began to represent Taco in Miami in business deals. 75. At first, President Schick managed to restrain the heavy hand of Taco in the Guard. With help from Luis, Schick court-martialed Colonel Juan Lopez, the Guard commander in Chinandega, for murder hitherto unheard of for a Guard officer who, unless in disgrace with the Somozas, was invariably considered above the law. Lopez was convicted and jailed for the January 1964 murder of 3 so-called agitators accused of trying to indoctrinate the peasants. In 1965 Taco, attending a wake for an Air Force captain killed in an air crash, was suddenly taken by one of the mourners, a luscious, bold, and beautiful girl with skin the color of cinnamon. She was Dinorah Sampson, only 17 years old and a telephone receptionist at Radio Mondial. Dinorah's facial bone structure was somewhat like Tacho's wife Hope's, but any resemblance ended there. Dinorah couldn't claim any aristocratic ancestry. Her parents, who were from Leon, had separated, and her mother had had an affair with a Cuban baseball star who ended up as radio announcer in Managua. Nor could Dinorah claim Hope's scholastic achievement and years at some of the best finishing schools in the United States. Dinorah had begun work as a poor 15-year-old servant receptionist in the office of lawyer Jose Antonio Mejia Robleto. From the thin hungry girl who became the friend and lover of newsmen who worked at the radio station, Dinorah blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Tacho found her an uninhibited mistress who didn't mind if their rendezvous was the old Somoza's Las Mercedes farmhouse or even a warehouse. In those early days of their affair, the contrast between wife and mistress could not have been greater. Hope loved Tacho but spent much of her time trying to smooth his rough edges and make him into a gentleman. She wanted to make Tacho into something he wasn't, said a friend. She wanted him to mix in Newport society, eat caviar, and drink champagne and watch his language and manners. Tired of Hope's constant correction of his barracks mannerisms, Tacho found release in the arms of the warm teenaged beauty. Even before meeting Tacho, La Dinorah, as she became known to Managuans, had friends in the guard and enjoyed the company of soldiers as much as Tacho did. Her first cousin Ronald Sampson had entered the guard and quickly became distinguished for his hot temper and bullying manner, even though he was of small physique. The aloof and sophisticated Hope said of Tacho, "There is nothing gypsy or aristocratic about him. I have all that in the family, but he does have gypsy ideas." 1-3 From 1965 on, Tacho was no longer satisfied by periodic gypsy flings with girls at home and on his frequent trips abroad. He now had 2 women at home. It tended to complicate his life, but he quickly drowned any tension with Scotch whiskey, the drink of the times. When President Johnson, unilaterally and in violation of the OAS Charter, decided on April 24, 1965, to land United States Marines and the 82nd Airborne Division in the Dominican Republic to protect American lives and to prevent another Cuba, Nicaragua was one of the first countries to agree to join in an OAS-sponsored peacekeeping force. The Somozas 76 gave full support to this first action of President Johnson in Latin America. Tacho dispatched 1,200 of his National Guard to Santo Domingo under the command of Colonel Julio Gutierrez, the popular commander of its armored battalion. Gutierrez held a high post in the Inter-American Peacekeeping Force in Santo Domingo. Because of his popularity, Tacho saw to it that he didn't subsequently return to active duty within Nicaragua. During the first half of the 1960s, Nicaragua's gross national product increased 40%, the highest rate of growth in Central America. During those years, the Alliance for Progress provided $30 million for the construction of 350 miles of roads to facilitate dairy and beef production and reduce the economy's dependence on cotton, a crop in which the Somozas weren't as heavily invested as in cattle. A new young group of entrepreneurs was appearing on the scene. The guerrilla movement against the dynasty seemed stalled. Carlos Fonseca, who had been moving between Cuba, Honduras, and Nicaragua winning converts abroad in support of the new Nicaragua movement, returned in 1963 clandestinely, a wanted man. A year later in June, he was captured on a Managua street. President Chick, wanting him out of the way but not killed, changed his sentence from imprisonment to exile in Mexico in 1965. There Fonseca often lamented to other Caribbean revolutionaries that the Frente Sandinista was not further along the road to revolt. In 1966 he returned secretly to Nicaragua to prepare for Pancassan, the site chosen for a major battle effort, in order to establish the front as the major rural guerrilla force. In early 1966 Tacho was asked about communism in Nicaragua. "It doesn't matter if it's homegrown or if it comes from Cuba, we can keep it under control," He estimated that about 10,000 people in Nicaragua could be considered communists or at least sympathizers. He added that only 300 of them were hardcore communists, the leaders. At the time, the population in Nicaragua was 1.6 million. In March 1966, the press reported that even though guerrillas were very active in Guatemala, they were non-existent in Nicaragua. It was also in March that Taco said he would accept the presidential nomination of the Liberal Party if it was offered to him. Dr. Fernando Aguirre Rocha of the Conservative Party was the opposition's candidate. He had spent 4 years in exile for having plotted against the Somozas. Now he was back in Nicaragua. In one of his first campaign speeches he attacked United States support for the Somozas. He said, "The U.S. insists on its policy of supporting governments imposed by the military boot." While campaigning for Dr. Aguirre, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro claimed that if Somoza were elected, then political tensions will continue until a crisis is reached. One day, our society, under continual pressures from all sides, will have to explode. He admitted, however, that freedom of the press did exist in Nicaragua. There were anti-Somoza activities inside and outside the country. In mid-1966, Costa Rican students protested the Somozas' estimated 223,000-acre land holdings in their country. But due to poor economic conditions at the time, no effort was 77 made to nationalize the Somozas' land because Costa Rica would have to pay for the land seizure. Domestically, the week before the Nationalist Liberal Party's convention in Leon, there was a student strike against the government. A few days before the convention, 3 bombs believed to have been set by anti-Somoza forces exploded in the building where the party had scheduled its meetings. Taco was, automatically, nominated for the presidency. He immediately agreed to give up his title as head of the guard. The Constitution stipulated that no military officer on active duty could be candidate for the country's highest civil office. But from his father's palace, La Cava, he retained control over the guard as completely as he had before he shed his title. Taco, a hefty 225 pounds, dressed in his military uniform to accept the nomination for president in August 1966. He was not in the best of health. While in the United States some months earlier he had checked into Johns Hopkins Hospital where he learned that he was having a calcium reaction in his kidneys. The doctors said he must lose 50 pounds. After losing some weight he noticed the effects during the campaign. All the women screamed for him, he averred. In Nicaragua 4 Sundays were set aside for voters' registration. Although Taco remarked, "In some ways, we have purer democracy and human rights than in the U.S., the registration centers were set up in the homes of guard officers or known Somoza supporters." President Schick, in reaction to Taco's increasing arrogance and imperious behavior especially toward loyal family retainers, took to drink. His health collapsed and he died on August 3, 1966, only 2 days after the loyal Somoza Nationalist Liberal Party duly nominated Taco. Schick had never been able to shake his image as a Somoza puppet. And due to his strong anti-Castro ideas, he had been very popular with the Cuban exiles, who tended to support the Somozas vocally. But Schick had generally been considered an honest, friendly, and capable person. The last Thursday of every month he habitually held a public audience, putting aside affairs of state. He gave petitioners money from his pocket. That could not solve major problems, but it had provided brief relief for a few of his fellow men. When Schick died, Taco's aide Lorenzo Guerrero Gutierrez, former chief of police, Minister of the Interior and Vice President, was given the job and the title of president until elections were held. Meanwhile brother Luis ran the election campaign. In August and October of 1966, Sandinista guerrilla forces were tracked down in the mountains of Matagalpa near where Fonseca and other guerrillas had been born. They had launched a rural guerrilla movement with funds from bank holdups in Managua. But because of the new emphasis on counterinsurgency and difficulty in winning over a poor and apathetic peasantry, this movement also failed. The guerrillas were not annihilated as Taco once again claimed. Still, Taco was in a jubilant mood. To show what a good anti-communist friend of America he was, he offered to send some of the Guard to fight for the Americans in Vietnam. The United States quietly declined the offer. 78. Taco was very much still in control of the Guard. He juggled some of the Guard command posts to ensure that the Guard played its usual role in getting out the vote. He chose his half-brother Jose to command the Guard's elite combat battalion, the Mobile Fighting Unit. In 1966 this unit, along with other Guard groups, participated in 2 counterinsurgency exercises with the armed forces of sister Central American countries also concerned about the leftist guerrilla threat. In an effort most of them recognized was futile, the conservatives, independent liberals and the New Christian Democrats formed a united front known as UNO, the National Opposition Union. The UNO put up conservative Dr. Fernando Aguirre Roches as their candidate. Despite the odds in Taco's favor, the UNO went out and campaigned, attracting large crowds. There was a noticeable difference between the crowds attracted by the two sides. Taco had the state organization at his disposal and also the aid of the Guard and a paramilitary organization known as Amarux. Government bureaucrats, if they valued their jobs, had to attend a Somoza rally. UNO crowds included the most vocal elements of the general population opposed to Somoza rule, as well as influential figures whose fortunes had suffered under the dynasty. It was a bloody campaign. Chapter 6. Beginning in blood. On January 22, 1967, electoral violence reached its peak. Dr. Aguirre, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, and other opposition leaders, decided that Somoza's grip on the electoral levers made it impossible for anyone else to win an election. A Somoza victory was a foregone conclusion. For days they appealed to their partisans to converge on Managua for a demonstration of support, and each call carried a reminder not to forget to bring the little package of food. This was not in itself a suspicious request because the Somoza machine always provided its voters with little packages of food and containers of rum on election day. But to some members of the opposition, little packages meant UYY arms. The opposition planned to use the crowd to try to tip a revolt, hoping the Guard might come out against Taco. It was a wild, totally desperate plan, given the Guard's record of loyalty to the family. On January 22, some 60,000 opposition members gathered in Managua to hear Dr. Aguirre speak at a rally. The demonstrators carried signs saying, "No more Somozas. No more assassinations." Aguirre called for a general national strike to demand electoral guarantees. He had already appealed to acting President Guerrero to postpone the elections in order to make sure they would be free. He announced that he had received no answer. Then the demonstrators began shouting at the Guard to rise up and overthrow the Somoza dynasty. The Guard ignored the plea. Instead, when the crowd began to march on the National Palace, the home of the Congress, the Guard opened fire. In the shooting and street fighting, approximately 40 members of the opposition were killed and more than 100 wounded. The dead included 1 Guard officer and 2 soldiers. Then, in a move which brought the foreign press streaming into Managua, a large group of the opposition seized the Grand Hotel on downtown Roosevelt Avenue, across the street from the National Palace. There they held 117 foreign guests and the management hostage. Within a short time a Sherman tank appeared on the narrow avenue facing the Grand Hotel, occasionally firing around. The major physical damage to the hotel was a soccer-ball-size hole on the southern exterior. A few shots went astray. Wanda. 79. 80. Destroyed a small barber shop next door. Miraculously the tank caused no casualties. The rebels who immediately surrendered their arms were allowed to go free. Acting President Lorenzo Guerrero was reportedly in Leon, some 60 miles away. Negotiations didn't get off to a quick start. The standoff lasted 24 hours. A reporter who was being held hostage said he thought that was because of lack of communication between the Guard and the 897 civilians, many armed, in the hotel. During the night, the papal nuncio and other representatives of the Catholic Church were mainly responsible for negotiating a truce. When it was learned that 89 Americans were being held hostage, United States Embassy officials James Engel and Edward Cheney also took part. The standoff ended peacefully the next day when the occupiers were allowed to go free in exchange for leaving their arms behind. The hotel was looted, its storerooms ransacked, many of the rooms suffered minor damage. The opposition won its only demand to be able to leave the hotel peacefully. Aguirre and Chamorro remained free, but their telephones were cut off. The office of Chamorro's newspaper, La Prensa, was occupied by guardsmen and it remained closed until February 3. The newspaper claimed it suffered 100,000 Cordobas worth of damage and that the National Guard took 2 typewriters, an 18-inch Japanese saber and a portrait of Sandino from the premises. 3 opposition radio stations were also closed. An almost eerie situation has resulted. Bitterness and hatred are apparent on both sides, yet the campaign for the presidential election on February 5 is continuing as if nothing had happened, wrote the Observer for the New York Times. The city returned to a semblance of normality for a couple of days. Taco continued to campaign, but he was careful always to be surrounded by bodyguards. Practically everyone in a Somoza rally crowd was known as a loyal government employee, but nevertheless all were watched carefully by Somoza guns. Hope stood at her husband's side during the rallies, but in the first row, in the place of honor, was Diederich. An aide later explained, Diederich's presence improved his performance. Wednesday, January 25, was a tense day. Mothers and wives of missing anti-government demonstrators gathered before the block-long El Hormiguero prison. Then late in the afternoon, as offices were emptying on Roosevelt Avenue and shops were closing for the day, the Guard appeared to break up small groups of people, mostly youths, on street corners. The street corner demonstrations were actually a daily event in which students, sometimes 300 or 400 strong, gathered on Roosevelt Avenue with placards in silent and pacific protest. They had taken place as usual on January 23 and 24 without interference. The Guard opened fire on agitators and workers alike. They made no distinction. They shouted obscenities as they shot into the evening crowds, including many women on their way home. Some people backed into doorways to hide, others formed additional groups at the end of the block, further angering the Guard. These 81 small groups of people were not all demonstrating. Despite the danger of such incidents, Latin Americans have the habit of staying around to watch police confrontations from a distance. Protest demonstrations where police interference is expected are popular spectator sports. As the crowd dispersed, running down side streets and into homes, offices, and shops for protection, guardsmen flitted from doorway to doorway prepared to open fire on the unseen enemy. Foreign newsmen, including American TV network reporters, followed in their wake, filming the scene. This was the first of a long series of almost random acts of violence by the Guard that I was to witness over a period of more than a dozen years. As one took photographs of the scene, a Guard captain who showed evident distaste for the anti-citizen terrorism before us approached me and tapped me on the shoulder. "Just like Santo Domingo," he said. He had been a member of the Nicaraguan peacekeeping contingent in the Dominican civil strife. He was a rare humane Guard officer who was later promoted to a desk job and then sent abroad. Taco held a press conference at El Retiro, his Spanish-style ranch house built in 1964, 2.5 miles from La Loma on 100 acres of rolling grassland. He did not give the performance of a Latin American strongman. Seated at the head of a long table, ordering drinks for foreign newsmen and taking a Bloody Mary for himself, he acted as though he were conducting a business board meeting. There was no speaking in Spanish, the official language. Somoza appeared more at ease in English. Gregarious, he warmed to the company of newsmen and took all their questions. He dismissed his opponents as a bunch of malcontents, stressing that constitutionality was his byword, and, to prove how magnanimous he was, waxed expansive on how the arrested opposition leaders would be released. He wanted to be thought of as a regular guy. Right out of the American comic books, joked one of the newsmen later. When beginning his campaign for the presidency in 1966, Taco was at first afraid of journalists and they of him. One Nicaraguan newsman recalled having treaded softly at the first conference. Then Taco was well prepared and it went very well. But the next time we newsmen were bolder and asked some really tough questions. Taquito was not prepared and he got mad at three of us and later reprimanded us. He soon learned how to handle the press, and Nicaraguan newsmen learned to be careful with their questions. He shrugged when foreign newsmen noted that his boys had torn down all the opposition electoral posters. It was tough luck, was his uncharacteristically mild-mannered reply. Opposition spokesman Pedro Joaquin Chamorro was arrested at 9:30 a.m. on January 24, the day before the downtown guard melee. Although constitutional guarantees were then officially still in effect, he was taken without a warrant from his home where he was meeting with his family. Earlier in the day Pedro Joaquin had told newsmen that after the guards searched La Prensa they would plant something and say they have found arms in the place. They are not difficult to predict, they always play the same simple games. And indeed the arrest came after. 82. The government claimed it had found a cache of weapons at LD Prensa. But a guard lieutenant admitted privately that they had only found a few small caliber shells. Chamorro was taken to El Hormiguero and kept in a cell known as La Leona. In later testimony he said he was kept in a cold bath for the first 24 hours and had a gun held to his temple several times. He added that one soldier grabbed his testicles on one occasion saying he wanted to find out what size they were. On Saturday, January 28, General Gustavo Montiel, National Guard Chief of Staff, charged that the opposition, which included the communists, planned to burn down the city in an attempt to overthrow the government. He said the plotters were armed with rifles, submachine guns, and explosives and hoped to create chaos that would bring about armed intervention. In fact, Diederich did not participate in the 1967 election protest. Recalled Sandinista Tomas Borga, the contradiction between the traditional left and ourselves became abruptly and distinctly an issue as far as the electoral process was concerned. By that time Diederich was already back in the mountains organizing the Pangasinan attack. The intervention would come as it had 2 years earlier in the Dominican Republic, by means of a hemispheric force that would see to it that Somoza's regime was replaced by a provisional government that would supervise elections. As proof of the plot, Montiel exhibited a sheet of paper on which were written the names of several buildings in Managua and of leading opposition leaders, including some known communists. The general said they intended to launch urban guerrilla warfare and had the weapons to do so. The plan was purportedly seized from a columnist for LD Prensa who had been arrested Sunday morning before the anti-Somoza demonstration. Montiel also declared that a complementary plan was found in the LD Prensa offices and charged Chamorro with inciting terrorist acts and disturbing the peace. The charges against Chamorro were not officially announced until Saturday. Aguirre went into hiding but declared he was still a candidate in the February 5 election. Somoza, in an act designed to show who was boss, called his last political rally of the campaign in a little tree-shaded square almost on the doorstep of the Chamorro house. The usual group of obedient bureaucrats and bodyguards turned out and applauded both Taco and Hope. There were no incidents. In the front row was Dinora Sampson. Hope had never given up her American citizenship, and she had seen to it that her children were all born in the United States. She checked with the American embassy whenever she believed her role as Nicaragua's First Lady might jeopardize her citizenship. The embassy advised her that as an American citizen, she could campaign for her husband but not vote for him. On February 5, 1967, Somoza was elected president. After only one-third of the districts reported, Somoza claimed 176,633 votes with Dr. Aguirre trailing with 67,868. When all the tallies were in, Somoza declared he had received 480,162 of the reportedly 652,244 votes cast. The majority of votes were cast by women. Somoza thinks the Conservative Party opposition criticized him during his campaign for speaking too simply to the Indians and farmers, but the opposition, in the form 83 of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, publisher of Managua's La Prensa, says the president read wrong. Too stupidly is what we said, Chamorro gladly clarified. You can talk simply and speak Spanish very well, but Sunrisa thinks in English and translates into Spanish. When he talks in Spanish, he has pretty bad grammatical construction. He makes bad translations. If Somoza is more fluent in English than his native Spanish, it should be no surprise. He left Nicaragua when he was almost 10 and spent the next 10 years studying at La Salle Military Academy in New York and at West Point. He is a product of a North American education system in both language and thought, which can be something of a political liability in Latin America, where nationalism is a rising force. Somoza and his wife went to the States for a few weeks in late March and early April. He planned to accompany President Guerrero as an observer to the presidential summit in Uruguay in mid-April. In New York, Taco was asked about the fiasco at the Bay of Pigs. He replied that the operation could have had all the probabilities of success if it had been implemented as it was supposed to go. Unfortunately, they didn't. He quickly added, Castro is a cancer that is going to get them sooner or later, and it is necessary to clean up our continent of communists. Overweight and unhappy with his brothers taking over as president, Luis Somoza suffered a massive coronary on April 8. He was 44. The chest massage administered to restart his heart was so violent that it cracked a rib. Taco interrupted his stateside visit to fly home to be with his brother. President Johnson sent a doctor, but Luis died on April 13. Taco was alone now. He no longer had Luis's restraining hand or political savvy to aid him. Luis's last contribution had been managing Tacho's 1966 campaign. One of Tacho's first moves after Luis's funeral was to take his half-brother, Joe, as he always called him, out of obscurity. Somoza made Joe a general. The decorum of the inauguration ceremonies for the 27th National Congress in April was shattered with charges by Fernando Aguirre that the February elections were fraudulent. The fraud charges included the alleged seizure by Somoza forces of a third of the ballot boxes in Granada, an opposition stronghold. The ballots in those boxes had then been counted in the city's military barracks. Intimidation at the polls and the exclusion of some poll watchers were accompanying charges, along with the violation of voting secrecy and the illegal use of propaganda. Aguirre, sworn in as a senator, blamed Lorenzo Guerrero's puppet government for the January 22 riot and its 40 deaths. He made his ringing charges before the assembled diplomatic corps and the cabinet. One faithful deputy retorted that Aguirre was using this solemn occasion for political brawling. Taco began a 5-year term as Nicaragua's 35th president on May 1, 1967. The Somozas arranged the term of office to suit themselves through constitutional amendments. They were specialists in constitutional hanky-panky. Once in office, he took back his title of head of the guard and gave himself a new rank, Chief Supremo, Commander-in-Chief of Nicaragua's armed forces. 84. He preferred not to think of his position as an inheritance and rejected any suggestion of a dynasty. Dynasty hell, we're a family which likes politics and knows its job, he said. The Guard won back its right to immunity when he assumed the presidency. Instead of receiving a presidential pardon, Colonel Lopez was absolved of any guilt in the murder of the 3 agitators and freed. Taco learned in 1967 that the price he had to pay for being president and Chief Supremo was allowing anyone to ask him anything. He learned to keep his cool. The local press exercised caution, however. One Nicaraguan newsman would begin his interview with Taco by saying, "What can I ask you?" Another decided to stick to economic questions to avert trouble, but he soon learned not to include questions about the Somoza's industrial empire. Taco commented to one friend in the press, "It's difficult to make people believe that we're not ogres." In the Cordillera de Rennes mountain range north of Matagalpa is the 1,090-foot humpbacked peak called Pankassan, the site of another FSLN defeat in August 1967. However, the Sandinistas considered Pankassan the most important step to date in the revolutionary struggle against the Somoza dictatorship. Pankassan caused a lot of reflection and self-criticism within the ranks of the Sandinistas, and the tragic episode led many to reconsider future strategy. The Pankassan campaign, which took place 5 years after Rio Coco and a long history of retreats, failed because the Sandinistas still lacked military experience. The campaign provided that experience. It was a tough lesson. Among those who died were Silvio Mayorga, Rigoberto Cruz, Francisco Moreno, Dr. Danilo Rosales, and many others, a total of 20 of the 35 who took part. Many deserted, given that difficult situation. In the end, those few of us who were left returned to the city, Tomasz Borga recounted. Pankassan lasted 9 months, from December to August. Our work was slow, organizing the farmers, establishing conduits. We set up a good communications and intelligence network. We gained political control of the area, we had a lot of support. But we had a lot of firefights and our military capability was limited. Furthermore, we made tactical errors that were of a strategic nature. We divided into 3 groups. One led by Carlos Fonseca, who was the guerrilla leader. Another was led by Silvio Mayorga, who was to make incursions into the mountainside. I was in charge of the 3rd group near Matagalpa to open conduits. The guard came between us like a wedge. When I found out what was happening, I moved towards Carlos's position. I arrived, but Silvio could not. He and his whole group died. Rigoberto Cruz also died there, a heroic death, really. Even the guardsmen recall that Rigoberto, horribly wounded, held his intestines with one hand and fought with the other. 3. Another oppositionist recalled, Pankassan opened a new chapter in the annals of guerrilla warfare in our nation, turning the tide against the bourgeoisie and underlining the need for a well-oiled revolutionary machine to throw against their 85 institutions. While the struggle at Pankassan worked the turning point for the Sandinista National Liberation Front, it also represented the culmination of a continuous effort since 1963, at the Battle of Bori, conserving as it did the continuity of our struggle for liberation in the mountains, villages, and cities, a continuity highlighted by the guerrillas of Zenica and by all the battles we have won and will continue to win in our country. 4. A jubilant Taco traveled to the town of Jinotega, north of Pankassan, and declared, I want to announce to all the north that the guerrillas no longer exist. I want to announce that the National Guard exterminated them. I want to announce to the people of Nicaragua and the world that our country is at peace. Wounded, but not defeated, the active FSLN members at the end of 1967 numbered approximately 50 men and women willing to give their lives for their cause. One of 7 Frente activists in prison was 23-year-old Daniel Ortega Saavedra, who had been arrested that year in Managua. Ortega was an example of the youth being radicalized by Somoza's rule. Born in Libertad, Chontales, a mining area in the central Atlantic region of the country, Daniel was the 3rd child of Daniel Ortega Cerda and Lydia Saavedra de Ortega. Of the 2 older children, only a sister, Germania, lived past infancy. Daniel's father was the son of the rector of the Pedagogic Institute in Granada. Born out of wedlock, he grew up to fight with Sandino in Nueva Segovia, where he was captured and spent 3 months in prison. He was an accountant when he met Daniel's mother, who was a cashier in the mines. Soon after Daniel's birth, the family moved to Juagalpa, also in the department of Chontales, where his brother Humberto was born in 1946. The family then moved to Managua, where another child, Camilo, was born in 1950. The children were pumped full of pills and cod liver oil to protect them from the diseases of the mine region. A quiet, disciplined child, Daniel became a catechist and from an early age began to give Bible lessons in the poor barrios of Managua, as did his brother Humberto. Gradually he was drawn into student protest movements, and his first arrest came during a protest meeting when he was 16. He studied for a time at the Instituto Pedagogico in Managua and then at the Salesian Fathers School in Masaya. For a brief period he attended the Salesian School in San Salvador in neighboring El Salvador, and finally Maestro Gabriel's School in Managua. His father's small import-export business fell on hard times and they could no longer afford to keep him in boarding school, but some of the changes in school were designed to keep him from becoming involved in the student movement. His grades were good. He was a good orator and was thought by many to be destined for the priesthood because of his serious character and devotion to the Bible. By the time he entered the Jesuit-run Central American University in Managua to study law for a year, he was already a member of the FSLN. Daniel was to spend 7 years in jail. In the first days after his arrest he was severely tortured, an experience which left him with a scar on his forehead and almost cost him the sight in one eye. But as the days in prison turned to weeks, 86 months and then years, Daniel and his 6 companions organized their activities down to minute detail, from early morning running exercises around the patio to intense study. Daniel continually asked for law, history, and geography books. But like so many revolutionaries, especially Nicaraguans, who consider their country the land of poets, Daniel continually wrote poetry which he sent to family members and friends as well as to Monsignor Miguel Obando y Bravo, later the Archbishop of Managua, whom he had met at the seminary in San Salvador. Ortega and his companions were continually active politically even during their confinement. When Somoza refused to release Francisco Ramirez, a National Guardsman jailed for giving a rifle to the Sandinistas, upon completion of his jail sentence, Daniel organized a month-long hunger strike. While many of his poems written while in prison were political, some were not. One poem comments on his long time in jail. It is entitled, "I Never Saw Managua When Miniskirts Were in Fashion." These were happy times for Taco, who was enjoying being president. He decided that his eldest son, Anastasio III, would go into business, and that his second son, Julio, would go to West Point. He felt that a Harvard business education would serve Taquito better for his role as heir to the family empire. The entire family, including pretty Caroline and Carla and little Roberto, was treated by their father as a guard unit. But there was nothing disciplined about his own personal life. He spent more and more time with Dinora and less with Hope. His cronies liked to say that the fact that the aloof Hope refused to have any more children had helped sour their marriage, while others speculated that he was truly in love with the sexy Dinora. The triangle Taco conducted on 2 sides of town became the talk of Managua. As Dinora grew in stature, having won the right to his pillow, society snickered at Hope's predicament. The latest Taco Hope Dinora news was always prime gossip at Managua cocktail parties. While Taco, drinking heavily, battled at home, he appeared to be losing touch with both government and his guard as his term progressed. Some guard officers were causing a scandal by openly enriching themselves through graft. Jose Ivan Pepe Alegret, an engineer and the director of immigration, was one official not to be crossed. It was rumored he was involved in drugs. But it was the violent executive officer of the Third Company, Major Oscar Morales, known as Moralitos, who gave Taco a full-scale scandal that began in April of 1968 and lasted for 2 years. Moralitos interrogated a former guard lieutenant, David Tejeda, and his brother Rene, young men accused of subversive activities. Moralitos beat David to death and threw the body into the Santiago volcano crater, situated between Managua and the city of Masaya, some 20 miles away. So many people went to the rim of the volcano to look for the ex-lieutenant's body that the Red Cross director warned the search could cause landslides and further deaths. Taco had no alternative but to allow Morales, 87, identified as his protege, to be tried. La Prensa carried a headline accusing Major Morales of making human sacrifices to the volcano. The guard was divided on the issue and Major Jose Ramon Silva Reyes, who was appointed prosecutor, did a surprisingly good job of handling the case. Captain Fernando Cedeno, the medical officer of the Third Company, supplied damaging evidence that helped bring about Morales's conviction, not for murder, but for neglect of duty and discrediting the guard. Given an 8-year sentence, Major Morales was a hero to some guardsmen and detested by others, a few of whom just blamed him for getting caught. But Major Morales was not jailed and he remained free, under escort, still dressed in his uniform. It was common talk that he had vowed to get both Major Silva Reyes and Captain Fernando Cedeno to avenge his conviction. On the first anniversary of his conviction, Morales was riding in a jeep when he spotted Captain Cedeno in the traffic. Taking a revolver from one of his escorts, he shot Cedeno to death. An attempt had already been made against Major Silva Reyes. Even the guard didn't approve of one officer killing another. Somoza was obliged to have Morales jailed. During the confusion over the 1972 earthquake, he was allowed to escape to Honduras where he lived in comfort and received a regular guard pension. Morales had a lot of friends in the guard. 1. A close aide to Taco, Air Force Commander Colonel Orlando Villalta, was annoyed at his boss for allowing Major Morales to be judged in the first place. Villalta came close to shooting Silva Reyes when he met him at Campo de Marte one day in September 1970. The meeting ended in hot words and a lot of pistol waving. Even his Nationalist Liberal Party was unhappy with the way Taco was running the country and the fact he intended to continue the same way after his re-election to another 5-year term when this one expired on May 1, 1972. There were malcontents who had not landed lucrative jobs or enough graft. Taco practiced nepotism, as had all Somozas, and his relatives were sprinkled throughout the best jobs. Even half-brother Joe's growing influence in the guard was causing problems throughout the officer corps. Business was good, however. Benefiting from the high prices caused by the Vietnam War, Nicaragua's traditional exports were bringing in good prices and business and small industries were expanding. From 1968 to 1971 the gross national product was reported to have increased nearly 8% annually. The Frente Sandinista, which was rekindled in 1969 and which Taco continued to report as killed off, began concentrating on building up its war chest with attacks on banks and commercial enterprises. The fact that they netted over $500,000 didn't concern Taco. His Director of Internal Security, Colonel Samuel Gini, demonstrated the Guard's future tactics when he attacked an urban guerrilla unit of the Frente discovered hiding in a house in the Delicia section of Managua. Using Staghound armored cars, Gini surrounded the little house and opened up with heavy weapons and tear gas, killing 5 of the guerrillas and capturing 2. The guerrillas fought back and killed 2 of his soldiers. Among the dead Sandinistas was Julio Cesar Buitrago, head of the Frente's urban guerrillas, and the FSLN delegate to the meeting of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity in Cuba in 1967. Once again, Taco declared the Frente finished. The Frente moved to Costa Rica. In August 1969, FSLN Secretary General Carlos Fonseca was arrested and jailed on bank robbery charges there, though it was known that Somoza security agents had notified Costa Rican police of his presence in their country. A group of Sandinistas attempted a jailbreak at Alajuela, Costa Rica, to free Fonseca, but the plan failed. Guerrilla Humberto Ortega was hit about an inch away from the heart and in the shoulder during the shootout that followed the jail raid. He spent 10 months in the Costa Rican capital, being shuttled from the hospital to jail. He was operated on many times but he never regained the use of his arms. Fonseca was held 14 months longer until, on October 21, 1970, an FSLN commando unit hijacked a Costa Rican Laxa airliner and took 4 American officials of the United Fruit Company hostage, demanding safe passage for Fonseca to Cuba. That provided the necessary leverage to get Fonseca freed. Also released were Humberto Ortega and fellow guerrillas Rufo Marin and Plutarco Hernandez. In December 1969 there was a gala inauguration of the Rubén Darío Theater, named after the native son who had become one of the world's foremost Spanish-language poets. Construction on the large, columned edifice on the shores of Lake Managua, a short distance from the National Palace, was begun by a nonpartisan group during President Chik's term. It was a considerable effort to add a touch of culture to a city not known for its charm. Taco personally found the arts a bore, and apart from war movies, he had little interest in the stage or screen. For cultured Hope, the opening night was to be the high point of her reign as the First Lady of Nicaragua. Instead, it was a night fraught with tension and embarrassment. Taco was the star of the show. Throughout the performance of the famous Mexican ballet Folklorico, Taco, fueled with his favorite drinks switching from Bloody Marys to whiskey which an aide dutifully refilled from the bar in a small room built behind his mezzanine seat, spent his time looking adoringly, not at his chic wife, but at his comely mistress in the audience. The audience, in turn, spent much of the evening watching all three and snickering throughout the performance. Few felt any compassion or sympathy for Hope, whom they considered an interloper, too aloof and sophisticated for their tastes. Though Taco's domestic problems were mounting, internationally speaking he was feeling secure. Richard Nixon was President of the United States, and he looked with favor on Taco, whom he recalled as a staunch supporter during his ill-fated Latin American tour in 1958. To fill the post of ambassador, Nixon sent Turner B. Shelton. The rotund Shelton soon outshone the memory of Thomas E. Whelan, Taco I's poker-playing buddy, as a Somoza lackey. Shelton had a special way of bowing when he clasped Taco's outstretched hand. He became Somoza's confidant to the point that many at the time joked that a cabinet meeting was when Taco met Shelton. 89. In early April 1971, Taco went to Washington for a private dinner with Nixon. Concerned about the reaction to offering a formal dinner for a dictator, Nixon Chief of Staff Alexander Haig, a West Pointer, decided to call the dinner a West Point Class of 1946 reunion. While both presidents were staunchly anti-communist, the two leaders also had other ties. Taco contributed $1 million to the Nixon campaign in 1972, according to a Central American foreign minister who traveled to Washington, D.C., with Taco's mother. She had asked the minister what his country was contributing to the campaign. When the foreign minister said nothing, Salvador rebuked him, "You people are so hopeless, we are giving $1 million and, as head of the family, I'm taking it up to him." Taco was also granted a public meeting with U Thant, the United Nations Secretary General, during his trip. With Nixon and Shelton in his corner, tedious, complicated arrangements were made to ensure that Taco could retain power and be re-elected. The farce began in 1971. Like his father, Somoza went in for election gymnastics. Somoza was barred by the Constitution from running for re-election in 1972, but a pact was hammered out between the Liberal Party and the opposition Conservative Party. Somoza would have to step down as president, leaving a three-man junta ruling until a constituent assembly studied electoral reforms, a process some said would take as little as 1 year, while others guessed it would last 5. The final agreement was reached on March 29, 1971. The Constitution had been rewritten twice during Taco I's regime so that he could retain the presidency for 20 years, until his assassination. The 1972 to 1974 constitutional rewriting would be the nation's 16th since independence. It would ensure continuismo, an unpopular term for presidential self-succession. The plan drew immediate criticism. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro called the pact between liberals and conservatives a political farce, while Dr. Fernando Aguirre, the former Somoza foe who had expelled Chamorro from the Conservative Party, referred to it as a national solution. Aguirre insisted his opposition to Somoza was still strong, but that he was indifferent about the possibility that Somoza would be able to seek re-election that would be entirely up to him. The speculation ran the gamut, from those saying Somoza, then 45 years old, would surely seek to regain the presidency to others who surmised a figurehead president would be selected after the transition period and Taco would continue to rule the country through the National Guard. Chamorro and Aguirre took their debate to Managua's Hall of Justice, where they squared off over mutual charges of defamation, Chamorro even accusing Aguirre of taking money from Somoza before he accepted the pact. but the real fight came outside. Several hundred members of the Conservative Party battled with police, leaving 1 dead and 1 wounded during the armed clash. Somoza himself remained non-committal for a time. A month after the Liberal-Conservative pact was agreed upon, he announced he would not seek re-election in May 1972, when his term expired. However, he said he could be a candidate when 90. The presidential elections were held in 1974. There's no way of telling right now. In August 1971, the House and Senate each voted to dissolve themselves, with Somoza assuming all functions until a new Congress was installed April 15, 1972. When the February 6, 1972, elections did roll around, the Liberals defeated the Conservatives by a 534,171 to 174,897 margin for a new National Constituent Assembly. The victory gave the Liberals 60 of the Assembly seats and 278 mayorships, and the Conservatives were apportioned the remaining 40 seats in the 100-seat Assembly. In other words, exactly as had been prearranged when the pact was signed 11 months earlier. Diederich, who had negotiated the deal with Somoza, assumed the position of the conservative junta member. Many Nicaraguans were angry that Diederich had accepted Tacho's plan, yelling traitor as he met with Somoza to sign the agreement. The junta was referred to as the Three Little Pigs. It was the first time the opposition party had been involved in the country's ruling body, and Somoza liked to refer to the pact and the junta as the debut of a democratic revolution in Nicaragua. He bragged that the nation would have a strong two-party electoral system after the Constituent Assembly, and added he would favor OAS observers in all future elections. The Church did not think so highly of Somoza's plans. Managua Archbishop Miguel Abando y Bravo, in a lengthy statement which had widespread impact in predominantly Catholic Nicaragua, called the country's political situation muddled and said he would like to see rulers who know how to rule and who are interested in their people. The Archbishop's statement was seen as marking the end of cordial relations between Somoza and the Church. It defined the principles the Church would like to see implemented in Nicaraguan politics, and added that the Church was seeking a whole new system. The old system has too many faults, the statement said. Bishops did not attend the inaugural session of the new National Assembly, claiming it would only reinforce Somoza's hold on the country and manipulation of the system. Chamorro's La Prensa greeted the document with the hope that political apathy was coming to an end. On February 20, 1972, Nicaragua made headlines when recluse billionaire Howard Hughes suddenly chose the 8th floor of the Managua Intercontinental as his home. United States newsmen who descended on the scene to stalk the mysterious Hughes also witnessed a performance by American Ambassador Shelton and Taco, who was returning from a 4-day trip to Panama. The diplomatic corps was assembled at Los Mercedes Airport to greet Taco. A Pan American Airways flight arrived from Panama minutes before Tacho's personal jet. Wife Hope, seated in a Mercedes, suddenly ordered her chauffeur to leave the scene with tires squealing when she noticed that Tacho's mistress, Dinora, was the first person to alight that plane. Taco stepped confidently off his plane, acknowledged the newsmen and cameras of the United States networks, and casually saluted the diplomatic corps. Then he halted and chatted with Shelton, who seemed to grovel before Taco. Shelton had been instrumental in arranging for Hughes to take up residence in friendly Nicaragua. Robert E. White, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy, wrote to the state. 91. Department reporting on Shelton's bizarre behavior, which he described years later as verging on that of a courtier to Somoza. White was to fall out with Shelton when he objected to the ambassador turning out all the embassy vehicles to bring Howard Hughes and his entourage into Managua. The embassy was placed at the entire disposal of Howard Hughes, a private citizen, which was not the embassy function, White complained. Taco was relaxed under the glare of TV lights at the airport press conference. He appeared more like a seasoned American politician than a Latin American strongman. In fact, this was the beginning of a period in which he liked to portray himself as a sort of American proconsul in Central America, an unofficial Washington emissary. At least that is the impression he made upon some other contemporary Central American chiefs of state. When a reporter at the news conference asked if Hughes was indeed in Managua and, if so, where, Taco replied, "As far as I know, he is staying at the Intercontinental Hotel. We have talked with some of his men about the purchase and sale of airplanes, mergers of airlines, about meeting with him. It's a matter that I'll have to look into a little later, because I left when he came in. I can't answer that question. Anyhow, this country. He's invited personally by me, not officially. So as two persons who are in business, each of us has to look to our conveniences. I know he was delighted to accept my invitation because Nicaragua represented to him a country which was at peace, that could give him all the guarantees he needed, and that he would be welcome. So it all depends on him." Taco didn't mention the polio and dysentery that constantly plagued the country, things that certainly would not have been appealing to the bacteriophobic Hughes. Taco then showed the newsman a letter he had received from Hughes. Taco read, "His Excellency, Anastasio Somoza de Bale, President, Casa Presidencial, Managua, Nicaragua. Dear Mr. President, please accept my heartfelt greetings, appreciation for your cordial invitation to visit beautiful Nicaragua. Your efficient aids have been most gracious and helpful beyond expectation to me and my staff. Please convey my sincere thanks and good wishes to all. I look forward with pleasure to our future contacts. Sincerely yours, Howard R. Hughes." The letter was brought to me today. It was typed on the Intercontinental Hotel's stationery. When asked why he personally invited Hughes, Taco replied, "Well, it's very simple. I have my personal business. We are talking about personal business, and he has Western Airlines. We operate and run Lanica Airlines, and when we talked to his vice presidents and delegates, I said to him, why don't you invite Mr. Hughes to come down? We are gonna try and see if we make a merger, if he sells me some airplanes, and I buy some airplanes from him. So I always invite people to Nicaragua who might do business with me. Mr. Hughes is not the only one." When asked who the others were, Taco responded, "Nelson Rockefeller. Nelson and I are very good friends and I have invited him a few instances. We've had D.K. Ludwig and a couple of millionaire Texans that I can't remember their names." 92. Taco was then asked if Hughes might be staying in one of Somoza's many private residences. He replied, "Mr. Hughes can stay in Nicaragua any place he wants to because property here is respected, privacy is respected. He doesn't really have to go any place that we own to be private and respected. If he wishes to become a guest in one of our private places, he, like any other man who has a lot of money in the United States, is welcome to it. Let me say this to you gentlemen. I have talked to many powerful corporations and not one man represents it. This time Mr. Hughes represents the majority of the corporations which he runs, so let's not make so much fanfare about the man. If he wants to be respected and be let alone, that's his business. If he wants to do business in Nicaragua, I don't have to see him. My lawyers can see his lawyers. My managers can see his managers. Come on now, I was brought up in the US and I don't believe in all of this egotism that they're trying to create on this gentleman. If he wants to do business, he'll do it through his bank account and his lawyers. I'm sorry, maybe I'm a sour apple for you guys, but I believe that every man has a right to decide his own future. Have you been treated well here? Good, I hope treat me that way. Let me say this to you gentlemen. I have my friends in the US who are very, very wealthy. They come in and go out of this country, they call me by telephone, I say hello to them and then they are off on the errands they are going to do. Undoubtedly, Mr. Hughes is a personality who has the possibility of fixing his attitudes, which in reality creates the interest of a great deal of people. But as a human being, I respect his right to keep his privacy. If he comes to my country, he has the right like any other citizen to do as the law of Nicaragua allows him to do and to take advantage of the law of Nicaragua. My belief is he came to Nicaragua because he believes that in this country there is security, There is peace, there is social peace, and he feels, perhaps he can find peace here. While in Nicaragua, Hughes made a deal to buy 25% of Lanica. Hughes spent almost 3 weeks in the Intercontinental. As quickly as he came, he left. Just before flying out of Managua, Somoza and Ambassador Shelton had an interview with Hughes. He told them he was off on a business trip. He left Nicaragua for the exclusive Bayshore Inn in Vancouver, British Columbia, to return later in the year to Managua. A swing through the Caribbean in March showed Somoza was not really so well liked abroad. He was forced to employ strict security precautions in the Dominican Republic, where student protests threatened to disrupt his visit. The mood was friendlier in Haiti, where bands and 3,000 Haitians greeted him at the airport. As a result, Taco extended his 2-day visit to 3 and thoroughly embarrassed his host, President for Life Jean-Claude Duvalier, who neither smoked nor drank. Haitian officials were disgusted with the Nicaraguans carousing. During a day at the beach in Haiti, he was such a compulsive eater that he insisted on being fed Haitian delicacies from a boat while he floated in the sea. But the consumption of food and drink proved too much for him, and he collapsed and passed out. He had to be carried to his room, where he slept off the drunkenness. Chapter 7. The Earthquake. The city of Managua sits on the shores of Lake Managua, once only a dead sea, now also a great open sewer. It is built over not one, but 3 faults, and sits on volcanic ash and lava. The most important avenues lie below La Loma de Tizcapa, with the exception of Roosevelt Avenue, which gradually climbs to the foot of this stubby volcano. Unlike pretty Granada and Leon, the capital has little in the way of saving grace. It is a hodgepodge of hybrid American architecture, with adobe often covered with plaster. On December 23, 1972, a series of earthquakes convulsed Managua. The old clock on the cathedral stopped at 12:27 a.m., as did most clocks in the hot, unattractive city. Rubble filled the narrow streets. Although no one was ever sure just how many people lost their lives, the official death toll was set at 10,000. More than 20,000 were injured, and 300,000 of the city's population of 400,000 were left homeless. Damage was listed at $1 billion, with a $1.5 billion price tag for reconstruction. Registering only 6.3 on the Richter scale, the heaviest tremor was a shallow quake with its epicenter almost directly under Roosevelt Avenue, in the downtown shopping and commercial area. It was like Hiroshima. Only about 20% of the structures remained intact. The death, devastation, and misery in a city festooned for Christmas but suddenly turned into hell covered 589 city blocks, a 1,500-acre area. Ruptured gas lines in the ruins set off fires that blazed and lit the skies at night, and there was no choice but to let them burn. Earthquakes were nothing new to the city. At 10:10 on the morning of March 31, 1931, a 6-second tremor had devastated Managua. There had been another previously in 1885, just a few years after Managua had become the capital. After the 1972 earthquake, only a few well-built structures remained standing. One was the National Palace. Others included the twin skyscrapers Banco de America and Banco Central de Nicaragua. Tacho's La Cava Palace on La Loma de Tizcapa was cracked open. Part of the Casa Presidential hung onto the hill, the rest slid from its perch on the rim of the Tizcapa volcano into the crater below. The military hospital also on Tizcapa's rim was undamaged. The National Guard headquarters at Campo de Marte and its jail fell into ruins. The nearby American embassy collapsed. Ambassador Shelton's secretary, Rosemarie Orlick, of Philadelphia. 93. 94. Faya, died when the staff apartments behind the embassy were partially destroyed. Tacho's suburban 100-acre El Retiro estate southwest of the city, with its sprawling Spanish ranch-style house with reinforced concrete walls and tiled wood roof, away from the epicenter, proved a safe place to be that night of terror. The house wall nevertheless suffered a crack. Taco and Hope had returned from a wedding in Masaya and were up talking. He was having a nightcap when the first tremor was felt shortly after 11 p.m. We got up and ran to an alley. Something knocked against Hope and bruised her arm and ankle. Then came another tremor and another. The first oscillated horizontally, and that gave some people time to get out of their homes. The second and third oscillated up and down. That third one was the killer. We thought we were pieces of ice in a cocktail shaker, he continued. I saw the city had suffered major damage. The lights were out. We used the radios in the cars to contact the guard and the police. When I learned of the casualties suffered by the guard, I realized how grave the situation was. 1. He ordered the three-man junta to declare martial law. It lasted for the next 18 months. President Nixon, Taco said later, called from Key Biscayne. He expressed condolences for the people of Nicaragua through me. He asked how my family was. He offered aid. 2. Anarchy prevailed for the first 72 hours. The guard disintegrated, its members disappeared, leaving their posts and barracks to find their families. Shelton called the United States Southern Command in Panama, which immediately dispatched a force of some 500 American soldiers who bivouacked by the Garden of El Retiro to help in the emergency. They also afforded Taco protection, as even his security guard had disappeared. An American hospital was set up between the ranch and the road. All medical supplies were distributed through Somoza's headquarters. An American Army captain who discovered tons of medical supplies stacked in the back of an old warehouse had them sent to the command post. The move was highly criticized because the needy were on the immediate outskirts of the city and nothing was transported from the more removed El Retiro Casa Presidential and Operations Center until a destination had been determined by Taco and his cohorts. The guard had gone into a panic right after the earthquake, as had much of the population. The guardsmen were more concerned with finding their families than worrying about their duty to Somoza. Finally, Somoza sent his defense minister General Huberto Sanchez Barquero to collect what troops he could from the department commanders. Some guardsmen were among the looters roaming the streets. Scores of citizens were treated for gunshot wounds, and Taco said in a radio broadcast that the most immediate problem was the abominable beings who were seeking loot in the city. He didn't mention that some guard officers were indulging in looting, but they were seen looting automobile dealerships and appliance shops, while spurning pleas for help. These actions by uniformed soldiers were explained by one United States Embassy official, who told a reporter, "Salaries are low and the people were scared. You can't really compare them with the U.S. Army." It was said that a member of the United States Army caught Guard Lieutenant Roland Sampson, 95, in the act of blowing up the Bank of Nicaragua vault. Lieutenant Sampson, the cousin of Diederich, was then reportedly taken to Taco, who laughed and told them to let him go. Both the lieutenant and Tacho's mistress denied the charges. Just as Ambassador Whelan had played a crucial role in helping the boys in that critical transition period after their father's assassination, so Ambassador Shelton played an important role in the early post-earthquake hours. The guard had its defenses down, although no one really contemplated a blow against Somoza, at least in Managua. Everyone was in the state of shock and inertia that follows such natural disasters. Shelton had been in his spacious hilltop embassy residence, tuning in the news when the earthquake hit. Chairs, pictures, everything that was movable was flying around. The lights went out, he told reporters. As soon as the emergency generator was turned on, Shelton contacted Washington. "That was my first duty," he recalled later in the week. After the earthquake, Shelton was the most frequent visitor to the ranch. His car was always swinging into the driveway and parking next to the two Somoza black Cadillacs with license plates GN1. Scuttling back and forth to El Retiro made Shelton appear more like Somoza's top aide than ambassador. He seldom delegated contacts to staff members. He preferred to deal directly with Somoza, with whom he sometimes spent much of the day. Few people were witnesses to what went on during the frequent daily meetings. Nixon, who considered Somoza the type of friend the United States needed south of Key Biscayne, ordered an all-out effort to aid Nicaragua after receiving detailed reports from Shelton, whose casualty figures were initially even higher than those of TACO. Time noted that United States Air Force C-141 and C-5A transports shuttled in with medical supplies, bulldozers, and other items at a tonnage rate that exceeded the first days of the Berlin airlift in 1948. Takahito, a senior at Harvard, was at a debutante ball in New York when ordered home by his father. Julio, the eldest, who admitted, "I guess I'm just as much an American as anything else," was preparing to enter West Point in 1973. He remained in the United States with his two sisters who were attending Wellesley and Foxcroft. At home, the tall, extremely pale Takahito, who never seemed to tan in the Tropica sun, donned a uniform and, like a good Somoza, began to shout orders. The earthquake transformed him into a soldier. Times David DeVos reported that young Takahito's first command was in dispatching supplies from the airport. But the Somoza heir apparent was too absorbed with personal preoccupations to be at all effective. "God damn it," shouted a handsome 22-year-old man in tailored army fatigues on one occasion, "what I need is some concertina wire. The US gives me everything but concertina wire." Indeed, he spoke the truth. From his perch atop a stack of Sears chalet camping tents, he had an excellent view of the fine fruits of capitalism. Crates of Canada Dry, boxes of baby food and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of Kellogg's Corn Flakes closed in from every side. The problem was that the goods were gathered in a decrepit airport, far away from the hungry and homeless masses of Managua. A bevy of Red Cross volunteers and unctuous army officers. 96. Awaited to do his bidding, but Takahito Trace, as he was called by those who anticipated his eventual succession to power, had other things on his mind, namely his misplaced automobile. "Where is my car?" he screamed. "I want the person who took it arrested immediately," he said, and ran off in search of the culprit. Silence. Since nothing could be done without a Somoza signature, all activity stopped. As for keeping any record of relief shipments, Takahito's position was you can't keep books in a situation like this. What comes in, goes out. 3. There were a lot of complaints about where it was or was not going out to. When Grenada, the old conservative stronghold, saw that supplies from its 19 relief points were not being properly distributed, it began its own effort. An appeal for assistance was made by ham radio. The city was overcrowded with refugees from Managua. In response, a plane loaded with medical supplies and beans was sent from Houston. When the plane put down at Las Mercedes, the supplies' destination was indicated as Grenada. At first, a furious TACO blocked the supplies and then ordered the ham to halt operating. But the Grenadans established their own relief effort. Ration cards were issued to more than 30,000 refugees, food distribution centers were set up, and medical and job replacement files were begun. Fernando Sequeira, former dean of the School of Engineering at the University of Central America and a leader of the Grenada relief effort, said, "We got some of the food from the government, but everything else was done through private initiative." Somoza was in control of the government. He staged a coup d'état with no effort. The mask is off and the powerless junta has been cast aside. It was not until 4 days after the earthquake that food began to be distributed. Even the 324,000 gallons of water airlifted to Managua by the United States Air Force was difficult to find. Soft drinks were selling for $2 a bottle. Lake Managua was so polluted that it could not be used as a source of drinking water. "We determined that a human can live 7 days without food," Somoza later told David DeVos, who covered the aftermath of the disaster. "So we tried to get water distributed first. The fact that people are peaceful shows that they are satisfied. The Nicaraguan people believe in me." But contrary to Somoza's claim to being loved by the people, there were a lot of disgruntled Managuans who soon began to direct their anger against Somoza. In an effort to force out some 150,000 persons who refused to leave the devastated city, the government had held up food supplies pouring into Las Mercedes Airport from donors and relief agencies from around the world. The hardship for these people was compounded by heat, the stench of death, and red dust that seemed to get into everything. The red flag indicating refugees' presence began to make its appearance on homes outside the city and in the towns of Masaya and Granada. But in the countryside around the capital, in a country which had suffered 8 months of drought, there was as much hunger as in the devastated city. There were reports that when the Managua jail collapsed, some prisoners managed to escape but that others were shot down by the guard. The scene at El Retiro grew into a major sideshow. The 185-man United States Army medical team from the 21st Evacuation Hospital, based in Fort Hood, Texas, operated behind a barbed wire camp on the field in front of the ranch. Taco, his fat frame stuffed into a khaki uniform adorned with his 5 Commander-in-Chief. 97 stars, seemed to be the only totally self-assured person around. He runs his family like an army base. Children are assigned tasks and expected to do them. Like Nixon, he has a deep respect for business, social stability, and education, noted DeVos. Somoza, he added, is disliked more for his style or lack of it than anything else. The post-earthquake days also gave newsmen an opportunity to view Taco at close range. Marl Simmons, a reporter for the Washington Post, watched in disgust one day when members of Taco's emergency relief team, in hard hats and covered with the inevitable red dust, arrived to talk with Taco. They were seated at the end of the swimming pool. The obviously hungry, thirsty, and tired officers had to sit there while Taco, tying a napkin around his neck like a bib, ate a 3-course meal, offering them nothing, not even a glass of water. He looked like a gargantua stuffing himself, she recalled. The elegant hope seemed completely out of her element. Reporter Pat Elisa, at El Retiro after the earthquake, said the First Lady's bedroom was littered with fashion magazines from Neiman Marcus and other such stores and that she looked the smart American woman she was. Next to Taco's vulgarity, she was a refined lady. At the ranch she was often followed around by a Yorkshire Terrier while attending to Red Cross relief work for quake victims. She proved to be an independent woman with no qualms about standing up to Taco. During committee meetings she constantly harangued Taco for the shortage of trucks. When asked by Elisa what it was like to be married to a dictator, she gave an annoyed look and replied, "Benevolent dictator." Nicaraguans who knew her felt she was only trying to play the First Lady role and that her contribution was more cosmetic than substantial. Her major concern was her children. She had lost Taquito to her husband who had taken over his upbringing, and this along with the competition from Dinora caused her more anguish than the plight of the Nicaraguan people, whom she knew despised her. The earthquake demonstrated to the Commander-in-Chief that the opposition was divided and weak. The government soon became the amorphous National Emergency Committee to which the 3-man junta ceded power. Martial law had been declared the morning of December 23 right after the quake. Every Monday thereafter the National Emergency Committee, composed of wealthy industrialists and politicians who were under Taco's full control, met on the tarpaulin-covered tennis courts at the rear of El Retiro. Somoza, presiding from a yellow rocking chair, had to review every single piece of government business, no matter how small. If he did not give his consent, no action was taken. Taco too, who had once believed that a government that governed least governed best, began to decide on the smallest, most mundane business of state. By June, the government had spent less than it had collected in taxes. And reconstruction required active government support. The business class was unhappy. Even though merchants had lost everything, they were required to pay customs duties on all goods previously ordered that were now entering the country. Unable to pay, they saw their merchandise, which had been held by customs, sold at bargain prices by wives of favored guard officers who 98 were planning to build their own stores in the new Managua. While Somoza repeatedly said the city would be reconstructed, Mexico even furnished a plan for a new earthquake-proof Managua. Nothing was done. Not waiting for the government to decide what to do, many merchants in suburban areas, which were relatively untouched by the quake, converted their homes and garages into new stores. Suddenly these residential areas sprouted signs advertising old businesses in new, Small locales. Street lights and telephone poles were festooned with signs announcing many pharmacies, supermarkets, office furniture stores and business offices. Wealthy businessmen, who joked about the much-delayed master plan for the new Managua, began planning a series of commercial centers in those same suburban areas outside downtown Managua. Overnight, the city's commerce was resurrected in residential Managua. If business entrepreneurs had waited for Taco to keep his promise to rebuild the city, they would still be waiting. Managua has yet to be rebuilt. Those who believed the conservatives might take advantage of the situation to pick up votes for the 1974 election or force Taco to moderate his rule were sadly disappointed. Dr. Fernando Aguirre Rocha, who had lost the popular backing of students and other groups by joining Taco in his junta scheme, was replaced on March 3, 1973, by Edmundo Paguigaitis. Aguirre opposed Tacho's appointing himself president of the National Emergency Commission with special powers. So the conservative leader resigned from the triumvirate. He was fired as Conservative Party leader and went on to form the Movimiento Popular Conservador and took many of the conservatives with him. Taco charged that Aguirre's resignation was a betrayal of Nicaragua. After 2 months of being almost completely ignored, the regular conservatives compounded their disaster by again switching alliances. Now they were backing Paguiga's Lieutenant José Joaquín Cuadra in the 1974 elections. The rubber stamp opposition always seemed more interested in patronage than in political service. Although a March 1971 agreement increased their power in the National Constituent Assembly from 30 to 40 seats, they did little to oppose Somoza. They provided him with the democratic facade he needed, and they were content to receive their $715 monthly congressional salary. During its first 9 months, the newly reconstituted assembly was in session in the old National Palace for a total of only 21 half-day sessions. In the sprawling shanty towns that grew up outside the capital, the seeds of discontent germinated. Somoza now openly ruled as president of the National Emergency Committee and commander-in-chief of the Guard. No one dared to contradict him. Even the long-time, servile oligarchy was not happy with the state of affairs. The multitude of poor citizens who had lost everything in the quake, who had no credit or means of rebuilding the little commerce they had, suppressed their anger. As a result, depression was one of the most common diseases in the post-earthquake months, and at least one suicide was registered daily for many months. Most poor Managuans had lost all hope of recovering their precarious little livings. But Taco thought differently. The earthquake has given a lot of people 99 opportunities for a new life, he told a reporter in June. Many debts were wiped out and a new generation with a lot of oomph has a great chance to break into the business cycle. This, in itself, is a revolution. In a way he was prophetic, but the revolution to come was not the one he was thinking about. One person who did not break into the earthquake recovery business was Nicaragua's #1 guest, Howard Hughes, the recluse billionaire industrialist, who was shaken out of his 8th-floor hideaway and was the first American to leave, taking off in the early hours in his personal jet. The great investments Taco had sought never materialized. Even the rumor of such investments brought a spate of denials. When the London Observer implied partnership in an undersea mining deal, Somoza's information and press secretary Ephraim Huzo fired off a letter to the Miami Herald calling the report a lie. I have no contact with Mr. Hughes. I want to deny the fact that the state of Nicaragua and I have anything to do with this fantastic tale. There is no contact, nor does a license exist, and I never have spoken with Mr. Hughes over such a matter. When Mr. Hughes was in Nicaragua he was my guest. Then I sent him the persons necessary to communicate with him. Billboards were placed on the highway into Managua announcing, 1973 Year of Hope and Construction. But as Marvin Howe of the New York Times pointed out during a visit to Managua on April 23, 4 months after the earthquake, people were losing all hope. Only some had any optimism. On the side of a battered 2-story building that remained standing on what was Avenida Bolivia, the owner had handwritten in crude letters, With faith and hope in the reconstruction, Managua sleeps, but it is not dead. How noted remarks by some observers who stated, "The whole nation is traumatized. They are angry, they don't blame the government for the earthquake, but they do blame it for not providing relief for their losses." At times the mood became rebellious and the Marxist-Leninist groups increased their agitation against Somoza. The United States Agency for International Development moved quicker than the Nicaraguan government and used American funds to build 4 Las Americas temporary housing areas astride the Pan-American Highway, miles from the city. The homes were wooden one-room shacks with tin roofs. When I visited them in the early months after the quake, they had no drainage and no streets, which the Nicaraguan government was supposedly to provide later. When the 8-month drought finally broke in June 1973, the torrential downpour made life for the refugees, many of whom were still homeless, even more wretched. Though the dust settled, the red earth turned into mud. And residents complained about the continued lack of law and order and how they were preyed upon by thieves who stole everything they could find. 11,000 of these so-called temporary houses were built from salvage material. They housed some 55,000 refugees and they rented for $6 a month. The rent and other expenses added up. For example, because of the additional cost of bus fare and the 15-cent tribute each child had. 100. To give the underpaid government teacher every week, many children didn't go to school. The only housing built by the Nicaraguan government was via Somoza and his cronies. They decided where new roads would be built with concrete paving blocks. A series of real estate killings was in the making. Somoza immediately went into the construction business, starting up a company and calling its success a credit to my business ability. Congress President Cornelio Huic must have had some of Somoza's Midas touch rub off on him. A headline in La Prensa on June 6, 1973, summarized Huic's real estate savvy: land bought for 120,000 Cordobas sold for $8 million 2 days later. The buyer was the National Housing Bank. The Sandinistas were also doing a little construction work of their own with an eye to the future. In Leon, the 3 Birais brothers put the finishing touches to a new room they had added to their little home on a corner of a dirt road leading to the Fortin. Under the new room was a large cellar reached through a false bottom in an old wooden wardrobe. This large arms depot, within sight of the old fortress a half-mile away, was so carefully concealed that it was to escape detection even though the National Guard was to search the house 9 times in the next 8 years. Other income opportunities were exploited as well. In the first 6 months after the quake, the National Emergency Committee received $24,853,000 in cash. The United States had sent $32 million in government funds, plus an additional $112,181 from private sources. But the Nicaraguan Treasury listed the United States as providing only $16.22 million. No one seemed concerned to explain the discrepancy. There were growing signs of hostility from refugees whenever they saw Guard and other official vehicles they suspected were carrying off relief supplies. Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party and the Guard were known to be misappropriating the relief and reconstruction aid, but no one could prove it. Already people were predicting there would be trouble for Somoza if any evidence of massive theft were found. Bishop Abando y Bravo sought to distribute relief supplies at his churches, but Somoza insisted they be distributed through his party's precincts. More bad blood developed between the church and Somoza. It was not long before people were saying that the best-kept secret in Nicaragua was the so-called reconstruction program. In the end, it was clear that Somoza had benefited handsomely from the earthquake. The profiteering went on. Somoza, gearing up to have himself re-elected president, found it a simple way of paying off some political debts. Martial law continued throughout the summer and citizens became even more upset with Somoza. Meanwhile, despite a ban on political activity, the FSLN became more active as the lower and middle classes rapidly lost faith in the entire political system. When Taco ventured forth from El Retiro, he was jeered by vendors and pedestrians behind his back whenever they spotted his black Cadillac, always well protected by bodyguards, many of them in an accompanying big white airport or limousine. 101. In June 1973, Taco, accompanied by Hope, made his first trip out of Nicaragua since the quake. The occasion was Taco Ill's graduation from Harvard. Taquito announced he was prepared to spend 2 years in the Guard but that he hoped to get a master's degree from Harvard and maybe enroll after that at Cambridge University in England. Afterwards, he planned to go into business. "I don't see the army or politics in my future," the 22-year-old graduate told reporters. After that trip, Somoza began to travel more often. He made another foray to the United States in November 1973. In a speech at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco, he praised Nixon and dismissed Watergate. Then, adding an extra stop to his itinerary, he and his entourage left the plush Commonwealth for a trek to the Condo nightclub in North Beach, California. There they stayed for an entire show featuring a nude Carol Dota, whose 44-inch bust after extensive silicone implants had gained her notoriety. Always making a play for the ladies, Taco sent her a note calling her show most outstanding. The management, in return for a presidential visit, paid the party's tab. Taco left no tip and American taxpayers had to pick up the tab for some 24 Secret Service agents who had to stand guard at the club's doors. In preparation for the September 1, 1974, election, Taco made a great show throughout the year of campaigning. The cosmetics of the election, which he was assured of winning, were important to Somoza. He could parlay the fact of the election into a public relations campaign to show that the political system, as well as the city itself, was being reconstructed in the aftermath of the earthquake. Finding a believable opponent was the first problem. In the end, the only other candidate was Dr. Edmundo Peguigaitis, who offered only token opposition. The new constitution allowed the conservatives 40% of the seats in the House of Deputies while Taco's party was to be allotted 60%. Widespread apathy persisted. In Managua, people a year later were still suffering the trauma of the earthquake. Taco began to be known as the man in the ticket booth. The booth was a cubicle of bulletproof glass that Somoza had custom-made in the United States and tested prior to launching his campaign. The glass tended to emphasize his fatness and distorted his face when he spoke. People remarked most on the distortion evident when he was pronouncing the words democracy, liberty and progress as they were piped out through a microphone to the bureaucrats and peasants who were trucked in for the occasion. Taco was characteristically confident and arrogant. He began his campaign prematurely, forgetting to wait until his Nationalist Liberal Party had formally nominated him. Peguiga, who had been a member of the Triumvirate, had the reputation of being pro-Somoza. There was no question of anyone really backing his pro forma candidacy, which only provided Taco with the facade he needed. But then a coalition consisting mostly of lawyers, opposition politicians, and 2 labor unions formed. Known as the 27, the group included rightists and leftists as well as moderates, all bound together by their aversion to Somoza. Among the 27 was Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. They campaigned for electoral abstention. As declared Chamorro's La Prensa on June 24, 1974, there is no one to vote for. 102. The 27 were taken to court by Taco. They were cited for inciting to abstain, illegal according to the Constitution, and found guilty, but no specific criminal penalties were assessed. Their civil rights were suspended for 6 months, though they were not prohibited from voting. All of them were barred from traveling. By then Somoza's ticket booth sideshow had become a real production. The union's presence in the 27 demonstrated growing labor unrest. In August 1973, some 2,000 textile workers had in fact gone out on strike, demanding higher wages. They were followed by some construction and metal workers. The following month there were street protests over a hike in bus fares. When, in October, following reports in La Prensa about public officials making fortunes, a law was passed that could subject newsmen to fines for defaming government officials, there were protests from journalists throughout the hemisphere. These were not happy months for Taco, despite his confidence. The strikes continued into 1974 and included hospital workers and universities and even Standard Fruit Company workers. On April 25, TACO, concerned because the strikes were snowballing, declared press censorship which was to last 1 month. La Prensa had 2 guard officers assigned to its offices to check and approve all copy. In January 1974, students in Lyon demonstrated in support of 8 political prisoners who had declared a hunger strike. The prisoners included members of the FSLN. The guard used tear gas to disperse students who had occupied the university and the city's churches. The disturbances in Lyon were based on demands not only for better wages for teachers but for a study program free of control by the United States universities. The strikes and evident general malaise were interpreted as indicating an awakening of new forces. But with his wealth and power to back him, TACO went to the polls on Sunday, September 1, 1974, exuding supreme assurance and confidence. The results were a foregone conclusion. To point up the charade, on Saturday La Prensa ran the headline, "Candidates who won tomorrow's elections." Although 40% of the electorate did abstain, TACO's vote counters declared he had received 748,985 of the 815,758 votes cast. There was no secret ballot. When a ballot was marked, the mark could be clearly seen through the thin paper. It was imperative for almost everyone to be recorded as having voted Nationalist Liberal, because only those who voted for Somoza were given the ID card called a Magnifica, required for all government employees. The government claimed that 70% of the electorate had voted of the 1,150,000 that were registered. It's hard to believe that in a country of 2 million, that many were inscribed, a United States Embassy official commented privately after the election. Besides those who were coerced into voting and some had no choice, children were allowed to vote. Many 12-year-olds were seen showing off fingers red with the ink from polling station controllers. In a country where hunger and poverty remain rampant, the inducement to get out the vote was a meal of rice, yucca, and meat, plus a 2 Cordoba note. 103. In some areas the electorate received 10 Cordobas with a small plastic container of fiery white rum. No one received the food, drink, and money until after voting for Somoza, which led the opposition to refer to them as the Guaro and Nakatamali elections. While the overall illiteracy rate in the nation was 80%, it was closer to 100% in the rural areas. In 1974, according to a United Nations survey, only 84,000 of the 350,000 children of school age were attending primary school. Some 31,500 youths were attending secondary school, with only 7,400 of them graduating that same year. The 6,000 total enrollment in the universities was Central America's lowest. But Somoza's priorities, like his father's, included neither education nor public health. Members of the oligarchy sent their children to schools abroad and went abroad for health care. The Somozas had no faith or interest in local scholastic pursuits or health services and sent their children to the United States for both. At home the children all spoke English and the library at El Retiro was made up entirely of books in English. Nor did the Somozas suffer any twinge of conscience over running the country as a business enterprise, taking advantage of their position to make innumerable deals for personal profit. Conflict of interest was not in their vocabulary. In such a society the Frente Sandinista had fertile ground in which to sow the seeds for change. A new constitution gave Somoza a hold on the presidency until May 1981, but it stipulated that he could not succeed himself following his new 6-year term. Nor could anyone within the 4th degree of family relationship follow him into the presidency. However, since the Somoza family had seemingly forever broken the constitution or bent it to suit themselves, no one gave the limitation the least credence. Just prior to the election, the Nicaraguan bishops had issued a pastoral letter highly critical of Somoza politics, saying that no one could rightly be compelled to vote to benefit a particular group. The church refused to sanction TACO's re-election and boycotted the inauguration ceremonies. The talk among the clergy and the newly formed Unión Democrática de Liberación, composed of Pedro Joaquín Chamorro, the Christian Democrats, the labor unions and the Nicaraguan Communist Party, was that Somoza would certainly not step down after his term. Their conviction was that the family clan had no intention of giving up the reins of power. Meanwhile, the FSLN was stepping up its guerrilla attacks in the mountains around Matagalpa. Although the church and others were absent from the inauguration, it was well attended by delegates from 43 countries, including the presidents of Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. The event served a dual purpose, doubling as a summit to seek the normalization of relations between El Salvador and Honduras that had been strained following the 1969 soccer war. At a cocktail party, Taco, with a straight face and holding a drink in one hand, told interviewers, "I'm especially proud that the same number of people in Managua who voted for me in 1967 voted for me again this year." And then he went on to discuss his government's plans to rebuild Managua and how private investment and 104. Tax collections had increased since the earthquake. Asked about outside aid, he beamed and replied, "This is another example of how the Western world can do things the communists can't." Reminded that the Cubans had also come to the rescue, he became furious. A Time report noted, in some cases, the U.S. effort has not been as effective or as widely noticed as it might be. While a 185-man Army medical team from the 21st Evacuation Hospital based in Fort Hood, Texas, operated in a barbed wire enclosed compound in a meadow in front of Somoza's El Retiro residence, a team of 50 Cuban doctors and paramedics worked in the densely populated Managua barrio of Maximo Jerez. The result was that while U.S. medics were seeing 250 patients per day, the Cubans were treating 1,000. Since the Casa Presidencial and La Cava, both on the edge of the extinct volcano, had been leveled, Taco moved his new command post into the military compound that became known as the bunker. The bunker was a long reinforced concrete structure built after the earthquake with precast aluminum forms and shaded by leafy laurel trees. Except for 2 windows on each side of the doorway, its yellowish walls were blank. Somoza later had the roof topped at both ends by huge steel screens meant to deflect rockets and mortar shells. Within a warren of waiting and conference rooms were the surprisingly Spartan chambers where Somoza eventually came to live, making much of the fact that he lived there rather than in some lavish residence. The truth was that, because of the Earth's upheaval and his own increasingly urgent need for security, he ultimately had little choice. On the ruins of his father's La Cava palace with its splendid view of the city, Taco built a modern, California-style bungalow he christened La Curvita, the diminutive for La Cava. Taco spent more time sleeping and exercising with his mistress at La Curvita than he did at El Retiro, which became Hope's domain. He ran the affairs of state from the bunker, a short ride down the hill. Next to the Roosevelt Monument, at the foot of the volcano, a small tank was positioned as sentinel at the entrance to 2 roads, one leading to La Curvita, the other winding up to the rim of the Tizcapa volcano, where munition warehouses and the offices of the security force had been moved. The dreaded security apparatus occupied the now vacant sheds, garages and servants' quarters once attached to the presidential palace, which had been leveled. The famous dungeon and cages in which the Somozas were charged with having held prisoners over the years disappeared along with the palace. On Roosevelt Avenue, across from the bunker, the pyramid-shaped Intercontinental Managua Hotel remains standing, a palace of luxury in a sea of misery. Above a scrubby, crabgrass-infested square of balding lawn called Esplanade Park, its better rooms gazed out on the ruins of Managua. Next to the bunker, separated by a street called the Esplanada de Tizcapa, was the military casino. This formidable 3-story white structure was turned from an officers' club into the executive office building of the Somoza regime. General headquarters of the National Guard spread out below the Esplanada de Tizcapa. The military complex was scraggly in the best of times, a chicken wire compound, its sagging gates watched over by near-illiterate National Guardsmen. The sheds, offices and barracks were prefabricated structures put up after the earthquake. 105. They gave the Somoza Guard a transient, makeshift appearance. To a very real extent they mirrored the nature of the regime. Somoza's dictatorship was becoming increasingly sloppy and ad hoc. If dictatorships were rated for organization and efficiency on any scale, his would barely make the scale. In Tacho's bunker, American Ambassador Shelton continued playing the role of courtesan, providing all the support he could squeeze out of the United States. But Shelton's unswerving loyalty and continued efforts on behalf of Somoza's causes finally became suspect in Washington, especially as President Nixon sank into the mire of Watergate. The State Department even awarded Managua Embassy political officer James Richard Cheek the department's Rivkin Award in recognition of his detailed reports on Nicaragua, which contradicted those filed by Shelton. The citation said, Cheek was the first to recognize, seek out and report on the new socio-political forces in Nicaragua. In the process, he differed strongly with his superiors and others on the country team. He persevered, challenging the conventional wisdom. Submitted through the dissent channel, critical, but balanced analysis of the issues. But Shelton was decorated by Secretary of State William Rogers for his earthquake effort in 1973 when he visited Managua to lay the cornerstone for a hospital to be built with United States aid funds and a matching contribution from Nicaragua. After September 1974, Somoza, once again president and spokesman for all Nicaraguans, renewed with vigor his attacks on Castro and other opponents. Cuba was definitely linked with the Latin American guerrilla movements, he charged, and was lending both strategic and tactical aid. We are seeing a new stage of Fidel Castro demonstrating his open willingness to interfere in internal affairs of other countries and overthrow governments. International communists are trying to organize cell groups in remote parts of Nicaragua, he maintained. The object was installing a communist regime. He estimated their strength at least 20 guerrillas, including one Mexican. 5. Any criticism fired at Somoza by the opposition parties he shrugged off. Somoza, said 40-year-old architect and aspiring Conservative Party leader Eduardo Chamorro, is obsolete. He is using all the obsolete measures to try and solve new problems and he's not delivering. Somoza responded with a typical salvo. The trouble with him is that time has passed him by. This has been a very liberal and nationalistic government where we mix socialism and free enterprise. What's happening today in the rest of Latin America and is shaking some people in the United States happened in Nicaragua 30 or more years ago. As evidence, Somoza cited the nationalization of the port of Corinto, the railroads, the power and light and telephone companies, and major waterworks, as well as a dispute with the United Fruit Company that eventually led to the banana company's withdrawal from Nicaragua. 6. Of course, as leader of the nation, Somoza had a slice of all the pies, but that was something he discreetly omitted mentioning. Chapter 8. The party's over. A series of explosions caused a sudden halt in the cocktail chatter in the suburban Managua home of wealthy businessman José María Castillo Quant shortly before 11 p.m. on December 27, 1974. Conversation resumed shortly, the guests assuming that the commotion had been caused by festive fireworks. To their shock, a group of strangely dressed individuals, their appearances made hideous by nylon stocking masks over their faces, burst into the chic party yelling, "This is a political operation. Hands on your heads. To the wall. We are the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. Viva Sandino." Most of the guests stood petrified, drinks in hand. The host, 48-year-old Castillo, former Minister of Agriculture and a close associate and friend of Taco, was quick to react. A gun buff, he managed to slip away, open his gun cabinet in his bedroom and distribute his collection of hunting rifles and automatic weapons to the stupefied musicians who had backed into his bedroom clutching their instruments. They quickly dropped both weapons and instruments and fled into a bathroom. Unseen by Castillo, 2 Sandinistas had also entered the bedroom. As the businessman turned with a machine gun in hand, he was shot dead. He collapsed into the gun cabinet still gripping the unfired weapon. The action of the Commando Juan José Quezada that balmy Managua night echoed throughout the world. The audacious raiders, 10 men and 3 women, waving the red and black Sandinista colors under Somoza's very nose, reaped dividends far greater than the release of leading guerrillas from Somoza's prisons and the $1 million for their war chest. The raid brought them publicity, recruits and credibility. Ambassador Shelton, along with his wife and mother-in-law, had left the cocktail party, given in his honor, a half-hour before. The remaining guests, held captive, comprised a who's who of Somoza intimates. Included was Tacho's brother-in-law, Guillermo Sevilla Sacasa, who managed to slip into the garden and hide his rotund form temporarily among the hibiscus until he was discovered in the morning. Among the other notables were Dr. Alejandro Montiel Argiello, Foreign Minister, Dr. Luis Valle Olivares, Minister of the National District and Mayor of Managua, Guillermo Lang, Nicaragua's alternate ambassador to the United Nations and consul. 106. 107. General in New York, Chilean Ambassador Alfonso de Necandai, and their wives. Besides Castillo, 3 guards posted outside the house also died, and 3 more were wounded. A Sandinista was wounded in the chest. Taco had left the day before to vacation on Corn Island in the Nicaraguan Caribbean. General José Somoza was in charge during his absence. When word reached guard headquarters and the general was informed, he ordered some troops supported by a staghound armored car to surround the house. One of the first to arrive at the scene to help direct a counterattack was Gunther Wagner, a German-born United States citizen serving as a police advisor to Somoza under a private agreement. He had come to Nicaragua in 1970 under a United States Agency for International Development public safety program and stayed on in the pay of the Nicaraguan government. Around midnight the soldiers launched an attack on the Castillo home and managed to smash the garage door. During the attack the terrified hostages had been grouped in a corridor between the living room and the garden for their own protection. Esso oil refinery manager Danilo Lacayo Rapaxioli, hiding in the garden, was wounded during the firefight. One of the hostages, Castillo's daughter Irene, served as a go-between to warn Police Chief Colonel Agustin Bodan, who was in command, that if his troops renewed their attack, the hostages' lives would be in jeopardy. At 1:30 a.m. the telephone at the Castillo home rang. "What's going on there?" asked General José Somoza. "We are the Sandinista front, we have seized the house and have taken several prisoners." "Who?" he said, trying to decide if it was worthwhile negotiating. "Several, you know who. We have concrete demands." "All right, what are your demands?" he asked brusquely. "The immediate freedom of some political prisoners." "What are their names?" "Jamie Quadra, Carlos Argiello Pravia, David, Adolfo and Ariel Núñez Rodriguez, Manuel Rivas, Jacinto Suarez, José Benito Escobar, Julian Roque, Lenin Serna, Daniel Ortega, Carlos José Guadamas, Oscar Benavides and Adrian Molina." "And what else?" José Somoza replied. "We can reach an agreement through dialogue." "Why do we have to be so violent?" "We have a written communiqué that must be given full coverage in the mass media." "All right, what is it you want?" Somoza said, trying to sound conciliatory. "First, we want Archbishop Abando y Bravo as mediator." Juan José, after this brief telephone conversation with a man who had identified himself only as Zero, contacted Taco and informed him of the situation. The guerrillas had confused their illustrious captives by identifying each other by numbers, a system used by prisoners in some penal institutions. The commando chief was known as Zero, his nom de guerre was Marcos. His real name was Eduardo. 108. Contreras Escobar. Born in the little town of Tecuantip, September 4, 1945, he was the fourth of 5 children. As a boy he had befriended a German woman he met while selling milk from door to door. The woman suffered from elephantiasis. When her husband died, Contreras, then only 14, took care of all the funeral arrangements. Recognizing the quick intelligence of the boy, she taught him German, and when he was 17, the year after he graduated from high school, scraped together enough money to send him to Germany to study. He spent 6 years studying in Berlin and returned to Nicaragua with degrees in both engineering and economics. At 15, he had tried to join the Socialist Youth but was rejected. In 1960, he did manage to join the little guerrilla group that invaded Ocotal from Honduras, but he was quickly caught and jailed. A friend of the family arranged his release from prison. On his return to Nicaragua in 1970, he joined the FSLN and spent 2 years in Mexico setting up the first Solidarity Committee there. He did the same thing later in Honduras. In Honduras he also established a pipeline for arms to the FSLN cadre in Nicaragua. A month after his return home, 2 members of the Directorate, Ricardo Morales and Oscar Tercio, were killed, and he stepped into the Directorate and began to clean up what he found to be a sloppy organization, bringing to bear his German training for methodology and precision. It was he who recruited the famous Nicaraguan musician Carlos Mejia Godoy to the cause. Contreras' mania for precision was displayed in the now famous Christmas party raid. His military commander for the raid was German Pomers, 39, El Dante, an arms expert, and one of the Frente's toughest fighters. The dark stocky Pomers had become literate only after joining the ranks of the Frente. He had worked the Chinandega cotton fields in his youth and later moved into the Frente from a trade union. Another of the commandos, identified by a hostage as a Chico Bien because of the fine quality of his imported clothes, was Joaquin Cuadrolaqueo, son of one of Nicaragua's richest corporation lawyers. 4 months earlier, when the youth disappeared, he'd left a letter in his parents' villa informing them that he was going to Cuba. Now Somoza was to pay for his ticket there. The raid was a shock both to Somoza and to his not always well-informed intelligence service. Taco actually believed that the Frente was no threat. He was convinced that the anti-guerrilla unit of the Guard was the best in Latin America. But in Managua's most elegant suburb, the Guard was rendered helpless because only through negotiations could the lives of Tacho's relatives and friends be guaranteed. Hardliners in the Guard saw it as a first test for Taco, and afterwards they noted how he had failed it. One of them, Lieutenant Colonel José Iván Alegret, who had quickly flown home from a brief trip abroad, stalked outside the house like a hungry tiger. He protested that any deal with the guerrillas would only furnish them with funds to fight the Guard in the future. The guerrillas made no secret of this and said in their communiqué they needed the funds for their war. Alegret wanted no deal with the guerrillas. However, Somoza, whose sister, Lillian, was demanding from Washington that he make a deal in order to assure her husband's release, decided to negotiate a settlement. He played the few cards he could. Between 2 o'clock and 3 a.m. on 109 December 28 he convened his cabinet and imposed martial law, suspending all individual rights. Anyone suspected of harboring strong anti-Somoza sentiments was rounded up. A number of students and university professors had been jailed by the end of the day. The Sandinistas later alleged that Dr. René Núñez, ex-vice president of the University Federation, was savagely tortured on this occasion, his arms, legs and spinal column broken. These detentions reached massive proportions in the cities of Leon, Matagalpa, Chinandega, and Managua. By early that morning the shaken hostages had yet to hear of or see what had happened to their host, Castillo. They first thought he was hiding somewhere, but, as the tension grew in the rooms into which the guerrillas had divided the guests, constantly under gunpoint, they began to suspect the worst. But it wasn't until the following day, December 29, when they saw a body being removed from the house, that they realized that their host, popularly known as Chima, had been among the first casualties. Foreign newsmen who arrived in the vicinity of the besieged Castillo residence began using the wealthy neighbors' telephones to file their stories. It was then they learned, for the first time, that Somoza was not particularly loved by Nicaragua's upper class. Even the wealthy spoke disparagingly of Taco and of the Somoza's corruption, especially of the post-1972 earthquake relief efforts and the unknown destination of millions of dollars in aid. Many were happy when they heard that the list of hostages included Tacho's brother-in-law, one lady told a newsman. The Somozas are so unreasonable that you can hardly blame the leftists, a middle-aged doctor said. He added, I can understand the frustration of these young people, but I fear this may bring on a wave of similar kidnappings. The perpetuation of the Somoza regime had already increased class consciousness here, and I'm worried that there will be even more polarization now. 3. As guard reinforcements began to arrive in the exclusive Los Robles suburb of Managua, the commando unit inside the Castillo home used Castillo's personal arsenal to bolster their small supply of single-shot rifles, handguns, and 6 hand grenades. They were now prepared either to fight or to withstand a long siege. There was enough food in the house to last weeks. Besides what had been displayed for the ambassador, they found 200 turkeys, as well as other provisions. One of the Sandinistas, a veteran sugarcane cutter, remarked, "Never in my life have I seen, or tasted, such food." Although the captives, many of whom were suffering from hypertension, were treated well, some panicked. One of the women, afraid that the Sandinistas might take her 7-carat diamond ring, valued at some $15,000, swallowed it. After being freed, doctors informed her that the cost of an operation to remove it from her stomach would probably exceed the value of the ring. But nature took its course and the ring was finally recovered with a new historical value. For one of the less affluent guests, Colonel Pataki, a foreigner residing in Nicaragua, had his wallet taken away by the guerrillas. "Commander, please, there are more. 110. Then 1,000 Cordobas in my wallet which were to be used to buy food for my family. Please don't take TB money." His wife was in Costa Rica and his young children were alone with the maid. In a display of compassion the guerrilla said, "There's no problem," and ordered the wallet be returned. All the money was still there and the colonel asked how he could send it to his home. Zero replied, "When the archbishop comes, he will see to it that it is delivered to your family." The guest thanked him. A tremendous burden had been removed from his shoulders. Although he remained a captive in the residence, held at gunpoint, this gesture on the part of the Sandinistas left him relaxed to a certain extent. 5. Archbishop Obando y Bravo, in his white cassock, arrived at the house at 6:15 a.m. on the 28th to begin the negotiations. This meant that Somoza had satisfied the first of the guerrillas' demands. When the archbishop left, the guerrillas, in a preliminary gesture, released 13 persons, all politically uninvolved, including waiters, Castillo's servants, the musicians and the wives of some of the prisoners. The electricity in Los Robles was cut off, and without air conditioning the house became unbearable. Somoza maintained constant contact with the United States ambassador and his own ministers and guard commanders. Meanwhile the guerrillas made their demands known: 1. Freedom for all political prisoners. 2. $5 million in bills of small denominations and with different serial numbers. 3. An immediate increase in the minimum wages of exploited Nicaraguan workers, as well as fringe benefits such as bonuses, loans, etc. 4. The suspension of all repressive measures. 5. The immediate and complete publication of the FSLN's communiques in all the mass media. 6. Absolute freedom of information. 7. A deadline of 36 hours to comply with the demands. Somoza stalled by claiming he couldn't find that amount of money in Nicaragua in dollars and would have to wait until the banks opened Monday in the United States. The day drew to a close. A decision to impose an overnight curfew was reversed minutes before it was to go into effect at 10 p.m. The opposition newspaper La Prensa, heavily censored, appeared without reference to the hostages held by the guerrillas. With less than $200,000 in the central bank in Managua, Tacho dispatched an aide to New York in his personal aircraft to pick up $5 million in cash from the Federal Reserve Bank. December 29 dawned with one of Somoza's hostage ministers, Dr. Luis Valle Olivares, telling an Associated Press reporter by telephone that "Some of us slept well last night, the prisoners have been well treated." The Sandinista deadline was to expire at 1 a.m., some 4 hours later. The remaining women were set free at 9:35 a.m. Upon release, one of them, the former Lois Nash, an American married to Nicaragua's foreign minister, told reporters that the guerrillas had treated their hostages magnificently. "It is incredible the treatment they have given us." At 11 a.m. the negotiations were stalemated, the deadline had expired and the Archbishop, meeting with Somoza, failed to keep his appointment with the Sandinistas. Tension in Los Robles mounted. Some felt an attack was imminent with the arrival of heavily armed troops. Journalists and photographers were forced to leave the area. Traffic was detored away from the scene. During the Archbishop's meeting with Somoza, Taco told him, "Archbishop, these kids are wrong. This problem can be solved today." 6. But for the time being, negotiations were his only recourse. When the Archbishop approached Zero for extension of their deadline, the latter recited a Sandinista phrase that was to become famous in the years that followed: "We are fierce and unrelenting in combat, but generous in victory." Zero added, "If he asks us for 48 hours instead of 36 to further the negotiations, we will accept." 7. The government then announced that the deadline had been extended to 48 hours. A Lanica Convair aircraft was kept on standby at Los Mercedes Airport. At Los Robles, a fleet of Mercedes-Benz arrived, filled with high military officials and aides. Again an attack appeared imminent. Later that afternoon the ambassadors of Spain and Mexico agreed to fly to Cuba with the Archbishop, the Sandinista commandos and the political prisoners who were to be exchanged for the hostages at the airport. At 7:15 p.m. Radio Difusora Nacional began to transmit a 12,000-word Sandinista communique. The document, which depicted the day-to-day violence experienced by those who made up the lower strata of Nicaraguan society, was divided into 2 sections. The first dealt with the oppression which the FSLN claimed the people suffered and named capitalist landowners, the National Guard and the Jueces de Amistad as the 3 groups responsible for this oppression. The second section described the past battles which the FSLN had fought against the regime and reported alleged atrocities committed by the Guard. Nicaraguans were told that the FSLN was winning its battle against the most despicable dictatorship in Latin America. "The people's patience is reaching its limit," the communique declared. "At present, the daily plight of the peasantry can be summarized as misery, hunger, malnutrition, fear, night blindness, premature death, and illiteracy." 8. In describing the working conditions which the landowners forced on the poor peasants, the document charged, "Subsistence wages are literally policies that, if they were not so inhuman, would be curious. The landowners seek to reduce even further the $1 a day received by workers for 10 to 12 hours work. These subsistence wages, together with the hopelessness of the peasant's lot, has led him to reject the economic system in which he was born. He has lost the incentive to work. The peasant in the northern, Atlantic, and Pacific zones of Nicaragua works all his life and dies indebted to his employer." A statistical table was also included which described what portion of the peasant's wages went to support his family, which the document said, had an average of 8 children. The statistical table read: salary $1.00 US a day. Price of salt 20 cents US per bag, price of soap 30 cents per bag, price of gas 30 cents per liter, price of medicine for amoebic dysentery 40 cents per dosage, price of Medgeral 4 cents per dosage, Cosusa $1.60 a bottle, the average fine from the Jueces de Amistad $10.00, the average fine from the Guard $16.00. The Jueces de Amistad was described as the scourge of the peasant, a servant of the landowners and agent of Somoza as well as the embodiment of political repression. The communique charged that the Guard's tactics were not only physical but psychological repression and that its 45-year reign of terror was such that it is equal to how a commercial slogan conditions the mentality of a consumer. The Guard, its name, weapons, and uniform have conditioned the mind of the peasant with terror, rape and crime. It followed to say that the weight of the Sandinista resistance falls fundamentally upon the peasants in the mountains. This is an important historical precedent. A new phase in the fight for national liberation had begun with the taking of the hostages, the communiqué said. This initial step was designed to free imprisoned Sandinistas and acquire funds needed for prolonged war. As to the 1967 Pangasinan fight, the guerrillas had taken their quota of blood, but the GPP lost by failing to consolidate the peasants in the mountains. Such a limitation forced our organization to make a strategic retreat in order to recuperate and regroup for new confrontations with the enemy. The defeat was followed by a new phenomenon in Nicaragua, the focus of 3 Sandinista groups in the political and labor arenas in addition to organizing peasants to fight abuse with arms. This was the first indication that the FSLN had split into 3 groups or tendencies. Contreras was now a leader of the new third force, the Tercerista tendency, and he was about to win the funds and release of fellow Sandinistas to press acceptance of his faction. But it was to be a bitter internal struggle that would continue for the next 5 years. The document said revolutionary violence was indispensable in reaching popular victory. We will go to war to kill or be killed, but only so that our people have a real opportunity to live. The kidnapping, it said, was an obligatory response to the repressive politics of the regime, instigated by profoundly humanitarian reasons. In contrast with the repressive forces, it added, we take prisoners, a group of diplomats, so that they respond to the liberty of our brother prisoners. The Sandinistas ended by saying that if their demands were not met, the first prisoner would be executed, followed by another execution every 12 hours. Somoza, while capitulating to their demands, displayed a certain business acumen in negotiating reduction of their ransom demand from $5 to $1 million. At 8 a.m., December 30, the 14 political prisoners, among them Daniel Ortega, were transferred from the prison to the airport. Like Ortega, most of them had been in prison for 7 years. At 9 a.m., preparations began to transfer the hostages and commandos to the airport. At 10:50 a.m., the Archbishop left the Castillo home. Behind him was a man in civilian dress. Immediately following, was a Sandinista commando, masked and carrying one of Castillo's submachine guns. Following him was another priest, then the Mexican and Spanish ambassadors. 113. And finally the hostages and the rest of the commandos. They boarded a yellow bus. The hostages were forced to sit on the flanks of the bus as security to the Sandinistas. Along the road to the airport they were subjected to cheers for the Sandinistas and jeers for their own predicament. That morning the nation's daily papers had printed the Sandinista communiqué as part of a government decree. Along the route to the airport, taxis and motorists honked their horns at the bus, and groups of people quickly gathered and gave the victory sign to its occupants. Clamors and shouts of Viva el Frente and Viva Sandino were heard clearly and spontaneously in the streets of Managua as the yellow bus passed. The bus arrived at the airport at 11:45. Samuel Gini, chief of the Office of Security, was next to the plane, his head in his hands, an expression of impotence on his face. Hundreds of young Nicaraguans cheered wildly as the plane left the runway at 12:20 p.m. for Havana, and emotion ran high inside the terminal building. With the 13 guerrillas and 14 political prisoners were Archbishop Obando y Bravo, the papal nuncio, Monsignor Gabriel Montalvio, Mexican Ambassador Joaquin Mercado Flores, Spanish Ambassador José García Banon, and an estimated $1 million. Most of the guerrillas, including Joaquin Cuadrolacayo, went on to spend 9 months of military training in Cuba. One exhilarated man waxed poetic and said, "This is a new dawn, a beautiful dawn after 40 years of night." In contrast, Taco, in an ugly mood, spat out his words. "They are cowards, blackmailers, psychopaths, and fools," he said, referring to the Sandinistas. "This is the work of communism, equal to the assassination of my father." In private, Tacho's anger was described as apoplectic. He tried not to reflect his rage in his New Year's message to the nation, which he said he was obliged to make in order to explain the details that culminated with the tragic deaths of a group of citizens who were peacefully gathered at an honorable home and who were violently assaulted. Somoza tried to justify his actions to critics in the Guard. He had acted to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He also attacked the Sandinista communique on an almost paragraph-by-paragraph basis. Sirs, Somoza said, if in Nicaragua we have had a history of revolutions and of disorder, among other things we have had a history of nobility, of frankness, of truth. He then charged that the communists had showed their first intent to bloody the nation when they assassinated his father, and that they calculated that a young man like I was then, was going to take massive reprisals, and this would commence the crossroads for Nicaragua so that later they could seize the nation. The National Guard he characterized as an organization sworn to enforce the law, to guard the peace and respect a prisoner when he is captured. He went on, it is a disciplined institution, an institution which has not committed the atrocities that they claim. Sandinista communiques in general were attacked as filthy manifestos. I'm happy the documents went on the radio and were published in the papers. I'm glad they are in Cuba, as these were part of the demands, and I want 114. To demonstrate to them and those who stay here that I am a man who keeps his word. It did not hurt me to publish these documents, because I know that the Nicaraguan people, above all things, love peace, above all things love liberty, the security of their family, and no piece of paper of this class is going to make anybody believe that these Sandinistas have the political force to make changes. The demands, growled Somoza, were interesting in that the only 2 points on which the lives of the hostages depended were the quantity of money and the divulging of these filthy manifestos that I ordered published in the nation. They were not philosophical points, they were not points that could be really constructive to our country. The most disgusting episode of the entire event, the president went on, was the blackmail and the barbarity of wanting to keep Castillo's body for 36 hours in an air-conditioned room so that they could present him as the first prisoner executed. God is very great, but he did not make Castillo of stone, he made him of flesh and bones like us, and his body was already in the state of decomposition. At this time, Somoza claimed, the guerrillas began to discover they would have to kill somebody else in cold blood. Because of this, sirs, I want us this night to remember this act as the biggest disgrace that has occurred in this nation, a disgrace that will remain recorded in the history of all of the peaceful citizens of Nicaragua. In his speech to the nation, Somoza said, the business of this government is to guard against the killing of innocent people who are in the hands of psychopaths and fools, like those who took the house. The business of this government is to maintain human life and human rights. Because of this we demonstrated an enormous amount of patience and, up to a point, weakness. And I'm not afraid to say that I demonstrated weakness because these riffraff demanded I give them money when they know all the banks in the world are closed on Saturday and Sunday, and I thought they would kill the first hostage if this demand wasn't met in 36 hours. So I had to ask for an extension and take all the means I could take, to have all the instruments in my hands for the negotiations so that it would not remain on my conscience that I did not do everything possible to save these human beings. It gives me pride to say that by my actions and that of the diplomatic corps and of my ministers that Nicaragua avoided a bloodbath. Somoza ended by saying, the form in which the problem planted by the assailants was resolved does not in any manner constitute a precedent for establishing a future norm of action on the government. The rule of the law will continue firm in Nicaragua, the state of siege will continue until we terminate the investigation and we establish who was responsible for this hideous crime. But before ending his dialogue with the people, Somoza took time to attack La Prensa publisher Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, whose paper, he said, created the climate for the terrorism. He not only ordered Interior Minister José Mora Rostran to make La Prensa publish his accusation on the paper's front page for 3 consecutive days, he attached the writer that his picture accompany the speech. Chamorro was forbidden to publish an editorial reply. La Prensa normally never published a picture of Somoza. 115. However, Somoza's problems with the left and the conservative opposition, whose charges were labeled reactionary bellyaking, did not become so serious that he could not continue to devote his time to being Somoza the businessman ruling over his family's vast empire. Unlike his father, Taco was not satisfied with just the family empire in Nicaragua. In the late 60s and early 70s he became interested in investments abroad. In addition to his aborted attempts to become a business associate of Howard Hughes, he amassed large stock portfolios and shares in United States companies as he began moving some of the family capital into what he considered more lucrative businesses abroad. Congressman Charles Wilson, a Texas Democrat, recalled that when he visited Somoza in Managua, Taco was continually interrupted by telephone calls from American brokers to whom he would give terse orders to buy or sell. But even the periods of martial law, higher oil bills and the Managua reconstruction costs did not keep the Nicaraguan free enterprise economy from growing steadily. Many businessmen felt that under the Somoza family the nation was a safe place for investment. Good prices for the nation's traditional agricultural exports led to a certain economic prosperity. Nicaragua had a $46 million trade surplus in 1976 due to high cotton prices and record coffee prices, the nation's first trade surplus since 1972. While coffee sales in 1974 tallied $46 million, that figure doubled in 1976 and reached more than $150 million in 1977, when coffee surpassed cotton as the nation's prime export. Inflation was down to 3% in 1976 from a high of 17% in 1974, and that year the country's gross national product grew by 8%. In spite of this, few Nicaraguans received any direct benefits from the nation's growing prosperity. As in the rest of Central America, with the exception of democratic Little Costa Rica, disease, malnutrition, and illiteracy were endemic in Somoza's Nicaragua. The infant mortality rate was 130 per 1,000 live births, but because of rampant intestinal infections, as well as the other common diseases and a lack of medical assistance, the death rate among the undernourished youth was even higher. The average daily calorie intake was only 1,800 compared with the recommended minimum of 3,000. The best-fed members of the lower classes were the members of the Guard. Often an inducement for poor peasants to join the service was the promise of 3 meals a day and a gun. Guardsmen were also taught to read and write, rare skills among their fellow countrymen. In the summer of 1975, opposition groups began pressing for the withdrawal of the American ambassador, which would mark the end of the total identification of the United States with the regime. However, Somoza campaigned in Washington to have Ambassador Shelton's assignment extended and even tried to influence Capitol Hill to offer the ambassador a prestigious new assignment on the grounds that his abrupt demotion or dismissal would otherwise imply censure of his close ties with the Nicaraguan president. The criticism of Shelton grew from the fact he spoke no Spanish, and, more importantly, that he cultivated his relations with Somoza to the exclusion of all other political figures, particularly well-known opponents of the regime. When in Com. 116. Memoration of the abrogation of the 1914 Chamorro-Bryan Treaty, a 20 Cordoba note was minted. Shelton was even depicted on the note, perhaps the first time a current ambassador in any country in the world had been so depicted, his head bowed to Taco and the Minister of Finance. While Shelton had a falling out with the State Department and several senior members of the United States mission in Managua, he defended himself by saying, "It's the job of an ambassador to establish the best possible relationship with the president of a friendly country. I don't think of it in terms of a personal relationship, but I think President Somoza is a very nice man. He is friendly to the United States, he does a good job, and he's a hard-working leader who has done a lot to improve things in this country. I'm sure if there were elections supervised by the United Nations, General Somoza would win 9." Ironically, because Shelton was so subservient, in time of crisis even Taco preferred to deal with the deputy chief of mission or a political officer of the embassy. He realized full well that Shelton had lost all credibility in Washington. Newspaper publisher Chamorro expressed the hope that Shelton's replacement, James D. Diederich, would be an honest person who does not interfere in the struggle of Nicaraguans to obtain their liberation and who reverses the policy of supporting corrupt dictatorships like that of the Somozas. But American embassy personnel noted that Diederich may have a different personal style but will probably have the same politics. 10 He was rabidly anti-communist and suspicious of local reformist movements. Diederich studies prior to his appointment included the Soviet presence in Latin America and Russia in the Caribbean. In August 1980, he toured much of Latin America as the representative of candidate Ronald Reagan. Somoza's health and his wife afforded him problems. Reports had it that he suffered from kidney failure, was seriously ill, and flew once a month to the States for treatment. Hope and Taco began to grow more distant and they agreed to separate. Rumors were rife that she had taken a lover. Taco continued to drink heavily. Dinorah was still at his side, a kind of first lady by proxy, even to the point of accompanying him on that embarrassing trip to the Dominican Republic in 1972. Hope in 1976 decided to move to London and purchased a house there. She also commuted to Miami. Most of her friends in London were from the Latin American Diplomatic Corps. Her son Takito lived there for the short time he studied at Britain's Royal Military College of Sandhurst. Any pretense of respect for human rights Somoza may have shown now vanished. He began 1975 in an angry mood, determined to purge the country of the communists, as he referred to the Sandinistas. "We are masters in the art of anti-guerrilla warfare in the countryside," he bragged. Martial law continued, the media were heavily censored, and Nicaragua continued to be, as it had been for 42 years, a leading violator of human rights in Central America. And still, as for 4 decades, the Somozas had the support of the United States as an anti-communist bastion. But in the United States the winds of change were blowing. Congress began. 117. Seriously to question military and political alliances that entangled the United States with unpopular, repressive governments. Even the State Department began to be nervous about the United States' relations with Nicaragua. Somoza's hard-hitting crackdown on political activity and dissent in the cities and harsh repression in the countryside could not have come at a more inopportune time for his relations with the United States. Although Jimmy Carter would later receive most of the credit for the United States' tough human rights policy, it was the 1973-74 Congress which acted first to prohibit military and developmental assistance to consistent gross violators of human rights, unless there were extraordinary circumstances justifying such assistance. Taco was still very much the man in charge, but there were increasing signs that the urban population was awakening from years of apathetic resignation to the family dynasty. The cocktail party raid served to point out the vulnerability of even Taco Somoza, but no one yet maintained that he was in serious trouble, at least not in 1975. However, in unleashing his guard he was responding in the only manner he knew how militarily, and the guard's excesses proved to be what eroded the foundations of the dynasty. Despite denials that there was danger to his government, Somoza's mood changed. He began traveling outside his well-guarded home only when surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. He continued to speak, but always separated from his people by his bulletproof glass cage. Government officials expected the guerrillas to strike again soon after the year's end triumph, but little action developed in 1975. General Samuel Gini had claimed before the party raid that the Sandinistas were completely under control. To be doubly sure of holding control, Somoza created a new special counterinsurgency unit within the 8,000-man guard to concentrate on guerrilla fighting. Among the few guard Sandinista confrontations, one came in August in Alsace where 4 guerrillas were killed in a raid on an FSLN training camp, including Pretty Arlene Su, a Chinese Nicaraguan student. But the guerrillas, mostly from middle-class urban families, were successfully recruiting growing numbers of peasants to their cause. Most of the 40 or so rebels who in March briefly occupied the town of Rio Blanco in the hills above Matagalpa were peasants. The government responded by transferring its crack 400-man General Somoza Garcia combat battalion to the village under a Colonel Gonzalo Everdes. The unit was equipped with 4 12-soldier second-hand Huey helicopters purchased from the United States. The Guard ignored the peasants' social problems, and Guard tactics increased the hostility of the peasantry. There were indiscriminate arrests of those suspected of collaborating with the guerrillas, and there were summary executions. Sandinista activities spread from the Matagalpa area. A clash occurred in Ocotal, 90 miles north of Managua. Suspected Sandinistas were arrested in Chinandega and Jinotep. Some citizens took their complaints of guard brutality directly to Somoza. 1. The widowed Maria Magdalena Rugamada Ochoa, whose son had been captured and beaten by the guard until one arm was broken, and the 118 youth urinated blood, wrote an open letter to Somoza which was widely circulated in mimeographed form in Managua. A more organized appeal came from people who had always been liberals, a party which we have served faithfully. We profoundly lament that the National Guard proceeds to capture and torture honorable citizens without an investigation. TACO ignored the complaints. Meanwhile, the guerrillas were having internal problems. Differences within the leadership over tactics and methods of struggle against the dictatorship had caused the Frente to split into three groups by 1974. It was not an ideological split. Most of the leadership had at least adopted Marxist-Leninist terminology, even if they didn't completely adhere to Marxist-Leninist ideology. They all fought for a socialist Nicaragua. Most of them had received their indoctrination while attending the universities of Leon and Managua. Carlos Fonseca, who wrote the book A Nicaraguan in Moscow in the late 1950s, believed in the prolonged popular war and sought to emulate Sandino and Fidel Castro by fighting that war in the far-off mountains. Fonseca believed the war would be long and drawn out. He confided to fellow Latin American revolutionaries in Mexico in the late 1960s that the Frente was far from reaching its goal. In early 1975 he was again pessimistic. Borga years later reflected that the growth of the Frente was considerable at the time. There were entire regions with us. But he lamented, an error was involved because we sacrificed the quality to the quantity. New middle-class recruits had the characteristic training of a small bourgeoisie. This created problems the FSL and Directorate did not know how to handle. 11 Borga and Fonseca backed the GPP faction, whose motto was the words of Henry Ruiz, known as Comandante Modesto and later GPP leader, "In the mountains we will bury the heart of the enemy." Sanctions and expulsion of the opposition, called the proletarian tendency, were devised. We said that all this could be discussed, Borges said, but at the same time there were disciplinary faults. We took measures, sanctions. And these sanctions were interpreted as reprisals for the political statements that were being made. Borges said that the Sandinistas operating within Nicaragua applied sanctions against the tendencia proletaria while those outside of Nicaragua resisted them. 1-2 The rural and urban factions numbered only approximately 60 and 40 members each. The split was noticeable enough to allow Somoza's agents to infiltrate the movement. Castro was providing some training in Cuba for exiled FSLN leaders but supplied neither arms nor money. The GPP strategy for a drawn-out war was questionable in the face of high guerrilla and peasant casualties. Proletarians stayed loyal to socialist goals but differed as to the method. The third force, known as the Tercerista tendency, which advocated insurrection, was less dogmatic than either of the other two tendencies. Recruitment was likewise divided. The GPP sought university students and workers while the very poor sectors of the barrios were worked by the proletarians. The GPP favored a decade-long revolt while the proletarians sought to raise the 119 consciousness among the people for an eventual popular uprising. Finally, the Terceristas recruited widely among Catholic militants and Social Democrats, and rebels without any particular ideology. The FSLN splintering became disastrous, and even a bit ridiculous. Sometimes more than one group chose to rob the same bank on the same day. The Sandinistas estimated their strength at 200 guerrillas while others placed the number closer to 100 men. The Sandinista leadership, when not squabbling among themselves, saw their ranks decimated by the guard. Arrests and killings ravaged the guerrilla cells and the remnants were forced to flee deeper into the hills or to neighboring countries. Another 200 suspected guerrillas were behind bars, including Borga. The first serious blow to the leadership came on November 7, 1976, when Eduardo Contreras Escobar, the Handsome Zero, was killed with two others in a shootout with a BCAT, Somoza's Special Anti-Terrorist Patrol, in suburban Managua. BICAT is the acronym for Brigada Especial contra la Acción Terrorista. But a more severe shock came the next day when FSLN Secretary General Carlos Fonseca Amador, who some saw as a reincarnation of Sandino, was killed with 2 companions. The most important leaders of the Frente Sandinista were dead, and Somoza rejoiced that the FSLN threat had been eliminated. He had made them pay for his losing face at the 1974 Christmas party. There were no witnesses to Fonseca's death in the northern mountains. Some said he fell in combat while others maintained the trio had been captured and executed. Borga, writing about Fonseca from his jail cell after receiving reports about his death, said that Fonseca and an 8-man squad were walking to an encampment in the mountainous region of Zenica in the rain, the tranquility seemingly suspicious, when they heard 3 shots and found Juez de Mista, drunk on Cususa. Carlos decided the group should wait 24 hours before resuming their march. When they left the next day they heard a Garand rifle. At about the same time a machine gun lit up the darkness. Carlos fired off a shot. He told the rest of the group to retreat. The group heard several grenades a few minutes later, then there was silence. Fonseca had been killed. In the morning helicopters arrived carrying high-ranking officials who had Carlos's head cut off to give Somoza irrefutable proof that the legend he hated so much had indeed died. The commandant of the Tipi-Tapa jail came to our small cell, jubilant, with novedades in his hand to give us the news. Carlos Fonseca is dead, he told us. We responded after a few seconds of silence, "You are wrong, Colonel. Carlos Fonseca is one of the dead who never dies." The colonel told us, "All of you are really unbelievable." 1-3 Between 1970 and 1975 Fonseca had traveled widely abroad promoting the FSLN and the fight against Somoza. His trips took him to Cuba, Allende's Chile, and other socialist nations where his political beliefs had been strengthened. Fonseca, 120, had returned to Nicaragua in 1975. He grew a beard in later life. Inside, like most revolutionaries, he was a poet. He once said, "Nicaragua, despite the terrible ignorance in which they've kept us, probably has more poets per capita than any other country in the world." Following Fonseca's death, Somoza persuaded the Central American Defense Council or CONDECA to hold its Aguila 6 military maneuvers with 3,000 troops in the area where Fonseca was killed. The plan for the maneuvers was discreet. The Sandinistas' foco was there in the Cordillera Isabela. The dictator also considered the nearby Mosquito Coast the likely spot for a potential Cuban landing. This was also the region where Sandino himself had carried out his struggle against the United States Marines, and the area had maintained its reputation as a center of opposition. Participating in the exercises were the military of Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador, with Panama, Costa Rica and Honduras sending only observers. The exercise received moral and material assistance from the United States Southern Command. The United States Senate approved the American Army's participation in the maneuvers, but the Army opted to send only 14 observers. Somoza continued, at the people's expense, to solidify his standing as the richest man in Nicaragua. He was seriously overweight, reflecting his partiality for food, drink, and fun. And he was rarely without one of the huge cigars made for him by Cuban exiles residing in Nicaragua. There was no sign that he would take his health into consideration, even though his brother Luis had died of a heart attack. Tacho's 1976 bicentennial gift to the United States backfired. He liked to boast he was one of 3 West Point graduates to become president. To celebrate the United States' 200th birthday, he ceremoniously presented West Point a painting, in May 1976, of George Washington, U.S. Grant and Dwight Eisenhower, the angle being that it presented for the first time, on a single canvas, all the nation's generals who went on to become presidents. Somoza stood to be corrected, however. It was pointed out to him that William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson, and Zachary Taylor were all generals too. As one newspaper writer put it, this being the case, it appears now that Somoza's gift may be one of the more useless things ever painted. In the meantime, following the death of Fonseca and Contreras, the terceristas, or insurreccionales, who rejected the GPP and proletarian plan to accumulate their forces slowly and selectively, was in the ascendancy. Correctly gauging that anti-Somoza sentiment was growing rapidly, they advocated popular insurrection and joining forces with non-Marxist groups, even nationalist elements of the bourgeois and private sector. Many of the terceristas were non-Marxist and some were the sons of wealthy businessmen. The terceristas pushed for a series of spectacular military strikes to grab headlines. They saw spectacular guerrilla attacks and raids in the cities as the quickest way to build popular support and rout Somoza. Their leaders, former GPP members Daniel and Humberto Ortega and Mexican Victor Manuel Tirado, disagreed with the GPP theory of organizing forces primarily in the mountains. 1-6. 121. To make war in order to organize in order to make war until victory was their motto. They tempered their revolutionary rhetoric. Socialism would not come overnight, but in stages. Their program demanded the overthrow of Somoza followed by free elections, the disbanding of the National Guard, the nationalization of all Somoza's holdings and of all private banks. Until that was achieved, they pledged never to lay down their arms. Their actions soon made them the best known and most publicized of the three factions. 1-4 Chapter 9 A victim of human rights. The United States began taking measures to demonstrate its worldwide commitment to human rights. The United States Congress's ban on military and development aid during 1973-74 to those countries that were notorious violators of human rights was a promising step. But an escape clause was introduced that made exceptions in special cases where American assistance was justified. This rendered the policy toothless. The pre-Carter 94th Congress put the bite back into it in 1976. Seeking to return moral purpose and traditional values to America's foreign policy, it not only ruled that gross violators of human rights throughout the world should be punished for their acts, but that the United States would seek to disassociate itself from repressive regimes, no matter what the price. To monitor human rights violators, Congress called upon the Secretary of State to name a coordinator for human rights and humanitarian affairs who would submit to Congress an annual report on the status of human rights in all nations that were recipients of United States aid. Somoza was beginning to feel a slight chill in his close relations with the State Department in 1975, and he found himself brushing away icicles when he met with an old family foe, President Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela. The reason the Somozas had hated Andrés Pérez was the fact that he had been President Romulo Betancourt's private secretary and later interior minister. Betancourt was far too democratic and reformist for the old Caribbean dictators, who labeled him a communist and tried to kill him. He had been a threat to their old dictatorial rule. When Andrés Pérez invited the 5 Central American presidents and General Omar Torrijos of Panama to Venezuela to discuss and sign a loan which would help them in the oil price squeeze, TACO had arrived in a Sabre 60 on loan from the Rockwell aircraft builders. The trip only served to confirm Andrés Pérez's low opinion of Somoza. Somoza returned to Managua and fired off a confidential memo to the United States State Department, as was his habit, detailing what he believed were dangerous weaknesses of the Venezuelan president, who saw no reason for not having close diplomatic relations with communist Cuba. TACO also felt Andrés Pérez was exploiting his position as the major petroleum supplier to the area and not doing us any favors. To an aide TACO later explained, "The son of a bitch." 122. 123. Wasted my time talking about Pedro Joaquín Chamorro, his good friend whom he was in exile with in Costa Rica. He was worried about Chamorro's health. I told him he was the healthiest man in Nicaragua because I needed him to give us a clean slate for freedom of the press. Somoza at first believed that his credentials as the most pro-American leader in the hemisphere, with influential friends in the United States Congress, would enable him to weather what he perceived as a backlash in the wake of Watergate and Vietnam and a policy originally aimed at Soviet treatment of political dissidents such as Solzhenitsyn, Ginsburg, and others. But toward the end of 1975 Somoza was worrying aloud to his friends about leftists in the State Department ganging up on me. At times he wondered whether he had been singled out by anti-Nixon forces in Washington because of his closeness to the president. The arrival of Ambassador James Diederich, he noted, had signaled a real change in years of close, accommodating relations with the State Department. Diederich had told him that his instructions were to keep his distance from me. And Diederich was mixing with the opposition, which came as a shock after Shelton, who drew the line and enjoyed only the company of loyal Somoza people. The 1976 election campaign in the United States between Gerald R. Ford and James Earl Carter became a burning issue in the Somoza household in Managua. Carter's victory was both a surprise and a shock to Taco, who soon realized that his unswerving loyalty to the United States and all things American would be put to the test. Pro-communist Jesuit priests, he said, were out to undermine that long and firm relationship. And the clergy took the cue. It was the clergy who brought world attention to violations of human rights in Nicaragua. They were appalled by the repression in the countryside, where the National Guard systematically went about stamping out the opposition and any suspected guerrilla sympathizers. The priests, nuns, and lay people were often the only witnesses to Guard brutality in far-off isolated regions. One of the first Nicaraguans to testify before the United States Congress was Rev. Father Fernando Cardenal, a radical Trappist priest and philosophy professor at the National University who was incensed at the abuses of the Somoza regime. Father Cardenal's brother, Escobedo, a Jesuit and a poet also opposed to the dictatorship, became well known for his gospel in Solentin aim. Father Cardenal appeared on June 8, 1976, before the House Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs, where he outlined a series of atrocities ranging from assassinations, torture, rape and arbitrary arrest to the complete lack of freedom and the general climate of repression. He also charged that the Guard had set up concentration camps in rural areas, where peasants were held illegally. Father Cardenal explained that many of the charges were already documented by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the Organization of American States, the International Federation of Human Rights and the International Catholic Jurists Federation. Among the priests' demands were the immediate withdrawal of all United States military personnel and the suspension of all aid and military assistance, also. 124. The denial of financial credits or donations, along with pressure for the OAS Human Rights Commission's right to demand jail visits and take prisoners' testimony. One cardinal said he went to Washington representing the peasants and poor laborers of Nicaragua, to be the voice of those who have no voice, and to bring the abuses to Congress's attention. He said he was not afraid to return to Nicaragua after testifying because I have the assurance that Somoza will not do anything to me, because, on the contrary, it would be like endorsing the document I presented in Washington. To Congressman Fraser I then said that one thing was sure, that the government newspaper was going to immediately call me a communist. And that has occurred. Two Novedades called him, among other things, a pervert and mentally unbalanced. Nicaragua's congressional president Cornelio Huic labeled him a traitor and demanded he be tried for treason. That cardinal survived is credited to Donald Fraser, chairman of the House Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs, who sent word through the State Department warning Somoza that the United States Congress would hold him personally responsible for Father Cardinal's well-being. Somoza also received a hint from his friends in Congress to limit attacks on Cardinal to name-calling. Cardinal's visit was followed on June 13 by devastating testimony. 35 American Capuchin priests in the Diocese of Esteli and the Apostolic Vicariate of Bluefields wrote a letter to Somoza complaining of human rights violations and listing cases of torture by National Guard patrols. Their letter, made public, dramatized the oppression. The American Capuchins serving the local Church of Nicaragua in the Diocese of Esteli and in the Apostolic Vicariate of Bluefields cannot under any circumstances remain passive to the tense situation all over Nicaragua and particularly in the mountain region of Suna and Matagalpa. The priests granted that Somoza's position was difficult. We know that the threat of communism exists as well as that of increasing militarism. The Capuchins said they unite their voice to that of the poor people of the mountain regions who are looking for their relatives who were found missing after the National Guard operations against subversive elements. The letter listed cases of torture by patrols and included beating, extraction of teeth, electrical shock, rape of women, cutting faces with knives and making a person swallow a button with a string on it while the accuser violently tugged at it. The guard was also accused of dressing as guerrillas and going to the homes of farmers and burning them. They said repeated protests to the guard achieved nothing. The priests traveled from village to village on foot and by donkey. Their journeys into the countryside and mountains sometimes took as long as 2 to 3 months before return to bluefields on the Atlantic coast. Therefore there was sometimes a long delay before reports of murders, kidnappings, and torture could be made public. One priest said that the repression and reprisals continued unabated in the mountains. They are preparing the terrain for the next guerrilla movement, although there will probably be few peasants left there to have a choice in the future. We received numerous complaints from peasants, said Father Patrick Fortin. 125. Of Detroit, Michigan. We saw several peasants with signs of torture on their arms and on their feet. They had scars from electric shocks applied to make them talk. Many have also disappeared. Many women were killed when they resisted arrest for questioning. His report said that among those killed were infants and old people. Their houses were burned to the ground and their land, livestock, pigs, chickens, and crops distributed among officers of the guard. 3. The new wave of criticism in 1976 infuriated Somoza. The attacks from the church mounted. Reports of new, stepped-up atrocities by the National Guardsmen against the peasants were released. While the Guard was told on the one hand to clean up their act, in hopes of appeasing the United States Congress, one National Guard source candidly explained to me that in reality they had been ordered to clean up the hills. This time we want to be sure no new guerrilla focal point will rise in those hills with the aid of peasants. We intend to eliminate the contaminated peasants, he said. Almost 3 weeks before the inauguration of Jimmy Carter, the bishops of Nicaragua for the first time spoke out unequivocally on human rights in Nicaragua and the state of terror in which much of the rural population was living. The message of the Nicaraguan Episcopal Conference, signed by 7 bishops and delivered on New Year's Day 1977, was a challenge to the new Carter administration. The pastoral letter, read from the pulpits of churches throughout Nicaragua and distributed in a mimeographed form because of the censorship of the Nicaraguan press, was designed to awaken the consciousness of all Nicaraguans. Specifically, it called for the right to live and work and a return of civil rights. Due process of law for criminal and political offenders. Freedom, justice, and equality. All this cannot be achieved without freedom of expression and without religious freedom, declared the bishops. This and other church documents drew Washington's attention to the situation in Nicaragua. In response to them, both United States Ambassador Diederich and the State Department were forced to concede that human rights were being violated in Nicaragua, although the American officials hid behind legalisms by speculating whether there was sufficient evidence of a consistent pattern of systematic violation of human rights, the key condition for the suspension of economic aid. For the pastoral letter did not mention any specific incidents but was directed against the general acts of repression committed by the National Guard. Investigations go on against suspects using humiliating and inhuman methods, ranging from torture and rape to executions without benefit of trial, civilian or military. While the letter from the bishops of Nicaragua was considered a conservative document in the Latin American sense, it gave an idea of just how serious the situation in Nicaragua was. And it was eloquent. We are anguished by the suffering of our people, urban and rural, rich or poor, civil or military, who cry out to God in search of the protection of the right to live and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Unfortunately, many of the sufferings are caused and inflicted by many of our own. 126. Nicaraguan brothers. The state of terror forces many of our peasants to flee in desperation away from their own homes and farmlands in the mountains of Zelaya, Matagalpa, and Las Segovias. The arbitrary accusations and subsequent detentions because of old quarrels and personal envy still continue to disturb the peace. It has been verified that many villages have been virtually abandoned, houses and personal property have been burned and the people, desperate and without help, have fled. These actions, far from bringing justice, rather inflame passions and disturb the peace. They even put government officials beyond the jurisdiction of the institutional laws of the nation and of all sane principles of public order, and similarly, the so-called freedom movements that call themselves liberated but that actually favor libertinism, lead to personal vendettas and end up as new lords who take charge of governments with no regard for the right to enjoy the exercise of human liberties. As an actual consequence of these events, the confusion and ills of the nation are growing. On the one hand, the accumulation of land and wealth in the hands of a few is growing. On the other hand, the powerless peasants are deprived of their farmlands through threats and are taken advantage of because of the state of emergency. Many crimes are ignored without the corresponding legal sanctions, which diminishes respect for fundamental rights. The number of prisoners who have not had due process and who do not have legal recourse is increasing. Another area touched by the letter was interference in the religious realm. In the mountains of Zelaya and Matagalpa, the patrols have occupied the Catholic chapels, using them as barracks. There are cases in which delegates of the word have been taken prisoners by the army and have been tortured, while others have disappeared. There was also the issue of human dignity. Let us reflect, who is profiting from this situation of terror and extermination? To violate rights and the constitutional laws of the nation is to provoke institutional disorder. While the peasants died, so did the sons and daughters of some of Nicaragua's more prominent citizens. Claudia Chamorro was killed on January 9, 1977, and the announcement sent shockwaves through Managua society. The tall, beautiful Claudia, a guerrilla, was 8 months pregnant when she was stopped by the National Guard en route to a safe place to give birth to her child. Claudia was the daughter of a well-known Nicaraguan family. Another of the Sandinista martyrs was Carlos Aguirre Echeverria, a nephew of Dr. Fernando Aguirre Rocha, president of the opposition Conservative Party and a member of the ill-fated Triumvirate. Besides the deaths of Fonseca and Contreras a year earlier, the toll on the Sandinista leadership grew, with the detention of some 30 to 40 suspected guerrillas in Managua. Among those awaiting trial was Tomas Borja Martinez, whose fate received widespread attention. Borja was held incommunicado for 7 months and his attorney, Dr. Rafael Cordova Rivas, complained that the charges, ranging from homicide to assault, kidnapping, and robbery were trumped up. He also alleged that Borja had been tortured all during the time he was awaiting trial. In one document detailing the abuses, Cordova Rivas alleged that for the first 15 days of detention was beaten 24 hours a day, except for the times when he passed out, but 127. The minute he regained consciousness, the inhuman beating continued. The document also alleged that Borja went through 2 months on his feet with guard henchmen at his sides to keep him from changing position. Borja calculated that during another 2-month period he was fed only every 4 days and could not remember what kind of food it was because he ate it like an animal. University groups rallied behind Borja's cause as well as that of the other Sandinista prisoners. One communiqué signed by 7 university groups called for the authorities to end the isolation and confinement of Borja and Marcio Fain Serrano. Transfer women prisoners from the Central Police Station to the Modelo prison. Allow the prisoners to read newspapers and listen to the radio and television news, establish ample visiting rights and decree daily freedom to exercise in the sun in the Modelo prison yards. The communiqué also drew attention to a 43-day hunger strike the Sandinista prisoners were staging. It complained that the National Guard was taking up combat positions around the university to intimidate students, and this violated the school's autonomy. The protest went on to denounce the dismissal and deportation, in some cases, of various professors. Imprisoned Sandinista inmates themselves released a communiqué from the Modelo prison complaining they were jailed without due process of law, waiting months before being taken before a judge, that they suffered beatings after capture, were left nude in dark cells, only seeing daylight months later when taken to court, and were victims of psychological and physical torture and lack of legal representation when finally brought to trial. They protested the solitary confinement of Tomasz Borga as well as an alleged massacre and disappearance of peasants throughout the country. A list of names was added at the end of the document. Although demands for better treatment had been delivered to the warden, the Sandinistas claimed that the lack of a response was to be expected from the dictatorship. Other citizens filed petitions directly with the Supreme Court asking for investigations into human rights violations. A petition filed on January 16, 1977, asked the court to explain the numerous disappearances during 1976 of peasants in Zelaya, Matagalpa, and Estili. The petition asked the government to explain how the National Guard operated in the various departments and why martial law was still in force, with the consequent suspension of constitutional rights and habeas corpus. 2/3 of the 6-page document carried names, hometowns and, when possible, the age and number of children of the missing persons. Allegations at the end of the document charged that in Waslala the Guard had forced men to build an airport. In Kubali, the document said, the Guard entered the town, took over the church and used religious books for toilet paper. In Zapot the villagers were forced to leave their small farming plots and move nearer to the chapel where they felt safer. The town of Bilbaz, it charged, was bombed by planes. On Friday, February 25, 1977, a military court in Campo de Marte convicted 110 Nicaraguans of crimes ranging from plotting against the Somoza dictatorship to killing 4 sheriffs, kidnapping and robbing banks. Tomasz Borga was among the defendants. Attempts by attorneys to keep the trials from being kangaroo courts went. 128. Unheeded. Among the motions denied was that, under a 1911 law, the military did not have the right to try civilians. Private contact between defense attorney and client was restricted, as well as defense access to witness lists. Limited press coverage was permitted and show trials began in small, cramped quarters called the Justice Chamber. What a laugh, we have not had justice in this country for 4 decades, a tall, distinguished-looking Nicaraguan lawyer said with bitterness in his voice. The 111 Nicaraguan defendants, one person, living in Switzerland, was found not guilty because of a lack of evidence, were tried in different groups until the trials ended in September. More than half of the defendants were tried in absentia. Among the 36 accused who were present in the National Guard courtroom and the last one to receive his sentence was Tomasz Borga. He had denied murder charges but not crimes committed as a guerrilla during his life's devotion to fighting Somoza. He was sentenced to a total of 129 years and 8 months in prison and fined approximately $4,200. The day after the trial ended, the newspapers, under strict censorship, published the military communique covering the sentences of the guilty 110. For most Nicaraguans whose sons and daughters were not guerrillas or university students, the sentencing of the 110 was of little interest. A sample of opinion at the time showed that many of the Nicaraguan middle class believed that those under arrest are probably communists. And we don't like communism or the idea of living under a communist regime. There was a feeling that, having lived with the status quo for 42 years, why rock the boat? It can only bring repression. Many Nicaraguans knew about the guerrilla war that had been going on in the hills 80 and 100 miles north of Managua, and they had also heard about the atrocities committed by the Guard, but they preferred to ignore it. While it is one of the largest of the Central American republics, and the most sparsely populated, Nicaragua in the mid-1970s was a study in contrasts. It is a country of natural beauty, with fertile valleys spread alongside lakes below smoking volcanoes. Excellent coffee country in cool high altitudes contrasts with the hot lowlands. The land was not farmed anywhere near its potential. 60% of the nation's 2.2 million population lived in the countryside, but, in spite of a much heralded Somoza agrarian reform, 0.6% of the farmers owned 30.5% of the arable land, while 50.8% of the farmers had just 3.4%. 77% of the rural population earned less than $120 annually, although the nation's per capita income was $600. Because the Sandinista forces were keeping to the mountains with only sporadic forays into the cities in 1977, the National Guard continued an attempt to ferret them out of the countryside, punishing the peasants in their wake, though some of them might not have seen a guerrilla in a year or more. Although some peasants did sell food to the guerrillas during this time, they sold food to any stranger who entered their isolated and remote areas. Many felt that only Washington's much heralded human rights policy could end the wave of terror and scare Somoza into compliance. While the United States 129 Embassy claimed that the violation of human rights was diminishing and that the National Guard had been told to be more humane, the peasants felt no change. When the bishop's New Year's message was only 3 weeks old, a 15-man patrol of the crack General Somoza battalion surrounded Varilla, a cluster of homes in Nicaragua's Zelaya province. If the troops were several Jueques de Mista. The official charge that brought them there, 5 of Varilla's peasant families had aided anti-government guerrillas. The soldiers shot, bayoneted or strangled 4 men, 11 women, and 29 children. After dumping the bodies in an unmarked pit, the sheriffs divided the villagers' land among themselves. 5 The 44 deaths at Varilla had come about because 2 camps of guerrillas were reported in the area. The evidence was a piece of tenting found by the guard and said to belong to the guerrillas' camp. 4 days after the incident, the region of sparsely populated wilderness was closed off. American Capuchin priests and refugees from the area brought the story out. The graphic description of the massacre came from a conscience-stricken rural sheriff, a participant who later confessed. 2 months later, the church released documents giving the names of hundreds of peasants killed or captured by the guard over a 2-year period in Matagalpa and Zelaya, claiming 2 mass executions of 86 civilians, of whom approximately 29 were children, had taken place since the pastoral letter had been released. Even as the bishops had been laboring over the choice of words for their New Year's pastoral message, National Guardsmen were slaughtering 42 peasants, men, women, and children in a little place in the hills called Casquita. Light planes were reported to have bombed some areas. It was impossible to compile a list of victims' names because of delays in travel and the time lapse between hearing of the atrocities and being able to document them. Torture for those captured was considered the norm. Mass graves were not uncommon, though at times they were difficult to locate because of guard-imposed travel restrictions in some areas. The Time article mentioning the Varilla massacre brought more than the denial published in the same story that spokesman for Somoza insists that the bishop's charges are grossly exaggerated. Many campesinos, they explain, have not been killed, but simply fled their homes to avoid the fighting. 6 Somoza was furious. He ordered his press chief, General Roger Bermudez, to send off a denial to Time. Then he ordered his United States Public Relations representative and Guillermo Lang, his United Nations representative and New York consul, to deny the Time story. Ian R. Mackenzie, director of the Washington-based Nicaragua Government Information Service, immediately fired off complaints to the National News Council and Time for unfairness and inaccuracy. Mackenzie, an Argentine citizen, took exception to a quote stating, "The massacre at Varilla, 2 months ago, was not unique, according to a pastoral letter by Nicaragua's Roman Catholic bishops, and to other passages." He complained during congressional hearings on aid packages to Nicaragua that the article would have an effect on the lives and well-being of 2.3 million people. The National News Council was asked to substantiate the allega. 130. Shins against Time. The Accuracy in Media Incorporated, publication, AIM report, subsequently criticized the Council's mostly favorable report on Time. AIM, a conservative, Washington-based group, was continuously to defend Somoza against what it claimed were biased attacks by the media. According to AIM, Mackenzie has expressed shock at the degree to which the National News Council bent over backwards to justify the story by Time. We believe that the Council was guilty of sloppy research in this case, and its standard of accuracy implied in its findings leaves much to be desired. 7. The Time article was also attacked in Somoza's Novedades on March 13, 1977. It cited the Liberal Somocista Association as saying that it was conscious of the moment we are living, in that a group of professional agitators reveal false news articles and tendencies before international public opinion in a deliberate campaign to cause a loss of prestige concerning the armed forces of the Republic and the government of Nicaragua, such as that done by Time magazine correspondent Bernard Diederich. We consider it essential that all liberals close ranks and that we present a single front to defend our democratic institutions. Novedades then went on to attack Castro and how he had duped the United States. The article cited the lack of bread, soap, rice, electricity, and independence in Cuba and the nationalization of United States companies. The Nicaraguan army was hailed as glorious and praised for the spilling of young and generous blood of the fallen on the fields of battle fighting the communists who were trained in Cuba. Though worried about how far the Carter administration would go in its human rights campaign to limit assistance to Nicaragua, Somoza had friends in the United States Congress he could count on. In fact, he appeared to have more congressional muscle than the President of the United States. Somoza's cronies came to the fore during the debate on his $3.1 million in military assistance. The aid package had been defeated initially in the House Appropriations Committee, with Representative Edward Koch, the New York Democrat, heading the Somoza opposition. Another New York Democrat came to the rescue, however. Representative John Murphy's friendship with Somoza had begun when they were classmates at La Salle Military Academy in Oakdale, Long Island. Murphy had kept in close touch with Taco over the years and, according to Tacho's press secretary, General Bermudez, Murphy has been to Nicaragua at least 100 times and stays at Somoza's house. So what's wrong with friends helping him? Bermudez asked. Prominent on Tacho's desk was a file of names of West Point's class of 1946, used, Bermudez said, so that the president can keep track. Somoza often invited his entire West Point class to an anniversary bash, sending out airline tickets and footing the bill for the party, usually held in the United States. Somoza did not really need the aid for his army, called one of the best in Latin America but never really tested. Nevertheless, he launched a costly campaign to overturn the Cook vote. Murphy led Somoza's fight in Washington, and at the same time Somoza hired ex-Florida Congressman William Kramer, a Republican and at the time the legal counsel of the Republican Party. Kramer received $50,000 from the Nicaraguan government as a 6-month retainer his law firm had previously. 131. Received $57,000. On June 10 Kramer registered as a foreign agent. Before that, on June 3, the American Nicaraguan Council had registered as a lobby with the House of Representatives, citing Kramer as its legal counsel. This led the Justice Department to launch an investigation into Kramer's dual registration. In Kramer's registration statement he indicated that, among other things, his services to the Nicaraguan government would relate to earthquake reconstruction, and that he would be lobbying for economic and military assistance. One Justice Department official commented, "It is peculiar they would need military assistance to help in earthquake reconstruction." 9 Ambassador Diederich had already assured some United States congressmen that human rights violations were not part of Nicaragua's domestic policies. Murphy, leading a floor debate on the matter, went even further. In what Cook described as a vitriolic attack upon the opponents of the Somoza regime, Murphy testified in Congress that priests, missionaries, and American academics had lied about the political arrests, torture and suppression of political expression in Nicaragua. He managed to save the military assistance program for Nicaragua by a vote of 225 to 180 that went against the wishes of the Appropriations Committee and the White House. Playing an important role was another Somoza crony, Texas Democratic Congressman Charles Wilson, a member of Koch's subcommittee, who drafted what was known as the Wilson Amendment to restore the aid in the House. Assisting him free of charge was Fred Korth, a close friend from the Texas law firm Korth and one-time Secretary of the Navy under the Kennedy administration. Korth had been registered as a lobbyist with the Justice Department but not with Congress. 1-0 Senator Edward Kennedy had to watch in dismay as his attempt to lead a Senate fight over the money was shot down in flames by the powerful Nicaraguan lobby. Novedades hailed the aid approval as a great victory for Somoza's diplomacy. However, an American State Department spokesman said later that despite the House approval, no specific agreement will be signed unless the situation of human rights in Nicaragua improves. Aides to Somoza called the statement, which was distributed locally by the United States Embassy in Managua, an affront to the traditional friendship between the two countries. 1. It was a typical Murphy act to help out an old friend. According to New York lawyer Francis J. Purcell, Mr. Murphy has long been one of the Somoza family's most vigorous defenders in Congress and, in the last 2 years, in particular, he has fought for continued American military and economic assistance to the country. Such aid has come under attack on the grounds that it reinforces an arbitrary and corrupt regime that has persistently violated human rights. He has also acted in other fields on behalf of the Nicaraguan head of state. 1-2 The congressman became implicated by reports surfacing in 1977 linking him to an oil refinery proposal for Nicaragua during the 1973-74 Arab oil embargo. Controversy arose after documents were released showing Murphy had attempted to arrange financing and crude oil shipments from Iran to a proposed refinery on Nicaragua's Atlantic coast on a site named Monkey Point. While the refinery was never built, the local partner in Nicaragua was to be a company 98% owned. 132. By Somoza. Among Murphy's attempts to win the 250,000 barrel a day refinery for Somoza was the arrangement of a meeting between Somoza and the late Shah of Iran and agreements between American oil companies and the Shah's Pahlavi Foundation to commit $40 million backing. The Iranians backed out of the deal because of more lucrative offers and the American oil companies eventually lost interest. Representative Murphy was finally indicted June 18, 1980, on conspiracy and bribery charges resulting from the FBI's Abscom investigation. Some guard officers were beginning to feel that Somoza was running the nation too much like the chairman of a family corporation. They also wanted him to shift his dependence for military aid away from the United States, which was now dependent on the human rights policy of the former peanut farmer. They used the title disparagingly. They wanted TACO to open up new avenues for arms purchases, but Somoza held on, not believing that the United States policy or his congressional clout would desert him. TACO was upset by the loss of projected profits from the abortive Howard Hughes deal, from which he said he had reaped only unwanted publicity, and the abortive oil refinery deal at Monkey Point. But at home the family fortune was spread ever more diversely. By 1977 Somozas were in everything from sugar and coffee to rice and cement, alcohol, and Lanaka Airlines and the Mamanik steamship line. TACO owned the Caribe Motors Company, representatives of Mercedes-Benz. The police and traffic cops used Mercedes, as did most Somoza politicians and the National Guard brass. Even the city's garbage disposal trucks were Mercedes-Benz. Somoza coffee interests included plantations in the departments of Managua, Jinotega, Matagalpa, Nueva Segovia, Madres, Estili, Carrizo and Masaya. The amount of choice real estate they owned was vast. They were the proprietors of the Carnica Slaughterhouse, and the National Cement Company, Canal, was founded in 1945 as the family cement monopoly for Nicaragua. All paving blocks were made by a Somoza company. The Somoza farms raised pigs and cattle which went to the export market. On at least one occasion the United States rejected Somoza beef because it did not meet import health restrictions, but TACO, ever the businessman, reportedly took it back and put it on sale in his own country. The family held controlling stock in the local cigarette and cigar business, the latter established with the assistance of Cuban exiles. Hope's family owned the construction firm Panelfab, established in 1973 to take advantage of the post-earthquake building boom. Hope was also president of the Junta Nacional de Asistencia y Previsión Social and IMSS, the National Social Security Institute. Despite the mounting criticism, TACO felt sure he could weather the storm. He even had time to advise others. The military regimes of Guatemala and El Salvador, which had owed their very existence in part to past United States military aid, learned in 1977 that future aid would be conditional on their human rights performance. They haughtily declared this to constitute interference in their internal affairs and rejected further United States aid despite advice from Somoza that they make no such hasty decision. The Carter administration, he reasoned, would 133. Find it difficult to sever a special relationship with Nicaragua that had lasted more than 60 years. He insisted that Nicaragua was the United States' most dependable Central American ally, and bragged that during the Nixon years he had acted as proconsul in the area, serving United States interests as much as his own. No country had received on a per capita basis as much United States development and military aid as had Nicaragua over so long a period. The American-trained National Guard was the bulwark against communism in the region, Somoza claimed. In the first 6 years of the 1970s his Praetorian Guard had received more than $32 million in United States military assistance. The cutting of the umbilical cord that had tied the United States to Somoza for so long was not swift. Rather, it was a long and painful process that was to continue up to the bitter end. During the summer of 1977 Tacho's American friends, especially Congressman John Murphy, were concerned about his eroding image in the United States. At home Tacho surrounded himself with doting admirers. The friends he relaxed with had to be the kind of people who would laugh at his jokes and never forget who was El Jeef. Almost without exception they were court jesters who squabbled among themselves to be the first to concur with or to applaud his ideas or utterances. A rare exception in this clutch of sycophants was Raymond Molina, who seldom was kept waiting for anything. Molina was no crony. Somoza didn't like him but he respected him. He was one of the few voices Somoza heeded. Molina was among the few men Somoza never had to fear. Tall and lanky, Ray Molina was a Georgia-born Cuban who had fought in the Bay of Pigs and, returning to Nicaragua, battered his way into Somoza's confidence through sheer brass. A vice president of Peterson Enterprises, he had once gotten a $2.5 million contract from the Somoza government. 1-3 He was cordially hated by the Bunker Society. Somoza took Molina seriously. It was on his advice that he hired former Florida Congressman William Kramer to lobby the Somoza cause in the halls of Congress. Somoza's influential American friends suggested a public relations campaign to counter what they considered the Carter administration's efforts to turn Nicaragua into a human rights cause. To help groom Somoza's image with the American media they also called in the New York public relations firm Norman, Lawrence, Patterson, and Farrell. Norman Wolfson, the firm's chairman, made his first visit to Managua in July 1977 to review Tacho's problems with the media at the request of Jack Calkins, former White House aide to President Gerald Ford, and Bill Kramer, Somoza's lobbyist, who went along on the trip. Somoza cut me off before I was finished, Wolfson recalled. He told me I had walked into his office with shit on my feet, that I had a hell of a nerve trying to tell him how to handle his relations with the press. Who are you to tell me I 134 have to kiss Sulzberger's ass? You Americans sure give me a pain in the ass, were the last words I heard as I left. The man acted like a spoiled brat who had evolved into middle age, a know-it-all who asked for advice and couldn't take it, a rude, overbearing bully. I left impressed with his height, all 6 feet plus of him, the more than 250 pounds of heft, and the booming voice that pounded me as I sat in his presence. Yet, as I crossed the street to return to the Intercontinental Hotel, headquarters for most foreign visitors to dirty, paper-strewn Managua, I wished there had been a different outcome. He did fascinate me. Somoza had reason to be displeased with the flamboyant Wolfson. Tacho, like his father before him, believed the regime's finest public relations representative was Tacho Somoza. During Brother Luis's reign in the late 1950s, a reporter wrote, Somoza confronted some of those North American liberals in their own lair by visiting the New York Times, which had attacked the Somozas editorially. He wanted to make perfectly clear that neither Luis nor himself was a carbon copy of their father. I showed them that I had a different attitude, philosophy, education, and decade than my father. They were surprised that I was so articulate, Somoza recalled 1-4, but Taco had a strange manner of keeping abreast of changing trends even in public relations. He was an addict of fad books about health, wealth, and sex. For years he used to swear by Gaylord Hauser's treasury of secrets, which rewarded the reader with tips on how to protect yourself against poor skin, falling hair, sexual apathy, failing potency, and depression. I had mixed emotions a few weeks later when the telephone rang at home and I was told, "El Jeef wants to see you, there's plenty of work to be done, so get to Managua fast, say tomorrow," 1-5 Wolfson reported. He began a series of vain attempts to line up reporters and top media management persons to meet personally with Somoza, hear and print his side of the story. Maybe, just maybe, Tacho's personality would win them over. Though Wolfson later wrote about Tacho's meetings with the press and was just as biased in his reports as he alleged the press was concerning Somoza, his efforts to sell Tacho the man and the Somoza personality were most interesting. When Wolfson began trying to sell Somoza in Washington, D.C., he ran into immediate difficulty. Desperate to get some facts about Somoza in the Oval Office, I phoned longtime friend Theodore C. Sorensen. After I told Ted why I wanted to see him, he refused the luncheon invitation. I baited him about being open-minded and said that he should hear Somoza's side of the story from me. Finally, and only after stressing that he was joining me as a friend, he agreed to the lunch. As a rule, any time spent with Sorensen, who has to be one of the brightest, most attractive men I know, is a pleasure for me. This lunch wasn't enjoyable. Ted was skeptical about everything I said. He advised me to drop Somoza. He claimed that Somoza was ruining my reputation. And, obviously, he flatly refused to have anything to do with Nicaragua at any price. At one point I said, "Look, one don't believe 135. half of what is printed about Somoza." Sorensen snapped back, "If 10% of what is said about him is true, I want no part of the man." Somoza still wanted to get his side of the story into the White House, so he called on an old retainer, Clark Clifford. Unlike Sorensen, Clifford had been a Somoza lawyer for many years and earned plenty for his service. The Somoza-Clifford meeting took place at the Waldorf Towers in New York. Now, however, Clifford viewed Somoza as a hot potato and he, not too gracefully as I saw it, bowed out. He explained in about 10,000 words that regretfully he would not really be able to make a contribution at this time. Somoza has to be a bit naive. He accepted the excuse and said to me, "What an impressive man. Sorensen is to be respected for sticking by his convictions when he was in a position to earn a boxcar full of money for his counsel. Clifford, since he had accepted money from Somoza before, cannot be accorded the same regard as Sorensen." Put simply, I thought old Silver Tongue proved himself to be a two-faced son of a bitch. 1-6 Wolfson saw Tacho's business side while on a shopping expedition in New York. One day in New York, Somoza invited me to join him while he shopped for a special massage machine. We went into a store on 58th Street, near the Plaza Hotel. The retail price of the machine was $3,000. Somoza haggled with the store owner. Finally, there was a handshake and Somoza nodded to me that it was time to go. He told me on the way out, victory spilling all over his face, that he had gotten the machine for $1,500. I laughed. He laughed too, but for a different reason. Then he snapped, "What are you laughing about? Think of the promotional value. He can say the president of Nicaragua bought one of those. Shit, that's worth a lot more than $1,500 to the guy. I maybe should have charged him." 1-7 Taco and Hope continued to have their problems. By the summer of 1977 no one knew why the two were still together. One night in New York, Somoza and his wife were joining friends for dinner at 21. She looked stunning. But his day had been a tedious one and his beard, never light, looked especially heavy when he stood next to Hope. "Taco, you should shave before we go," she admonished him. "Fuck you," he said, gently turned her around, and steered her out the door for the dinner party. His religion, Catholicism, is important to him, at least in a modern way. The day after the incident with Hope, I remarked that she certainly was beautiful. "Pleased," he agreed, but added that she could be a royal pain in the ass. "Just too damned bossy, picks at me about everything." It being general knowledge that this was no longer a working marriage, I asked why he didn't divorce her. "Because of my religion and because of my position," were the answers. I asked the next question, which is the most important, religion or politics? His answer, religion, was emphatic. 1/8 so detached was Taco from Hope that in 1977, when she returned from London to Managua, she met Taco at a party and he simply said with genuine surprise, "Oh, you are back." Chapter 10. The Heart Attack. At the end of the 1960s, Taco, tired of clandestine rendezvous with Dinorah, built her a mansion that soon outstripped El Retiro in size and splendor. The dream house was built on land that had belonged to Luis Manuel de Bale, on a lush green hillside overlooking the southern highway leading to Diriamba at kilometer 10. Despite the deceptive gray exterior, the mansion was gay within. There was a large swimming pool and every modern convenience and gadget that wealth and privilege, including the right to import goods without paying import duties, could afford. A high wall surrounding the well-guarded villa was watched over by closed-circuit television, something Taco himself didn't have at El Retiro or even at the bunker. Dinorah lacked education, but she had cunning and a keen sense of commercial enterprise that rivaled that of the Somozas. For years she flew on Somoza's airline to Miami, always returning with contraband with which she breezed through customs before being welcomed by her ever-vigilant bodyguards and a chauffeur-driven Mercedes-Benz. As Dinorah's influence over Taco grew, so did her power. Hope received her state income and had agents who collected regular revenues from a variety of state sources for her. Dinorah soon rivaled Hope with her own agents providing her revenue from state rackets. She dispensed favors like the godfather of a gang who expected the favor to be reimbursed, and anyone seeking a favor from Taco found it more expedient to seek out Dinorah first. When wife and mistress attended the same party in the early 1970s, the crowd around Hope gradually thinned and gravitated to the circle around Dinorah. Invitations to a private party at Dinorah's villa were sought after by politicos and favor seekers. Whenever a foreign musical group, such as Mexican mariachi bands, visited Nicaragua, they would give a command performance at Dinorah's home. There she would often sit in the center of the patio, her beautiful white teeth flashing pleasure at being serenaded. The invited guests applauded the performance of both musicians and courtesan. In the end it was Hope who surrendered Taco. But first she went to see Dinorah to have it out woman to woman. However, there was no confrontation. Instead of a fight, Hope was so overcome by emotion that as she arrived at Dinorah's home she fainted. 136. 137. Hope gradually separated from Taco. She made rare trips home from London, where she had set up housekeeping, for board meetings of the Social Security Institute and other groups she headed. There were also occasional meetings in Managua for her favorite charity, the building of a children's hospital, for which she appeared as sponsor on 1.50 Cordoba stamps. There were rumors that Hope had received a sizable cash settlement from Taco and freedom to do as she pleased. She acquired considerable real estate in Miami and investments with an eye to the future. The smartly dressed Hope was well known in the best Miami shoe stores. An attendant in one recalled, she always wanted no-color shoes. I don't know how many times I said, "Sorry, Mrs. Somoza, we have no-color shoes." A close friend admitted, she couldn't reform a man with an ego the size of Tacho's. Somoza continued to travel the 14 miles from El Retiro to Dinorah's villa incognito in his curtained recreational mobile home. There he satisfied the passionate side of his character. Yet the scenes at his mistress's love nest were not always idyllic. He was insanely jealous. On several occasions he changed her bodyguards, sensing she had grown too fond of the men. Sometimes he even had her followed in Miami. In the summer of 1977 it was Tacho's personal life, more than the growing problem with the Carter administration's human rights policy, that was weighing heavily on his 267-pound frame. He was worried about his eldest son, Julio, who had dropped out of West Point, mainly because of an uncontrollable aggressiveness that occasionally gripped him. Julio began taking up hippie ways in Miami, and reports reached his father that he was going around barefoot and sporting long hair. The huge youth was also involved in the drug culture. He was finally taken off the streets and committed to Topeka's Menninger Clinic, to treat his psychotic outbreaks of uncontrollable aggression. On July 26, 1977, Tacho was stricken by a heart attack at Diederich villa. His condition was kept secret. For 24 hours he lay in the villa while medical help was being arranged. He was moved in a caravan of military and hospital vehicles to the old military hospital, a modest institution on the backside of the rim of the Tezcapa volcano that provided safety and privacy but little in the way of modern medical facilities. A pair of heart specialists were flown in from the United States and, upon their advice, he was flown from the hospital to the Miami Heart Institute aboard a United States Air Force medical jet. One of the heart specialists was Dr. William C. Phillips, Chief of Medical Staff at the Institute and a veteran cardiologist who had flown to Managua 10 years earlier at the request of Lyndon Johnson to treat Tacho's brother Luis, who did not survive. An Institute spokesman said of the moving of Tacho to Miami, "It was a hell of a decision." One accompanying Phillips were heart surgeon Dr. Ernest Atrad, 2 Miami nurses, Hope and Taquito. Tight security followed the flight to Miami, and when they arrived, the hospital had little news to release about the patient. "This is the first time we've ever had the president of a country as a patient," spokeswoman Kathleen Rank said. 2 Somoza's chest pains were diagnosed as angina, a primary symptom of irreversy. 138. Bleak coronary artery disease that signals the heart is receiving too little blood. Nitroglycerin and other drugs were administered to prevent additional angina or heart rhythm disturbances and to decrease the heart's oxygen requirements or increase the blood flow or both. 3A catheterization, an invasive X-ray exam of the heart chambers, showed that Somoza's main anterior descending artery, one of the heart's 2 major arteries, was closed off by arteriosclerosis, causing the heart attack. For the 52-year-old ruler was faced with 2 choices: a drug regimen with careful eating or an open heart operation to construct a bypass. Doctors were wary that if they had to resort to surgery, Somoza might die on the operating table. Phillips and a team of cardiologists finally decided to treat Somoza conservatively with drugs, diet and, eventually, exercise. 5. Despite the tense political atmosphere in Nicaragua at the time, a national joke began circulating concerning Somoza's possibility of undergoing an operation. Its humor was in the Somoza's ownership of the cement and paving block factory which supplied the materials to build 2 bypasses around Nicaragua after the earthquake. Miami Herald editor Don Shoemaker wrote, "It seems that Somoza was lying on the operating table when surgeons recommended a heart bypass." "Bypass," the dictator cried, wide awake, "then they must use my bricks." 6. In the hospital, Tacho had time to reflect on the fact that his American connection now appeared about as strong as his heart. He was both shocked and bitter at the slow United States response in the emergency when it was decided he should go to Miami after his heart attack. "We called Washington for an Air Force plane and their response was, 'It'll cost $30,000, and God damn it we paid it, and the plane took longer than a kite to reach Miami,'" he told an aide. There had been no such delay when his father was shot or Luis had his heart attack, he noted. Somoza's stay at the hospital was marked by extraordinary security precautions. He and his entourage took up the 3rd floor of the Storer Pavilion wing of the Institute, a total of 10 rooms, one paid for by the United States government to house Secret Service agents who patrolled the floor and were stationed on the roof. Some 14 of the institute's 258 beds were occupied by Somoza family and bodyguards. Nicaraguan Consul General Luis de Bale handled Somoza's public relations work from the hospital. He would not initially admit Taco had had a heart attack, classifying it only as a kind of coronary insufficiency of some kind. De Bale announced upon Somoza's arrival at the hospital that he would not be allowed visitors, not even Hope or his children. At visiting time, Taquito, who was running back and forth between Miami and Managua, stuck close to his father. He used all the force he could muster to have his mother barred from visiting Taco. However, one guest who was always welcome was Dinora, and Taquito never shut the door on her. Another exception was his friend Congressman John Murphy. The break with Hope was to become final in Miami. The doctors told Taco that his complicated living arrangement had Con 139 the heart attack tribute to his heart attack. When the doctor told him, "You have to straighten out your private life," he followed the orders perfectly. He turned completely to Dinora. Tacho's health remained delicate, but his condition was apparently stable as long as no other attack occurred. In Managua, news concerning Somoza's health could not be published. Most Nicaraguans lived on bolas in the absence of any real news in the heavily censored press. Many believed Taco was already dead. General Roger Bermudez, Somoza's pressman, continued to announce that his boss was well on the road to recovery and needed only a couple more weeks of rest in Florida. Novedades began publishing pictures on a nearly daily basis of Taco smiling from his sickbed. More than one news service, however, began preparing the strongman's obituary, and analysts were quick to begin speculating what would happen in the event of Tacho's demise. Suddenly in Nicaragua there was a power vacuum to fill. Those who didn't already think Taco was dead waited for him to die. A struggle surfaced between the Liberal Party and the National Guard. Politicians and army officers began battling over who would succeed him. Despite the uncertainty of the time, the opposition groups, be they the Sandinistas or the traditional opponents, were powerless to seize the opportunity to tilt the balance of power one way or another. Opposition to the Somoza regime was widespread but in a state of confusion. The Conservative Party was split into several factions, including followers of Aguirre Rocha, the so-called Auténticos opposed to Aguirre, the Zancudos who collaborated with Somoza and were awarded with legislative seats, and lastly, but not forgotten, the Nicaraguan Tories who had stuck with Pedro Joaquín Chamorro when he organized the Unión Democrática de Liberación in 1974. UDEL, organized mainly to boycott the 1974 elections, was unified only on paper. In addition to conservative members, it included the Partido Social Cristiano, the Partido Socialista and two major labor organizations. It was difficult to imagine UDEL working cohesively except as an electoral boycott vehicle. The Sandinistas were primarily on the defensive against the Guard. The Group of Six played on middle-class fears of communism in an effort to muster loyalty to the regime. But there was no guarantee that the cronies wouldn't break up into feuding Somocista factions if Taco disappeared. In the event of the president's incapacitation, the Nicaraguan constitution provided that the Minister of the Interior would take over administration. Congress, a bicameral institution in Nicaragua, was then to choose one from among its 100 members to finish the president's term, in this case, until 1981 or until his incapacity ended. But the government refused to recognize Tacho's incapacity. Instead, an ad hoc shadow government of family and cronies arose. Known variously as the Committee or the Group of Six, the group consisted of General Herberto Sanchez, the defense minister and ex-director of Lanica Airlines, Tacho's son Taquito, General Sam Gini, chief of the Security Service, National Guard Director Jose Somoza, Pablo Renner, the corpulent president of the Senate, and 140. Luis de Bale, the vice president of the Chamber of Deputies. Another person who was near and sometimes a part of the elite group was Cornelio Huic, Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies, the lower house, but his star, once high, was falling. While the jockeying for position went on, Takaido suddenly moved into the breach as messenger boy between the Miami Medical Institute and Managua, delivering his father's orders. Somoza still made his presence felt. Even so, many thought they were witnessing the end of an era and believed that even if Somoza survived, he would have to dilute his regime and divest himself of some of his awesome political and economic power. There was a lot of expectation, much speculation, and considerable uncertainty. No one thought things would remain the same as before. Knowledgeable observers agreed that if anything happened to Somoza, longtime crony Pablo Renner would be named to finish out Tacho's term, even though the constitution would then disqualify him from running for a full term in 1980. Also disqualified would be any Somoza next of kin. The door would be open for Takaido in 1986, but the likelihood of Takaido ever making it as president was slim. His succession would immediately invite a power struggle that would be counterproductive for all. Even though the politicos and the armed forces were fighting among themselves for power, all agreed that Takaido was not the one to take over if Somoza died. As Somoza had his own father, Takaido idolized his dad and remained completely loyal to him, as demonstrated in the hospital when he sided with Diederich against his own mother. Born on December 18, 1951, the tall, stocky Takaido was already fighting a receding hairline. Like his father, he barked and screamed orders at his men, belittling them at times, as when he cut his first teeth as an officer immediately following the earthquake. But despite Somoza's wish for Takaido to take over the reins of government in the future, nobody thought he had enough ability. His prime interest appeared to be girls, and he was viewed as neither brainy nor of strong character. One observer told me, "There is no viable heir. Takaido is an inept nincompoop. Sickness and U.S. opposition may oblige Somoza at last to leave office." Other Nicaraguans called Takaido the Little Boy or the Dauphin, and La Prensa nicknamed him the Apprentice Dictator. No one doubted that he was being groomed to follow his father, grandfather, and uncle. Major Somoza said it was natural for others to think he was being groomed to succeed his father. "I can honestly tell you that I was born into a family that has political prestige, political pull, and power," he said, "but I've also seen the ravages that it does to a family as human beings. I'd have to think about it twice." 7. Despite the denials, his errand boy missions for his father brought Takaido out of the woodwork and gave him more confidence, power, and ambition. As a member of the group of 6, he was increasingly active in the political and economic dealings of the family empire. Like his mother, he was born in Tampa, Florida. His military training took him from Harvard Business School to the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst in England, to training courses with the United States Army in the United States before receiving his first assignment after the earthquake. At the age of 21, 141, he opted for Nicaraguan citizenship. He would have forfeited his American citizenship anyway by joining a foreign army, the National Guard. He then began to rise rapidly, was promoted to major in May 1976, and became director of the Basic Infantry Training School, EEBI, in June 1977. At the time of the heart attack, they had this big rumor in Managua that my father didn't quit because I didn't let him quit, Takaido said. "But that's ridiculous, because you don't tell Dad anything once he's made up his mind. Some people may have got the wrong ideas because I was called upon to explain to the ministers the exact state of Dad's health." 8. Takaido did not sit on his haunches as a guard commanding officer. Opponents charged him with leading attacks on student and women demonstrators. Other allegations were of huge commissions made from business deals with the government for his own businesses in fishing, tobacco, timber, and heavy vehicle distribution. He denied them all. "I'm purported to be lots of things," he said, "among which I'm a sort of economic monster gobbling up every contract that the government can let loose, which is false." He said that he had won some contracts, but only after open bidding. 9. While Somoza was recuperating, Amnesty International released a report on August 15, 1977, covering the martial law period between the end of 1974 and January 1977, blasting the extensive political imprisonment, denial of due process of law, use of torture and summary executions of peasants by the National Guard. Other charges included the imprisonment without trial of a dozen political prisoners and the disappearance of 300 peasants in 1975, as well as relocation of many peasant families and the theft of food and animals from the campesinos' small farms. The Amnesty International representative sent to Managua in May 1976, had been denied access to Somoza and military officials, as well as denied interviews with the alleged political prisoners. When the report was released, many in the Church and the United States announced that the human rights issue had been heeded by Somoza. Conditions had improved greatly since the beginning of 1977 and the killings of campesinos had been brought to a halt. All last year and until February this year, we were getting regular reports of mass executions or disappearances of peasants, one well-placed source told the New York Times. Since March, we haven't received any reliable report of a massacre. The National Guard has definitely been told to clean up its act. 10 According to both the Church and diplomats, the repression under martial law had begun to ease, and as part of the reason for the more peaceful atmosphere they pointed to the relative inactivity of the Sandinistas and the relaxing of a government campaign to wipe out the insurgents. I'd estimate there are probably only about 20 or so guerrillas left in the hills, and they have only been sporadically active in urban areas, one person said. 1 The demise of the FSLN was also reported by a United States Foreign Service publication, Foreign Economic Trends and the Implication for the United States, which in March of 1977 claimed, Nicaragua should continue to enjoy political 142 stability for some time to come. During 1976, the government inflicted heavy blows on the local guerrilla organization and now faces no serious threat from that quarter. While the Amnesty International report may have angered Somoza, the good word from the Church and others may have helped speed up his recovery. Taco ended his 6-week stay at the medical institute on September 7. His stay cost him an estimated $1,500 a day for the hospital rooms he and his entourage had occupied. In addition, there were political scores to settle when he arrived in Managua. Once home, Somoza quickly moved against the centers of power that had emerged in his absence, dumping Huck after 20 years as Secretary General of the Liberal Party and even arresting Colonel Allegret after the latter refused assignment as garrison commander in remote Bluefields. Taco was angered by the evident ambition of cronies who had sought to take advantage of his illness to assert themselves. Taco did not stay in Managua. He retreated to the old family plantation mansion at Montelimar, which he said was a better place for his government anyhow, just as his father once said before him. He was accompanied by an American nurse who kept him on a strict diet and exercise regimen, and he began living a healthy life unknown since his West Point days. Despondent and depressed after his close shave with death, he obeyed his doctor's orders. Taco himself admitted the heart attack had frightened him badly. It is a very sobering experience to meet death on the highway and get away from it. I don't look forward to another such encounter. He told visiting newsmen late in 1977 that Montelimar was healthier than Managua and it kept him away from parties and his active social life. Exercise machines were installed and he used them religiously. Rising at 5 a.m. every day, he walked 6 miles along the beach accompanied by his nurse. Next followed a workout at his gym, a routine he carried on for 6 months and which he claimed helped him shed 67 pounds. Though still hefty, he was considerably slimmer. His target was 166 pounds. Doctors placed him on a low-fat breakfast and for lunch he substituted lean beef for venison or wild boar. Though they were not very substantial, Taco made a ceremony of his meals, bedecking the table with fine silver and lace tablecloths and filling the old mansion with doting servants. He followed a rigid diet using the menus in the Live Longer cookbook by Ann Leonard and Elaine A. Taylor. His appearance began to change as well as his outlook on health. In the morning he dressed like a jogger in the tropics in tennis shoes, white shorts, and a polo shirt. His military uniform stayed in the closet. He even grew a mustache. The new Somoza looked like a Central American Babbitt rather than how one might picture a president or even a dictator. He might have been boss of an Ohio insurance agency, a self-important buffoon who tried to terrorize his staff. He also could have been a Rotary Club president pretending to be a big shot, pretending because Taco lacked the aura of leadership. He seemed an ordinary person trying to impress others with a greatness that he was not convinced of himself. In the old days before the heart attack, things had been different. Most. 143. Government offices had pictures of a heavy-set, cigar-smoking vivideur, a hard-living General Somoza as he had been. Somoza was disturbed about the prospect of obituaries abroad describing him as a reactionary tyrant. "It's the damnedest contradiction I've ever seen in my life," he snapped. "Here my opponents claim I'm a flaming Marxist." Although Somoza had little patience with local critics, he seemed to prefer their description of him. He claimed that his Liberal Party was indeed liberal and that he himself was a socialist. Statistics, however, made it evident that he was one of the most powerful capitalists in Latin America. Despite his doctor's orders to take it easy, Somoza kept very active. As Montelimar was now the seat of government, Taco had built, at government expense, a beautiful jet runway at the plantation so he would not have to go to Managua's airport. He continued doing what he enjoyed most, being president, meeting with a few cronies, being with other men, usually the men he worked with. He enjoyed weekends with his buddies at the plantation, maybe watching a movie together. "I like war movies best," he said, "I'm a military man." He acquired a videocassette player to watch American television programs taped especially for him. He claimed to read when he could, usually books dealing with current affairs. Taco liked his business deals most of all. One of his new investments in 1977 was reviving the fishing industry at San Juan de Sur, near the Costa Rican border. "The port was dying when we went in there," he bragged. Admitting at the time that he owned a few boats, Somoza claimed to have created 300 new jobs, while boats bought by others in response to Somoza's initiative supposedly created work for 600 more families. In 1977, the general boasted, 4 million tons of shrimp and lobster were exported from San Juan de Sur to the United States, whereas a few years earlier there had been no exports at all. As a businessman, Taco was remarkably disinclined to talk about business, the one subject he dodged in most of his press interviews. It was said that the key to operating a successful business was having Somoza as a partner. He had a pat answer to that. "I go abroad seeking investors to come into this country," he said. "Getting foreign investment in Nicaragua is a big part of my job. Often that isn't easy. So, to convince potential investors that Nicaragua is sound and has a future, I offer to take a piece of the action myself. I put my money where my mouth is." He was also fond of stressing that while other Latin American leaders squirreled away funds in Switzerland, "Everything I have is right here in Nicaragua." Apparently, that was not entirely true. Sources indicated that most of his holdings were used as security for loans from foreign banks, that his properties were mortgaged to the hilt. His family life was non-existent at best. Hope remained estranged from him in London, where daughter Caroline joined her, accompanied by her new husband, Nicaraguan lawyer Victor Urquio, nephew of Taco II's former vice president. Urquio didn't seem to enjoy the same diversions as his wife. They failed to arrive at dinner parties to which they were invited, and before long Caroline told friends her marriage was just not working. She divorced him and moved into a small 144 apartment with another woman, cooking her own meals and living like any other working woman. She landed a job as secretary with the Merrill Lynch stock brokerage firm in London. The news concerning Tacho's son Julio remained discouraging. His only semblance of an immediate family was Taquito, who remained completely loyal to him. Taquito was evidently the only hope for Somoza Continuismo. The political atmosphere in Nicaragua was relaxed for the first time in as long as anyone could remember. In a concession to Washington and on the advice of his American friends, on September 19, Somoza lifted martial law for the first time in 33 months. He also allowed the opposition newspaper to resume its daily blasts against the regime. The opposition was fragmented and disorganized with little self-confidence in its power to negotiate with Somoza any plan to democratize Nicaragua, Ambassador Solon later recalled. As far as the United States diplomatic corps knew, the Guard had eliminated the Sandinista threat and the civic opposition was mesmerized by Somoza. To many of them he seemed unbeatable without the help of the U.S. government. 1-2 Mauricio Solon was a former political science professor from the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. A short, intense man who had been born in Cuba but who had moved to the United States long before the Cuban Revolution, the 40-year-old Solon made up for his lack of diplomatic experience with a keen understanding of Latin America and how he was to handle Somoza. When President Carter appointed me to go to Managua in the summer of 1977, my mission was plain, Solon recalled in a speech at his university in April 1979. I had to implement our human rights policy. This initially implied a need to maintain proper relations with the Somoza government, while, at the same time, opening broad contacts to the opposition and encouraging respect for human rights and the democratization of Nicaragua. This policy became known among some of its supporters in the State Department and the National Security Council as a policy of neutrality. It was neutral in that, following the described interventionist constraints of our human rights policy, we were not to place ourselves entirely within either the camp of the government of Nicaragua or the opposition. In effect, Washington was periodically critical in public of the Somoza regime, but the embassy was not to side with opposition to the extent of organizing the overthrow of the government, nor was it to help organize the opposition or finance any of its factions. Objectively, really, our policy within Nicaragua was to avoid any commitment to either side. This is not to say that our policy was one of indifference to the situation, hardly so, inasmuch as we were critical of the status quo, and privately and publicly favored a change in Nicaragua. As we were not committed to the overthrow of the government of Nicaragua, the embassy was restricted from direct or indirect contact with virtually all groups. 1-3 Solon noted that until recently Nicaragua was a client state of the United States. This term refers to an alliance between states that have vastly different resources and power. The dominant power provides its client with protection from 145 external and internal enemies. In synthesis, it supports the local government. In exchanges, the client provides special services to its patron, such as economic privileges and political and military services. Nicaragua was a faithful client of the United States. The Somozas were our friends. To this date it is rare that top Nicaraguan officials do not proclaim their allegiance to the U.S. Somos Americanists. "We love your country" are expressions often heard, delivered with the sincere and strong emotivity so common to many Nicaraguans. This sense of fealty and of an alleged betrayal by the U.S. because of our human rights policy is a frequent claim made nowadays by the highest officials of the government of Nicaragua. "When you needed us, Guatemala, 1954, Cuba, 1961, the Dominican Republic, 1965, we gave you our support. Why do you betray us now, withholding your support from us? You are leaving us alone to face the hatred of our common enemies," were statements often repeated by Somoza himself to me as President Carter's envoy to Nicaragua. In fact, it was not so long ago that the American ambassador was militarily saluted by Nicaraguan National Guards in public buildings, as if he were one of the highest officials of the land, a proconsul of sorts, to paraphrase President Somoza. It seems only yesterday that the pro-government press wasted no opportunity to publish photographs symbolizing the warm relations between our two countries. 1-4 Solon had little notion of whether the human rights message Carter told him to deliver would be accepted by Somoza. Although the task seemed formidable, one proceeded to carry out my instructions, keeping in the back of my mind that perhaps it necessary to hope in order to undertake, but it is not necessary to hope in order to persevere. Solon's first contact with Somoza came on September 23. Since just a few officials and some of Somoza's business partners were the only ones to have seen the chief since his return from Miami, this had an important psychological impact. Rumors made the rounds that Somoza had had a relapse or was on his deathbed. The president's image as an omnipresent, omniscient, ruthless leader began to evaporate. He was seen as highly vulnerable. On October 13 the FSLN terroristas launched a new offensive with an opening ambush on a National Guard patrol in Ocotal in the north and, a few hours later, a hit-and-run attack on a guard barracks in San Carlos near the Costa Rican border. In accord with the terroristas' advocacy of a broad political front aimed mainly at overthrowing Somoza quickly and setting up a national election, as opposed to the popular prolonged war strategy of the GPP, they had decided to launch a large-scale military offensive. Alvaro Baltodano, the son of wealthy businessman Emilio Baltodano Pelaez, was a surviving commander of the October offensive. In a speech commemorating it 2 years later, he explained that it was not a spontaneous action. October permitted the beginning of an insurrectional offensive. It permitted the armed fight to extend to all parts of Nicaragua so that the genocidal National Guard could not concentrate its forces in a single area. The Guard had to disperse throughout national territory, losing in this way its offensive capacity and marking the beginning of a 146 defensive posture until July 1979. Baltodano said that in October 1977, the military objective was the taking of different cuartels in the country, but the objective could not be realized because of many intervening factors, including lack of experience, arms limitations, and unforeseen difficulties in the political infrastructure. But the attacks had reaffirmed that the nation was on its way to an armed fight and that the people could not return to the democratic pacifist view. 1.5 What was very significant was that the Sandinistas had for the first time shown themselves capable of launching coordinated attacks in diverse parts of the country and of achieving brief occupations of small towns from north to south. A few more hit-and-run assaults were carried out, including 2 surprise raids in the capital that led the government to position troops throughout the city. The Sandinistas were poorly armed, most with ML rifles and .22 caliber guns. Their assault in San Carlos was launched from passenger cars. The San Carlos attack had other implications for the Nicaraguan government. Costa Rica approached the Organization of American States with charges its frontiers had been violated and that its Minister of Public Security, Mario Charpentier Gamboa, had nearly been killed when Nicaraguan planes fired on 3 boats in the Frio and San Juan rivers. Nicaragua responded by alleging that the FSLN was being permitted by Costa Rica to use its territory in launching its attacks. Furthermore, said the Nicaraguan response, the planes had fired only warning shots. The guerrilla attacks achieved one of their objectives by drawing troops out of Managua. On October 17 a dozen guerrillas attacked the guard post at Masaya, 20 miles south of the capital. They were repelled by a garrison of 70 guardsmen in a day-long campaign that included a 3-hour gun battle on the Tipitapa-Masaya highway. Commander Pedro Araz Palacios, in the FSLN since 1973, was killed along with 4 other Sandinistas in the attack. The death toll for the week climbed to nearly 24 guardsmen killed and approximately 10 guerrillas. One of the wounded Sandinistas was the nephew of Foreign Minister Alejandro Montiel Argiello. The Sandinistas suffered another casualty when a guerrilla was killed while firing on the National Guard police headquarters in Managua. 2 others were arrested in the act of holding up the Bank of Nicaragua in the capital. One was identified as Yadira Baltodano Gutierrez, the daughter of a rich and prominent provincial family. All around the country there was a flurry of skirmishes, bombings, and ambushes. The strange assortment of weapons used indicated that the guerrillas were not armed by Cuba as popularly alleged. Their arms appeared to have been purchased on the local black market. Many of the Sandinista leaders had received some training in Cuba, but most realized the need for on-the-job training in guerrilla warfare. Only practice makes perfect soldiers. The Castro regime was giving only moral support, providing asylum for those on the run and allowing them some use of Radio Havana airtime. United States military sources in Managua confirmed that there was no evidence that the Sandinistas were receiving Cuban arms and pointed out that if any communist weapons had been found, the Somoza government would have been sure to have put on a huge propaganda show. 147. If we had received more effective support from Cuba or from any other country, we'd have been in power a long time ago, one Sandinista leader said a week after the Ocotal raid. Our problem is that we've had to fight entirely alone. But it also means that when we achieve victory we will owe nothing to any outsiders. He claimed that the Sandinistas had 1,000 armed guerrillas throughout Nicaragua, though the group did not have sufficient money to buy modern arms. 1/6 The raid on Macea proved to be most disastrous for the members of the GPP meeting near the town at the time. They had had no warning of the attack plan and were captured. This demonstrated to the FSLN that the division was dangerous to all. The Terceristas, by aligning themselves with non-Marxist elements and announcing opposition to a communist regime, had clearly broken with the FSLN's original goal. They soon ruled a broad coalition of opposition groups and individuals ranging from Marxists and radical Christians to conservative lawyers and businessmen and dissidents from Somoza's Liberal Party. The GPP had been continuing its part of the struggle by trying to organize students and by robbing banks. The Terceristas forced the issue of how opposition was to be carried forth with their attacks. As one of the planners, Humberto Ortega Saavedra recalled later, it not only signaled the beginning of organized military offenses, but it established the participation of the people in the popular insurrection. He noted that October 1977 brought the war to the cities, to combine with increased guerrilla action in the mountains. It accelerated the forces of the masses to be what they were, the fundamental protagonists of the war. 1/7 The three Ortega brothers had emerged as leaders of the moderate Tercerista tendency. A week after the Ocotal and San Carlos attacks, a Sandinista leader described what the month, later known as Sandinista October, signified. Our call now is for the population to prepare for the future insurrection, he said. These new actions are trumpet calls so the people can get ready. So far, we've disproved the government's claim that we've been liquidated. We're stronger than ever. 1/8 Also in the month of October they announced as their objective the overthrow of the regime and the institution of democracy, not the inauguration of a Marxist-Leninist state. The Terceristas were aware of the impossibility of establishing a Marxist regime in a region dominated by United States-backed right-wing military regimes. We are only concerned with attacking the 7,500 men of the National Guard, a Sandinista spokesman explained to me. We want to make clear that at no moment will our military forces use their arms against the civilian populace. On the contrary, one of our objectives is the creation of a Sandinista army recruited from the people. After the insurrection, we will hold the first free elections in Nicaragua's history, said Plutarco Elias Hernandez, one of 6 members of the Front's National Directorate. We must pass through the stage of democracy because socialism cannot be built overnight. Those who think we'll be going straight to communism are wrong. Our basic program is not communist. It is a threat to no one who favors a just society. 148. The groups of non-Marxists joining the ranks of the rebels were of great concern to Somoza. Coinciding with the October 13 offensive, an anti-Somoza group that became known as Los Doce was formed in exile in Costa Rica. The 12, including an aristocratic corporation lawyer, the millionaire owner of a chain of supermarkets, a teacher, Catholic priests, a writer, an economist, an agronomist, a dentist, and an architect met on October 17 in Costa Rica to issue El Documento de los Doce, which called for popular insurrection to overthrow the dictatorship and demanded that any political solution should include the Sandinistas. The statement praised the Sandinistas' political maturity and warned the Sandinista Front that they must participate in any national solution of Nicaragua's problems. 20 The Catholic priests who were members of Los Doce included Father Miguel Descoto, a Marinol priest, and Fernando Cardenal, who had testified before House committees concerning foreign aid to Nicaragua. His brother, Ecobedo, had seen his small community on the Solentiname Islands, near the southern end of Lake Nicaragua, destroyed by the Guard. This included destruction of his valuable library and museum of pre-Columbian and peasant art. Ecobedo Cardenal went on to join the Sandinistas. As their spokesman, he made eloquent appeals for help throughout the world, saying that although every authentic revolution prefers nonviolence to violence, one doesn't always have the freedom to choose. Somoza did not return to martial law during the tumultuous week beginning October 13, but common sights around the country included young guardsmen crouched behind sandbags and security forces searching cars. Somoza's press secretary, General Roger Bermudez, tried to play down the situation. He issued press statements saying the situation was under control and that a guard cleanup operation would soon halt guerrilla activity. Everything is normal and calm, Bermudez assured Nicaraguans. Bermudez's words were of little avail. The guerrilla attacks set off an avalanche of opposition party protest. Communiques and manifestos issued from both inside and outside Nicaragua clamored for an end to the 41-year-old Somoza dynasty, or at least for a genuine democratic opening. There was a sense of urgency. Many, even the wealthy families, feared that sons and daughters might also join the ranks of the Sandinistas. In fact, the sons of aristocratic families were well represented. Good, solid bourgeois names like Cardinal and Cuadro were represented in the rebel leadership. Brought up in a conservative party, anti-Somoza tradition, the children of the Nicaraguan Tories had become radicalized. The discontent is so high that the children of the moneyed and privileged elite are putting their lives on the line against Somoza, one businessman said. 21 said an opposition politician, the attacks have produced as a corollary the realization by the country that if we don't repair the situation, our sons are going to try to repair it. And, most likely, they will die in the attempt when they clash with the National Guard. That gives urgency to the political process. It has become a national clamor, remove the Somoza family from power once and for all. One of the most outspoken critics of the Somoza regime was the UDEL, the 149 Democratic Union for Liberation, a group that encompassed the Independent Liberal Party which had splintered off Somoza's Nationalist Liberal Party. In this country there is a legalistic fiction of democracy and a dictatorship. In fact, a UDEL spokesman told me. Young people resort to violence because they have no democratic access to national life, which has been monopolized for 41 years by the Somozas. If the action of the Sandinistas continues, the demand for a political solution is going to have more force. The political temperature may drop a little if the attacks do not continue. Not that it will disappear, he added, because there are much more profound causes behind the questioning of the government. A UDEL communiqué went further and stated, the present violence is a result of the institutionalized violence in the country, particularly in the long years of dictatorship which had blocked all possible civic and democratic avenues towards resolving the acute economic and social problems suffered by Nicaraguans. The guerrilla attacks stimulated formation of another civic religious group which added its voice to the call for a dialogue in an effort to eliminate the causes of the violence. This committee included Archbishop Abando y Bravo, 2 other bishops, a leading lawyer and the president of the Nicaraguan Institute for Economic Development, Alfonso Rabello. The plea of the group was endorsed by the Nicaraguan Chamber of Commerce, which gave full support for an open dialogue that would permit Nicaraguans to express their thoughts and actions in a civilized manner, rare in a nation where disagreement was equated with subversion. The idea of a dialogue with the opposition first came after the October 1977 offensive by the Frente, when Somoza felt threatened enough by their strength to acquiesce. The meeting, arranged by Ambassador Solon in December, was set to take place on February 5. Hopes had never been higher for a major change. Some observers even foresaw a final end to Somoza rule. Though the streets of Managua were calm, beneath the surface the capital was brittle with tension. Fearing a period of economic uncertainty, Somoza supporters as well as opposition businessmen transferred close to $40 million in capital to foreign banks, a sign of a breakdown in confidence. Businessmen said the only reason TACO didn't establish currency controls was for fear it might spark a wholesale panic of Nicaraguan bank accounts abroad. Rolando Ruiz, executive secretary of the National Chamber of Commerce, said a survey showed that a week after the guerrilla attacks retail sales dropped 43%. With the government demonstrating its control over the country, sales began a slow recovery. But businessmen were uneasy at increases in the public debt from $680 million at the end of 1976 to a projected $825 million by the end of 1977. They feared a financial squeeze would develop in 1978 to 79, when interest and principal payments would reach a cumbersome level. An electricity shortage and increased prices of imported petroleum raised the possibility of an energy bottleneck. There was persistent stagnation in the construction industry since a tapering off of the building boom following the 1972 earthquake. World prices for coffee and cotton, Nicaragua's two biggest foreign exchange earners, were dropping. Inflation in 1977 was at least double the 1976 rate of less than 5%. But the currency appeared 150 stable and the country had a trade surplus. However, there was no significant private investment in the nation, despite the availability of business loans from the banking system. 22 Ruiz said that businessmen in Nicaragua wanted Somoza to remove his half-brother, Jose, from the post of National Guard Inspector General and replace him with someone from outside the Somoza family. They wanted him to change the government cabinet to eliminate corruption. They wanted a guarantee of freedom in the presidential elections scheduled for 1980 and guaranteed respect for human rights. Every day there are a number of arbitrary arrests, Ruiz said. We believe that with this, a climate of tranquility and real peace would be created. With a climate of tranquility, business is better. 2-3 By November, opponents and businessmen were speaking of the October offensive as the beginning of the end. There is a horizon now that did not exist before, even if he lives, Xavier Chamorro Cardinal, co-owner of La Prensa, said. People have arrived at a consensus. Somoza must go and this time Washington will not come to his rescue. The Nicaraguan Institute for Economic Development, which represented a broad segment of the private sector, attributed the new situation to important changes in Somoza's power bases. An IND document noted that the church, one of the early pillars of Somoza power, has abandoned him and has joined IND in demanding a dialogue of all political elements, including the Sandinistas, with a view of democratizing Nicaragua. The private sector has also turned against the regime and more importantly, the United States under President Carter's human rights program has removed American support. A third factor, of course, is Somoza's health. A relapse or new attack could remove him from the scene without any further moves by the opposition or the guerrillas. IND ruled out a business strike or boycott at that time. Tacho's health remained the subject of gossip and government efforts to portray him as well on the way to recovery were widely disbelieved. The man in the street had given him, in addition to heart ailment, a whole gamut of afflictions. He is doomed, a taxi driver told me. Cancer of the rectum. He's had 5 operations on his ass. If his heart won't get him, his ass will. Somoza was also believed by many, including doctors, to have suffered a stroke due to an embolism, and was said to be recovering from partial paralysis. Supposedly he had grown his new mustache to disguise partial paralysis of his face, particularly his upper lip. Others contended he could barely move his left arm. People in Managua, formerly reserved and guarded on the subject of politics, were now speaking up defiantly, even to strangers. The Sandinistas had become heroes to many Managuans, including opposition business elements as well as urban workers. An outspoken mini taxi driver put it simply, "We're not afraid of him anymore." The events 2 weeks ago are only the beginning. There will be more fireworks, and serious ones, later. The boys out there are our heroes. The pampered National Guard, the foremost prop of the Somoza Empire, thought to be personally loyal to Tacho, had become an unknown factor as a result. 151. Of the President's illness. The Guard's loyalty did not extend beyond Tacho and his illness had reportedly aroused ambitions in the higher ranks of the officer corps. The Sandinista rebellion is being used by many sectors, one diplomat observed. It could be used by elements of the National Guard for a preventive coup. The perceived withdrawal of U.S. support for Somoza has stunned the Guard. There were fears that the Sandinistas would try to disrupt the November 10 opening of the Super Bowl baseball tournament in Managua, a major distraction for Nicaraguans. Baseball is the country's most popular sport, a heritage of the United States Marine occupation days. The best teams in the Caribbean were on hand to thrill Managua's fans, including a squad from Cuba. Somoza made a major festival of the event, even to the point of suppressing anti-Castro cartoons in Novedades so as not to offend the visiting team from Havana. Although increasingly bold, the guerrillas decided not to disrupt the tournament. After the guerrilla attacks, Taco still spent most of his time at his seaside sugar plantation. But the atmosphere of relaxation found there in September was gone, as was evidenced by the number of guards posted in trees during newsmen's visits. Besides newsmen, another visitor that November was Ambassador Solon, who had orders from Washington to tell Somoza that the Carter administration was opposed to developmental loans for Nicaragua. This information was leaked to the embarrassment of Somoza and to the opposition's delight. By politicizing our assistance programs or applying the carrot and stick policy, Washington had created a serious problem for the embassy's management of our policy of neutrality, since Washington, itself, had proclaimed in effect that development loans had political implications, i.e., support or condemnation of the regime, as opposed to the exclusive goal of satisfying the basic human needs of the poor. Naturally, when loans were subsequently approved because of congressional and bureaucratic political considerations made in Washington, the opposition raged with anger. 2-4 But Somoza got the carrot. His move to lift the 3-year-old martial law after Solon's arrival in September prompted the State Department to agree to a $2.5 million arms credit agreement, part of a larger agreement passed for fiscal 1978 in which the pro-Somoza forces led by Murphy and Wilson in Congress won $3.1 million in military aid and $15.1 million in humanitarian economic aid. The Nicaraguan opposition was quick to point out that Somoza in the past decade had received $20 million in military aid, the highest per capita allotment in the area. The Carter human rights policy was faltering badly in December 1977, as demonstrated by Congress's reluctance to deny aid to nations such as Somoza's Nicaragua. The policy in Central America began to come across as vacillating and opportunistic. Law and order people hated the American president's human rights preachings, and trade unionists and liberals did not see much consistency between Carter's words and deeds. The initial stance on human rights was watered down considerably, the policy's selectiveness in application made it suspect to many. Nevertheless, the policy heartened opposition groups in Nicaragua and El Salvador. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro attributed the new situation in Nicaragua to Carter's policy. 152. But much to the opposition's regret, Somoza was cheating those who had forecast his death. And it still wasn't clear that the United States felt his position was in danger. There was acknowledgement of the possibility of a successor government. An American embassy official in Managua said, "We are prepared to deal with the next Nicaraguan government. Our relations are with the country, not a particular regime." But the intelligence fact book, prepared by United States government intelligence agencies in January 1978, minimized the hardcore opposition to Somoza. It put communist strength in Nicaragua at 60 members for the hardline Nicaragua Socialist Party founded in 1944, and 40 members for the soft-line Nicaraguan Communist Party. It also placed the FSLN under the communist heading, describing it as a small pro-Castro group numbering between 50 and 150 members. Chapter 11. Pedro Joaquim Chamorro. To some he was garrulous. He was anti-communist even though he made an alliance with communists. He had dedicated his life to fighting the Somozas with gun, pen, and from the political podium, but when he failed to end the dynasty, his opponents blamed his lack of success on his inability to unite the opposition. However, what he failed to accomplish in life was accomplished by his death. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro tended to dominate the opposition, often fighting for its leadership. He was always outspoken and was the source of many stories distributed abroad. He gave information about the Somoza regime to columnist Jack Anderson. But he was never really the main source for anti-Somoza news in the foreign press, although Taco claimed he was. Somoza felt that Pedro Joaquin, as he was called, had organized a news campaign against him abroad. He was paranoid about Pedro Joaquin, vehemently denouncing him privately, but at the same time he often contended that Pedro Joaquin helped keep the opposition divided because he wanted to monopolize its leadership, an old Chamorro trait. A leading member and one-time president of the Inter-American Press Association, Pedro Joaquin traditionally used their annual meetings to denounce the Somoza's infringements on press freedom. Generally Taco would shrug off the IAPA condemnations, but by 1977 Pedro Joaquin had become an encyclopedia of Somoza sins. In January 1978 he was a serious threat to Taco. There was real danger that in the White House President Carter was listening to dissidents like Pedro Joaquin. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Cardinal and Taco had known each other since both were 8 years old. They were enemies even then, fighting constantly because, according to Taco, Chamorro's family newspaper kept attacking my dad, and I couldn't stand for that. The fights in the schoolyard marked only the beginning of Chamorro's lifelong crusade to unseat a dynasty he later described to me as permanent parasites, stealing and corrupting everything in sight. In pre-Somoza Nicaragua, the name Chamorro was associated with the presidency from the very first. Fruto Chamorro was the first Nicaraguan president. 3 other Chamorros occupied the presidency 4 times: Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, Emiliano Chamorro, Diego Chamorro. 153. 154. And Emiliano again briefly in 1926. In his book Our Neighbor Nicaragua, published in New York in 1929, Floyd Kramer, describing the conservatives of Granada, wrote, "The families of the Chamorros, Cuadros, Lacaos always have been looked upon as royal families." The acid-tongued publisher Pedro Joaquin had not always confined his battle against the Somoza dynasty to his pen and to the 70,000 circulation La Prensa which his father, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro Zelaya, had purchased in 1933. A law school graduate from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, Chamorro was imprisoned for taking part in a rebellion against the elder Somoza in 1954, 2 years after succeeding his father as editor of La Prensa. In 1956 he was arrested for publishing a photo of Somoza's assassination and banished from Managua for 40 months. In 1959 he led a small band of armed rebels into the hills, but they were no match for the guard. Chamorro was captured and jailed for 3 months. During that time, he contended, he was beaten and kept in irons for long periods. He had been sentenced to 20 years in prison but was released in a general amnesty. After that he carried on attacks for nearly 2 decades in the outspoken La Prensa, at least when it was allowed to publish and was not censored. Its only serious competition was the smaller, Somoza family-owned daily Novedades. When the Sandinistas opened up their October 13, 1977, offensive, La Prensa's sympathetic coverage of the attacks led Somoza to forbid Chamorro to leave the country. But a month later Somoza, anxious to appease critics in the United States and as always denying charges of tyranny, was forced to permit Chamorro to fly to New York City to receive the Maria Moores Cabot Prize from Columbia University for his distinguished journalistic contribution to the advancement of inter-American understanding. Elie Abel, dean of the Graduate School of Journalism, said, "If there is a journalist in the hemisphere who has been more consistent in his opposition to dictatorial government than Dr. Chamorro, we have not been able to find him." He went on to call Chamorro and his papers synonymous with the opposition to the Somoza family rule. When asked once why he took the hard road of opposition, Chamorro replied, "When I see what there is in the country, violence, immense poverty and egotism on the part of people who want to perpetuate their wealth, I want to do something. As a free man, satisfied with my conscience and useful." As for the people Pedro Joaquin had to dethrone to obtain his goal, Chamorro wrote that the consolidation of a dynasty in America is a phenomenon that profoundly damages the historical aspect of our continent. It is certain that the first guilty ones to permit it to happen were we Nicaraguans, but to our credit it can be said that the pages of our contemporary history are overflowing with struggle and heroism. The Somoza is an original and strange phenomenon, uprooted from past times, but facing them has been and always will be a distant shout and eternal rebellion too. He was Central America's most famous newspaper publisher, a man with many enemies but considered too prominent to kill. Somoza considered Chamorro to be a bumbler and no threat, his PR man Wolfson said, so he was not about to make a martyr out of him. 3. He admitted. 155. However, that Somoza didn't like Chamorro. Anyone who was called names and insulted by Chamorro every day of the week and still liked the man would be a real freak. But, Somoza saw a value to him. In effect, Chamorro was crying wolf too often to be effective and Somoza recognized it. On January 10, 1978, Chamorro began his usual drive, alone, through the deserted streets of the ghost town that had once been the heart of pre-earthquake Managua. Driving at a leisurely pace around 8:20 a.m. he suddenly found the path of his Saab blocked by a green Toyota pickup truck. As his car screeched to a halt, 2 men stepped out and fired 3 shotgun blasts through the driver's window at point-blank range. Chamorro slumped over the wheel with 26 pieces of buckshot in his body. The gunmen abandoned their vehicle and sped off in another car which had been trailing the victim. A passerby called an ambulance but Chamorro was pronounced dead on arrival at a nearby hospital. A hemisphere-wide outcry immediately condemned the Somoza regime. One of the world's most courageous newspapermen, he ran an opposition journal in one of the most sophisticated dictatorships in the hemisphere, was assassinated Tuesday morning in downtown Managua, Nicaragua, the Mexico City News said. Whether Chamorro, director of La Prensa, was shot to death by supporters of the Somoza dictatorship or by extremists who wanted to make it look that way, the tragic result is the same, and the cause is the same: the venomous asphyxiating atmosphere of a dictatorship in which the exercise of freedom is almost tantamount to suicide. The Chamorro family and public opinion blamed the regime for the murder, although many believed that Somoza would not have ordered the assassination of his most prominent enemy at a time when his government's human rights violations were under close international scrutiny. But it was equally obvious that a person or persons close to the regime were responsible for the crime. As Wolfson pointed out, there are many heads around the president of Nicaragua who not think too clearly and not capable of projecting very far into the future. For the 53-year-old Chamorro's death provoked a political earthquake that rocked Nicaragua. Rioters immediately took to the streets, burning an American bank, factories, businesses, and cars. The government labeled them communist gangs and pleaded with the family to bury Pedro Joaquin ahead of schedule. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Viren P. Vaki described the mood, the assassination fanned tension into open conflagration. This assassination, more than any other single factor, catalyzed opposition to the regime. It resurrected the ghost of the political assassination of Sandino in 1934, and with it the fears and outrage of a frustrated people. It led to an unprecedented outburst of popular revulsion. 5. When Chamorro's body was removed from the hospital, an estimated 40,000 angry mourners accompanied it first to his house and later to his newspaper, where Chamorro's campaign against the Somoza monopoly and against corruption in high places had been carried out. Many felt that 2 of his last exposes of corrupt practices involving Somoza friends and cronies were what had cost him his 156 life. One of these exposed favoritism and malfeasance in the government housing bank and forced its director, Fausto Zelaya, to resign. Earlier, Chamorro's newspaper had conducted an investigation of a Cuban exile-owned blood bank which, the newspaper contended, bought the blood of impoverished Nicaraguans for $5.25 per pint and sold it abroad at an enormous profit. Because the Somoza family had been known to share business ventures with Cubans, and the exiles were perceived as enjoying a place of privilege in Nicaragua, there was some speculation about Somoza's share of profits in this venture. When the crowd behind Chamorro's casket approached the blood bank, it battered down the door and allegedly set the building on fire. The angry mourners later burned down El Porvenir, a Somoza-owned textile and yarn mill also on the procession route. The police did not intervene. Other La Prensa articles had charged Tacco with mishandling foreign relief during the earthquake. Following his heart attack 6 months earlier, La Prensa had come out strongly for his retirement due to physical incapacity and demanded democratization of the country. And Chamorro had publicly defended the subsequent Sandinista rebellion against Somoza as a movement to overthrow an illegitimate regime. Chamorro had acknowledged that yes, the communists are against the Somozas, but so are the rest of the Nicaraguans. His printed opinions of Somoza and his cronies were often couched in sneering tones. When Luis Somoza, dressed in work clothes, addressed a submissive trade union meeting, Chamorro editorialized, "Look at this shirtless millionaire. Who does he think he is deceiving?" Chamorro was hopeful, however, telling one interviewer, "I am very optimistic. I see the end of the Somoza dynasty. The majority of the people are against Somoza, except for the government workers. Somoza's regime is near the end because he lost support of the US administration and public opinion in America and Europe. The newspaper now gives the truth about Somoza. He is a thief. He doesn't distinguish between his own interest and the interest of the state. When the dynasty disappears, it will happen in Nicaragua as it happened in Spain when Franco died." 6. The Chambers of Commerce and Industry declared 3 days of mourning, in effect a strike, freeing employees to go to the funeral or demonstrate. One businessman commented, "This is a very ticklish situation. Any heavy-handed action at this time could touch off massive rioting. People are extremely angry." Tacco himself proclaimed that the government would do everything possible to arrest the culprits, praised Chamorro as a man faithful to his principles, and called the assassination a tragedy for Nicaragua. The government denied any complicity in the murder and claimed it would soon arrest the guilty party. Somoza insisted he personally had nothing to do with the killing of his longtime adversary. "I am very chagrined at Pedro Joaquin's killing. He was in the opposition, but he was in the honest opposition." 7. Nevertheless, the Somoza regime stood condemned in the eyes of many Nicaraguans, and the fallout from the murder was more unsettling than hundreds of attacks by the Sandinistas. When Chamorro was buried 2 days after his death, wreaths and flowers were stacked high on his grave. One of the floral wreaths sent to Violeta Barrios de 157. Chamorro, his widow, came from Taquito, and indignant mourners destroyed it. 8. The Nicaraguan public was convinced that a Somoza had killed Pedro Joaquin. Reports at the time implicated Taquito, El Chiguian, directly in the crime. There was widespread speculation that Taquito, who had tasted power as his father's top aide during Tacho's 10-week illness, wanted Pedro Joaquin removed from the political scene in preparation for his own turn as Jefe Supremo. Others speculated that the CIA had masterminded the killing, and others that the extreme left had done it in hope of producing a popular uprising. After the killing, it became evident to all that Pedro Joaquin had won in death a seemingly impossible objective: the unity of the opposition, a unity rarely seen in Latin America, comprising an unlikely anti-Somoza coalition of both left and right, business and labor. However, this unity didn't come overnight. The day after Pedro Joaquin's assassination, 4 men were arrested by the guard and charged with the killing. One of the accused, Silvio Pina Rivas, told a Managua judge that he had been paid 100,000 Cordobas to kill the publisher. Later he said the killers were paid $100,000 by Dr. Pedro Ramos, the blood bank owner. Ramos, who was in Miami, termed the charge a monstrosity. 9. Pina Rivas then said he would divulge more information, but only to Somoza. A week later, a total of 6 men, including Pina Rivas and Ramos, were charged with murder and association to commit a crime by District Criminal Judge Guillermo Rivas Cuadras. The 4 others were Silvio Vega, Harold Cedino, Domingo Acevedo, and his son, Juan Ramos Acevedo. All but Ramos were in custody. He had flown to Miami a day before the killing. He told reporters he had absolutely nothing to do with this assassination nor with any other, adding, "Since I have been formally charged, I cannot tell you anything." I am in the process of naming a lawyer. Though Nicaraguan law stipulated that a person must be formally charged within 24 hours of arrest for an alleged crime, the suspects were not taken before the judge until 6 days later. In an attempt to disassociate the government from the murder, Somoza had the suspects testify on radio and television, but Pina Rivas's brother and attorney, Ronaldo Pina Rivas, maintained that the confession was extracted through torture. He also complained that the 8 detained men were being held incommunicado and that witnesses who could prove Silvio Pina Rivas's innocence had been silenced by death threats. The other 7 suspects had no legal representation. 10 The events surrounding the case were so suspicious that even Somoza's public relations man had his doubts. I am not impressed that within hours, murder suspects were arrested and confessed. On the contrary, the very speed of their apprehension when so many people get away with a rash of crime right under the nose of the National Guard, which also serves as the police force, is reason enough to question whether the jailed suspects are the real killers. 1. The burning of the blood bank destroyed any evidence that might have linked Ramos with the crime. The government blamed the burning on the demonstrators, but others said the fire appeared to start inside the building and not as a result of the protesters' fire bombs. Then, 2 weeks after the murder, 2 witnesses AP 158 appeared to support the government's version of the events. Novedades news editor Antonio Diaz Palacio said Pina Rivas had told him in December that the murder was being planned but that he had dismissed the information as braggadocio. He said Pina Rivas had come to the paper to seek protection from editor Luis Pelaez de Bail, though Somoza's cousin was not called to give evidence. Ramos's secretary, Lucrecia del Carmen Castro Barajon, then testified that she delivered $4,000 to Pina Rivas on the doctor's behalf a few weeks before the murder. Many considered the secretary, whose stepfather also worked at Novedades, an unconvincing witness. She was not closely cross-examined. 1-2 While Somoza had said he would seek Ramos's extradition if the judges deem it necessary, there were few who believed that he would be returned to face trial. In addition to the accused, Pina Rivas testified, some prominent Nicaraguans were connected with the killing as well. He named House Speaker Cornelio Huic and former Government Housing Bank President Zelaya, in addition to Ramos. The charges were roundly denied. With rampant contradictions ignored and questions left unanswered, the Chamorro family attorney, Roberto Argiello Hurtado, promptly charged, "It's quite obvious there's a cover-up. There are many people involved and there must be big shots in this or else a cover-up wouldn't be necessary." Chamorro's widow also spoke out on the murder investigation. "There's never been a fair trial of a political case in Nicaragua. The government claims that the case has been solved, but I hold Somoza responsible because no one does anything without permission from above." And Xavier Chamorro, Pedro Joaquin's brother and his successor as editor of La Prensa, said, "The investigating judge also seems to be on strike. The judge is doing nothing. He isn't asking questions that should be asked, he is showing no interest in getting to the bottom of things. There's a cover-up in all areas." 1-3 The nation in general was critical of the government and demanded a full investigation of the murder. On January 24, the day the formal charges were filed against the defendants, business and labor leaders claimed that more than half of the nation's labor force was out on strike to demand government action. The previous day some 4,000 Managua construction workers had walked off the job. The strike spread like wildfire to Leon, Chinandega, Estili, Masaya, Rivas, Matagalpa, Jinotega, Ichigalpa, and Granada, with about 80% of the stores and offices closed in those cities, along with half the businesses in Managua. The strikes and shutdowns were viewed as a spontaneous reaction that spread through the nation. The major banking group, Banac, one of the most powerful economic institutions in the country, also joined the strike and closed its banking and financial operations. It was the beginning of what Somoza soon referred to as the most serious crisis of my political career. The political opposition demanded Somoza's resignation. Benjamin Gallo, president of the Nicaraguan Chamber of Industries, said, We are asking that the government intensify the investigation of Chamorro's assassination and reveal who was responsible. He added that the national strike was growing because we want to find out the truth. Antonio Tiefel, chairman of the executive committee of UDEL, alleged that Somoza is responsible for the death of Pedro Joaquin Shaw. 159. Moro. He must resign. Nodding to friends gathered at a comfortable residence in Managua's southern outskirts, he remarked, "Never have we had a better chance to get rid of him." Alejandro Solorzano, Secretary General of the Nicaraguan Workers' Confederation, took credit for organizing the strike. He was disappointed when United States Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America Terence Todman canceled his visit. The American Embassy announced that due to recent events it is considered more convenient that the visit take place at a later date. Solorzano said the strikers wanted Todman to see for himself that the Somoza dictatorship has no support. Opponents of the regime had planned to demonstrate against Somoza at the airport during Todman's arrival. The government was readying a counter-demonstration. When workers themselves didn't stay home, employers often sent them back. Nobody is losing any pay, Rogelio Montenegro, a distributor of educational materials in Masaya, stressed. Some of us paid our people through the end of the month, others to February 15th. By the end of January the general strike was proving only partially successful. Most shopping centers and factories were closed, but smaller businesses continued to operate. Managua was far from shut down. Traffic remained heavy on the avenues running through the outskirts where most of the capital's inhabitants lived and worked. Grocery stores, gas stations, and bus service were all operating and relatively few people seemed affected by the strike. Edmundo Yarkin Calderon, secretary of UDEL, and others thought the guard might move in and force businesses to open. The regime has handled the situation intelligently, he commented. Businessmen have folded their arms and said, "We are closing our establishments." The government has answered by folding its arms and letting them close. Yarkin Calderon said that the group's only complaint is with Somoza. "We have made it clear we are not opposed to the National Guard." The implication appeared to be that UDEL would not object if the Guard staged a coup. It would have preferred, of course, that Somoza step down voluntarily. "We can't put up with 3 more years of this," he explained. While UDEL demanded Somoza's resignation, Somoza supporters replied that it may very well have been UDEL that was behind the murder. Somoza's people maintained that civil war would break out if Somoza resigned. They also argued that UDEL would inevitably fall apart because of tensions within the union's mixed membership: reactionaries, radicals, paternalistic businessmen, socialist labor leaders and Marxists. The latter would end up running Nicaragua. They claim that everyone who doesn't agree with them is a communist, Amadeo Vanegas, of the Nicaraguan Workers' Central, said. If they are communists, Somoza has made them that way. The strike continued. The Somozas, who worried little about public opinion at home, were becoming more desperate to receive the blessing of Washington. Former Florida Congressman Bill Kramer, Somoza's lobbyist on Capitol Hill, was flown into Managua with a hard-sell public relations team to handle the foreign correspondents in town. The strike committee announced businesses would remain closed until Somoza 160 resigned. In response, Taco pulled out the bulletproof ticket booth to deliver a public 45-minute speech. The banner headline in Novedades earlier quoted El Jefe as saying that, "As my father said, I will not go, neither will they force me to go." Taco, officially inaugurating a new office building in the Pacific port of Corinto, was in rare form. He claimed that the general strike was neither spontaneous nor touched off by the death of Pedro Joaquin. It was planned to happen in December, and the opposition predicted all hell was going to break loose in Managua. They just used Pedro Joaquin's death as an excuse. They want to give the impression that the Somozas are losing their power base. At least they attempted to give that impression. Before an audience of approximately 2,000 supporters, Somoza claimed he was seeking to determine the intellectual authors of the killing of Chamorro. I'm very interested in finding this out because my family has been the victim of an assassination. My father was assassinated, and we don't like that kind of stuff happening in Nicaragua. As for the strike, Somoza charged that a lot of people in Managua closed down because they were threatened by the opposition. The telephone has been a major weapon in the strike. Callers have told them they would be burned down, so they went on strike. He added that the strike was led by the owners because the workers don't want to go on strike, but they have no choice. Somoza followed his Corinto speech with a press conference, during which he smiled broadly and said, "They wouldn't dream I'd make a speech like I did today. They think I'm sick. But I am far from it. I'm in better shape than when I got sick. Some of these oppositionists think they are speculating with my health. You ought to put them straight. If I was sick, I would get out. All right. I've got enough brains for that. So I don't want them to make mistakes speculating on my health. You ought to let them know they are dealing with a guy who's completely back on his health. I may be in better shape than before. I knock off 6 miles a day Monday through Friday without panting. A year ago I couldn't walk an hour. I can pronounce myself very healthy." In discussing government attitudes toward the strike, Taco told the press that when the strike becomes a jeopardy for the people, we have the means to take over those industries, but we are not going to unless it is necessary. When they can't pay their workers, I think the government will have to intervene and run their business for them. This is the sorriest time that private enterprise should pull a strike like this, because in the socialist world today private enterprise is not king anymore. I'm a capitalist and I am telling you. Earlier Somoza had told newsmen that the wealthy of Nicaragua had always opposed him because I'm a socialist. "Look," he said, "a guy decides to go on strike, that's his business. If he doesn't pay his workers, that's his business. But if he doesn't pay the workers, that's our business because he is violating the law. You have a good opportunity to see how civil liberties work in Nicaragua," he said with a wide smile. "So you have the farmers' strike in the States and I have the merchants. Ha ha ha." Somoza then told newsmen he personally felt that the assassination of Cha. 161. Moro was a mistake. Playing politics tells you practical politics, and it is best to know your enemy. We thought he was a good enemy. We thought he was a good enemy to have, even though he was very caustic in what he wrote and said. Taco added that he was saddened by Chamorro's death. "I can be killed too, you know. I'm a human being too." He defended his family's rule. "We have a bad reputation outside that our people are violent. But the fact we are in power so long that we are not violent people. We are taking a very passive attitude because these people are still utilizing their basic freedoms that there are in Nicaragua, and it's a good thing you are here to see how basic freedoms are in Nicaragua." As he spoke in the Pacific port, government troops were literally banging heads in dealing with an opposition attempt at a nonviolent demonstration 100 miles away in Managua. Later that day, strike leaders meeting with foreign newsmen vowed to continue their protest until the dictatorship falls. Once again charging that Somoza was responsible for the murder of Chamorro, Rafael Cordova Rivas, leader of UDEL, issued what many considered to be an invitation to Nicaragua's military men to oust the president. "We are hoping the leaders of the National Guard will observe the sentiments of the Nicaraguan people and do their duty." Conservative Party leader Fernando Aguirre also admitted a military regime might be in the offing if Somoza stepped down. "Anything is better than what we have now," he said. Conservative Congressman Alberto Saborayo, noting that in the past the capitalist sector had always been behind Somoza, said that Pedro Joaquin's death had awakened those who had ignored the dictator's crimes, paying no attention to them until now. Saborayo charged Somoza with running a corrupt government which stifles competition and destroys opportunities for honest men. "He is the most ruthless capitalist in Latin America," Saborayo said. "Since his family came to power more than 40 years ago, they have amassed a fortune in excess of $500 million. They own 1/3 of all the land in Nicaragua, and in many cases they have killed the original owners and stolen their property. The three men reaffirmed that the aim of the strike was to force the resignation of the president, but Aguirre said he doubted that there would be any voluntary resignation and that if there was one, nothing would be solved. The regime would continue. It has the machinery to keep power. They added that only the National Guard had the power to change the situation. We have no weapons, we cannot fight except in a pacific way, Aguirre said. The speakers at the press conference accused the United States of supporting Somoza in the past, yet gave the United States credit for inspiring the strike. We have heard President Carter's statements on human rights and we know that nowhere in the world are human rights violated more than in Nicaragua, Saborio proclaimed. We cannot ask that Carter support us directly, but if the U.S. government ends its support of Somoza, that will be enough to assure our triumph. While the three men agreed that they hoped a democratic government would replace Somoza, they were unable to predict that the nation would be so fortunate. With 162. The end of the dictatorship, we will be faced with an economic crisis, Aguirre forecast. The extreme left is well organized. Whatever happens, any change will be for the better. The following day, January 30th, Somoza held another press conference in Managua. They want to make me out to be a very devilish man and I'm really just a simple farmer, Taco said between mouthfuls of his diet food. The group was lunching at Los Gauchos, one of the few Managua restaurants not closed by the strike, now in its 8th day. The restaurant was owned by the Somoza family. Taco expressed some sympathy with the original aim of the strike. If I was a merchant and was asked to join in a show of a demand for justice, I probably would. But think again about wanting the president to resign and upsetting the whole apple cart. Twisting his West Point class ring with its huge diamond, Taco explained that the strike was in its 8th day because these guys are up in a coconut tree and don't know how to get down. A reporter asked if the strike was not an indication that many people, especially in private enterprise and labor, were opposed to his regime. I agree, he said. I have opposition. I have never denied it. Many people dislike the longevity of the Liberal Party's power and the longevity of the Somoza families being in power. This is a democratic country and they have their right to oppose me. This has been a definite countdown to see if the Somozas are in or out. Well, in my view, the answer to that is that we're very much in. What he disliked, he said, were what he considered the many unfair charges being hurled against him. He especially objected to being pictured as repressive and crushing all opposition. Is there freedom in Nicaragua? I think there is. Anyone who reads La Prensa can see that. The fact that the opposition newspaper published all these charges against me shows that there is liberty in this country. He said that the public relations team flown in from the States and headed by ex-Congressman Kramer was in Managua because I think any politician is always in the business of improving his image. Taco then encouraged his guests to keep on with their aggressive questioning. If I were a journalist, those are the kinds of questions I would ask, he said. Returning to strike questions, Taco held his volatile temper in check until he was asked about the brutality in breaking up a peaceful demonstration of 200 women, wives and daughters of the upper class shortly before lunch. The demonstrators were violating the law. They had no permit, Somoza said. Tear gas is the most civilized way available to clear people away in an incident such as this. Nevertheless, someone observed, 2 women had been hospitalized because the gas was used incorrectly. You want to give us lessons in how to use tear gas? He snapped. Lunch was over. The incident referred to had been the worst so far in the unusually passive Pedro Ocon Chamorro 163 resistance action. The women had packed the front lawn of a United Nations office in a residential house when the National Guard moved in. The guard fired tear gas into their midst and ended the demonstration. Some of the women and their daughters in blue jeans had arrived in Mercedes-Benz. 2 priests had been called to say mass for them. The women had unfurled banners saying, "Where are our campesino brothers? Somoza is jail, torture, crime and exploitation, he must go." Inside the United Nations building at the time were a dozen wives of missing peasants believed jailed or killed by the Guard during its anti-guerrilla campaign in 1977. Leaders of the private sector called a meeting at which they voted to continue the strike, but there was growing realization among the strikers that Somoza was not about to quit. IND Executive Director William Baez admitted that the strike might be nearing the end of its course. "We have proved our point. We are fed up with corruption and injustice," he explained. "If Somoza has not got our message, too bad." He added, "We have also shown the world how labor and employers can unite against a dictatorship. Also important is the fact that for once the US has kept its hands off. TACO does not have Ambassador Mauricio Solon in his pocket as he did many of the American ambassadors in the past." Baez said he felt the American hands-off policy was very significant because before Carter, a strike such as the one being conducted would have brought in the United States Marines. "The U.S. policy is correct," he said. Fears that the National Guard would step in and try to stifle the strike were not entirely groundless. 6 persons were reported killed and 16 injured when guardsmen fired on rioters in the city of Matagalpa. Guardsmen occupied the country's only oil refinery, owned by Esso, in Managua, to prevent its 12,000 workers from joining the strike. Food and fuel scarcities were reported in many parts of the country and the government imposed total censorship on the nation's radio stations. Many of them temporarily went off the air. 5 of the stations had been briefly silenced for ignoring government emergency orders and continuing to air news of the strike. Many businesses feared a repetition of the 1959 merchants' strike, when the stores were forcibly opened by the National Guard. TACO, on the other hand, liked to make the claim that the strike would end because this is a capitalist strike. Sheer competition will end the strike. This is just a matter of time. Members of the Guard were on alert throughout the country as the popular outrage reached a peak. On the night of February 2, squads of FSLN terroristas entered Nicaragua from sanctuaries in Costa Rica and launched hit-and-run attacks against Peñas Blancas and Rivas. In an attack on Granada, the Sandinistas forced the Guard to retreat to their barracks. The guerrillas held a popular assembly in the city. Meanwhile, the GPP sent units against Guard posts along the northern border with Honduras. Municipal elections were drawing near. TACO, playing for time, announced he would wait until after the municipal elections before beginning the scheduled dialogue with the opposition. His method was to stall and hope the Guerrero end. 164. Nakatamali elections would come off without a hitch. The Conservative Party asked for a postponement of the nationwide municipal elections scheduled for February 5, the same day as the cancelled dialogue. The Conservatives threatened to withdraw from the elections if they were not postponed. Somoza and his cabinet decided not to cancel the February 5 municipal elections, but they were boycotted by thousands of voters. Some 52 of the Conservative Party's 132 candidates voluntarily withdrew, and polling stations in Leon and Granada were virtually deserted 3 hours after the elections began. On February 21, Monumbo, the little Indian enclave that begins where the asphalt streets of the city of Masaya end, honored Pedro Joaquin with a memorial mass. A shanty town barrio that had been neglected by the Somozas, Monumbo had no sanitation and residents suffered a high incidence of intestinal parasites. Nevertheless, the Indians of this ancient barrio are a proud and independent people, not at all the stereotyped Indians depicted half a century earlier in stories by the American writer O. Henry. The Guard, which had reinforced its small post in Monumbo, brutally dispersed the morning mass celebrants with tear gas and rifle butts. But, unlike the crowds the Guard attacked elsewhere, the people of Monumbo fought back. It was an uneven fight, but overnight it caught the imagination of the rest of the country. With the type of homemade bombs later to become famous as contact bombs, the Indians fought off Guard tanks and helicopters. Small caliber hunting rifles were pitted against powerful .50 caliber machine guns. Although the first revolt was quelled, Monumbo was not subdued. Each night the Guard had to retreat to its post. The dark streets belonged to the anti-Somoza Indians. Scores were killed and wounded. The indomitable spirit of Monumbo was contagious. Other rebellions flared up in Subshava, the Indian district of Leon, and in Jinotep and Diriamba. There were peasant land seizures in the northwest. As a result, the Guard could move in the countryside only in heavy detachments with air cover. A pre-revolutionary situation had emerged and Monumbo became the center of the anti-Somoza revolt. Killed in Los Sabogales in the heart of Monumbo was Camilo, the youngest and most outgoing and spontaneous of the three Ortega brothers. Camilo had been active in the Student Revolutionary Front and then began to work on the consolidation of small Sandinista commands. He participated in an attack on La Perfecta milk processing plant in 1967, and in 1970, began work directly with José Benito Escobar, a Sandinista leader, in student organizations. Taken prisoner twice in 1970, he spent only a brief time in jail, and, in 1972, traveled to Cuba. In 1975 he took over responsibility for the western region of Nicaragua, including Masaya, Granada, and Rivas. He organized and directed the brief takeover of Granada in 1977, and then, when Monumbo rose up against Somoza, he rushed in to help the spontaneous insurrection. The bourgeoisie had lost control of the anti-Somoza movement, wrote one commentator. Isolated uprisings had begun to coalesce in groups that identified themselves as Sandinistas. What was needed now was stronger organization to wage a unified military and political battle. It was up to the FSLN to transform pre-revolutionary conditions into a revolutionary crisis. 165. Somoza began to be convulsed by problems. The strike was drawing to a close, but scandal within his business empire forced him to jail two partners and dismiss his principal financial advisor. Businessmen were approaching the American embassy to pressure for Somoza's resignation. Solon reported that businessmen were sure Somoza would respond if the United States asked him to resign. If not, the American mission should approach the Guard to demand Tacho's resignation through a coup d'état, Somoza's opponents said. But, our instructions were clear: follow the policy of neutrality, Solon said. The embassy was to continue encouraging all parties to dialogue in search of a peaceful solution, a made-in-Nicaragua formula. We were not to serve as messengers, mediators, or guarantors of any solution. 1.5 The United States had admitted that it was waiting for the 1981 elections to roll around. It was hoped they'd provide an avenue to avoid bloodshed and provide Nicaraguans with a peaceful succession to the Somoza regime. The United States wants to see a liberalization now to prepare the ground for free elections in 1981, diplomatic sources related. 1.6 United States relations with Nicaragua were all right, according to Somoza in a February interview with Karen D. Young of the Washington Post. Why should I be disappointed? We haven't made a deal. All he wanted, Tacho said, was that the U.S. cooperate for development of Nicaragua. But nowadays, I'm not surprised at anything. American aid was welcome and necessary, Somoza said. When it comes to the last stand, I need the help for development, the same way your country did. I would be absurdly stupid to say no. Some United States congressmen didn't like him, he alleged, maybe because I'm anti-communist. He was more critical of Carter's Latin American policy, however, and answered a question concerning it by asking, "What policy?" "Listen, it's good enough I told you what policy." He remarked that he was receiving support from other Latin American countries for the way he ran Nicaragua but refused to elaborate, calling it a secret. Tacho dismissed any idea of resigning. Somoza again claimed, "There is democracy in Nicaragua. They can blow their mouth like anybody else." Charges of fraud and corruption against him were shallow. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, they don't stand up. He further stated that priests' allegations were not in accord with the political establishment in Nicaragua. "We'd like those priests to make a legal deposition. They're becoming activists. The church is highly politicized." As the discussion went on, Tacho pointed out that Nicaragua had an agrarian reform law giving owners guarantees. Workers' guarantees. Peasant complaints such as "they took my pig, my house" were false, he said, and designed to work on your sentiments. We have got a human feeling. Taco touched his heart. We build public dorms in Chinandega. We give them rights. We are helping them. But they are trained, indoctrinated by activists. There is political freedom to indoctrinate them. One of the troubles with you, he told De Young, is you don't want to realize that Nicaragua is an open society. Then, as if to defend himself, he told the reporter, "You're not the Virgin Mary, and I'm not Jesus Christ." With all the problems facing Somoza, he returned the government to Managua from his retreat at Montelimar and set up housekeeping in La Curvita with Dinora. 166. Like the bunker, the predominant color of La Curvita's decor was light brown. One recent addition to the house was Tacho's exercise room. It had a large bay window offering him a splendid view of the city below while he worked out on a stationary bicycle, which he liked to point out checked his heartbeat as he cycled. There was a large screen on one wall to show his videotapes and war movies. To emphasize he was in the best physical condition of his life, he sometimes permitted news photographers to record his daily exercise routine, which ended with a massage by an American nurse. At 6:30 a.m. he would emerge from La Curvita in shorts and jogging shoes and begin 49 laps around the house. A soldier stationed on the Staghound armored car under a tree guarding the entrance would keep a record announcing each lap. Perhaps the most bizarre sight was a dwarfish aide, no more than 1.5 meters tall, jumping up to the general and dabbing the sweat off his forehead with a small towel. On the rare occasions Taco left La Curvita and the bunker nearby, he went around Managua in a black armored Cadillac Fleetwood, probably the only one in Nicaragua. The license plate bore 5 stars, the national escutcheon and the legend Presidente de la República. Once, when asked what model year the Cadillac was, Somoza shot back, "How the hell should I know? I don't get my kicks by being the guy with the newest car on the block. But as for being president, it's the best job in the world," he liked to say in late 1977. Then again, Taco regularly claimed that he was really a businessman taking a little time out to serve his country. He dressed in dark business suits, a rarity in stifling Managua, but in his air-conditioned quarters of the bunker, where he spent most of his day, heat was never a problem. The suits looked as if they had been bought off the rack at a Sears department store. More elegant were the guayaberas he occasionally wore. They bore his name embroidered above the left breast pocket. Somoza D and were of an expensive cut. Visitors who got beyond the carved mahogany door of the bunker were shown into a small waiting room where perhaps 7 people could find a seat. It might have been a dentist's outer office, minus the old magazines. This was a man's world. There was not a female employee in the place. Only rarely did a woman visitor enter, usually Dinora. The receptionist and clerks were soldiers of the National Guard, although they were more likely to be dressed in sport shirts and slacks than uniform. Top aides Colonel Porras, Max Kelly, and some of the other most powerful men in the country worked in cramped offices on one side of the reception room, but the dim, cold, quiet atmosphere gave no hint that anything important was going on. No one got into the waiting room without an appointment to see Somoza, although appointments were often all but meaningless. El Jefe himself would open the doors to his more private quarters and beckon whomever he might deign to see. Others, not quite so favored, perhaps would win a handshake and the assurance he would be right with them. Once through the door, an audience was not always forthcoming. Somoza might sit his visitors in any of 3 other small rooms, step out, promising to be right back, and return an hour or 2 later. His office was the size of a living room, the furnishings of chrome, leather, and mahogany. The walls were of 2-foot padded leather squares. Pictures of Somozas.